Chapter 1767. Surrounded by chaotic nothingness. It was as if they were falling into an endless abyss. Shui couldn't help holding Yang Kai's hand tightly, her whole body clinging to him as she sought a sense of security. She had never experienced such a bizarre experience. Void cracks were regarded as terrifying existences by all Origin kings. But this time, she had taken the initiative to rush into them. She didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on, but she could only choose to believe that this man who had just molested her in an extremely rude way would not put her in danger. Yang Kai really didn't disappoint her. In this dark space crack, he didn't show the slightest fear and instead patted his hands to calm himself down. Perceiving Yang Kai's comfort, Shui Yu's mood immediately relaxed. "What should we do now?" Shui Yu asked. She turned her head back, wanting to see the entrance they had come from before, but she could no longer see it. Void cracks were unpredictable and space was dislocated. If one entered from a certain point, they might appear tens of thousands of kilometers or even 1,000,000 kilometers away in an instant, so it was naturally impossible to find their way back at this moment. "Don't worry." Yang Kai's tone had a rare gentleness as he chuckled. "Just leave this place to me." Shui Yu gently nodded. Yang Kai's words seemed to have a reassuring charm, allowing her to relax both physically and mentally. What strong space force fluctuations, and this place is really extraordinary. It seems we should have entered earlier. Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate the surroundings, seemingly a little annoyed. His expression became solemn as he began circulating his space force, feeling the mysteries around him and comprehending the unique power of this void crack. He relished this opportunity. This kind of experience was of great benefit to his cultivation of the Tao of space, so of course he did not want to miss it. After a while, his gaze turned to a certain location and he said, "Come with me." Saying so, Yang Kai pulled Shui Yu and flew in that direction. Inside the void crack, there was nothing here, only chaos. This place was like a world that had never been opened before, with no living creatures or world energy. It was an existence even more complete than a dead star. Shui Yu couldn't sense anything at all, except for the touch and warmth of Yang Kai's large hand that was holding her. She held it very tightly, afraid that she would be separated from Yang Kai. In this damned place, even the passage of time seemed to be incomparably long. But when Shui Yu stabilized her mind, not only did she not reject this place, but she also felt that this place was extremely dangerous. Instead, he enjoyed this kind of journey. For a man to hold her hand and cut through the thorns in a dangerous place, for a man to bear all kinds of dangers in front while she followed behind with peace of mind, this kind of experience was simply an extravagant hope for her. As the third young master of Shui Yu, as well as the future successor of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, under normal circumstances, the one who was leading the charge was her. She needed to establish prestige in front of her subordinates. She needed to solidify her position in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and she also needed to disguise her gender, her tone of voice, and her style of conduct. Her life was far more tiring than most people, but here, she could put everything aside and simply enjoy the feeling of being taken care of. Yang Kai had just said that it wasn't easy for her. Perhaps he had just said it casually and didn't think too deeply about it. But this sentence had poked the deepest and softest part of Shui Yu's heart. It almost made her cry. At this moment, her heart was filled with warmth, and she only hoped that this kind of time would continue. At this time, if she still couldn't see that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, then Shui Yu wouldn't be the young master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. But she didn't point it out. A smart woman knew when to speak and when to remain silent. After an unknown amount of time, Shui Yu was still immersed in the warm atmosphere, but somewhere in the distance, a faint light suddenly appeared. This light was faint and seemed to be very far away, like a few stars in the territory of the star realm, embellishing this world of nothingness. "Ha ha!" Yang Kai laughed loudly, seemingly in an extremely good mood. "There really are space spirit crystals here. Luolan didn't lie to me." Shui Yu was startled for a moment before suddenly realizing, "Are those space spirit crystals? Did you enter this place to look for space spirit crystals?" And Yang Kai nodded and sped up. These few starlights seemed to be very far away, but in fact, It only took Yang Kai less than half a stick of incense worth of time to reach them. The light was faint, but it was better than nothing, but in this void crack it was the only source of light. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai discovered that each of these space spirit crystals was about the size of a fist and had a hexagonal shape. They were crystal clear, and there were many fine cracks in them, from which space force fluctuations could be felt. They're quite different from the ones I've obtained before. Yang Kai was extremely surprised, but he didn't rush to take these space spirit crystals and instead began examining them with interest. The space spirit crystals in front of him were indeed very different from the ones he had obtained before, whether it was their shape or the fluctuations of power coming from them, especially the fine cracks on their surface. They were all different from the ones he had obtained before. Naturally, they're not the same. Shueyu glanced at him, as if she knew something. What do you mean? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. This kind of space spirit crystal is a pure space spirit crystal. A true space spirit crystal is born from space force. The space spirit crystals in the outside world are just the concomitant products of various mineral loads and contain a lot of impurities. Although they can also be regarded as a kind of space spirit crystal, compared to this kind, their grade is far inferior. Shueyu reached out and picked up one of the space spirit crystals. The entire process extremely easy, as if this space spirit crystal had been casually thrown away here. Pointing to the fine cracks on its surface, Shueyu said, "Look at this. Its power is enough to affect space itself. If this space spirit crystal is detonated using a secret technique, it can cause space to collapse on a large scale. At that time, no matter who is sucked in, I'm afraid they won't have a good ending." Space spirit crystals can be used like this? Yang Kai suddenly became interested and looked at Shueyu thoughtfully. Does your Chamber of Commerce have such a secret technique? There should be. Shueyu nodded. I've heard of it before, but I've never come into contact with it. Saying so, she handed the space spirit crystal to Yang Kai and continued, Moreover, a space ring refined with this kind of space spirit crystal will have a huge space inside. Much better than an ordinary space ring, but I don't think any artifact refiner would dare use this kind of thing to refine a space ring. Doing so would simply be playing with their lives. Saying so, the only 4 space spirit crystals left here were collected by Yang Kai. Silently probing them, Yang Kai found that the space force contained in these space spirit crystals was beyond imagination. If he could collect 20 of them, it would be enough for him to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array, one that could teleport him further than the ones he had arranged before. This kind of space spirit crystal can't be put into a space ring. What are you going to do about it? Shueyu looked at the thing in Yang Kai's hand and asked. Even without her reminder, Yang Kai had already noticed this problem. He had just tried to put these space spirit crystals into his space ring, but he had been unable to succeed. The power contained in these space spirit crystals clashed violently with his space ring, making it impossible to accept. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai used his divine sense to communicate with the sealed world bead. In the next moment, the space spirit crystal was thrown into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai could not help breathing a sigh of relief. It seemed that the sealed world bead was an extremely high-end existence. After all, it was an emperor artifact, so it had its own independent world and its own world principles, so it should have no problem accommodating space spirit crystals. Shueyu was surprised for a moment before chuckling lightly. It seems that you have a lot of secrets. Are you more interested in me now? Yang Kai beamed. Cut the crap. Shueyu glared at him. I do have a lot of secrets, and when I can tell you in the future, I'll tell you. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he quickly said. Shueyu slowly shook her head. I don't need to know these things. I just want someone who can treat me like a woman, and that's enough. Hearing her heartfelt words, Yang Kai looked at her for a while before smiling slightly, taking Shueyu's hand again and flying forward. An hour later, from the void crack, a few more points of starlight appeared in front of the two of them. After repeating this process for a few days, the number of space spirit crystals in Yang Kai's hands had reached nearly 100 pieces. The void crack here seemed to be the best breeding ground for space spirit crystals, as the rich space force here condensed and crystallized. Shueyu silently followed Yang Kai, helping him collect space spirit crystals without any complaints. The dangers of the outside world of the severed world seemed to be extremely distant to the two of them, as if the world they entered had nothing to do with others. On this day, Yang Kai was leading Xueyu to continue searching for space spirit crystals when Xueyu suddenly called out, "Yang Kai, look over there. What's wrong?" Yang Kai stopped and turned his head to look in the direction Xueyu had indicated, but after a single glance, his expression brightened and he muttered, "So many." In that direction, it was like a moonless night with countless stars, bright and dim lights blooming in the void, like bright lanterns in the dark, guiding the way. After staying here for a few days, Yang Kai naturally knew that every light represented in space spirit crystal born here, representing great wealth. He had been very satisfied with the hundreds of space spirit crystals he had obtained before, but when he saw the scene over there at this moment, he realized that his expectations had been too low. There were more than 100 points of light in that direction. That meant there were at least hundreds or thousands of them. Ha ha ha! Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he stretched out his hand, pulled Xueyu into his arms, hugged her, and kissed her fiercely on the cheek. This rough treatment made Xueyu quite unhappy, biting her red lips and wiping her cheeks as she angrily muttered, "You vulgar man!" Yang Kai didn't answer and simply led her over to the other side like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 1768. The void was vast and boundless, but it was dotted with stars arranged in a spiral shape, and at the center of this spiral, a terrifying power fluctuation was pulsing. Yang Kai and Xueyu stood above this huge spiral composed of countless space spirit crystals with dignified expressions. When they discovered that there were many space spirit crystals here before, the two of them had rushed over with great interest. But after arriving, Yang Kai discovered that this place was quite strange. The space spirit crystals were still the same space spirit crystals, but they seemed to be attracted by some unknown force and were arranged in a special shape, a spiral. Even Xueyu, who was not proficient in the Tao of space, could feel a dangerous aura coming from the center of this spiral, as if it was the source of everything. This place was already a void crack, but at the center of this spiral, there seemed to be a strange existence that could even swallow this void crack. "Yang Kai," Xueyu whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "I'm a little nervous." "It's normal. I'm also a little nervous," Yang Kai comforted. Yang Kai comforted her. This was an instinctive fear of the power emanating from the spiral. No one could avoid it. "But this thing seems to be of great use to me. What are you going to do?" Xueyu looked at him in amazement. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while before patting Xueyu's hand and saying, "Help me collect those space spirit crystals first." Xueyu looked at him deeply, her beautiful eyes bright, as if she could see straight into Yang Kai's heart and understand his thoughts. After a while, Xueyu nodded meekly, "N." As she spoke, she flew out. Arriving at the space spirit crystals scattered around the spiral, Xueyu began collecting them one by one. Yang Kai still stood in the same place, staring at the center of the spiral, a dignified look on his face that had never been seen before. After a long time, he released his divine sense to investigate the center of the spiral. He wanted to see what kind of mysteries were hidden inside the spiral, but when his divine sense came into contact with it, he was shocked to discover an astonishing and terrifying attractive force coming from it. This attractive force was so strong that it was simply unheard of, and Yang Kai's mind was instantly drawn in. Not only that, standing in place, Yang Kai felt as if his body was being held by an invisible hand. Yang Kai disappeared directly, and when he reappeared, he was already at the center of the spiral. "Yang Kai!" Xueyu was shocked and hurriedly called out. However, she did not receive any response from Yang Kai. From her position, she could see everything. Yang Kai was simply standing in the center of the spiral, motionless. It was as if he had lost all sense of the outside world and was completely unresponsive. Xueyu's voice with Xueyu. Xueyu immediately understood Xueyu was not daring to act rashly. They could only stand in place anxiously, gazing in the direction of Kai Yang, secretly praying that he was safe. Spinning, endless spinning, Yang Kai felt as if his body and soul were about to be torn apart. The unbearable pain made him want to open his mouth and scream, but he found that he couldn't make a sound no matter how hard he tried. The moment he was pulled into the spiral, his mind was repeating the process of the spiral. This feeling was like being sucked into a violent tornado, and he could only passively endure the destruction of the spiral without being able to do anything to resist. His knowledge sea churning, Yang Kai only felt dizzy, as if his soul was being thrown out of his body by this spinning force. Ever since he had achieved success in his cultivation, he had rarely encountered such a situation that left him at a loss. At any time, in the face of any crisis, he could quickly formulate a reasonable countermeasure to resolve the danger he might encounter. But this time he found that he was somewhat powerless. While being pulled in by the spiral force, Yang Kai was shocked to find that the strength of his knowledge sea was drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking inside his body, Yang Kai found that the physique he was so proud of was beginning to show dense scars. Desperately urging his Saint Chi and spiritual energy, Yang Kai tried to break free from this strange spiral force. But he gained nothing. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. In less than a dozen breaths of time, his knowledge sea had dried up. The damage to his soul gave Yang Kai a splitting headache. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus, which was exuding a 7-colored glow, played a crucial role at this moment. While Yang Kai's knowledge sea was exhausted, it immediately began to nourish Yang Kai's soul and repair the damaged areas. The feedback and nourishment of the soul-warming lotus cleared Yang Kai's mind for a moment. But at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly had an unusual feeling. While the spiral force was destroying his body and spiritual energy, it was also adding another kind of force to his body. It was the Tao of space. This allowed Yang Kai to gain a new understanding of the mysteries of the Tao of space in a very short time. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly endured the unbearable pain while calmly perceiving his soul. Yang Kai suddenly gained a glimmer of understanding. At a certain moment, Yang Kai resolutely gave up resistance and allowed the spiral force to throw his soul out of his body. In an instant, another kind of vision appeared in front of him. At this moment, it was as if his soul had left his body. His soul covered the void, invisible and invisible, but he could see everything around him. He clearly saw that his body was still standing quietly in the center of the spiral, surrounded by countless space spirit crystals that exuded a faint light. Shuiyu was standing not far away, constantly calling out his name. Her beautiful face was filled with anxiety, her beautiful eyes filled with panic, and her face was pale. Yang Kai tried to send his divine sense to her, but Shuiyu didn't notice him at all and continued to scream. Yang Kai didn't continue because he knew that his soul wasn't truly leaving his body, and because of the influence of the Tao of space here, he couldn't transmit his thoughts to Shuiyu. Yang Kai once again focused his attention on the spiral. Observing from this angle, Yang Kai was able to see more and obtain more. After a short while, Yang Kai thoughtfully urged his space force and released it in the direction of the spiral force. The pressure on him was greatly reduced. Whether it was from his soul or his body, Yang Kai suddenly felt much more relaxed. Yang Kai suddenly understood. This spiral energy was shockingly a type of extremely profound space energy, and it was countless times more profound than what he had comprehended. Before an absolute gap in cultivation, any resistance was futile and would only increase the pain he felt. Only by following the path of the spiral would one be able to comprehend such a profound realm. This was like copying a gourd, although for the time being one could only grasp the shape and not the essence, one could still gain some insights. If one persevered, one would inevitably be able to grasp the essence. After understanding this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and began to urge his space force without restraint, allowing the circulation of his space force to coincide with the spiral's trajectory. This was an extremely difficult process, but also an extremely slow one. Countless wounds began to appear on Yang Kai's body and golden blood began to seep out from them. But instead of spilling out, the blood squirmed like a living creature and began to repair his wounds. Yang Kai's excellent physique played a crucial role at this time, allowing him to persist for a long time. Time passed little by little, and Yang Kai became completely immersed in this wonderful enlightenment, forgetting everything around him. As time passed, the space force exuding from his body not only showed no signs of weakening, but instead became stronger and purer, matching more and more perfectly with the spiral's trajectory. Yang Kai didn't feel much pressure from this. His space force and the spiral began to overlap, and the effect of this rotation on him was negligible. Until a certain moment, the two forces perfectly overlapped. At that moment, the entire void seemed to hum for a moment. Yang Kai suddenly felt an extremely wonderful feeling in his heart. At this moment, he found that he seemed to have become the huge spiral, the two of them becoming one, inseparable from each other. The surrounding light was dazzling, and in the direction of the spiral, the countless space spirit crystals all bloomed with dazzling light before bursting apart under the influence of an inexplicable concept. The bursting space spirit crystals didn't cause the void to collapse. Instead, they turned into tiny streaks of energy that flowed along the spiral's trajectory towards its center. These energies were densely packed like black lines, and they were innumerable. And at the center of this spiral was where Yang Kai's body was located. These black threads of energy formed by the bursting space spirit crystals all rushed into Yang Kai's body before disappearing. The dazzling light gradually dissipated and the entire void returned to darkness, without the slightest trace of light. Even the spiral's force had disappeared. Yang Kai, who had been standing in place all this time, finally had time to carefully examine his body. After releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. He found that the state of his body was quite strange at this moment. Black threads were looming over his skin, and when these black threads appeared, it made him look like he was missing a part of his flesh. Only after these black threads disappeared did the missing flesh reappear. Naturally, his flesh wouldn't disappear for no reason. This was just a visual interference caused by the space force being too powerful. It was an interference that could even swallow one's vision and divine sense. Even Yang Kai couldn't stop this kind of interference. Perhaps he would have to wait until he fully familiarized himself with this power before he could eliminate it. However, at this moment, Yang Kai felt better than he had ever felt before. This time's accident had allowed him to swallow and fuse almost all of the wondrous concepts contained in the void spiral and the power of over 1,000 pure space spirit crystals, allowing his comprehension of the Tao of space to reach a new level, a height he had never been able to reach before. Overjoyed, Yang Kai carefully experienced the various changes he had undergone. The more he experienced these changes, the more he found that his previous understanding of the Tao of space was too shallow, and the more he discovered that if he had any attainments in the Tao of space, the more terrifying the means he could display would be. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Chapter 1769. But now wasn't the best time to experience this. At this moment, it was as if Kai Yang was in possession of a rich treasury, and he had the key to it. In fact, he was already standing inside this treasury. But he had no time to examine and deal with his treasures. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of Xueyu. He did not forget that in such a place, there was a person who was worried about him, constantly calling his name and relying on him. But after looking around, Yang Kai could not help frowning because there was no one in that direction. Xueyu was nowhere to be seen. Looking around, as far as his divine sense could reach, there was no trace of Xueyu. Where did she go? Yang Kai frowned secretly. Yang Kai didn't think that Xueyu would abandon him. Although he hadn't had much contact with Xueyu and didn't know much about her, from the short time they had spent together, he could tell that she wasn't that kind of person. In this void crack, even if she was strong and had not cultivated the Tao of space, she would be like a headless fly. Even if she spent thousands of years searching, she would not be able to leave. As such, it was impossible for her to find a way out on her own. Did she encounter some kind of danger? Yang Kai's heart clenched as he thought of a possibility. But what kind of danger could there be in this void crack? Although this was a place of chaos outside the severed world, the two of them had not encountered any danger along the way. After standing in place and contemplating for a while, Yang Kai began to move. No matter what, he had to find Xueyu first. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai was already 100 kilometers away, his expression calm, every step taking in accordance with the mysteries of space. The previous Yang Kai. He had to tear space to move hundreds or thousands of kilometers at a time. Later, as his attainments in the Tao of space improved, although he was able to teleport short distances, it was only a dozen or so kilometers. Such a distance was nothing to him. But at this moment, Yang Kai could easily cross 100 kilometers in a single step, and this was far from his limit. As he moved, Yang Kai confirmed the insights he had gained after devouring the spiral force, further improving his understanding of the Tao of space. According to his thoughts, even if Xueyu left, she couldn't have run too far. After all, in this damned place, she couldn't run far. Therefore, he used the place where he was before as the center and expanded in all directions in a circle to search for him. This was indeed the case. About half an incense stick of time later, Yang Kai discovered Xueyu's figure. However, at this moment, she was in an extremely sorry state. She was fleeing in panic in the empty space, and her long hair seemed to be slightly disheveled while dark red blood flowed out from the corners of her mouth. Behind her was a strange monster beast that was 70 to 80 feet long. It looked like a sea lion. The monster beast's body was fat and bloated, and it had a wide tail. As it wriggled, it followed behind Xueyu at a leisurely pace, and from time to time, it would issue an ear-piercing cry. When he saw the monster beast, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he was shocked. This was because he clearly felt the fluctuations of power from the monster beast that came from the same source as his own, the Tao of space. Every movement of this monster beast, every movement of its body, contained the mysteries of space. It seemed to be able to slide its body along the tracks of space as it advanced. Therefore, although its movements looked very clumsy, it could still easily follow Xueyu, who was desperately fleeing. In other words, it didn't have the intention to immediately kill Xueyu. Instead, it was toying with Xueyu like a cat playing with a mouse. It took pleasure in chasing her. When Yang Kai saw Xueyu, this monster beast opened its big catfish-like mouth and spat out a burst of energy visible to the naked eye. This energy was like a sharp blade that easily cut through space and shot straight towards Xueyu. Perceiving the terrifying power behind her, Xueyu's beautiful face paled. Opening her mouth, she bit the tip of her tongue and summoned the phantom of her symbiotic monster spirit, the Xieji, above her head. The Xieji's body was covered with thick black hair. Its eyes were bright and piercing, and it had a single horn on its forehead, giving it a powerful appearance. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth and let out a roar before charging forward recklessly. The Xieji was a symbiotic monster spirit that was comparable to Xueyu in terms of combat power. An ordinary third-order origin returning realm master was no match for it. However, that attack easily cut the Xieji's phantom in half. Amidst the mournful howls, the shadow of the Xieji disappeared. Xueyu, who was the host of this phantom, also suffered a heavy blow and coughed up a mouthful of blood again. Her tender body trembled and even her speed of escape slowed. Xueyu didn't dare to look back, her beautiful eyes dim. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky and pulled her into his arms. Xueyu raised her head with difficulty and immediately saw Yang Kai's resolute face. Even in the darkness, she felt that his face exuded endless light, as if he had lit a beacon for her on the dim road ahead. "You're finally here." Xueyu squeezed out a smile as she gasped for breath. "There was an accident." Yang Kai nodded. While speaking, he pushed his Saint Chi to investigate Xueyu's body. His brow furrowed slightly as he found that Xueyu's situation wasn't ideal. He didn't know how long she had been entangled with this monster beast, but the Saint Chi in her body had almost dried up and her meridians and physique were damaged. If he had arrived a moment later, even if Xueyu hadn't been killed by the monster beast, she might have died of exhaustion. "How did you provoke it?" Yang Kai looked at the monster beast floating in the air and asked. "It appeared on its own." Xueyu leaned into Yang Kai's arms and replied softly, "I waited for you there for several days, but you didn't show any movement. I didn't know when this monster beast appeared nearby, but it seemed to have been attracted by you and rushed towards you. I was afraid it would disturb you, so you lured it away?" Yang Kai looked down at her. Xueyu hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yang Kai sighed softly as his heart filled with warmth. "Your body, what happened?" Shueyu suddenly exclaimed as she stared at the abnormalities on Yang Kai's body in a panic. The faintly discernible flesh and black lines on his body made Shueyu think that Yang Kai had suffered some kind of accident, causing her to be on edge. Some of my strength can't be controlled, but it's not a big problem. As long as I completely integrate with that strength, everything will be fine. Yang Kai explained, patting Shueyu's back and saying, "Don't worry. What we need to deal with now is this thing." Saying so, he stared at the strange monster beast in front of him with a dignified expression. Shueyu's face changed slightly as she whispered, "Be careful. It's very powerful. Its strength is definitely not lower than an Origin King's, and it is proficient in the Tao of Space. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a shocking void beast." Yang Kai grinned. "I know. Yang Kai's main purpose in entering the Severed World with Luolan was this shocking void beast. But what he hadn't expected was that he would find traces of a shocking void beast in this situation. What else could it be but a shocking void beast that was proficient in the Tao of Space and could wander freely through the void? As such, even if Yang Kai had never seen this monster beast before, he could instantly determine what it was. "It's good that you know." Shueyu relaxed and snuggled into Yang Kai's arms, assuming a comfortable position and whispering softly, "Now it's up to you. My life is in your hands." Saying so, she directly used some kind of secret technique and fell into a deep sleep. She was an oil lamp that had run out of oil, so she needed to heal her wounds immediately, but the secret technique she used could only be used in a deep sleep. "You trust me so much?" Yang Kai smiled lightly, suddenly filled with a sense of responsibility as he muttered to himself, "Then I can't let you down too much." Saying so, he flipped Shueyu onto his back and carried her on his back before condensing his Saint Chi into a rope that tightly tied Shueyu's body to him. After moving his hands and feet to make sure that no matter what he did, he would not be able to throw Shueyu off his back before turning to look at the shocking void beast. Since Yang Kai appeared, the shocking void beast had not moved. However, on its fat head, its two small eyes flashed a terrifying light as they stared fixedly at Yang Kai, as if to it, Yang Kai was a delicious meal that it could not wait to pounce on. Shocking void beasts were naturally proficient in the Tao of Space, and Yang Kai had just swallowed and absorbed the void spiral, causing his comprehension of the Tao of Space to rise to a new level. On top of that, the amount of space force contained in his body was somewhat uncontrollable, so the aura he exuded naturally made the shocking void beast extremely happy. Staring at each other, Yang Kai's eyes were aggressive while the shocking void beast's eyes did not shrink back. In this boundless void, one man and one beast both felt the other's fighting intent. "Come." After a long time, Yang Kai beckoned to the shocking void beast. "I want your monster core, and you want my body. So let's see who gets what they want in the end and who ends up working for the other." It was unknown whether the shocking void beast understood Yang Kai's words or was simply angered by his provocative actions. But in the next moment, it let out a heaven-shaking roar, opened its mouth wide, and sent out a jet of black energy towards Yang Kai like a barrage of cannonballs. The speed of these energy attacks was incredibly fast. After all, they were released by the shocking void beast and were filled with space force. In an instant, they closed the distance limit and bombarded Yang Kai. This was a powerful attack that was enough to threaten an Origin King. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and in the face of such an attack, not only did he not show any intention of retreating, his fighting spirit instead soared as he flicked his fingers. Secret technique, Space Blade, asterisk show, asterisk a series of crescent-shaped space blades shot out, meeting the void beast's void roar with unerring accuracy. Space Blade was the only offensive space secret technique that Yang Kai had comprehended, and it had always been one of his trump cards. It had never failed him in every battle and had earned him many battle achievements. After swallowing and fusing with the void spiral, the power of the secret technique had increased several times compared to before. Although the size of the space blades he sent out had not changed, he could now control them more precisely and their lethality had increased significantly. Chapter 1770. The space blade collided with the void beast's void roar. Thunderous booms rang out incessantly as a violent burst of space force erupted. 10 feet in front of Yang Kai, space suddenly collapsed. That space was like a broken wall, shattering into pieces in a very short period of time. Chaotic fluctuations of power surged out and sputtered into the void. From the collapsed space, the void beast's huge body eerily stretched out and opened its mouth to bite Yang Kai. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's distraction, it directly approached him. Yang Kai seemed to have expected this, so he did not panic at all. With a slight movement of his feet, his body was shrouded in space force and gradually turned into a phantom. The void beast bit into empty air. The next moment, Yang Kai appeared above the void beast like a ghost and punched out with all his strength towards its head. Kong. Fist energy burst out and the void beast was smashed to pieces. However, Yang Kai did not feel the slightest joy after having succeeded. Instead, he frowned and hurriedly dodged. The moment he moved, the void beast that should have been smashed to pieces reappeared behind him and opened its bloody mouth again. The void beast that Yang Kai had smashed to pieces before was also just a phantom. The man and the beast were both extremely fast. Using space force, their movements were enough to interfere with the enemy's vision. A figure flashed and Yang Kai appeared 1,000 feet away. The void beast also stopped and floated in the void, accurately locating Yang Kai's position and looking at him. After a brief confrontation, the first test made the man and the beast realize that the other party was not a soft persimmon that could be crushed at will. In that case, Yang Kai murmured and grinned, "Then don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, he waved his hand. The next moment, the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao and the artifact spirit Lu Yen, two super helpers, appeared. The stone mongoose carried the heaven-shaking pillar, its small and exquisite body hunched, its eyes darting around, as if it did not know where it was. As soon as Lu Yen appeared, she asked Yang Kai, "Master, what are your orders?" "Kill it." Yang Kai pointed at the void beast 1,000 feet away. Lu Yen looked at the void beast with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, "It seems to be very powerful." Yang Kai laughed. "If it's not powerful, I can deal with it alone. Why would I call all of you out? It is proficient in Space Force, so you must cooperate with me." Master's orders. Lu Yen nodded and a purple-red flame suddenly appeared on her jade-white hand. There were faint arcs of electricity flickering within it, and a violent force was emitted. "Then let's do it." Yang Kai grinned and his body blurred as he charged toward the void beast again. There was no need to say anything when cooperating with his two helpers because both the stone mongoose and the artifact spirit had a telepathic connection with Yang Kai. They could clearly see through Yang Kai's thoughts and cooperate perfectly with him. As soon as Yang Kai moved, Lu Yen Kai transformed into a ball of fire and followed closely behind Yang Kai. The stone mongoose Lu Yen Kai transformed into a stone giant and dragged the heaven-shaking pillar behind it as it walked through the void, slowly approaching the void beast at a leisurely pace. The void beast was no doubt quite intelligent, so when it saw Yang Kai Lu Yen Kai's two helpers, its beady eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of bewilderment. When it saw Yang Kai and Lu Yen Kai charging toward it, it actually leapt forward. The void in front of it seemed to have turned into a lake, completely concealing its body once it passed through it. Yang Kai Lu Yen Kai's eyes lit up as he sensed the changes in space around him. In the next moment, he gave the stone mongoose Lu Yen Kai a command. The stone mongoose Lu Yen Kai didn't hesitate at all. It let out a deafening roar and swung its heaven-shaking pillar to its left. The heaven-shaking pillar, which weighed several 100,000 kilograms, coupled with the stone mongoose Lu Yen Kai's violent strength, was capable of shattering space itself. The moment the stone mongoose Lu Yen Kai launched his attack, the shocking void beast's head happened to appear right where the heaven-shaking pillar was aimed at. It seemed as if the shocking void beast had taken the initiative to approach the stone mongoose Lu Yen Kai's attack. The shocking void beast obviously intended to attack the stone mongoose first, but its trick was easily seen through by Yang Kai and used to his advantage. At such a close distance, even if the shocking void beast was proficient in the Tao of space, it wouldn't be able to dodge such a sudden attack. If this blow landed on its body, Even if the shocking void beast's strength was comparable to an Origin King Realm Master, it would definitely be smashed to pieces. The stone mongoose's full-powered attack was no joke. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly looked forward to the scene of flesh and blood splattering. But to his extreme surprise, the shocking void beast, facing this fatal blow, actually managed to twist its body and release a rich space force fluctuation from its body that transformed into a void vortex that blocked the stone mongoose's attack. The heaven-shaking pillar smashed the void vortex to pieces, and the remaining power swept across the shocking void beast's body, causing blood to spurt out as the shocking void beast was sent flying 1,000 meters away. The place where its head was connected to its neck was a bloody mess with white bones vaguely visible. But in the end, the shocking void beast had survived, and its injuries weren't too serious. I knew it wouldn't be so easy. Yang Kai grit his teeth and shouted as he stretched out his hand and pushed his Saint Chi forward, wrapping Lu Yen in his Saint Chi, and instantly arriving in front of the injured shocking void beast. The next moment, the master and servant pair launched a frantic attack on the shocking void beast. Hundreds of golden blood threads were infused with space force by Yang Kai, forming an inescapable net that completely sealed off a large area of space, cutting off the shocking void beast's escape route. At the same time, Yang Kai madly pushed his space blades towards the shocking void beast. On the other hand, Lu Yan's attack was much simpler. Flames mixed with thunder attribute energy gathered around the shocking void beast like falling petals, each of which contained terrifying power. The shocking void beast's body was scorched black the moment it came into contact with these flames. At the same time, fine arcs of lightning were also scattered across the shocking void beast's body, affecting its movements. For a time, the shocking void beast was forced into a position where it could only dodge and was unable to fight back, only able to roar continuously. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk the stone mongoose, wrapped in a layer of cold chi, cooperated with Yang Kai and Lu Yen to restrain the shocking void beast, raised the heaven-shaking pillar high and smashed it down again. As soon as this stick struck, the shocking void beast's eyes flashed with fear. It was not afraid of Yang Kai and Lu Yan's methods, but it was extremely wary of the stone mongoose's simple attack. This was a violent attack that even the shocking void beast's space transference secret technique could not resolve. The shocking void beast roared and struggled to resist, constantly using its void roar secret technique to form a dense barrage of attacks towards Yang Kai and his servant. At the same time, a space transference barrier appeared around the shocking void beast's body once again, forcibly withstanding the stone mongoose's attack. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and the shocking void beast's astonishing aura suddenly weakened for a moment. In such a short time, the shocking void beast had suffered too many attacks and was seriously injured. Facing Yang Kai and his servant, who were like wolves and tigers, the shocking void beast knew that it was no match for them. If it did not escape, it would likely die here. The shocking void beast began desperately urging its space force to interfere with the surrounding space. The hundreds of golden blood threads that had been scattered by Yang Kai were affected and could no longer remain stable, showing flaws. Lu Yen also cried out in alarm, his body covered in thunder fire as he carefully guarded against the shocking void beast's counterattack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the shocking void beast leapt out and escaped several dozen meters in an instant, breaking free of Yang Kai and his servant's encirclement. "You wanna run?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and was about to give chase when the shocking void beast used the same trick again and plunged into the void in front of it, disappearing. Yang Kai frowned and pushed his space force to its limit, but was unable to detect the shocking void beast's aura nearby. Soon, a look of understanding appeared on his face as he muttered, "It actually escaped." The shocking void beast had obviously escaped from the void, so Yang Kai was unable to detect its existence here. Without hesitation, Yang Kai immediately recalled the stone mongoose and Lu Yen and arrived at the spot where the shocking void beast had disappeared. Reaching into the void with both hands, Yang Kai tore at both sides. A void crack suddenly appeared. Yang Kai dived straight in. The next moment, he returned to the severed world. Yang Kai immediately began searching for traces of the shocking void beast. This strange ancient monster beast could freely wander through the void, so if he did not follow it in time, it would be easy for it to escape. The shocking void beast's roar rang out in Yang Kai's ears, and there was a sense of panic in its voice, as if it was being tortured by something. Yang Kai frowned and turned towards the source of the roar, the scene that entered his eyes causing his expression to change slightly. Not far in front of him, a black curtain covered a large area, and inside this black curtain, there were countless faces struggling, twisting, and changing. These faces were like Een souls, and the area enveloped by the black curtain seemed to be a place where Een souls gathered, exuding an evil and cold aura. Through this black curtain, Yang Kai could vaguely see the huge figure of the shocking void beast, but at this moment, it was surrounded by countless Een soul-like creatures, each of which had their mouths latched onto its body and were biting into its flesh. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the shocking void beast's body began to dry up, as if its flesh and blood essence were being sucked dry by these Een souls. No matter how hard the shocking void beast struggled, it was unable to escape from this black curtain. It was obviously at the end of its rope. Hehehe. A burst of strange laughter suddenly came from nearby. Yang Kai's face could not help sinking as he secretly pushed his Saint Chi and looked towards the source of the sound vigilantly. Over there, a figure shrouded in darkness stood quietly, and in the darkness, there seemed to be a pair of chilling eyes that were staring at Yang Kai. "It's you," Yang Kai muttered, his expression becoming dignified. Chapter 1771. Yang Kai recognized at a glance that this person wrapped in darkness was an Origin King Realm Master he had paid attention to before. This guy seemed to have paid attention to him before entering the Severed World, and Enai Guang had also said that this person was very dangerous and it was best not to provoke him easily. Yang Kai did not expect to meet the other party here. What's more, the other party had used some kind of method to trap his prey. The black curtain that enveloped the shocking void beast was obviously the other party's artifact. However, this artifact exuded an evil aura, and at a glance, it was obvious it was the kind of artifact that required the sacrifice of a large number of lives to refine. It was obvious that the owner of this artifact was not a kind person, and the number of people who had died at his hands was likely innumerable. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. The current situation was not good for him. Although he was not too afraid of this guy with his background, the shocking void beast was now within the range of the other party's artifact. Yang Kai had worked so hard to seriously injure the shocking void beast, but now someone else had taken advantage of him, which was something he could not tolerate. However, if he rushed into the black curtain and snatched the shocking void beast's monster core, it would not be appropriate. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of the other party and was confident he could escape from under the other party's nose. But that didn't mean he could resist the other party's artifact head-on. If he really rushed into the black curtain, Yang Kai estimated his end wouldn't be much better than the shocking void beast's. What should I do? How can I get the shocking void beast's monster core without angering the other party? Yang Kai thought hard in his heart but could not come up with a suitable answer. Hehehehe. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, the Origin King Realm Master wrapped in the black shadow let out an intriguing laugh again, as if he was in a good mood. Immediately after, he said, "Young boy, your luck with women isn't shallow. Even in this kind of place you actually have such a beauty. This old master is truly envious." As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's face could not help changing. The other party had called out his surname as soon as he spoke. Obviously, this man recognized him, but Yang Kai could not remember when he had interacted with such an Origin King Realm Master. The number of Origin King Realm Masters Yang Kai had encountered so far was not too many, and he had an impression of every single one of them, but none of them matched the one in front of him. Yang Kai stared at him calmly. He asked tentatively, "Senior, do you recognize me?" "Of course this old master recognizes you." "Hehe, what's wrong? Have you forgotten this old master, boy?" the Origin King Realm Master said in a mocking tone. Yang Kai looked at him and didn't feel any malice from him. He pondered for a moment. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "Forgive me for not recognizing Senior. Since Senior recognizes me, why don't you show me your true face? It's natural that you can't recognize me." After all, my aura has changed a lot compared to back then. The other party didn't seem to be impatient at all. He nodded slightly and said, "Take a closer look at who this old man is," he said. The black chi that had been enveloping him quickly dissipated like a receding tide. In the next moment, the other party's face was imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. Ah! Yang Kai was taken aback as he stared at him in a daze, asking in amazement, "Senior Guizhu, how could it be you?" After the black chi dissipated, Yang Kai immediately recognized who the other party was. This Origin King Realm Master was the first Origin King Yang Kai met when he first entered the Star Territory, the one who called himself Guizhu, who had been trapped on the floating continent for 2,000 years. Guizhu was accidentally swallowed by a void vortex back then. He ended up on the floating continent and ended up there for 2,000 years. During these 2,000 years, he broke through from the Saint King Realm all the way to the Origin King Realm. He had become a legend. However, for 2,000 years, he had been alone on the floating continent until Yang Kai and the others also ended up there. At that time, Guizhu had been studying space arrays, trying to use them to teleport out of the floating continent, but unfortunately, he failed. In the end, he had to rely on Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space to escape. At that time, a total of 7 people had escaped. In addition to Guizhu and Yang Kai, there was also Yuxi and her 2 disciples, as well as Shin Tu, the son of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's President AIO, and another woman. The past was like a puff of smoke, but it was the first important thing Yang Kai experienced after entering the Star Territory. So how could he forget? Guizhu was the first Origin King Realm Master he had ever met, so his memory of him was still fresh. However, Yang Kai had never imagined that he would meet the other party in such a place. Although Guizhu was cruel and had a violent personality, he was a man who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Back then, he had accepted Yang Kai's life-saving grace, so after leaving the floating continent, he had kept his promise and let Yang Kai go, even giving him a Star Emperor token as a thank-you gift. Without that Star Emperor token, Yang Kai would not have been able to kill Luo Hai on Scarlet Wave Star. So, after learning that the other party turned out to be Guizhu, Yang Kai's vigilance immediately relaxed and he grinned at Guizhu, a look of surprise and happiness appearing on his face. Of course, it is this old master. Guizhu's mood was not bad, grinning meaningfully as he looked Yang Kai up and down, nodding lightly and saying in amazement, "Boy, you're quite amazing. How long has it been since we last met? You've actually cultivated to the 3rd Order Origin returning realm. This old master remembers that you were just a saint back then, right? 2nd Order Saint." Yang Kai replied with a grin. "Senior Guizhu's memory is quite good." Guizhu nodded. "It seems that your opportunities over the years have not been small. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for you to have such achievements." "It was all thanks to Senior's blessing," Yang Kai replied. "How has Senior been these years? How else could I have been? I can't compare to you young people," Guizhu teased. As he spoke, he glanced over at Xueyu, who was sleeping behind Yang Kai, his words full of meaning. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. That was an accident. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai suddenly said, "By the way, Senior, have you managed to get your revenge?" Back then, Guizhu had said that after leaving the floating continent, what he wanted to do was take revenge. Before arriving on the floating continent, he seemed to have been framed by someone who was extremely powerful, and with his strength at the time, he was powerless to do anything, but after breaking through to the Origin King realm, he vowed to avenge his past shame. Now that so many years had passed, Yang Kai wondered if his wish had been fulfilled. Guizhu's expression became gloomy as he fell silent for a while before shaking his head and saying, "This old master's revenge is not so easy to avenge. What's wrong? Boy, do you want to help this old master?" "Senior must be joking." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. "Junior's strength is too low. How could he help Senior? If he were to become a burden to Senior, even 10,000 deaths would not be enough to atone for it." He did not dare to agree casually. Although he and Guizhu had some friendship before, he naturally would not rashly intervene in this kind of matter. "Heh, It's just a joke. Don't take it so seriously, Guizhu chuckled. But you don't need to belittle yourself, boy. You were able to seriously injure this shocking void beast, so this old master has some idea of your strength. Yang Kai rubbed his nose but did not respond. As the two of them spoke, the shocking void beast had already been tortured to the point of being unable to bear the sight of it. Countless human faces that seemed like spirits were pouncing and biting its body, devouring its flesh, blood, and essence, causing its body to ceaselessly shrivel up. However, no matter how it struggled, it was unable to escape the envelopment of the black veil of light, so all its resistance was in vain. By this time, the shocking void beast's screams had gradually become inaudible and its struggles had also become weaker and weaker. After a while, the shocking void beast finally stopped moving, leaving behind only the countless ghostly faces that howled and shuttled through the black curtain. A terrifying sight to behold. Guizhu stretched out his hand and the black curtain immediately turned into a black flag that flew back into his hand. Seeing this black flag, Yang Kai suddenly understood. He had seen Guizhu use this black flag-like artifact back on the floating continent. But at that time, how could this artifact possess such power? It was obvious that Guizhu had used some unknown method to greatly enhance this artifact's power over the years. The black banner flew back, and the black curtain that covered the sky also disappeared. Only the shriveled body of the shocking void beast was left behind. As the wind blew, the shocking void beast's fur actually turned into powder, revealing the bones inside. Its bones seemed to have become extremely fragile, and under the influence of external forces, they were reduced to dust. Amidst the dust, there was only a small rolling object about the size of a fist that exuded an inexplicable luster. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at this object with fiery eyes. Guizhu chuckled, stretched out his hand, and sent this object flying over to Yang Kai. If you want it, just tell this old master. What's there to be embarrassed about? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling overjoyed and quickly accepted the monster core. After examining it for a while, he confirmed that it was indeed the monster core of a shocking void beast and that it was completely undamaged. The energy contained in this monster core had not leaked out in the slightest before smiling and saying, "Many thanks, Senior. It was yours to begin with." Guizhu didn't care. This old master also knows that you are proficient in the Tao of space, so naturally you would leave this monster core behind. With it, your attainments in the Tao of space will be further improved, yes? Yang Kai didn't conceal anything and nodded. My purpose in coming here was to obtain this shocking void beast's monster core. And now I've obtained what I wanted. Boy, your courage is quite big, daring to enter this damned place. Guizhu looked at Yang Kai with some admiration. Since you've obtained what you wanted, I wonder if you can help this old master achieve the same. What can Senior help with? If this junior can help, he will not refuse. Yang Kai carefully put away the shocking void beast's monster core before turning to Guizhu with a solemn expression. Although Guizhu didn't look like a good person, to be honest, he gave Yang Kai a good feeling. Especially after this meeting, Guizhu seemed quite approachable and amiable. So Yang Kai decided to return the favor. Chapter 1772. What's more, Guizhu was so powerful that even Aiguang feared him, so building a good relationship with him was not a bad thing. Perhaps Yang Kai would need his help in the future. There is a place that requires your help to enter. Guizhu nodded. With this old master's strength alone, he doesn't dare to rush in. Come with me. Guizhu was a straightforward person, so after saying so, he led the way. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and supported Shuiyu on his back so that she could lean better against him before hurriedly following. Along the way, after chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that Guizhu had been following him since the moment he entered the Severed World. After all, there were many void cracks inside the Severed World, and only those who were proficient in Space Force could travel through them safely. Guizhu happened to know that Yang Kai had great attainments in the Tao of space. Guizhu's original plan was to find an opportunity to abduct Yang Kai from Aiguang and Luolan, and then take him to explore the Severed World together. But after entering here, he was unable to find Yang Kai immediately and only vaguely determined the direction Yang Kai was heading, so he had been tailing him. However, there was an accident later and he lost track of Yang Kai. That was until just now when Yang Kai suddenly rushed out of a void crack and appeared in front of him. It seems that Senior and I are fated to meet. Yang Kai laughed after listening to his explanation. The void crack that connected the severed world to the void crack was impossible to predict. The shocking void beast had been injured and fled, but it just so happened to appear in front of Guizhu. This old master was also quite surprised. I thought that I couldn't count on you. Guizhu wrapped himself in black qi again. No one could see his face clearly, but from his tone, it was clear that this encounter was a pleasant surprise for Guizhu. By the way, Senior, where are you taking me? A medicine valley. Guizhu ran ahead and replied without turning his head. When this old man passed by that place, I saw many rare spirit herbs. Unfortunately, that damned place is full of spatial cracks. This old man didn't dare to rashly enter. I only collected a few enlightenment flowers before I had to retreat. Enlightenment flower. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Enlightenment flower. That was an origin-grade mid-rank spirit herb. Moreover, there were only a few of them in the entire territory of the Star Realm. This was because the laws of heaven and earth were not suitable for the growth of this kind of ancient spirit herb. Only in the environment of ancient times could the enlightenment flower survive. In the severed world, it could be said that there was a trace of ancient aura everywhere, so it was not surprising that there were enlightenment flowers here. It was an ancient spirit herb. Whether it was used to refine the enlightenment pill or consumed directly, it was of great help to an Origin King Realm cultivator in improving their strength and state of mind. No wonder even with Guizhu's cultivation, he could not forget that place. It turned out that he had obtained several enlightenment flowers there. And, in addition to the enlightenment flowers, there are many other good things there. There are some things this old master does not recognize, but that is definitely a paradise for an Origin King Realm cultivator. If I can really obtain enough benefits from that place, this old master is confident he can break through to the Third Order Origin King Realm in this lifetime. Guizhu's voice contained a hint of fanaticism. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai's brow rose as he secretly speculated that Guizhu should already be a second-order Origin King. Otherwise, he would not have said he wanted to break through to the Third Order. It seemed that Enai Guang's fear of him was not unreasonable. After this old master withdrew from that place, he wanted to see if he could find you. If there is anyone here who can safely enter that medicine valley, I'm afraid it's you. This old master did not have much hope. And it can only be said that this old master's luck was quite good, Guizhu said. Then it should be the medicine valley Uncle and I was talking about. As soon as Guizhu's voice fell, Shui Yu's voice came from behind Yang Kai. Her voice was still a little weak, but it did not sound like she had suffered any serious injuries. You're awake. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, finding that Shui Yu's face had become much rosier. It seemed that her healing secret technique was indeed quite extraordinary, allowing her to stabilize her injuries in such a short time. I was in a daze a moment ago, but now I'm awake. Shui Yu nodded. She did not show any intention of getting down from Yang Kai's back, instead hugging him tighter, enjoying the warmth of Yang Kai's care. She then glanced at Guizhu suspiciously and asked Yang Kai vigilantly, This is Senior Guizhu. Yang Kai chuckled. Don't worry, Senior and I are old acquaintances. Jie. Guizhu laughed strangely. Little girl, you are young, but you have many thoughts. If this old master really wanted to kill you, would you still be alive? Rest assured, as your sweetheart said, we are old acquaintances. Encountering each other in this damned place can be considered an old acquaintance. This old master has no malice towards you. Hearing the word, sweetheart, Shui Yu's neck could not help blushing slightly, but a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth as she softly said, Senior is magnanimous. This little girl is currently injured, so please forgive her for not being able to greet you properly. It's fine. Guizhu did not care, glancing at Shui Yu thoughtfully. But little girl, you are Shui Yu of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, right? Shui Yu's expression could not help changing, but she quickly recovered and nodded. How did Senior see through me? She had used an artifact to change her appearance and physique, so her appearance in front of others was completely different from her original one. What's more, this artifact was made by an artifact refining grandmaster of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, so unless one had a peak third-order origin king cultivation, it would be impossible to see through it. Shui Yu did not know how Guizhu had seen through her identity at a glance. "This old master is not a fool," Guizhu chuckled. "There are only a few people who have entered the severed world, and you're wearing the same clothes as Shui Yu and just called out, 'Uncle and I.' If this old master still didn't know about you, wouldn't this old master have lived all these years in vain?" Guizhu said with a look of relief. He had been very curious about the origins of the woman Yang Kai was carrying. After all, when he entered the severed world before, he had not seen her. Later on, through various clues, he finally understood. "So that's how it is." Shui Yu nodded, understanding that Guizhu being able to recognize her was not because he was powerful, but because she had exposed too many flaws. The dignified Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's third young master is actually a woman. That's quite surprising. Guizhu clicked his tongue in wonder. "Senior, Shui Yu has some secrets, so she doesn't want anyone to know her identity as a woman. So I hope Senior can keep this a secret." Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. "You also know how big Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is. If this matter were to spread, this old master is not a gossipy person." Guizhu smiled contemptuously. "Whether she's a man or a woman has nothing to do with this old master." "Many thanks, Senior." Shui Yu bit her red lips lightly and thanked him. After thinking about it for a moment, she leaned over to Yang Kai and whispered into his ear, "I'd better change my appearance, otherwise, if I meet someone again, they may see through my disguise again." "As you wish." Yang Kai nodded. Shui Yu stretched out her hand and tapped a certain part of her chest, pushing her Saint Qi into the artifact she wore to change her appearance and body shape once again, transforming her into her previous male appearance. "Little girl, what you said just now. Does your Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce know where the Medicine Valley is?" Guizhu asked again. "And?" Shui Yu nodded gently. "Our Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce has known about the existence of that Medicine Valley for a long time. Every time the severed world opens, some people will come and occasionally obtain some gains. However, because there are too many void cracks in that place, no one dares to venture too deep. Our original goal was that Medicine Valley, but we encountered many illusionary void butterflies and got separated from Uncle and I. So it's not a secret." Guizhu was disappointed. "Young boy, it looks like we'll have to speed up. Otherwise, if someone else gets there first, we won't even be able to drink the soup. And let this old master carry you." Saying so, Guizhu formed a seal with his hands and summoned his 10,000 soul banner. In the next moment, the 10,000 soul banner wrapped the three of them up and transformed into a streak of black light that shot forward at double their original speed. Guizhu being able to discover this Medicine Valley was a coincidence. He did not have any special purpose in entering the severed world, only hearing that there were many good things here that could help Origin King Realm Masters enhance their strength. So he took the risk to explore. While tracking down Yang Kai, Guizhu happened to pass by the Medicine Valley and found several enlightenment flowers. Unfortunately, even with his powerful strength, he did not dare to rush in and could only reluctantly retreat. Now that he had brought Yang Kai with him, Guizhu was naturally complacent and was ready to go in and wash the place in blood. The Medicine Valley was not too far from where he met Yang Kai, but it was definitely not close either. It took the three of them a full day to reach their destination. The 10,000 soul banner was withdrawn, revealing the figures of the three. However, after Guizhu released his divine sense to investigate the surroundings, his face could not help sinking as he coldly snorted, "Sure enough, there are many people here." Within a 100-kilometer radius of this place, there were many Origin Kings gathered. Yang Kai did not know how these people learned about this place, or if, like Guizhu, they had stumbled upon this place. Yang Kai only glanced around casually when he saw the figures of Purple Star's Sect Master, Zilong, and Young Master, Zidong. Both of them had the same long purple hair and were extremely conspicuous on a small hillside. In addition to them, Su Wei, who had plotted against Yang Kai before, was also here. Even Kong Fa had come. The two of them were still in cahoots, but Kong Fa seemed to be seriously injured, his face slightly pale. It seemed that, under the attack of the illusionary void butterflies, he had not been able to gain any advantage and had barely managed to preserve his life. Shuiyu! Not far to the right, a nervous and joyful voice called out. Yang Kai turned his head and found that Enai Guang was rushing over while staring vigilantly at Guizhu. Behind him, Luolan followed closely. Chapter 1773. Uncle Enai. Shuiyu called out in surprise from Yang Kai's back. In this damned place, there was nothing happier than seeing one's loved ones. Although she felt at ease when she was with Yang Kai, she was still worried about Enai Guang's safety. Now that she saw Enai Guang unharmed, Shuiyu naturally relaxed. What's going on here? Enai Guang didn't walk too close and instead stood about 10 meters away from Yang Kai and the others, asking while looking at Guizhu vigilantly. He was afraid that Yang Kai and Shuiyu had been captured by Guizhu, and if that were the case, his actions would definitely be restricted. Enai Guang not having such thoughts wasn't because he wanted to be cautious, but rather because Guizhu was obviously an evil person. Anyone with a little common sense would think so. Uncle Enai doesn't need to worry. I'm just a little injured. It's nothing serious. Shuiyu answered as she slid down from Yang Kai's back. Hearing what she said, Enai Guang's expression relaxed slightly as he looked at Yang Kai, then at Shuiyu and finally at Guizhu. After confirming that the other party had not done anything to Shuiyu, Enai Guang cupped his fists slightly and asked, "May I ask who this friend is?" In any case, Guizhu had come with Shuiyu, so Enai Guang had to ask about the other party's identity. Guizhu laughed strangely, his laughter extremely harsh. "You don't need to ask this old master's name or origin. This old master has no intention of joining forces with you. Take your family's juniors and do what you need to do. There's no need to pay attention to this old master." He didn't put Enai Guang in his eyes at all, his tone extremely arrogant and annoying. Yang Kai rubbed his nose to the side. Enai Guang's face couldn't help sinking slightly as he snorted, his expression extremely displeased. He held a high position in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and was well known throughout the entire Star Territory. Those with lower cultivation than him all treated him with respect, and even those with the same cultivation as him, with the exception of Zilong and a few others, no one dared to be so rude to him. Guizhu's words obviously made him a little unhappy. As such, he immediately lost interest in chatting with Shuiyu and said coldly, "Let's go." Shuiyu opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She just glanced at Yang Kai and said, "You have to be careful." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "You too." With the current situation, it was impossible for him to stay with Shuiyu. Shuiyu would definitely follow Enai Guang, while he would act together with Guizhu. "Yang Kai, you're not coming?" Luolan seemed to have noticed something and asked in surprise. Yang Kai shook his head, pondered for a moment and said, "I have some matters to attend to with this Senior Luo. I'm afraid our previous agreement will be voided. If there's a chance in the future, I'll make it up to you." "So that's how it is." Luolan smiled. "It's fine. I wasn't fully prepared this time and I've dragged you down. Since you've received help from a benefactor, then I wish you good luck." She had a very amiable look on her face. She did not blame Yang Kai for suddenly changing his mind and not acting with her. Little brat, asking a tiger for its skin is destined to not have a good end. Think about it carefully. Enai Guang glanced at Yang Kai coldly and secretly warned him. "Many thanks for Senior's concern. Junior understands." Yang Kai cupped his fists. Guizhu laughed strangely to the side, making him even more obvious that he was not a good person. Enai Guang and Luolan took Shuiyu back to where they were originally. On the way, Enai Guang naturally asked about the situation after they separated, but Shuiyu did not say much. She only told Enai Guang that she and Yang Kai had spent a lot of effort to get rid of the illusionary void butterflies and then encountered Guizhu. As for what happened in the void, Shuiyu did not dare to say anything. "This person is called Guizhu?" Enai Guang frowned. Why have I never heard of such a character in Star Territory? Elder Luo, have you ever heard of this person? This mistress has never heard of him. Luo Lan shook her head. Strange. How could a second-order origin king remain unknown all this time? Especially since this person's aura is so special. And I Guangru couldn't figure out why he had never heard of the name Guizhu before. This person seemed to have jumped out of a rock without any warning. But his sudden appearance was simply too shocking. Uncle and I, what's the situation here? Shui Yu asked in a timely manner. The situation doesn't look good. That bastard Kong Fa followed this old master and Elder Luo all the way to this Medicine Valley. After he arrived here, he used a secret technique to call Su Wei over. Zilong already knew the location of this Medicine Valley, and old man Meng Tong also came here. I don't know where he got this information from, but he also came here. Meng Tong. Shui Yu frowned as she turned her eyes in a certain direction and saw a short old man squinting his eyes and looking around like a thief, looking quite comical. However, this person was a genuine Origin King Realm Master, and although he was only a First-Order Origin King, he was at the peak of the First Order. It was rumored that Meng Tong had broken through to the Origin King realm 1,000 years ago, but had never had the opportunity to break through to the Second Order. If he could obtain some kind of opportunity, breaking through would only take a blink of an eye. Meng Tong's origins were very mysterious, and no one knew where he came from. What's more, this person had not attached himself to any great force and had always cultivated alone. It was extremely difficult for a cultivator who did not belong to any sect to cultivate to a high realm because there was no one to guide them, so they had to rely on themselves to find their way forward. It was very likely that they would make mistakes along the path of cultivation and fall short of success. Not to mention this, a cultivator who did not belong to any sect had no resources to rely on, so they had to rely on themselves to find what they needed to cultivate, wasting a lot of time. As such, the achievements of such a cultivator would generally not be too high. Being able to cultivate to the origin returning realm was already quite remarkable. Meng Tong, on the other hand, was an origin king. It could be seen that his luck and opportunities in this life were quite good, and coupled with his perseverance and perception, he was able to achieve his current achievements. Therefore, although Meng Tong's cultivation was not the highest in Star Territory, his reputation was quite high. This was because the cultivator who did not belong to any sect regarded him as a goal to strive for and an object of worship, and the base number of such cultivators was very large. Purple Star, Sword Union, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. All the great forces in the starfield had once extended an olive branch to Meng Tong, wanting to recruit him, promising him great benefits and the status of an elder. Unfortunately, Meng Tong had never agreed to any of them and had always been a lone wolf, not even accepting a disciple. In a sense, he was another legend in Star Territory. He did not become hostile to any great force, nor did he get too close to any of them, living a very comfortable life. Sometimes, Anai Guang envied Meng Tong's life and yearned for it. However, if he really had to abandon everything and live like Meng Tong, he would not be willing. Among the cultivator who entered the severed world this time, Meng Tong was also among them, and he had even come to the treasure house of the severed world. No matter how he came here, it was obvious that his luck was extraordinary. Counting Meng Tong and Guizhu, who had just arrived, there were as many as 7 origin kings present. This number accounted for at least 60% to 70% of the cultivator who entered the severed world, and if those who died in the severed world were also counted, the origin kings who came to the Medicine Valley might account for 80% of the total number of people still alive. The spirit medicines in the periphery of the Medicine Valley have been divided up. Anai Guang gestured to the huge mountain valley ahead. Divided up? Shui Yu was stunned. How was the harvest? Anai Guang smiled slightly. Not bad. Although there weren't many, all of them were rare treasures. While the two were talking, Luolan also touched her space ring, as if she had gained a lot. The remaining spirit medicines are hidden inside, but we can't enter for the time being. Anai Guang continued. Shui Yu stared at the huge mountain valley in front of her and saw that it was shrouded in a dazzling 7-colored light. This light was like flowing water that filled the entire mountain valley, making it look like the huge Medicine Valley was covered in a multicolored tide. Shui Yu felt a fatal threat from the light that seemed to have condensed into a solid substance. 7-colored radiant light? Shui Yu's face sank as she called out the name of this 7-colored light. Given her status, it was obvious that she knew something about the Medicine Valley. Indeed, Enai Guang gently nodded. This is the 7-colored radiant light produced by the divine bird, the 7-colored radiant peacock. This light ignores all defenses, and whether it is artifacts, secret techniques, or spiritual energy, nothing can stop it. Once enveloped in this light, no matter how high one's cultivation is, it will not take long for them to die. It is extremely terrifying. Then how do we get in? Luo Lan asked worriedly. Although she had followed Enai Guang here a long time ago and had some gains, she still knew nothing about this place. This was the first time she had heard of the 7-colored radiant peacock, and the first time she had heard of the 7-colored radiant light. This light that even Enai Guang felt powerless against was something she could not resolve. Wait, Enai Guang quickly said. This light is produced by the divine bird when it breathes in. Once it absorbs it back, we can enter. Inside this Medicine Valley, there are countless void cracks. Although there are dangers everywhere, these void cracks are also the best natural barriers. When it breathes out again and spits out the 7-colored radiant light, we only need to find a void crack, hide behind it, and rely on the existence of this void crack to avoid it. Hearing what he said, Luo Lan showed a look of sudden realization. While explaining, Enai Guang suddenly frowned and turned a serious look towards Shui Yu. What's wrong? Shui Yu wore a stunned expression. Enai Guang did not speak but instead stared intently at a certain part of her hair. A moment later, he suddenly snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Despicable!" As he spoke, he flicked his finger and sent out a stream of pure energy towards Shui Yu. Chapter 1774. Facing Enai Guang's sudden attack, Shui Yu stood in place and did not move. She believed that Enai Guang would not harm her, and her uncle Enai must have his reasons for doing so. Show. A strong gust of wind brushed past Shui Yu's head, but before the attack could reach her, a wisp of black chi suddenly flew out from Shui Yu's hair, circled in the air slightly, and shot towards Guizhu like an arrow from a bow. This black chi fled so fast that even Enai Guang could not stop it in time. He could clearly see that this wisp of black chi was humanoid with a distorted face, like a ghost. It had been hiding in Shui Yu's hair all this time, but because it was also black and its aura was concealed, even Enai Guang had not noticed it at first. By the time he noticed, it was already too late. The wisp of black chi quickly arrived in front of Guizhu, and with a strange laugh, Guizhu opened his mouth and swallowed it into his abdomen. Don't you think your excellency's actions are too shameless? Enai Guang looked at Guizhu from afar and shouted coldly. He. Guizhu still laughed strangely. This old master does not need others to comment on his actions. Enai Guang's face became gloomy as he stared at Guizhu for a while before waving his hand and saying, "This king won't bicker with you now, but I'll definitely ask you for advice some other day." Although he did not believe that Guizhu had done something to Shui Yu, now was obviously not the time to fight with Guizhu. While this conflict was taking place, Zilong, who was not far away, had been watching with great interest, seemingly eager to see Enai Guang and Guizhu fight. Enai Guang naturally would not let him do as he wished. What's more, with his eyesight, he could see that Guizhu had not harmed Shui Yu and had only done so to eavesdrop on her. Finished speaking. With a cold expression, Yang Kai turned to the Medicine Valley. "Young boy, did you hear what they said just now?" On the other side, Guizhu whispered to Yang Kai. "I heard." Yang Kai looked surprised. "Senior, when did you leave that thing on Shui Yu?" Shui Yu had been on his back all this time. He had not noticed when Guizhu had done something. "When this old master handed you the shocking Void Beast's monster core," Guizhu smiled triumphantly. "What? Are you dissatisfied with me for doing this?" "That's not true." Yang Kai chuckled. "I just feel that Senior is really far-sighted." Guizhu laughed. "Don't try to flatter this old master. It's just that this old master is all alone and needs to be vigilant." Since you've heard what they said just now, then this old man is counting on you. I'll try my best. Yang Kai nodded and didn't speak too confidently. Outside the Medicine Valley, there was a moment of silence as all the Origin Kings waited quietly like purple dragons. Enai Guang knew what to do next, while Kong Fa, Su Wei, and Meng Tong might not know much about this place, but they were all Origin Kings with extraordinary observation and analytical abilities. So even if they did not know how to safely enter the mountain valley, they would still be able to do so. After Enai Guang and Zilong took action, they would be able to see some clues. Su Wei glanced over at Yang Kai from time to time, wondering how Yang Kai and Shui Yu managed to survive while surrounded by so many illusionary void butterflies. At that time, he had borrowed the two of them to delay the illusionary void butterflies while he took the opportunity to escape, thinking that these two juniors would definitely die. How could he have imagined that a few days later, he would see them appear in front of him unscathed? Su Wei could only attribute their survival to Gue Zhu, who had come with them, thinking that Gue Zhu had appeared and saved them. Time passed by. About an hour later, from a certain location in the huge mountain valley in front of them, a strange sound suddenly rang out. That sound was like the sound of something inhaling when it was asleep. This sound was like a rolling thunder, like a drum, and was both dull and shocking. Almost all of the Origin Kings present were shocked. The moment they heard this sound, all of them could not help frowning. As for Enai Guang, Luolan, Zilong, and the others, their spirits shook as they secretly pushed their Saint Qi. The next moment, though, a sudden change occurred. The originally calm mountain valley was suddenly swept up by a gust of wind. This gust of wind came from the outside and blew straight into the depths of the mountain valley. At the same time, the sound of inhalation became more and more obvious. Accompanied by this sound, the seven-colored radiant light that had been shrouding the mountain valley seemed to be attracted by something and receded like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the scenery outside the mountain valley was exposed to everyone's vision. Asterisk shou shou shou. Asterisk at that moment, Enai Guang, Luolan, and Zilong, the three Origin Kings, all shot out like arrows from a bow, chasing after the receding seven-colored radiant light and rushing into the mountain valley. Seeing them move, Kong Fa, Su Wei, and Meng Tong, who had been watching from the sidelines, could no longer hold back and used their movement skills, transforming into streams of light that shot off in different directions. Gue Zhu also laughed as he summoned his 10,000 soul banner, wrapped Yang Kai in it, and rushed forward. His cultivation was profound, and among all the Origin Kings present, only Enai Guang and Zilong could compare to him, so his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed a distance of 10 kilometers. Inside the mountain valley, there were countless void cracks, large and small, scattered everywhere. These cracks were like scars in the heavens and earth, eternally adorning the landscape. There were even more void cracks that were hidden. Some could be detected by divine sense, while others were completely untraceable. Enai Guang and Zilong both carried artifacts that could detect void cracks, and at this moment, both of them were relying on these artifacts to push forward, constantly changing direction to avoid the location of void cracks. As for the other Origin Kings who were not prepared in advance, they released their divine senses to the greatest extent to avoid danger. After only 10 breaths of time, the difference in speed between everyone was obvious. Although they rushed into the mountain valley almost at the same time, Enai Guang and Zilong were undoubtedly far ahead. Gue Zhu's speed was even more exaggerated. With Yang Kai pointing the way for him, he did not need to worry about the threat of void cracks at all. All he needed to do was follow the direction Yang Kai pointed out, so it only took him a short time to overtake Enai Guang and Zilong, leaving them far behind. That bastard! Zilong looked at Gue Zhu's figure in the distance and could not help cursing. It was unknown how many years it would take for the severed world to open. The spirit grasses and medicines contained inside were all ancient species that had long since gone extinct. Every time the severed world opened, this medicine valley would produce a large number of rare herbs. It could be said that whoever had the advantage in speed would be able to reap the best harvest. Zilong had thought that his biggest competitor this time would be Enai Guang, but he had not expected that Guizhou would suddenly appear out of nowhere and catch him off guard. Does that idiot want to die? Zidong, who was following Zilong, also looked forward in amazement, rushing so fast. Once he touches a hidden void crack, even if he's an origin king, he won't be able to bear the consequences. Don't worry about him, Zilong coldly snorted. If he wants to court death, let him. Yes. Zidong thought about it for a moment and agreed. Those who rushed quickly in this medicine valley might not necessarily have good harvests, and they might even die quickly. Immediately, Zidong calmed down. On the other side, Anaiguang, who was almost at the same pace as Zilong, also shook his head and sighed. Shuiyu, I'm afraid that little brat's fate is grim. That guy named Guizhou doesn't know how dangerous this place is, so how could he have a good end? That shouldn't be the case. Shuiyu shook her head. Shuiyu shook her head. She knew what Yang Kai and Guizhou were relying on, but she didn't explain. Only Luolan sighed softly. If Yang Kai had been present at this time, the situation would have been much better, but unfortunately, Yang Kai was not with her. Oh, it's about time. Releasing his divine sense and confirming that there was no one within a few dozen kilometers, Guizhou suddenly reduced his speed, revealing himself and Yang Kai. There's a medicinal fragrance. Yang Kai suddenly sniffed and said in shock. Heh, it looks like we've already gained something. Guizhou chuckled and then turned serious. Guizhou chuckled before his expression became solemn and he said, Young boy, this old master will tell you first. Whatever we find in this medicine valley, we'll split it evenly. This old master won't take advantage of you, what do you think? As senior says, Yang Kai nodded readily. In this kind of place, although Guizhou had to rely heavily on Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space, that did not mean that without Yang Kai, Guizhou would be unable to move freely. It was just that if he was alone, his speed would be much slower. So, for Guizhou, the proposal of dividing the harvest equally was a bit of a loss, so of course Yang Kai wouldn't object. Over there. Yang Kai confirmed the source of the medicinal fragrance before suddenly pointing in a certain direction. As soon as he said so, he rushed over with Guizhou following closely behind. A dozen breaths later, the two of them arrived in front of a fruit tree that was only about half the height of a person. The branches and leaves on the fruit tree were not dense, and were even somewhat sparse. There were only a few scattered conical leaves, and the branches of the fruit tree also seemed to be too weak to withstand the wind. On the branches of this fruit tree, for maroon fruits the size of a baby's fist hung neatly. The fruits shone with light, and the skin of the fruit was crystal clear. One could see the sweet flesh inside, and it was enough to make one's appetite wet at a glance. An inexplicable aura lingered around these 4 fruits, as if they were emitting it from their own bodies. Guizhou's whole body was wrapped in black qi, but his eyes seemed to shine brightly as they shone brightly. At a glance, he could tell that these 4 fruits were extraordinary. These were definitely spirit fruits that would greatly enhance his strength. Divine Nirvana fruit. Yang Kai had been observing this fruit for a long time, and at the same time, his knowledge of the various spirit grasses and medicines he had mastered in his mind. After a while, he finally confirmed what these fruits were and could not help muttering to himself. These are divine Nirvana fruits? Guizhou raised his brow and asked in surprise, the kind of spirit fruit that can be used to refine the great Nirvana pill? He had obviously heard of the divine Nirvana fruit before and knew what kind of pill it could be used to refine. Chapter 1775. And there's no mistake. This is definitely the divine Nirvana fruit. Yang Kai grinned. Between heaven and earth, all kinds of spirit flowers and grasses, as long as their names contain the word holy or Tao, are precious treasures. When they grow, they attract the world principles around them, making their growth extremely difficult. If the conditions are not met, they will wither and die. But once they mature, they will contain a trace of principal strength, so whether they are swallowed directly or refined into pills, they are of great use to origin kings. Senior, our luck isn't bad. Boy, you know a lot about spirit medicines. Guizhu was in a good mood and glanced at Yang Kai with surprise. I know a little, Yang Kai chuckled. And there are exactly 4 of them. As we agreed just now, you and I will each take half. Guizhu said as he reached out to grab the divine nirvana fruit that was close to him. Wait! Yang Kai hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong? Guizhu looked at him suspiciously. Senior, although collecting the divine nirvana fruit like this isn't a big problem, if you don't properly store it, the loss of its medicinal efficacies will be serious, Yang Kai reminded. How should I store it then? Guizhu asked humbly. He knew that some rare flowers and grasses needed to be preserved in special ways to prevent their medicinal efficacies from dissipating. The divine nirvana fruit was extremely valuable, so the loss of its medicinal efficacies was an unimaginable loss. Listening to Yang Kai's tone, he obviously knew how to preserve it. So Guizhu naturally had to ask. It's simple. Just put it in a metal attribute box. Yang Kai smiled and explained. Senior, look, the area where the divine nirvana fruit grows is filled with a rich metal attribute aura. If my guess is correct, there should be a mineral load below this fruit tree, and the divine nirvana fruit tree is dependent on this mineral load to grow. According to its growth habits, we just need to find the right medicine. So that's how it is. Guizhu gently nodded. Among the 5 elements, metal suppressed wood, so it was reasonable to use a metal attribute box to store the divine nirvana fruit. It was just that this fruit tree actually grew on top of an vein, which was somewhat inconceivable. Guizhu naturally didn't care about this and simply took out a crimson metal box from his space ring before turning to Yang Kai and asking, Is there any problem with this thing? A box made of dark gold? Senior actually has such a good item. Of course there's no problem. If you place the divine nirvana fruit inside, even after 1,000 years, its medicinal efficacy won't fade. Yang Kai nodded. If that's the case, then this old man won't hold back. Guizhu laughed heartily as he picked up the 2 divine nirvana fruits and carefully placed them into his netherworld gold box. Take good care of it. Yang Kai also picked up the remaining 2 divine nirvana fruits. Although he didn't have a treasure like the netherworld gold box, as an alchemist, he was naturally equipped with a variety of containers for storing herbs. Naturally, he didn't lack metal attribute containers. After splitting the 4 divine nirvana fruits, the 2 of them excitedly set off again while avoiding the spatial cracks around them. At the same time, they searched for ancient spirit medicines scattered throughout this medicine valley. This medicine valley was extremely huge, and no one knew exactly how large it was. In any case, after Yang Kai and Guizhu rushed in, they hadn't seen anyone else, so they had no idea where they had gone. Moreover, it was extremely convenient to search for spirit medicines in this place because the spirit medicines here were all extremely old and constantly exuded medicinal fragrances. As long as one followed the source of these fragrances, they would be able to find something. Half an hour later, the 2 of them once again used this characteristic to find a palm-sized spirit mushroom. This spirit mushroom grew in a crack in the rocks and was extremely difficult to find. If it weren't for the rich medicinal fragrance, the 2 of them would have missed it. Demon melting mushroom. Now, without Yang Kai's reminder, Guizhu recognized the name of this spirit medicine and couldn't help feeling excited. This is actually a demon melting mushroom. Hehehe, this old master's luck is really good. Congratulations, senior. This demon melting mushroom seems to be at least 2,000 years old. If it was used to refine a demon-suppressing pill, I estimate that even origin kings would fight over it. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said with a smile. Guizhu glanced at Yang Kai and said, Good. This thing is of great use to this old master, so this old master will take it first. If we find anything else later, no matter what it is, you'll get an extra share. Young boy, is that all right with you? Naturally, Yang Kai replied straightforwardly. The main role of the demon melting mushroom was to resolve heart demons. When a cultivator was cultivating or breaking through, heart demons would occasionally appear. These heart demons were the negative shadows that lurked in everyone's heart. Seeing the strong bully the weak and not pulling out a blade to help out of fear could become a heart demon. Being bullied and not being able to take revenge could become a heart demon. The death of one's beloved and the depression in one's heart could also become a heart demon. Heart demons was a general term that encompassed the various flaws and negative emotions in a cultivator's heart. They were extremely harmful. Normally, heart demons wouldn't have much of an impact on a cultivator, but as a cultivator's strength increased, the degree of harm from heart demons would also increase, especially when breaking through. The power of heart demons would be infinitely magnified, and once they couldn't be suppressed, the breakthrough would fail. In the best-case scenario, one's cultivation would fall, and in the worst-case scenario, one would become the demon race and be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, when a high-level cultivator attempted to break through, they would be fully prepared. One of these preparations was to prevent and resolve heart demons. The simplest method was to take some spirit pills. Demon-suppressing pills refined from demon-melting mushrooms were the best pills for suppressing heart demons. Even if they weren't refined into pills, simply taking a piece of demon-melting mushroom in one's mouth would have a miraculous effect when breaking through. Guizhou was now a second-order origin king, so if he wanted to break through to the third-order origin king realm, it would be extremely difficult. Moreover, based on Guizhou's life experience, he had yet to exact his revenge and was cultivating a demonic art, so the power of his heart demons was definitely not small. In this world, only the demon-melting mushroom could suppress the heart demons in his heart. That was why he made such a proposal. Of course, Yang Kai wouldn't refuse. Guizhou treated the demon-melting mushroom as a treasure, but Yang Kai didn't care much. In High Heaven Sect's Ascending Dragon Temple, there was a supreme treasure like the 10,000-year incense. The function of this 10,000-year incense was to resolve heart demons, and its effect was even stronger than that of the demon-suppressing pill. In other words, the demon-melting mushroom was useless to Yang Kai. "This old master will remember this favor," Guizhou said solemnly. Guizhou said solemnly before harvesting the demon-melting mushroom. While doing so, he consulted Yang Kai and asked if the demon-melting mushroom needed to be preserved using any special methods. After learning that it wasn't necessary, he began harvesting it. While Guizhou was harvesting the demon-melting mushroom, Yang Kai, who had been standing nearby, suddenly changed his expression and whispered, "Senior, do you hear something?" Guizhou was startled and listened carefully. A moment later, both he and Yang Kai's faces changed drastically as they both shouted, "Not good! The seven-colored radiant light! The sound of breathing came from somewhere in the distance, and along with this strange movement, the Medicine Valley shook slightly. Looking around, in the direction of the sound source, a seven-colored light spread out like a tide and covered the entire Medicine Valley, just as it had just retreated. "Where are the void cracks?" Guizhou immediately looked at Yang Kai and asked nervously. There were originally countless void cracks nearby, but now none were visible. In desperation, Guizhou could only pin his hopes on Yang Kai. The seven-colored radiant light was the aura of the seven-colored radiant peacock divine bird. It was capable of eroding one's soul, corroding one's physique, and ignoring all defenses. Even Guizhou was not confident he could resist the seven-colored radiant light. The only way to avoid it was to rely on the void cracks here. Over here. Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic, seemingly having a card up his sleeve as he beckoned to Guizhou and quickly shot towards a certain spot in the sky. Guizhou's figure flickered as he transformed into a streak of black light and followed closely behind. A moment later, the two stood motionless somewhere in the void. Are there really void cracks here? Guizhou looked around and saw the seven-colored radiant light from the depths of the Medicine Valley getting closer and closer, about to completely cover this place, causing him to panic. Naturally there are. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Senior doesn't need to be nervous. Junior won't play around with his life. And this void crack is quite big, about this long. Yang Kai gestured as he spoke. Seeing him speak so confidently, Guizhou felt a little relieved. At that moment, the seven-colored radiant light swept over. Although he had received Yang Kai's assurance, watching the terrifying seven-colored radiant light approach him still caused Guizhou to break out in a cold sweat. Since breaking through to the Origin King realm, he had not felt such fear for a long time. Without making a sound, the seven-colored radiant light swept past the place where the two were standing and quickly filled the entire Medicine Valley. Where Yang Kai and Guizhu were standing, there was a narrow strip of land about 5 meters in length that was not filled by the seven-colored radiant light. The terrifying seven-colored radiant light seemed to rush into a bottomless abyss in front of the strip of land and disappear, leaving behind a safe space behind. Guizhu breathed a long sigh of relief and finally relaxed. Yang Kai was right, there was indeed a void crack here. Even though he was so close before, he had not been able to detect it. But now, the seven-colored radiant light had outlined its existence. Whether it was its shape or size, it was exactly the same as Yang Kai's. Looking at Yang Kai beside him, Guizhu's gaze became slightly complicated. He had studied the Tao of space before and knew how difficult it was to cultivate. He had stayed on the floating continent for 2,000 years and had not even been able to reach the threshold. But Yang Kai was able to achieve such amazing accomplishments in this territory. Comparing the two, Guizhu felt that his own aptitude was simply unsightly. Moreover, when he met Yang Kai, he was only a first-order saint, but now he was already a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. This cultivation speed was so fast that it was likely few in the entire star territory could match him. This little brat will definitely become the most dazzling new star in future star territory, Guizhu thought to himself. Chapter 1776. That's right, young boy. While waiting for the seven-colored radiant light to return, Guizhu suddenly asked, "This old master noticed that you seem to have studied pills quite a bit. Could it be you also know alchemy?" Although the two of them had only harvested the divine nirvana fruit and demon-melting mushroom so far, Yang Kai was always able to describe the spirit pills these two herbs could be used to refine, and he also knew how to preserve them in detail. This made it easy for Guizhu to connect the dots. Yes, Yang Kai nodded, not trying to deny it. Oh, Guizhu looked at Yang Kai in surprise. In just 30 to 40 years, you being able to grow from the Saint Realm to the third-order origin returning realm is already enough to surprise this old master, but you still have time to study alchemy? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to master it? Yang Kai chuckled and replied, "My original intention in studying alchemy is to assist my cultivation. I have never given up on my pursuit of the martial Tao." Good. Guizhu nodded in approval. Ghost looked at him approvingly. The Tao of alchemy, artifact refining, and array formation, although its power is unfathomable, compared to the Tao of martial arts, there is always a little bit of difference. As a cultivator of my generation, the pursuit of the martial Tao is naturally the most important task, and the rest can only be used as support. Guizhu spoke earnestly, so Yang Kai naturally nodded. But that being said, if you can achieve something in these three territories, it will still be a great achievement. Guizhu was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude and smiled slightly before asking curiously, "Tell this old master, what kind of pills can you refine now?" Hearing this question, Yang Kai thought about it seriously. Finally, he said solemnly, "Since Senior has asked, this Junior will not conceal it. And this Junior is now an Origin King grade alchemist and can refine Origin King grade spirit pills." As soon as these words fell, Guizhu's body shook and he stared blankly at Yang Kai, unable to speak for a long time. "Senior." Yang Kai laughed dryly. Guizhu's reaction was within his expectations. After all, how many Origin King grade alchemists were there in the entire star territory? Which one of those alchemists wasn't famous throughout the world? Which one of them didn't have white hair? At Yang Kai's age, it was simply impossible for him to become an Origin grade alchemist. Guizhu was silent for a while before taking a deep breath and asking in a trembling voice, "Are you joking?" He thought that Yang Kai was just teasing him. She had been staring at Yang Kai just now. He also wanted to observe the changes in his expression. However, he didn't see any trace of a joke on Yang Kai's face. He immediately realized that Yang Kai's words might be true. "No!" Yang Kai shook his head. "You're really an Origin King grade alchemist?" Guizhu exclaimed in surprise. He immediately turned his head and looked around, as if he was afraid that his voice would be heard by others. How could this junior joke about this kind of thing? And although I have only refined a few Origin King grade spirit pills, I have still refined some. According to the classification of alchemists in the Star Territory, this junior should be an Origin King-grade alchemist. Guizhu sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Just how old was Yang Kai? Not only was his cultivation so high, but he had also reached the Origin King grade in the alchemic way. How did he do it? Even if he didn't rest or sleep all these years, it would still be impossible. Unless he could split into several dozen clones to cultivate together, it would be impossible for him to achieve such a feat. Guizhu couldn't figure it out. There are only a few people who know that I am an Origin King grade alchemist. Besides the women around me, only Senior knows, so I hope Senior can keep it a secret for me, Yang Kai said with a grin. He had concealed his identity as an alchemist before because his strength was insufficient and he was afraid of being targeted by others. But now, with the improvement of his strength, the exposure of his identity as an alchemist would not only not bring him any trouble, it might even bring him huge benefits. As such, Yang Kai did not intend to hide it any longer. Hearing this, Guizhu breathed a sigh of relief and said in a dignified voice, "This old master knows his strength so naturally, he won't go around announcing it. What's more, this old master doesn't know anyone. So how could he do such a senseless thing? But, boy, why are you telling this old master the truth? Aren't you afraid this old master will be disloyal to you? You should know how attractive an Origin King-grade alchemist is to people like me. If I can capture such an alchemist to refine pills for me, improving my strength will naturally be a cinch." Haha, Senior isn't such a person. Yang Kai touched his nose. If I didn't trust Senior, I wouldn't have told you the truth. Besides, between offending an Origin King-grade alchemist and befriending an Origin King-grade alchemist, which is better and which is worse, Senior must be very clear in his heart. Even if you capture me, I must be willing to refine pills for you. What if there is some kind of poison hidden in the pills I refine? Saying so, Yang Kai winked at Guizhu. He had chosen to tell the truth to Guizhu after careful consideration, not on a whim. Guizhu stared at Yang Kai deeply for a while, before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha! This old master is deeply honored. I never expected that the little brat this old master would not only have such great cultivation but also become an Origin King-grade alchemist. If such a thing were to spread, this old master's face would be filled with glory." "Senior's praise is too much," Yang Kai said modestly. "So, the great Nirvana pill and demon-suppressing pill you mentioned before can both be refined?" Guizhu asked nervously, his mood surging. The great Nirvana pill could help him improve his cultivation while the demon-suppressing pill could suppress his heart demons. Both were of great use to him. His original plan was to go out and find the few remaining Origin King-grade alchemists in the Star Territory and ask them to help him refine these pills. However, this would undoubtedly come at a huge price, and he might have to wait many years before he had a chance. After all, which alchemy grandmaster did not have a full schedule? It wasn't as if he could ask them to refine pills just by taking these materials and paying them. This would depend on the other party's schedule. Guizhu, who had no way out, was a stranger to this kind of thing, but he had some common sense. With his identity and cultivation, he might have to agree to some harsh conditions, such as helping an alchemy grandmaster kill someone or taking some risks, before he could ask them to take action. In short, the price of asking these grandmasters to take action was something even an Origin King realm master might not necessarily be able to afford. But now, there was an Origin King-grade alchemist in front of him who had a deep friendship with him. Guizhu almost cried out in joy. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, rejoicing that he had not killed Yang Kai back then, rejoicing that Yang Kai had saved his life and forming a friendship with him, and even more rejoicing that he had taken care of Yang Kai in the severed world. Guizhu felt that befriending Yang Kai was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. The Great Nirvana pill and the demon-suppressing pill are both Origin King-grade spirit pills, so it won't be easy to refine them, but as long as the other materials are gathered, it should be possible to try. Yang Kai thought about it carefully before nodding and replying. "What's the success rate?" Guizhu asked hurriedly. "At least 60%. 60%. Guizhu sucked in a cold breath as he realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai. Refining an Origin King grade spirit pill was extremely difficult, and the failure rate was surprisingly high. Even the few remaining grandmasters did not dare boast a 60% success rate. Yang Kai was not the kind of person who spoke without thinking. This was something Guizhou could see. This little brat had a steady temperament and would not easily say things he was not certain of. If he said 60%, then it was definitely 60%. But Yang Kai suddenly laughed. But what? Guizhou's heart clenched. If Senior wants to refine the Great Nirvana pill and the demon-suppressing pill, this junior can recommend another person. Her attainments in alchemy are much more exquisite than this junior's, so if she is the one to refine them, the success rate will be higher. See? Guizhou gasped as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. You know another Origin King grade alchemist? Right, you should have had someone to teach you alchemy. Could it be your honored master? As Guizhou spoke, his eyes flashed brilliantly. Yang Kai's honored master was definitely an Origin King grade alchemist, and one who was definitely more powerful than Yang Kai. This kind of person definitely needed to be made friends with. As long as he could establish a relationship with such a person, he would definitely be able to ask him to refine pills for him in the future. How could he be afraid of not receiving benefits? Guizhou had secretly made up his mind that after this trip to the Severed World, he would definitely visit Yang Kai's honored master. How many Origin King grade masters wanted to meet such an alchemy grandmaster but had no way to do so? Guizhou had not expected to have the opportunity to meet two of them. Guizhou's heart almost bloomed with joy. No. Yang Kai shook his head. The person I'm talking about is my senior sister. He was naturally referring to Xianing Chong. Although when Xianing Chong was brought out from Tongxian realm, her attainments in alchemy were not as good as Yang Kai's. Many years had passed since then. In High Heaven sect, there were countless herbs to practice with, and the true alchemy enlightenment scripture had been passed to Xianing Chong. With his little senior sister's special constitution and comprehension ability in alchemy, Yang Kai was confident that her alchemy skills had definitely surpassed his own. Your senior sister is also an Origin King grade alchemist? Guizhou was shocked. Good heavens! This family of three actually has 3 alchemy grandmasters. Just how heaven-defying is that? Guizhou could hardly imagine what kind of sect this was, to have 3 Origin King grade alchemists at its helm. With such masters, wouldn't the disciples of this sect have no shortage of pills? If this news were to spread, Guizhou was certain that the entire territory of Tongxian realm would be in turmoil. Behemoths like Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union would definitely send people to win over Yang Kai's sect. After all, even these 3 great forces did not all have Origin King grade alchemy grandmasters. Among these 3, only Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and Purple Star each had 1, while Sword Union had none. Chapter 1777. Little senior sister is indeed an Origin King grade alchemist. Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Yang Kai. Guizhou suddenly took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. Which cultivation star is your sect located on? Is your sect still recruiting? Do you need an elder with a high cultivation? And an honored guest is also fine. If that's not enough, you can just accept some empty title. Guizhou was completely unable to remain calm. Although he had always been alone and carefree, only he knew the bitterness of his life. For example, when he wanted to refine a certain pill, there was no one he could ask for help. Another example was when he wanted to enter retreat to cultivate a certain secret technique, no one could guard it for him. Even the materials he needed for his cultivation had to be personally sought out. All these trivial matters wasted a lot of his time. But the Origin Kings of great forces were different. They had high status, and if there was anything they needed to do, all they needed to do was issue an order and countless disciples would rush to complete it for them. All these Origin Kings needed to do was cultivate in peace. So sometimes, Guizhou was quite envious of the Origin Kings of great forces. However, if he was really asked to join a great force, he would definitely not be willing. After all, he was not willing to be restrained by others, nor did he want to tie himself to any great force. But if it was Yang Kai's sect, it was completely different. This sect had 3 Origin King-grade alchemy grandmasters. This alone was a fatal attraction to Guizhou. Moreover, he found Yang Kai pleasing to the eye. His relationship with Yang Kai was quite good, so he did not feel any sense of rejection towards the sect Yang Kai belonged to. Seeing Guizhou's eagerness, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He did not expect that Guizhou would suddenly have thoughts of joining High Heaven sect, but after thinking about it, it made sense. With his and Xiaoning Chang's identities as Origin King-grade alchemy grandmasters, it was not too difficult for them to win over an Origin King to join High Heaven sect. However, Yang Kai was not too keen on this kind of thing. Origin King Realm Masters. High Heaven sect did not have one now. But that didn't mean it wouldn't happen in the future. Yi Shiyun was already a quasi-Origin King, and she was bound to break through to the Origin King realm in the future. All she lacked was an opportunity. However, if Guizhou wanted to join, it wasn't impossible. After getting along with each other for a period of time, Yang Kai also saw that Guizhou wasn't as sinister and vicious as he appeared on the surface. His aura was ghostly. It was only because of the cultivation method that he cultivated. His thoughts drifted. Yang Kai grinned. Junior sect is called High Heaven sect on Shadowed Star. It's High Heaven sect's sect master. Yang Kai briefly explained the situation of High Heaven sect to Guizhou. When he heard that High Heaven sect was actually founded by Yang Kai himself, Guizhou could not help feeling great admiration. After learning that there was not a single Origin King in High Heaven sect, and that there was only one First-Order Origin King who had just broken through on Shadowed Star, Guizhou was even more overjoyed. He had thought that a force with several Origin King-grade alchemy grandmasters would not be weak, perhaps even having many Origin King realm masters. If that was the case, him joining would only be icing on the cake, but now it seemed that if he really joined, he would directly become the strongest master in High Heaven sect and even on Shadowed Star. His identity and status were completely different from what he had expected before. This was a supreme existence. As such, Guizhou became even more enthusiastic and couldn't wait to ask, Yang Kai, this old master has been alone all his life. After leaving the floating continent, this old master didn't have a place to settle down. How about this old master go to your High Heaven sect? This old master doesn't have any requests. Just the title of Honored Guest Elder will allow this old master to enjoy the care of an Origin King-grade alchemist and occasionally refine a few spirit pills for this old master. Heh. His words were very direct and honest. Yang Kai laughed. If a character like Senior wants to join High Heaven sect, how could this junior refuse? So it's settled then? Guizhou's eyes lit up. Although he knew that Yang Kai would probably not refuse him, when he heard Yang Kai agree, Guizhou was still very happy. This way, he would be able to get close to an Origin King-grade alchemist. In the future, as long as he could find the necessary herbs, he wouldn't need to worry about not having someone to help him refine pills. Wouldn't it be simple to improve his strength? Guizhou could already imagine the future. He would definitely be able to break through to the peak of the Third-Order Origin King realm in his lifetime and stand at the top of Shadowed Star's territory. It's settled then. Yang Kai nodded happily, but I'm afraid this Honored Guest Elder position doesn't quite match Senior's identity. How about Supreme Elder? Guizhou's body shook as he stared deeply at Yang Kai, unable to calm his heart for a long time. Although he had never joined any great force, he knew the difference between an Honored Guest Elder and a Supreme Elder. Although Honored Guest Elders were also worshipped by the sect, it was only in name and had no real power. Supreme Elders were different. Supreme Elders were existences with real power, and strictly speaking, their authority was extremely great, only second to that of the sect master. In some great forces, Supreme Elders were supreme existences who could easily mobilize the sect's materials and disciples. Their words were absolute orders and disciples had to follow them even if they had to go through water and tread on fire. However, being an Honored Guest Elder also had its benefits. When the sect encountered an unresolvable danger, Honored Guest Elders could choose to help or not depending on their own situation, giving them a high degree of freedom. On the other hand, Supreme Elders had to advance or retreat with the sect, living or dying together. Generally, only the person with the highest seniority in the sect had the qualifications to assume the position of Grand Elder. Guizhu hadn't expected that Yang Kai would directly give him the title of Supreme Elder. Although the risks he would have to take were greater, the benefits and treatment he would receive were far better. Young boy, since you treat this old master with courtesy, this old master will naturally treat you with sincerity. And whatever this old master says now is nothing but empty words. Please wait and see. This old master will make sure your sect's disciples willingly accept his position as Supreme Elder. Guizhu quickly declared. He was an old man, but Yang Kai's words had caused his blood to boil, causing him to speak such bold words. Senior is too serious. Since this junior has appointed you as Supreme Elder, naturally he won't doubt you. Yang Kai chuckled. You're still calling me senior? Guizhu asked with a grin. And junior greets Supreme Elder. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. Sect master is too polite. Guizhu also returned the courtesy. From now on, this old master will be a member of High Heaven Sect. I hope Sect Master will take good care of me. If you have any instructions, please don't hesitate. Saying so, the two looked at each other and burst into laughter, as if the two of them had just done something shameful together. And after this trip to the severed world is over, this old master will accompany you back to the sect, Guizhu said with a yearning look. Guizhu said with a look of yearning. He was very curious about what kind of sect could cultivate a character like Yang Kai. Moreover, since he had chosen to join High Heaven Sect, he naturally wanted to take a look at the sect and see what it was like. That's simple. I'll accompany you when the time comes. This news should indeed be passed back to the sect. Yang Kai nodded. Saying so, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he said, Supreme Elder, I suddenly thought of something. What is it? We should act separately. This way, the scope of our search will be greatly increased and the number of good things we can find will also increase. What do you think? Yang Kai had not proposed this before, mainly because although he had a good relationship with Guizhu, they were not family, so it would not be appropriate for him to make such a suggestion, lest Guizhu misunderstand. But things were different now. Guizhu was now a member of High Heaven Sect, so there was no problem with Yang Kai's suggestion. Guizhu thought about it for a while before saying, If we split up, the scope of our search will indeed be greatly increased and our harvest will also increase. But there are too many void cracks here. Although this old master can find them most of the time, some are too well hidden for this old master to see. Without you by my side, this old master has no confidence. Just like the situation just now, when the 7-colored radiant light struck, if Yang Kai had not found a place to hide, Guizhu would have been swallowed by it. The consequences would have been disastrous. Heh. Since I proposed this, there must be a way for Supreme Elder to find these void cracks. Yang Kai smiled triumphantly, full of confidence. Oh? What method do you have that will allow this old master to find these void cracks? Guizhu asked in surprise. Yang Kai grinned. I can leave a space mark on you, so you can perceive these hidden void cracks. Can you do that? I should be able to, let's try. Yang Kai did not have much certainty. If it were before, he would not have been able to do such a thing, but after swallowing and fusing with the space spiral, his comprehension of the Tao of space had reached a new height, so this proposal was possible. If you can really do it, then it is undoubtedly a good idea. Guizhu nodded. After getting Guizhu's approval, Yang Kai took a deep breath and pushed his space force. Immediately after, he stretched out his finger and space force began to condense into a spiral shape at the tip of his finger. The next moment, Yang Kai gently tapped Guizhu's chest. The spiral of power suddenly erupted and turned into a mark that remained on Guizhu's body. Oh, is this space force? Guizhu whispered in surprise. Even though he was a second-order origin king, he could not help being shocked by the strangeness of space force at this moment. Through the mark on his chest, Guizhu could clearly feel the fluctuations of space force. These fluctuations were constantly spreading out and immediately giving him feedback on the situation around him. There were a few places where the feedback was different from the others. Guizhu looked towards these places and was surprised to find that there were void cracks in them, One of these places was the hidden void crack around him and Yang Kai. Before this, Guizhu had been unable to discover this void crack and could only infer its shape from the seven-colored radiant light, but now he could clearly perceive it. It was as if some kind of special perception had been unlocked. Chapter 1778. Is it useful? Yang Kai asked, although he felt that his idea should be correct, using the fluctuations of Space Force to sense the existence of space cracks. In the end, this was a secret technique he had used on others, so he wasn't completely sure it would work. It's useful, very useful. Guizhu nodded heavily. This old master can now sense the existence of all the space cracks. There are 3 hidden space cracks nearby, right? And Yang Kai nodded and smiled. It seems that my idea was correct. Good, now that this old master's problem has been solved. But, are you sure you'll be fine by yourself? Guizhu asked worriedly. Most of the people who entered here were Origin Kings, and although Shui Yu and Zidong were Origin returning Realm Masters, they were definitely following An Aiguang and Zilong. If Yang Kai was alone, acting here would definitely be risky, and if he encountered some kind of master, he would definitely be attacked. This made Guizhu a little uneasy. No problem. Yang Kai grinned. Supreme Elder. Don't forget what kind of power I am proficient in. There are so many space cracks here. It's simply a place tailor-made for me. If I really encounter some idiot, even if I can't beat them, I can still run away. Hearing what he said, Guizhu also nodded. Good. Since that's the case, we'll act separately, but we still can't act carelessly. I'll leave something on you, and as long as you and I are within 1,000 kilometers of each other, use it and I'll be able to sense your location. I'll rush to your side as soon as possible. Saying so, Guizhu waved his hand and summoned his 10,000 soul banner before reaching into it and grabbing. The next moment, Ain soul roared fiercely. It was pulled out by Guizhu. This Ain soul looked extremely terrifying and had clear facial features. It also exuded an extremely powerful aura, one that was no weaker than a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. This is a co-soul from this old master's 10,000 soul banner. It's connected to this old master's soul, so I'll leave it to you for now. Guizhu stretched out his hand and placed this co-soul on Yang Kai's shoulder. The next moment, Yang Kai felt a chill coming from his shoulder, but it did not affect him much. He silently sensed for a moment and confirmed that the co-soul was indeed in his body. Yang Kai nodded gently, indicating that everything was in order. Next, they naturally had to wait for the 7-colored radiant light to recede so that they could move freely. When the light of the treasure covered the valley, no one could move. They could only rely on the existence of the spatial cracks to hide. Yang Kai secretly calculated the time. Finally, at a certain moment, a shocking inhalation came from the depths of the mountain valley. Accompanied by the slight tremor of the Medicine Valley, the 7-colored radiant light covering the Medicine Valley receded like a tide. Sect Master, be careful, Guizhu cautioned. Yang Kai nodded and immediately flew off in different directions with Guizhu. After separating from Guizhu, Yang Kai's speed became much faster, even though he had been following Guizhu before. Although Guizhu were safe, Yang Kai needed to constantly remind Guizhu to change directions, so there was a slight delay. However, if he was alone, he did not need to worry about this at all. In the Medicine Valley, medicinal fragrances filled the air, so it was actually very simple to find precious treasures. Following the source of these medicinal fragrances would always lead to gains. The only thing Yang Kai needed to worry about was the existence of the void cracks and the 7-colored radiant light. However, Yang Kai estimated that the 7-colored radiant light that had just retreated would not return for a while. So Yang Kai felt relieved and began to act boldly. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai squatted down happily under the roots of a towering tree and placed a ginseng-like spirit medicine in front of him into his bag. This spirit medicine did not look much different from ordinary ginseng. The only difference was that it was covered in fluorescent light, making it look like a miniature star. Red Star Ginseng, this is really a good place. Yang Kai sighed. Now, all the spirit herbs he obtained were Origin King grade treasures, and all of them had long since gone extinct. If they were used to refine Origin King grade spirit pills, they would definitely be enough to make Origin King realm masters go green with envy. Yang Kai was about to break through to the next realm, so he would need some pills to cultivate in the future. This trip to the Severed World had provided him with such a rare opportunity to collect herbs, so of course, Yang Kai would spare no effort. After another half stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai was already 300 kilometers away. He frowned as he looked at the spirit grass in front of him and the scattered soil around it, secretly cursing himself for being too late. The spirit medicines that grew in this place had already been harvested by someone else. The only spirit grass left behind had just grown and was not mature enough, so even if it was harvested, it would be useless. It seemed that the cultivator who had come here before had not killed the goose that laid the golden eggs. This person had simply taken away the mature spirit grass and left behind this seedling, leaving behind an opportunity for future generations. Yang Kai did not know who this person was though, so he slowly shook his head and did not think too much about it, continuing to follow the medicinal fragrance. Time passed by, and after another stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai finally had some gains. Although the spirit medicines he collected were not as good as the divine nirvana fruit or the demon melting mushroom, they were still priceless treasures. It should be almost time, right? Yang Kai muttered to himself. According to his previous estimate, the interval between each breath of the 7-colored radiant peacock was about half an hour. If this calculation was correct, then the 7-colored radiant light would soon cover the mountain valley again. However, Yang Kai did not know if his guess was correct as it still needed to be verified. For the sake of caution, Yang Kai did not dare to act recklessly, instead paying attention to the location of the void cracks while continuing to search. At this moment, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. At this moment, he noticed that there was a life aura about 30 kilometers away rapidly approaching him. Carefully perceiving this aura, Yang Kai found it to be quite familiar, immediately calling out in surprise, "Huh! Why is it her?" Thinking so, Yang Kai had no intention of evading and instead moved in the direction of the approaching person. A moment later, he finally saw a figure not far in front of him. Yang Kai called out, "Senior Luo." Luo Lan had also discovered Yang Kai's tracks long ago, so she had come straight here. After all, in order to investigate the surrounding void cracks, she was constantly releasing her divine sense. Luo Lan pursed her lips and smiled, increasing her speed greatly. "Wait!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Luo Lan immediately stopped and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Is there a void crack in front of me?" Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, if you take another 5 steps forward, you'll touch it." Luo Lan's pretty face paled as she couldn't help feeling some lingering fear, turning her eyes towards a certain spot in the void. "It's here, right? And you just need to circle around from both sides," Yang Kai instructed. Luo Lan moved cautiously, circling around in a large circle before arriving beside Yang Kai and saying, "Many thanks. If it weren't for your reminder just now, I'm afraid I would have been beheaded. It's a trivial matter. Senior doesn't need to mention it." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "By the way, why are you here alone?" Luo Lan looked at Yang Kai and asked curiously. She had clearly seen Yang Kai enter the Medicine Valley with Guizhu before, but now, Guizhu was nowhere to be seen. "That's what I wanted to ask," Yang Kai chuckled. "I acted separately from Senior Guizhu so that everyone could reap some benefits, but Senior Luo, why aren't you with Senior and I?" "It's the same," Luo Lan smiled. Luo Lan said with a smile, "If I follow him, I won't be able to obtain anything good. Rather than that, I might as well take a risk. Although there are some gains, it seems that the reason I haven't had any accidents so far is due to my good luck. If it weren't for Yang Kai's reminder just now, she would have definitely run into that void crack, and the consequences would have been disastrous." Thinking about how she might have passed by countless void cracks without noticing them, Luo Lan broke out in a cold sweat. While the two were talking, another breath came from the depths of the Medicine Valley. Having experienced the same thing before, How could Yang Kai and Luolan not know what to do next? Sure enough, the timing is correct. Yang Kai thought to himself. It seems that his previous inference was correct. Every time the divine bird breathed, the interval between each breath was about half an hour. While he was thinking, Luolan looked around, trying to find a place to hide, but as far as her eyes could see, there were no cracks visible to the naked eye. So in desperation, she could only turn her eyes to Yang Kai. She didn't panic though. After all, there was still a hidden void crack here that she could use to avoid the 7-colored radiant light. It was just that she couldn't find it. Senior, this way. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and quickly beckoned to Luolan before standing behind the void crack. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai's expression became strange. What's wrong? Luolan, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, saw his expression change and quickly asked, "This void?" Yang Kai wore an embarrassed expression. "It seems to be a little small." Small? Luolan was stunned for a moment before quickly realizing what Yang Kai wanted to say. If the void crack was small, there wouldn't be much space for the two of them to hide. If a man and a woman squeezed together, there may be some inevitable physical contact. Thinking so, Luolan's expression also became slightly awkward. Although she was many times older than Yang Kai, she was still a woman, and her appearance was that of a woman in her 30s. It doesn't matter. It's just for a while. Saying so, she moved closer to Yang Kai, and for a moment, the distance between them was less than a meter. Looking around, she pointed to Yang Kai and asked, "Can I stand here?" Yang Kai shook his head. Luolan gave a hollow laugh, realizing that this void crack might really be very small. At that moment, the 7-colored radiant light quickly struck again, covering the entire Medicine Valley. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived behind Yang Kai, passed through the void crack, and pushed forward like an angry horse. Chapter 1779. Senior, your position is still very dangerous. Please forgive me, Yang Kai suddenly said in a deep voice before reaching out, grabbing Luolan's waist and dragging her into his arms. Caught off guard, Luolan had no time to resist and fell into Yang Kai's arms. "Ah!" she exclaimed as her brow furrowed subconsciously, and she pushed her Saint Chi fiercely. "Senior, check your back," Yang Kai said quickly before Luolan could take action in anger. Luolan was startled and quickly released her divine sense to investigate the situation behind her. After a quick glance, her beautiful face couldn't help paling. Less than an inch behind her, the 7-colored radiant light was flowing past, leaving only a small space. If Yang Kai hadn't pulled her back just now, half of her body would have been enveloped by the 7-colored radiant light at this moment. With the terrifying power of this light, her fate was easy to imagine. Even at this moment, her position was in imminent danger as the 7-colored radiant light that had spread across the void seemed like it would touch her body at any moment. Shuddering, Luolan finally understood what was going on. She also knew that Yang Kai wasn't deliberately taking advantage of her and had simply been forced to do so. Quickly dispersing her Saint Chi, she said awkwardly, "I'm sorry. I overreacted. It's fine." Yang Kai shook his head and frowned secretly. He was also having a headache right now. Although the hiding space created by the void crack here was just enough to accommodate him and Luolan, the current situation made both of them feel very uncomfortable. The two of them were almost face to face at this moment, their bodies pressed against each other. Yang Kai could clearly feel Luolan's soft breasts pressing against his chest, the amazing elasticity and the two small protrusions on her chest causing him to feel somewhat restless, especially when Luolan spoke. It was almost as if she was breathing in his direction. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this scene, they would likely think that Yang Kai and Luolan were engaged in some kind of shady business, but in fact, both of them were suffering. Yang Kai was a little better. After all, he was a man. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, after calming his mind and clearing his mind of desires, he didn't feel too uncomfortable. He then thought about Su Yan and Xianing Chang in his mind and dispelled all these distracting thoughts. After a while, his expression returned to normal. On the other hand, Luo Lan's face gradually became redder and redder, her fair and slender neck glowing with a dark red light, causing one's imagination to run wild. As Yang Kai hugged her, her delicate body stiffened, but because of her nervousness, she began to tremble. She had never thought about it. This time's encounter had allowed her to have such intimate contact with a junior like Kai Yang. This was something that had never happened before. That sturdy chest, broad arms, and the masculine scent that was so close to her were like a flood and a fierce beast attacking her mind, making it impossible for her to remain calm. Her cheeks burned as if they were on fire. She was certain that her face was extremely red. Blushing like this in front of a junior, Luo Lan was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. She would never come out. When she thought about how the 7-colored radiant light would take at least half an hour to recede, Luo Lan felt like she was sitting on pins and needles and felt uncomfortable all over. She couldn't help twisting her body. "Senior, you don't move around." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He had just dispelled the distracting thoughts in his heart and was able to maintain his composure, but Luo Lan's actions made all his previous efforts go down the drain, especially when he felt the 2 small protrusions pressing against his chest harden. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Luo Lan became even more embarrassed. Luo Lan was so embarrassed that she lowered her head and buried it in her chest. "I'll turn around." After a moment of silence, Luo Lan suddenly suggested softly. The 2 of them facing each other like this was simply too awkward. If she turned around, the situation would be somewhat alleviated. Yang Kai nodded and loosened his grip on Luo Lan's waist. Luo Lan carefully turned around, lest she touch the 7-colored radiant light that was so close to her. After a while, she turned around and faced Yang Kai with her back. Yang Kai immediately found a new problem. When they were facing each other, he could only feel the majesty of Luo Lan's chest, but now he couldn't feel the other party's soft touch and amazing elasticity. But her round buttocks just happened to be pressed against his lower body. Her round buttocks were firm, and the touch was absolutely first class. Luo Lan obviously noticed this too, but after turning around, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning and completely froze in place, not daring to move at will. Time passed by, and the 2 of them felt like years. "Senior," Yang Kai suddenly spoke. "Huh?" Luo Lan was startled and her whole body trembled. In this awkward atmosphere, Yang Kai suddenly speaking really shocked her, especially when Yang Kai's breath brushed against her earlobe as if someone was gently stroking it, making her feel extremely ticklish. "I'll think about it carefully, but I'll leave," Yang Kai said. "Leave?" Luo Lan was stunned. "Where can you go now?" After stabilizing her mind, she understood that Yang Kai's proposal was obviously to protect her purity and reputation, and she couldn't help feeling warm inside. She secretly felt that this little brat was pretty good, not taking advantage of her and instead remaining calm, which was quite commendable. But now that the entire Medicine Valley was covered by the 7-colored radiant light, Yang Kai had nowhere to go. "Into the void crack," Yang Kai replied. "Into the void crack?" Luo Lan was surprised. Although she knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space, she didn't know how profound Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space were, so when she heard Yang Kai say this, her first thought was that it would be dangerous. If they couldn't find a way out after entering, they would definitely be trapped inside. Yang Kai nodded. "This place can accommodate 1 person to hide in, but for 2 it's a bit too crowded. But are you sure you can come out from there?" "I can come out." Yang Kai nodded. He had already traveled through the void once before, so how could he not have confidence in this kind of thing? However, if the place he came out of wasn't the Medicine Valley, but somewhere else in the Severed World, his losses would be huge. The only way was to wait for a while before tearing space and returning to the void. However, Yang Kai didn't want to explain this too much to Luo Lan. After all, the relationship between the 2 of them wasn't very close. Luo Lan was silent for a while before whispering. "In fact, you don't have to take such a risk. We can just stay here for a while and wait for the 7-colored radiant light to dissipate." Since Yang Kai was considering her innocence, She certainly didn't want Yang Kai to take too much risk. Many thanks for Senior's kindness, but I'll be going now. Yang Kai smiled and said before preparing to escape into the void crack, but before he left, he suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, Senior, this junior wants to give you something." "What is it?" Luo Lan asked curiously. As soon as her voice fell, Yang Kai reached out and gently tapped her shoulder. "Good luck, Senior," Yang Kai said before his figure disappeared into the void crack, disappearing in the next moment. The sudden emptiness behind her caused Luo Lan to be slightly absent-minded. But after a moment, she moved back a little to make herself safer. It wasn't until now that she had the time to check what Kai Yang had given her. Using her divine sense to investigate her shoulder, Luo Lan exclaimed, "This is—" She didn't know why, but when she used her divine sense to investigate the place where Yang Kai had just touched, she could clearly feel the surrounding space force fluctuations and perceive the existence of the hidden void cracks around her. She finally understood what kind of gift Yang Kai had given her. With this gift, she could travel unimpeded through the severed world and no longer have to worry about encountering the hidden void cracks. Luo Lan was ecstatic. "Thank you." Although she knew that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to hear her thanks, Luo Lan still thanked him for the sake of peace of mind. This encounter allowed her to thoroughly understand what kind of person Yang Kai was and how much potential he had. No wonder young Master Gu Jian Xian admired Yang Kai so much. It turned out that he had such charm and ability. In the past, Luo Lan's attitude towards Yang Kai had been good because of Gu Jian Xian and because she wanted to borrow his space force, but now, even without these factors, Luo Lan would not underestimate Yang Kai just because his cultivation was not yet at the Origin King realm. This little brat's character was not bad and he had great potential. So befriending him was definitely a good choice. She might need his help in the future. Thinking so, Luo Lan secretly made up her mind that after returning to Azure Tree Star, she would take good care of Yang Kai's palace on Twin Shark Island. Inside the void, Yang Kai stood alone, leaving a space mark on Luo Lan's body so she could perceive the existence of the void cracks was not because Yang Kai was obsessed with her. From the beginning to the end, he had never had any thoughts about Luo Lan. He only felt that as long as Luo Lan was safe and strong, his palace and cross-cultivation star space array on Azure Tree Star would be protected. What's more, leaving behind a space mark was as easy as lifting a finger for him. There was no loss at all. Since that was the case, why not? After entering the void, Yang Kai did not stay in place and instead began searching around. In any case, the 7-colored radiant light would not return for half an hour, so Yang Kai had plenty of time to search for real space spirit crystals in the void. This way, he would not have to waste any time waiting. However, when he went out, he would have to determine his position so he wouldn't accidentally run out of the Medicine Valley. For this reason, Yang Kai deliberately left some traces in the same place to prevent such a thing from happening. If he really couldn't find them, he would return to the place where he and Luo Lan separated. Chapter 1780. Yang Kai searched for space spirit crystals in the void while secretly calculating the passage of time. Feeling that time was almost up, he stopped. Less than half an hour later, Yang Kai also made some gains, but not much, only 5 space spirit crystals that had been nurtured in the void. At this moment, he stopped somewhere in the void, looking forward with a thoughtful expression. While moving through the void, Yang Kai noticed that there were many places in the void where the space force fluctuations were very unstable, giving off strange fluctuations. If he guessed correctly, these unstable places were where the countless void cracks in the severed world were connected to the void. In other words, going out from these unstable places was equivalent to walking out of the void. In order to verify his thoughts, Yang Kai stepped forward directly. The next moment, he left the void and returned to the severed world again. Looking around, there was no 7-colored radiant light around, but behind him, there was a void crack visible to the naked eye that stretched across the sky. He had clearly just walked out of this void crack. Looking at the void crack behind him, Yang Kai nodded secretly. It seemed that his guess was not wrong. In the void crack, all the unstable locations were connected to the void cracks in the severed world. It was just that he did not know if this place was still the Medicine Valley. Yang Kai looked around carefully, and after a while, when he saw the scenery around him clearly, a look of joy appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "My luck is quite good." This place was obviously still within the Medicine Valley, because there was still a variety of medicinal fragrances in the air. Moreover, not far from him, there was a short fruit tree. There were 3 pale yellow fruits hanging from it. This was a place that had not been searched by anyone yet. It was not surprising when he thought about it. The Medicine Valley was extremely large, and there were not many people who entered here, coupled with the interference of the 7-colored radiant light. This greatly reduced the time it took for everyone to search, so at this moment, there must be a large number of precious treasures in the Medicine Valley. Yang Kai stepped forward and arrived in front of the short fruit tree, squatting down and carefully examining it for a moment before raising his brow and grinning. He recognized what kind of spirit fruit this was. It was actually the rumored longevity fruit. This thing was not useful for cultivation, but it could prolong one's life and was extremely effective. Although a cultivator's lifespan would also increase as his strength increased. If there were no accidents, an Origin King Realm Master could live for 3,000 to 4,000 years or even longer, but there was always a limit to a person's lifespan, and when it came to an end, their body would wither. When the power of qi and blood dissipated, he would definitely enter the cycle of reincarnation. Usually, at this time, these experts would start to look for pills that could increase their lifespan. They hoped that they could live longer and make a breakthrough which would increase their lifespan. However, ordinary pills had no effect on these masters. Only Origin King grade spirit pills had an effect on them. Within the star territory, how many Origin King grade spirit pills could increase one's lifespan? How many people could refine it? A pill that could increase the lifespan of an Origin King Realm Master was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. And the longevity fruit in front of him could be refined into longevity pills. A single spirit pill could increase one's lifespan by at least 100 years, although a person could only take 3 pills at most, and the effect would become smaller and smaller. However, if he consumed all 3 of them, it wouldn't be a problem to increase his lifespan by 200 years. 200 years was enough for an Origin King Realm Master to do many things. If they made another breakthrough during these 200 years, their lifespan would be greatly increased again. Could be said that, if a longevity pill was refined and sold to the right person, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Everyone only had one life, who dared not cherish it. Even those Origin Kings who were far from reaching the end of their lifespan would want to keep a longevity pill for emergencies. This was a spirit pill that could be passed down from generation to generation like a family heirloom. Yang Kai thought about all kinds of information about the longevity fruit and longevity pill in his heart as he carefully collected the 3 fruits, ensuring that his harvesting technique would not cause any loss of medicinal efficacies. Only then did he carefully seal them in a wooden box and throw them into his space ring. After obtaining this harvest, Yang Kai was in a good mood and continued to explore the surrounding area. Sure enough, no one came to this area, so in the following time, Yang Kai continued to harvest and earn a lot of spirit stones. Half an hour later, when the 7-colored radiant light struck again, Yang Kai found a nearby void crack and entered it, searching for space spirit crystals in the void. After estimating that it was about time, Yang Kai returned to the Medicine Valley. This process repeated many times. Sure enough, Yang Kai did not waste any time. Not only could he harvest spirit medicines in the Medicine Valley, but he could also collect space spirit crystals from the void crack. Alternating between the two, Yang Kai's harvest was greater than anyone else's. Sure enough, making things convenient for others is also making things convenient for oneself. Yang Kai secretly sighed. At that time, if not for Luolan's reputation, he would not have chosen to enter the void crack to hide. If he had not made such a choice, he would not have found such an efficient way to use his time. It was this unintentional move that allowed him to reap huge rewards for his efforts. Time passed by, and Yang Kai did not know how long he had been in the Medicine Valley. He shuttled back and forth between the void crack and the Medicine Valley, collecting more than 200 space spirit crystals and nearly 100 sets of spirit grasses and herbs. Such a harvest could only be described as terrifying. One had to know that whether it was space spirit crystals or herbs, their value was enormous. What's more, Yang Kai was certain that the others had not gained as much as he had. However, since separating from Luolan, he had not encountered anyone else, which was quite strange to him. At a certain moment, Yang Kai followed a strange medicinal fragrance to his left. Suddenly, his expression changed and his brow furrowed. His divine sense detected the existence of other people nearby, and there was more than one, actually 3 of them. 2 of them were together, and of these 2, one was a second-order origin king while the other was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. The third person was alone. Yang Kai and these 3 people formed a triangle at this moment, all of them approaching in the same direction. Obviously, everyone had been attracted by the medicinal fragrance. Because there were not many people who entered the Medicine Valley, Yang Kai was able to determine who these 3 people were immediately. It was the 2 people who were together. It was easy to identify because among the third-order origin returning realm cultivators, besides himself, only Zidong and Xueyu had such cultivations. However, the other party's aura was not Xueyu's, so it was naturally Zidong. The one leading Zidong was undoubtedly Zilong, the master of Purple Star. This father and son pair must have been inseparable in the Medicine Valley. As for the lone origin king, Yang Kai could infer his identity from his aura, Su Wei. It was the elder from Abandoned Lair who had used the illusionary void butterfly to trick him before. Since Yang Kai could discover them through his divine sense, it was naturally impossible for them to not discover the existence of Yang Kai. As such, the moment they discovered each other, Zilong and Zidong's speed soared, undoubtedly wanting to rush to the source of the medicinal fragrance before Yang Kai and Su Wei did and compete for this unknown treasure. Zilong did this out of confidence in his own strength. A second-order origin king. In the entire Medicine Valley, only Guizhou and Enaiguang were his enemies. Everyone else was nothing in Zilong's eyes, especially a junior like Yang Kai. Zilong felt that he could crush Yang Kai with a single finger. On the other side, Su Wei hesitated for a while before also accelerating forward. Facing the temptation of this precious treasure, he was not prepared to retreat, even if the other party was Zilong, let alone an elder of Abandoned Lair. There was no need for him to pay Zilong any respect as they were already enemies, so he was not afraid of offending him again. As soon as the 2 sides increased their speed, Yang Kai also moved. 3 parties, a total of 4 people, all moved towards the center at an extremely fast speed. Courting death. Zilong thought that with his strength, he would be able to deter Yang Kai and Su Wei, forcing them to turn tail and flee, but he hadn't expected that these 2 would not even try to evade and instead want to compete with him for the spirit herbs. This annoyed Zilong greatly. Zilong felt that he had been underestimated and his face had been damaged. Su Wei was one thing, and although his strength was not as good as Zilong's, he was still an origin king. If Zilong wanted to capture him, he would have to expend quite a bit of effort. In this kind of place, Zilong did not want to waste time with Su Wei. But who did this third-order origin returning realm brat think he was? He actually dared to compete with Zilong for this precious treasure? Did he not know how to write the word death? Father, do you want me to? Zidong's eyes flashed a cold light as he asked in a deep voice. He had long been dissatisfied with Yang Kai. As the young master of Purple Star, the only reason he could enter this place was because Zilong had brought him here. Xueyu was a young talent who could be compared to him, so naturally she was also qualified to set foot here. But who did Yang Kai think he was? Zidong had never seen Yang Kai before, nor had he ever heard of his name. This guy had actually come to this treasure trove just like him and Xueyu. Zidong felt that the grade of this place had been pulled down a lot because of Yang Kai's entry. Entering the same place as an unknown idiot was an insult to him, Zidong. Only by killing this brat could Zidong wash away this humiliation. So, when he noticed the existence of Yang Kai, Zidong was eager to try. He wanted to use his own strength to show Yang Kai that there was a huge gap between him and these geniuses. He wanted to show him that not just anyone could enter the severed world, and that anyone who dared to enter would have to pay the price. He's just a clown, Why bother with him? Zilong coldly snorted. If he dares to appear in front of you, it won't be too late for you to act. Yes. Zidong nodded after hearing this and sneered. I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts. As soon as these words came out, Zidong was stunned again because in his perception, Yang Kai not only did not shrink back because of the hidden dangers ahead, but instead moved faster and faster. Interesting. There really are some reckless fools in this world. Zidong smiled wickedly as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai, seemingly eager for Yang Kai to appear sooner. Chapter 1781. While Zilong and Zidong were talking, Yang Kai had already determined the location of the spirit flower based on the richness of the medicinal fragrance in the surroundings. After all, he had been in this medicine valley for a long time and had collected a lot of herbs, and Yang Kai himself was an alchemist, so he had some experience in this area. His luck was pretty good. The unknown spirit flower was the closest to him, and the territory in front of him was filled with a large number of void cracks. As a result, if Zilong and Su Wei wanted to approach the spirit flower, they would definitely be slowed down by these void cracks, while Yang Kai himself would not be affected. Thinking so, Yang Kai accelerated again. Suddenly, Yang Kai sniffed and a look of surprise appeared on his face. More than one. At this moment, he smelled a different medicinal fragrance. It was mixed with the previous fragrance, making it difficult for him to distinguish between the two. Raising his head, Kai Yang saw that 1,000 feet away, on a small hillside, there were 5 small purple flowers fluttering in the wind. Each flower was about the size of a palm and had 9 petals. An inexplicable charm flowed endlessly from each flower. Behind these flowers, there was a huge spatial crack in the sky. It looked like the mouth of a beast that wanted to devour these 5 strange flowers. This is... Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he recognized what these flowers were. Enlightenment flowers. These were the enlightenment flowers that Guizhu had mentioned before. Guizhu had occasionally passed through this medicine valley before and collected a few enlightenment flowers from its periphery. So he realized how precious this medicine valley was, but because of his scruples, he had not ventured too deep. Even so, Yang Kai was very satisfied with his harvest because enlightenment flowers could help a cultivator comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing them to improve their cultivation. This was especially important for origin kings. When cultivating, holding a petal of an enlightenment flower in one's mouth would definitely have an unexpected effect. Enlightenment flowers had different medicinal efficacies depending on how old they were. A newborn enlightenment flower would only bloom after 300 years. When a flower bloomed, it would only have 3 petals, but after every 100 years, it would add an additional petal until it had 9 petals. 9 was the extreme number. A 9-petal path understanding flower was at least 900 years old. After that, as the medicinal age increased, the number of petals would no longer increase. However, the color of the enlightenment flower would slowly change. From the initial pure white, it would turn dark red and then blood red. Then, it would turn purple. Every transformation took a lot of time, and it was much more difficult than the growth of the petals. The 5 enlightenment flowers in front of him were already faint purple. In other words, the medicinal age of these enlightenment flowers was quite high, at least 3,000 years. The benefits of such a thing to an Origin King Realm Master were simply terrifying. If an Origin King Realm Master could collect all 5 of these enlightenment flowers, they would no longer need to take any pills when cultivating in the future. All they needed to do was suck on a single petal at a critical moment to ensure the steady improvement of their cultivation. Therefore, when Yang Kai discovered these 5 enlightenment flowers, he realized their immense value. The heavenly treasures that he had collected before. Only the 2 divine nirvana fruits could compare with the enlightenment flower in terms of value. The others simply couldn't compare. Yang Kai's heart burned with passion as he prepared to rush over to the enlightenment flowers and snatch them. But just as he was about to move, suddenly, his body tightened and he felt a chill run down his spine. At the same time, from the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a purple light. It was as if a sword had struck him from the left. This purple light contained an indescribable concept, and its power was terrifying to the extreme. This was definitely not an attack that an origin-returning realm master could produce. The one who performed this attack was definitely an origin king, and even among origin kings, this person's strength was definitely not low. Zilong. Yang Kai immediately knew who had attacked him. He had heard from Shuiyu that the secret art Zilong and Zidong cultivated was called the Purple Qi Eternal River Secret Art. This secret art was famous throughout the entire Star Territory and was Zilong's family's secret art. Zilong being able to break through to the second-order origin king realm in his lifetime was entirely because of this secret art. To cultivate this secret art, one had to wake up early every day and absorb the purple qi that was produced when the sun rose from the east. When cultivated to the extreme, this purple qi could transform into rivers and seas that could easily destroy everything within 1,000,000 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, a master like Zilong would be conceited. Even if he had a blood feud with Yang Kai, it was impossible for him to sneak attack such a junior. If Zilong wanted to kill Yang Kai, he would have done so openly and with absolute strength. He was fully capable of such a feat. However, the situation at hand was somewhat different. Zilong had undoubtedly discovered the 5 enlightenment flowers and knew how precious and rare they were. They were the key to his breakthrough to the third-order origin king realm, so how could Zilong remain stubborn? Yang Kai was obviously the closest to the enlightenment flowers, followed by him and Zidong, while Su Wei was still 5,000 meters away. If he did not delay Yang Kai and allow Yang Kai to reach the enlightenment flowers, Zilong would have no choice but to hold back. As such, the moment he discovered the enlightenment flowers and Yang Kai, Zilong did not hesitate and immediately launched a counterattack. Although this was just a casual blow from a second-order origin king, it was still extremely terrifying and definitely not something an ordinary origin-returning realm master could block. After launching this attack, Zilong's speed increased sharply, and he did not even spare a glance at Yang Kai. In his eyes, only the 5 lavender flowers remained, a burning light flashing across them. As for whether Yang Kai lived or died, that was not something Zilong needed to care about. It was just an ant, so why should he care? On the other side, Yang Kai cursed loudly as he flicked his 10 fingers, sending out hundreds of golden blood threads. These golden blood threads intertwined and instantly weaved into a shield that blocked in front of Yang Kai. However, this was not the end. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he pushed his Saint Chi through the shield formed by his golden blood threads and sent out a dozen punches. Asterisk pung 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 pung. Asterisk Saint Chi surged as a violent power sputtered out. The light of the golden blood thread shield suddenly dimmed for a moment before it was shattered and transformed back into a golden blood thread. But the purple light did not diminish in the slightest and continued towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's fists collided with the purple light and fused together. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as his body flew backwards involuntarily, his face slightly pale as he flew through the air. Although he did not suffer any serious injuries, he had suffered a small loss this time. Staring at Zilong, who was rapidly approaching the enlightenment flowers, a look of shock appeared on Yang Kai's face. It was not like he had never fought a second-order origin king before. Luo Hai was a second-order origin king in the past. However, Zilong gave Yang Kai a feeling that he was much stronger than Luo Hai. This person had definitely reached the peak of the second-order origin king realm. Perhaps as long as he had some opportunities, he could break through to the third order. The sect master of Purple Star deserved his reputation. Zilong was also surprised. While flying towards the enlightenment flowers, he turned his head and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai with a look of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai would actually be able to block his attack. Although Yang Kai's appearance was somewhat disheveled, and that was only his last blow, not his full strength, it was still amazing that an origin-returning realm master could accomplish such a feat. This little brat is a bit strange, Zilong thought to himself. Even if Zidong had been the one to resolve his attack just now, he would have been seriously injured at the very least, but Yang Kai was only slightly pale and seemed to be completely fine. Is he even better than my son? When did such a young man appear in Star Territory? What kind of old monster had nurtured this person? In an instant, Many thoughts flashed through Zilong's mind as he stared at Yang Kai with a dignified look. At that moment, a loud exhalation suddenly came from the depths of the Medicine Valley. "Father!" Zidong, who was following behind Zilong, called out in a low voice with a hint of panic in his voice. The seven-colored radiant light was coming. From what he had experienced before, the speed at which the seven-colored radiant light covered the Medicine Valley was terrifying. If he did not find a place to hide in time, he would definitely be enveloped by it. As such, Zidong could not help feeling a little flustered. At this moment, Zilong was less than 1,000 meters away from the Enlightenment Flower, even closer than Yang Kai was to it. The fruit of victory was within his grasp. But even with such a short distance, it was difficult for him to even move. A look of struggle and hesitation flashed across his face, but in the end, he didn't dare to act rashly. Clenching his teeth, he grabbed Zidonglai and found a nearby space crack to hide behind. Not far away, Su Wei, who had been rushing over, also stopped and hid behind a void crack. Yang Kai did the same. Fortunately, there were many void cracks in this territory. Otherwise, the three of them would have had to take the risk of rushing towards the Enlightenment Flower and hiding behind it. For a time, the three of them remained motionless. Their distance from the Enlightenment Flower was almost the same as before, forming a triangle with the Enlightenment Flower in the middle. Silently, the seven-colored radiant light spread across the entire Medicine Valley. The whole world seemed to fall silent at this moment, with only the faint sound of breathing audible. Yang Kai took a deep breath as he swept his cold eyes over the place where Su Wei and Zilong were, sat down cross-legged, and tossed a healing pill into his mouth. Although he had blocked Zilong's attack just now, his Saint Chi was still unstable and he needed to stabilize it first. Fortunately, this was not a big problem. Yang Kai only needed to circulate his Chi a few times before recovering. All that was left was to wait for the medicinal efficacies to dissolve. Zilong's face was extremely gloomy as he stared at the 5 enlightenment flowers with fiery eyes, motionless. Zilong, who was standing behind him, stared at Yang Kai with contempt and disdain, a sneer on his face. As for Su Wei, he was glancing around, as if he was planning something. Chapter 1782. Hehehehe. While the three parties were in a stalemate, Yang Kai suddenly let out a sly laugh. Zilong frowned, turned his eyes towards him, and asked with some displeasure, "Boy, what are you laughing at?" Yang Kai just glanced at him coldly and did not say anything. Zilong narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed across them. A trivial origin returning realm master daring to ignore him. This brat simply didn't know how high the heavens were. Although he was annoyed in his heart, he was still able to endure. On the other hand, Zidong, who was next to him, turned to Yang Kai and shouted, "Boy, didn't you hear my father ask you a question? Are you deaf?" Yang Kai glanced at him, pretended to pick his ears, then stretched out his hand in the direction of Zilong and Zidong and sneered, "Do I have to answer his question? What does he count for? And who do you think you are?" Yang Kai had no grievances with Zilong and Zidong, but just now, Zilong had directly attacked him. If it weren't for his strength, he likely would have suffered a tragic fate. The other party was a second-order origin king, so attacking him was already bullying him, not to mention a sneak attack. This annoyed Yang Kai greatly, and at this moment, Zidong was acting so domineering and arrogant, making him even more disdainful. As such, Yang Kai was not polite at all to this father and son pair. Hearing him speak so rudely, the murderous intent in Zilong's eyes intensified while Zidong laughed in anger. "Good. You've got guts. This young master hasn't met someone with such guts in a long time. Just you wait, in half an hour, this young master will personally take your life." "Zidong, is it?" Yang Kai squinted at him with a disdainful expression. "I don't know if you've ever heard of a saying." "What?" Zidong looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. "A dog that bites doesn't bark. Dogs that bark like you generally don't bite." Kai Yang laughed mischievously. "You're cursing me?" Zidong's face suddenly became cold. His tone became cold. "So what if I scold you?" Laughing heartily, Kai Yang put on a deranged look and winked at him. Waving his hands, he continued to provoke him. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. Come and kill me if you have the guts. You idiot. Zedong Lai's lungs were about to explode. As the young master of Purple Star, his status was extremely high. His cultivation was not bad, so no matter where he went, he would be praised and supported like a moon surrounded by stars. If he did not see eye to eye with someone, he would give an order, and that person would definitely not live to see the sun of the next day. When had he ever been instigated like this and been unable to do anything about it? If it was any other time, he had already rushed over to teach Yang Kai a lesson. But in this damned place, in this medicine valley covered by the 7-colored radiant light, even if he wanted to humiliate Yang Kai, no matter how much he wanted to vent his anger, he could only think about it. He didn't have the ability to pass through the 7-colored radiant light and reach Yang Kai. He had never encountered such a depressing matter before. He only felt extremely vexed. He couldn't wait to rush over and beat Yang Kai to a pulp. Zedong glared at Yang Kai viciously, his eyes blazing with hatred and anger. Idiot! Yang Kai coldly snorted and spat in the direction of Zedong and Zilong, a look of disdain filling his face. Just you wait. Half an hour later, I will let you know the consequences of provoking this young master, Zilong said fiercely. Do you only know how to shout? Yang Kai looked at him disdainfully. Zedong looked angry and seemed to want to say something, but Zilong glared at him and said lightly, Why waste your breath with him? In half an hour he will be a dead man. What's the point of saying so much to a dead man? Zedong's heart clenched as he realized that his father was a little dissatisfied with his performance. Quickly nodding humbly, he no longer wasted his breath on Yang Kai, but the look on his face became even more vicious. Obviously, he was thinking about how to deal with Yang Kai half an hour later to wash away his shame. Ha 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 ha. On the side, Su Wei burst into laughter and clapped his hands. Interesting, interesting, very interesting. Boy, you really are interesting. This old master suddenly found himself very interested in you. He had been standing nearby and watching coldly as Yang Kai unscrupulously offended Zilong and Zedong, acting as if he didn't know the difference between life and death. At the same time, he also felt that there was something wrong with Yang Kai's head. Didn't he know that once the 7-colored radiant light retreated, he would definitely die? Furthermore, judging from his cursing and provocation just now, Zilong definitely wouldn't simply kill him. He would definitely torture him properly. This boy was simply asking for trouble. If he had swallowed his anger and taken the initiative to withdraw when the 7-colored radiant light retreated, he might have been able to save his life. But now, Su Wei looked at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a dead man. How about it, boy, are you interested in joining forces with this old master? Su Wei proposed with a smile. Join forces with you? Yang Kai looked at Su Wei and curled his lips. Not interested. This young master hasn't forgotten how you treated me before. Young man, you should speak with some dignity. Su Wei's face went cold. Yang Kai actually dared to call himself young master in front of him. It was no different from cursing him. Do I need to do that for someone like you? Yang Kai sneered. Seeing Yang Kai and Su Wei actually having some friction, Zedong suddenly smiled. At this moment, he also felt that Yang Kai's brain was a bit abnormal. Of the 3 parties present, he was the weakest, but not only did he not know how to keep a low profile, he even dared to act so arrogantly, offending one party and then the other. This was simply courting death. How did someone with such poor eyesight cultivate to the 3rd order origin returning realm? Elder Su, this little brat seems to be looking down on you? Zedong sneered as he tried to sow discord. Su Wei frowned and ignored Zedong. After all, Zilong's existence made him extremely wary, so he didn't want to play along with Zedong's words, lest he fall into some kind of trap. Moreover, if he wanted to obtain the Enlightenment Flower, his strength alone was absolutely not enough. Although Yang Kai seemed to be mentally unstable, he had just resolved Zilong's attack, so his strength was quite good. Perhaps Su Wei could use this young man's strength to delay Zilong's speed. As long as there was a moment of opportunity, Su Wei could obtain the Enlightenment Flower and immediately escape. He couldn't beat Zilong, but escaping shouldn't be a problem. Fine. This old master won't bother arguing with you. Su Wei waved his hand in a seemingly magnanimous manner before continuing to look at Yang Kai. In fact, this old master doesn't have much enmity with you. It's just that there were some misunderstandings before. Misunderstandings? Yang Kai chuckled. Then this misunderstanding is a bit too big. Su Wei frowned and said with a sincere expression, "Boy, in this place, every man for himself is a very normal thing to do. This old master's previous actions were indeed wrong, but if you want to pursue the matter, this old master can compensate you." He mentioned it casually, but did not specify what kind of compensation he wanted, instead continuing, "But let's not talk about this for now. This old master wants to cooperate with you. What do you think?" "How do we cooperate?" Yang Kai asked casually while dispelling the medicinal efficacies in his body. "Simple, the two of us will join forces and exchange a few moves with this Purple Star's sect master. You should know how precious the Enlightenment Flower is, so if you and I don't join forces, neither of us will be able to obtain the Enlightenment Flower and will only benefit others," Su Wei said solemnly. Yang Kai raised his brow but did not answer immediately, seemingly pondering this. On the other side, Zilong's eyes flashed as he stared at Su Wei faintly and said, "Su Wei, you're being too presumptuous. Do you think you can snatch the Enlightenment Flower from this king's hands by joining forces with this boy?" Su Wei laughed loudly. "Whether I can snatch it or not, I'll have to try to find out. 5 Enlightenment Flowers are right in front of me, and this Su doesn't want to miss it. This is something this Su is willing to risk his life for. In that case, this king will wait and see if you and this boy can achieve what you want," Zilong said indifferently. Zilong's expression was indifferent. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, looking as if he was not affected by external matters. "Boy, have you thought it over?" Su Wei urged Yang Kai. "Look around. There are many spirit flowers and rare grasses here. In addition to the Enlightenment Flower, there is also heavenly infant grass. Do you know what this heavenly infant grass is? It can be used to refine the Origin King pill. If you can obtain it, your chances of breaking through to the Origin King realm in the future will be much higher. There are also a few Seeking Heart orchids over there. These Seeking Heart orchids are good for tempering one's state of mind. You've achieved so much at such a young age, so your state of mind must be unstable. These Seeking Heart orchids are rare treasures for you. If I succeed, I will only ask for 1 path understanding flower. Everything else will belong to you. Do you think I am being sincere enough?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded. "So you've agreed?" Su Wei smiled. Yang Kai shook his head. Su Wei's face sank as he shouted angrily, "Boy, are you playing with me?" Yang Kai just chuckled. "Old dog, do you really think this young master is stupid? Just because you smacked your lips a few times, he became obsessed and let you drive him around? Can't you grow some IQ? I've wasted so many years of my life. I've never seen someone as idiotic as you." Saying so, Yang Kai shook his head and sighed, a bitter look appearing on his face. Being scolded in front of his face, Su Wei's face was gloomy to the extreme and his eyes were spitting fire. Just like Zidong, he could not wait to rush over and beat Yang Kai to a pulp to vent the hatred in his heart. This time, it was Zidong's turn to laugh. "Elder Su, this boy doesn't know the difference between life and death. You shouldn't waste your breath on him. What are you shouting for?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him again and continued spewing venom. "Can't you just shut your mouth and be a dog that bites? You've never learned your lesson. If I were your father, I would have strangled you to death when you were born. Being able to give birth to such a stupid son, it seems your father isn't much better." Chapter 1783. The smile on Zidong's face froze in an instant as his face twitched violently. Even Zilong opened his eyes and stared deeply at Yang Kai. Even though his temperament was quite good, he was still enraged by Yang Kai. If it weren't for the 7-colored radiant light being able to devour even spiritual energy, he would have definitely used his soul skill to turn Yang Kai into a real idiot and shut him up completely. But right now, even if he had any complaints about Yang Kai, he could only endure them as he was unable to do anything to Yang Kai. He believed that Yang Kai had also noticed this, which was why he was acting so unscrupulously. I, Zidong, swear that in a moment, I will let you taste the cruelest torture in the world. Zidong grit his teeth and spat out in a resentful tone. He was really angry right now. He had been humiliated by Yang Kai again and again in front of his father, even implicating his own father. How could he endure this? He had to make Yang Kai pay an extremely painful price in order to resolve the hatred in his heart. I'm so scared. Yang Kai looked at Zidong coldly. But boy, an oath is not something that can be casually made. If you fail to fulfill it, you will suffer the wrath of the heavens. Zidong glared at Yang Kai but did not say a word. He could see that he was not Yang Kai's opponent in a war of words. After all, he had never had such experience before. After being instigated by Yang Kai several times, Zidong could no longer maintain his composure and his face was almost distorted. To the side, Zilong frowned. Zidong was blinded by anger and may not have noticed the insidious nature of Yang Kai's words just now. But as an Origin King Realm Master with rich experience, how could he not understand the implications? Yang Kai's words sounded normal on the surface, as if he was just engaging in a meaningless war of words with Zidong. But if one thought about it carefully, it was extremely vicious. Because once Zidong failed to fulfill his oath, Yang Kai's existence would definitely become his heart demon. Zidong was now in the Third Order Origin Returning Realm and was about to break through to the Origin King Realm. This was an extremely critical and important hurdle. If Zidong's heart demon attacked him while he was breaking through, it would cause a huge disturbance to him, resulting in his failure to break through and his soul dissipating. So when Zilong heard Yang Kai's words, he realized how insidious Yang Kai was. This kid's brain wasn't abnormal at all, so why did he have to challenge his limits again and again even though he was clearly alone? Not only did he offend Zidong but also Su Wei. What was he trying to do? How could he be so confident that he could escape right under Su Wei's and his nose? Although Yang Kai's words, Yang Kai's, Yang's. However, judging from the current situation, this kid absolutely could not be left alive. As long as he lived, he would become a heart demon that interfered with Zidong's breakthrough, so he had to die. Zilong secretly made up his mind that as soon as the seven-colored radiant light retreated, he would use his full strength to cripple Yang Kai and let Zidong fulfill his oath. After crippling Yang Kai, he would then compete with Su Wei for the Enlightenment Flowers. Zilong was confident that with his strength, it would not be difficult to achieve this step. Boy! Su Wei shouted again, his tone impatient. This old master will ask you one last time. Do you want to cooperate with this old master or not? Scram. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in Su Wei's direction with a look of disdain on his face. Who do you think you are? Why would I need to cooperate with you? Good. Su Wei was also angered by Yang Kai. A cold expression appeared on his face as he declared, Then this old master will see how you die. Yang Kai's death was certain. There was no doubt about that. Su Wei believed that he did not need to take action at all as Zilong would not let Yang Kai go. So he was too lazy to try to win Yang Kai over and was prepared to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai chuckled and stood in place, stretching his body. Twisting his neck and shaking his shoulders, Yang Kai made a cracking sound, as if he was talking to himself. He seemed to be talking to Zilong and Su Wei. That's enough. This young master won't waste his breath on you. He looked as if he was ready to go all out. The other three were stunned, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do. But in the next moment, their eyes widened as they stared at Yang Kai's movements in a daze, a look of surprise appearing on their faces. On the other side, Kai Yang actually took a step forward with an indifferent expression on his face. Then he took another step forward, and then another step forward. After 2 steps, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the safe space provided by the void crack behind him. As long as he took another step forward, he would rush into the 7-colored radiant light, making the situation extremely dangerous. What's wrong? Feeling that death is certain, you want to commit suicide? Zidong sneered. He could not think of any other possibility, and although this was unlikely, it was the closest guess he could get to the truth. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at him but didn't pay any attention to him, instead just taking another step forward and continuing forward. Ha ha! Zidong laughed loudly. It seemed that he did not need to do anything to vent the anger in his heart. But just as his laughter rang out though, it came to an abrupt end. In his line of sight, Kai Yang suddenly disappeared, as if he had never appeared in the first place. In that instant, a wonderful energy fluctuation surged from Yang Kai's body. Where did he go? Zidong was stunned, but in the next moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw a figure suddenly appear on the other side. Zidong Lai looked over and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The figure that had suddenly appeared, if it wasn't Kai Yang who had just disappeared right under his nose, who else could it be? At this moment, Yang Kai had arrived at another safe zone, and this safe zone was the place where the 5 enlightenment flowers grew. Behind the hillside where the 5 enlightenment flowers grew was a void crack, and it was this void crack's protection that prevented them from being covered by the 7-colored radiant light. When Yang Kai appeared, he happened to be standing right next to the enlightenment flowers. Zidong's face was blank as he looked at Yang Kai and then at the position where he had been standing before, unable to figure out what kind of shocking secret technique Yang Kai had used to cross the barrier of space in an instant and appear 1,000 meters away. Beside him, Zilong's eyes shrank as if he had seen something terrifying, his eyes flashing a shocking light. Space Force! Su Wei shouted as he pointed in the direction of Yang Kai and shouted in a hoarse voice. Little brat, you're actually proficient in the Tao of Space? How come you're proficient in the Tao of Space? Su Wei's expression changed dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Space Force! Zidong was stunned for a moment, but soon he realized what Su Wei was talking about. For a moment, he stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of disbelief and jealousy. The Tao of Space was an extremely obscure force that was difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to master. There were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the entire star territory, but how many of them understood the Tao of Space? The number was definitely not more than 1,000. Among these 1,000 people, how many were able to cultivate the power of space to a high level? Zidong did not know, but he knew that such a person was definitely rarer than an Origin King grade alchemist. Purple Star also had cultivators who cultivated the Tao of Space, but it was impossible for them to achieve Yang Kai's feat of disregarding space and teleporting 1,000 meters away. That was true teleportation, not some kind of illusion that was impossible to capture because his speed was too fast. The few cultivators in Purple Star who cultivated the Tao of Space only knew how to repair space arrays. They couldn't even use their space force to do anything else. Even so, the status of these people in Purple Star was extremely high and their treatment was even better than ordinary foreign elders. These people could be regarded as Purple Star's treasures. But now, compared to what Yang Kai was doing, the difference was like heaven and earth. If Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space made him a master, then these people were like apprentices who had just entered the martial Tao. Even with Zidong's eyesight, he could see that the two were completely incomparable. What kind of opportunity did this unknown little brat have? How could he cultivate the Tao of Space and even reach such a high level of proficiency? Zidong stared at Yang Kai with eyes that could spit fire, the flames of jealousy burning in his heart. He was the young master of Purple Star and was in a privileged position, so why couldn't he cultivate the Tao of Space? If he could master this kind of power, it would definitely be more powerful than cultivating any powerful secret art. Zidong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. So that's how it is. Zilong took a deep breath, the victorious expression on his face no longer appearing as dignified as before. So this is what you're relying on. No wonder you dared to speak so rudely before. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and did not deny it. Not many people knew that he was proficient in the Tao of Space, and he had been concealing it. But at this moment, facing the attraction of these 5 enlightenment flowers, he had no choice but to reveal it. Enlightenment flowers were extremely rare, especially the 5 lavender flowers in front of him. They were quite mature, and if he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to find another one in the future. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, this was Yang Kai's choice. "Little brat, you seem to be called Yang Kai?" Zilong's demeanor was undoubtedly much better than his son's. After learning that Yang Kai was actually proficient in the Tao of space, although he was shocked, he quickly stabilized his state of mind and asked. Although he hadn't paid much attention to Yang Kai, he had vaguely heard Shui call Yang Kai before, so he remembered his name. "So what if I am?" Yang Kai looked at Zilong with a sneer. Zilong chuckled, not angered by his son's attitude at all, instead saying in a pleasant tone, "This king attacked you before? It was this king's fault." When he spoke, he wore a sincere look. "Father!" Zidong looked at Zilong in amazement, his face filled with disbelief. Chapter 1784. His father was the sect master of Purple Star, one of the most powerful people in the entire Purple Star territory. With a single stamp of his foot, the entire Purple Star territory would tremble. Yet this sect master was actually admitting defeat to a young man who had provoked and insulted him before? Zidong could hardly believe his ears, and secretly felt that this world was simply too crazy. "You shut up first." Zilong glanced at him faintly with an extremely dignified expression. As soon as their eyes met, Zidong no longer dared to speak. "Is this an apology?" Yang Kai grinned. Zilong frowned and said lightly, "If you say so, then so be it. And since it's an apology, then I'll reluctantly accept it." Reluctantly? Zidong was so angry he almost vomited blood. The sect master of Purple Star had taken the initiative to apologize. But this little brat not only did not show any gratitude, he even said he was reluctant? Did he not know what kind of honor this was? This bastard was simply unforgivable. "But what do you want to do?" Yang Kai ignored Zidong's glare and instead looked at Zilong with a smile and asked meaningfully. Apologizing was something that could only be done with a few words. So Yang Kai didn't take Zilong's words to heart. On the contrary, it was the other party's attitude that made him secretly vigilant. He did not believe that Zilong could not see the heart demon he had planted in Zidong just now. He did not believe that Zilong would be so magnanimous as to not care about his previous provocation and insults. The sect master of Purple Star was truly terrifying. This king doesn't want to do anything to you, it's just... This king wants to ask you, are you interested in joining my Purple Star? Zilong looked at Yang Kai solemnly and asked, extending an invitation. Join Purple Star? Yang Kai chuckled. And although your cultivation is not yet at the Origin King realm, this king can give you the status of Honored Guest Elder based on your performance just now. Honored Guest Elder. Zidong couldn't help calling out in a low voice. Purple Star's Honored Guest Elder was not an Honored Guest Elder of some sect or family. This represented a kind of strength, a kind of identity. Currently, Purple Star only had 7 Honored Guest Elders, each of whom was an Origin King. What's more, Purple Star's Honored Guest Elders had always been Origin Kings. There had never been a precedent of someone becoming an Honored Guest Elder before reaching the Origin King realm. But now, the sect master of Purple Star was personally inviting a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator to join Purple Star, even granting him such an identity. If word of this got out, the entire territory of the Star Realm would be shaken. Guest Elder. Yang Kai chuckled, not showing the slightest bit of interest as he shook his head and said, No need. I have always been used to being idle and don't like to be bound by any restrictions, so I don't mind not being a Guest Elder. Was this person an idiot? Zidong looked at Yang Kai like he was an idiot. Could it be that he didn't know how much weight the title of Guest Elder represented? She rejected him so easily without any hesitation? Zidong groaned in the depths of his heart. Guest Elders are not bound by my Purple Star and are free to do as they please. Little friend seems to have some misunderstandings about my proposal. Zilong explained patiently. Before he could finish speaking though, he was interrupted by Yang Kai. There's no need to explain. What is a Guest Elder? I know that in my heart. But I don't want to join any force. Zilong narrowed his eyes and said with a faint smile on his face, Little friend, don't you want to consider it carefully? You're quite long-winded. Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously, not giving him any face. Zilong's face sank immediately. Haha. Boy, you're right to refuse. Su Wei gloated from the side. Don't believe his flowery words. If you really agree to his terms, then you'll have no choice but to accept it. If you really agree, you'll be in trouble in the future. However, your temperament is really to this old master's liking. Do you want to consider joining Abandoned Lair? Now that you've offended this guy, it will be difficult for you to survive in the territory of the Star Realm in the future. However, my Abandoned Lair is not afraid of Purple Star. With this old master as your guarantor, there will be no problem in letting you join. With your ability and character, I'm sure you'll soon make a name for yourself in Abandoned Lair. You're also quite long-winded. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Wei and sneered. Two old foxes? Do you think I don't know what you're planning? You want to stall for time, don't you? As soon as this statement came out, both Su Wei and Zilong's expressions changed slightly. Obviously, Yang Kai had seen through their intentions. Although Su Wei and Zilong were enemies, seeing Yang Kai in such close proximity, the two of them naturally felt a sense of crisis. Both of them were shrewd and experienced, so there was no need for discussion. They knew what to do to stall for time and wait for the seven-colored radiant light to recede. After being exposed by Yang Kai, Zilong's face suddenly became ugly and he coldly said, Boy, being too smart is not a good thing. Don't think you can escape from this king's palm just because you're proficient in the Tao of space. You're just an Origin returning realm master and don't understand the terror of an Origin king realm master. This king, on the other hand, is an extremely strong existence even among Origin kings. If you want to rely on your space force, you're making a big mistake. This king will give you a chance now. Pick that enlightenment flower and hand it over to this king, and this king will spare your life. He had completely torn apart all pretenses with Yang Kai. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed. What's so great about an Origin king? This father has killed more than one Origin king. Arrogant. Zidong curled his lips fiercely. Even a genius like him who could fight above his realm could not pose any threat to an Origin king at the peak of the Origin returning realm. On the contrary, it would be easy for others to kill him. There was an insurmountable gap between the Origin returning realm and the Origin king realm. As such, Zidong subconsciously thought that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. However, what Zidong did not know was that Yang Kai had really killed more than one Origin king, and had even killed a second-order Origin king. Although he had done so with the help of the Star Emperor token, that was still a kind of experience. If Zidong knew about this, he would definitely feel ashamed of his inferiority. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Yang Kai turned around with some disinterest. Although he had been chatting with Su Wei, Zilong, and the others, he had also been calculating how long it would take for the seven-colored radiant light to recede. There was still a stick of incense worth of time left. Wow! What a fragrant medicinal aura! Yang Kai exclaimed exaggeratedly before taking a deep breath of the fragrance emitted by the 5 enlightenment flowers in front of him. A look of intoxication appearing on his face as he muttered, worthy of being enlightenment flowers. The Tao aura they contain is truly extraordinary. I feel like my bottleneck is loosening a little. What should I do? As he spoke, he scratched his head with a troubled look on his face. While he was making a ruckus, Zidong's eyes were bloodshot as he listened to him. Just taking a whiff of the medicinal fragrance had loosened a bottleneck? Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as his, the peak of the third-order Origin returning realm. He was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the Origin king realm, and now, Yang Kai had undoubtedly grasped this opportunity. Unfortunately, Zidong Lai could only hide a few hundred meters away and watch helplessly. This kind of thing made Zidong feel both physically and mentally tormented, and he could not wait to rush forward and take Yang Kai's place, clenching his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. No, breaking through in this damned place is tantamount to courting death. I need to quickly suppress this floating aura and wait until it's safe to break through. Yang Kai shouted again. Zidong really wanted to vomit blood. The opportunity he had been looking for was right in front of Yang Kai, but he had forcibly suppressed it. Was there anything more frustrating in this world? Zidong felt that meeting Yang Kai in the severed world this time was the biggest nightmare of his life. He had been beaten black and blue by Yang Kai. Boy, that's enough. Zilong saw his son's expression change and could not help shouting at Yang Kai. Heh. Yang Kai glanced at him sideways before rubbing his hands together, like a pervert who had encountered a naked beauty, saliva dripping from his mouth. This image was simply unbearable to look at as he reached out and grabbed an enlightenment flower in front of him. With just a gentle tug, the enlightenment flower was directly pulled out by Yang Kai, not even damaging its roots. In fact, logically speaking, to harvest this kind of heavenly treasure, one had to cut off the stem somewhere. This way, one would be able to obtain the greatest benefits without having to completely remove the roots. This would allow the path-understanding flower to have a chance of survival. After a few thousand years, it might bloom again. Alchemists would do this when they were collecting medicinal herbs. However, Yang Kai felt that even if he left a glimmer of hope for the enlightenment flower, it would only benefit Zilong and Su Wei in the end, so he did not give these two old foxes any opportunity to take advantage of him. Ha, so this is the legendary enlightenment flower. Not bad, 9 petals and a lavender one at that. It seems to be at least 3,000 years old. Now that I've struck gold, when I break through to the Origin King realm in the future, I won't have to worry about not having anything good to cultivate with. Even if I don't use it for myself, I believe many people will like it. As Yang Kai spoke, he took out a jade box from his space ring, opened it, and carefully placed the enlightenment flower inside. His movements were slow and deliberate, allowing Zilong and Su Wei to see the whole process clearly. Inexplicably, the two Origin Kings felt like their hearts were bleeding. This bastard is definitely doing this on purpose. Su Wei and Zilong had such thoughts in their hearts at the same time as their hatred for Yang Kai deepened. This kind of situation was like a starving person who had not eaten or drunk anything for several days suddenly being presented with a table full of delicious delicacies. Not only were they unable to eat these delicacies, but they also had to endure the torture of watching the person sitting at the table comment on them as they ate. Yang Kai was undoubtedly sitting at the table and eating, chattering endlessly about how delicious these delicacies were. The second one, as Yang Kai spoke, he picked another enlightenment flower and put it into his jade box. His movements were the same as before, so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. Zilong took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He didn't want to watch anymore, so what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Chapter 1785. Zilong really couldn't stand Yang Kai's arrogant demeanor, so he decisively closed his eyes, refusing to look at the scene 1,000 meters away that was disturbing his mind. However, Yang Kai had no intention of letting this go. His voice continued to travel into Zilong's ears. Sigh, why isn't this enlightenment flower as big as the first one? The petals look too shabby. They're all crooked and malnourished, so their medicinal effects must not be too good. Forget it. I'll keep it for later. It's better than nothing. Zilong's body trembled slightly as his Saint Chi nearly went out of control. On the other side, Su Wei's forehead was also covered with blue veins, obviously angered by Yang Kai. However, he didn't close his eyes like Zilong and instead stared at Yang Kai's movements, praying that Yang Kai would leave some soup for him to drink after eating the meat. But after watching for a while, Su Wei found that something was wrong. This little brat was too vicious. When he collected the enlightenment flowers, he had pulled them out along with their roots, leaving nothing behind. Su Wei sighed deeply in his heart, knowing that these 5 enlightenment flowers were unlikely to belong to him. Taking a deep breath, Su Wei followed Zilong's example and closed his eyes. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Wah! Yang Kai shouted, as if he had discovered a new continent. his voice filled with surprise and excitement. Su Wei, who had just closed his eyes, opened them again and stared towards Yang Kai, wanting to see what was going on. Even Zilong couldn't hold back this time. Squinting his eyes, Zilong stared forward. How could he have known that Yang Kai didn't react at all? He just grinned meaningfully as he put the third enlightenment flower into the jade box and continued muttering to himself, "What a close shave. I took the wrong box and almost wasted its medicinal efficacies." Su Wei opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just turned his eyes away with a cold expression. Next, the fourth flower. The fifth flower. Yang Kai was like a country bumpkin from the countryside who had never seen the world. Every time he collected the enlightenment flowers, he would make a big fuss and comment on them, making a lot of long-winded remarks. As he spoke, the voice of the old man echoed in the room. Su Wei and Zilong's mood also fluctuated. Those words, it was like they were a stick. They were constantly being stabbed in the heart. It was unbearable. After Yang Kai collected all 5 enlightenment flowers and stored them away, Su Wei and Zilong couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. For some reason, he felt as if he had finally been freed. At this moment, it was as if the world had become a lot brighter. Not bad. Yang Kai patted his space ring with a smile. Su Wei smiled wickedly. "We'll talk about it after you take these things away." Although he knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and could even teleport 1,000 meters, Yang Kai was just an origin-returning realm cultivator while he and Zilong were both origin kings. The difference in strength between them was huge, so Su Wei wouldn't let Yang Kai leave easily. He believed that Zilong would never allow him to leave. When the 7-colored radiant light dissipated, it would be time for him and Zilong to take action against Yang Kai. Only at that time who the enlightenment flowers truly belonged to could be determined. Right now, this little brat was just in charge of keeping them. He didn't really own them. "Whether I can take them away or not, you just have to wait and see." Yang Kai replied faintly, not at all worried about the impending crisis. Immediately, he cupped his hands over his eyes and made a gesture of looking into the distance. After looking around for a while, his eyes fixed on a certain direction and he said loudly, "Hey, these seeking heart orchids are also quite good. We can't let them go." He didn't know what was going on with this area. Not only were there many spatial rifts, but there were also other natural treasures like the enlightenment flower. When the 3 parties were in a stalemate before, everyone had noticed this. In addition to the enlightenment flowers, there were also several seeking heart orchids and a heavenly infant grass. The seeking heart orchids could be used to hone a cultivator's mental state and cultivation, while the heavenly infant grass was one of the main ingredients in refining the Origin King pill. The Origin King pill was a spirit pill that could increase the chances of an Origin returning realm cultivator breaking through to the Origin King realm. However, of these 3 precious treasures, the enlightenment flowers were undoubtedly the most valuable, so everyone's attention had been focused on the enlightenment flowers before, not paying much attention to the seeking heart orchids and heavenly infant grass. Now that the enlightenment flowers had entered Yang Kai's pocket, he naturally had to change his target. Fortunately, the seeking heart orchids, like the enlightenment flowers, were growing behind a certain void crack and were not covered by the 7-colored radiant light. On the other hand, the heavenly infant grass was completely enveloped by the 7-colored radiant light. So, when he heard Yang Kai say this, Su Wei's heart could not help thumping. It's over. Even the seeking heart orchids can't escape from this brat's evil hands. Su Wei's face went black. This was indeed the case. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he pushed his space principles and directly arrived at the location where the seeking heart orchids were growing. Just like when he went to the enlightenment flowers, Yang Kai broke through the barrier of space and instantly moved several dozen meters. Zilong had been staring at Yang Kai the whole time, seemingly trying to see some clues from his movements. But he soon discovered helplessly that the Tao of space was too mysterious and he could not see how Yang Kai moved. He only felt a strange fluctuation wrap around Yang Kai before he disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at his destination. The Tao of space is so profound. Zilong frowned deeply as he felt a great sense of powerlessness in his heart. However, this also made him even more determined to kill Yang Kai. Not to mention that if this little brat lived, his son, Zidong, would definitely have a heart demon in his heart. This time, he and Yang Kai had a very unpleasant relationship. If such a young man really grew up and broke through to the Origin King realm, he would be a huge threat to Purple Star. How terrifying would an Origin King who was proficient in the Tao of space be? Zilong could not imagine it. He had to nip this danger in the bud. Hello. While Zilong was contemplating, Yang Kai greeted him and Zidong with a smile. The Seeking Heart Orchid was only 400 meters away from where they were, so Yang Kai was relatively close to them at this moment. Brat, you're going to be as rampant as you want. This young master will definitely teach you a lesson later. Zidong glared at Yang Kai as he ground his teeth and roared. After being humiliated by Yang Kai so many times, Zidong's memory seemed to have not improved at all. He only knew how to constantly throw out vicious words to show his powerlessness. Ha ha! After Yang Kai responded with a meaningful laugh, he no longer paid any attention to Zidong, instead squatting down and carefully harvesting the Seeking Heart orchids. What made Zilong and Su Wei breathe a sigh of relief was that Yang Kai didn't make a fuss this time and remained silent throughout the entire process of collecting spirit stones. It seems that as time passed, this brat gradually felt uneasy in his heart. The two secretly guessed to themselves. Not long after, the Seeking Heart orchid plants were properly preserved by Yang Kai and stored in his space ring. Ha ha! Little brat, you can't do anything about that heavenly infant grass, can you? Su Wei stood in the distance and laughed. He had been angered by Yang Kai just now, so now that he had finally found a reason to ridicule Yang Kai, he naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Looking at Yang Kai triumphantly, he taunted, "Little brat, aren't you very capable? If you have the ability, why don't you pick that heavenly infant grass for this old master to see?" Whether it was the Enlightenment flower or the Seeking Heart orchid, they grew in excellent locations and were not covered by the 7-colored radiant light at all. So Yang Kai was able to use his space secret technique to easily collect them. However, the heavenly infant grass was different. It was now completely enveloped by the 7-colored radiant light, so even if Yang Kai had great ability, he would not be able to collect it. Su Wei's provocation was obviously an attempt to disgust Yang Kai and give him a taste of his own medicine. Zilong smiled faintly and echoed from the side. Why is Elder Su making things difficult for him? How could he possibly do such a thing? If he can do it, this young master will immediately sever his own meridians. Zidong was even more arrogant. Hearing this, Zilong could not help frowning, secretly feeling that his stupid son was looking for trouble. Ridiculing and provoking Yang Kai was one thing, venting one's anger was understandable, but to say that he would sever his own meridians was a bit overboard. How could such words be casually uttered? However, Zilong did not reprimand his son because in his opinion, it was indeed impossible for Yang Kai to collect the heavenly infant grass. The three of them went back and forth, as if they could not wait to see Yang Kai make a fool of himself. Yang Kai stood in place and looked at Su Wei, then at Zilong and Zilong before chuckling. It looks like you've forgotten the pain. It seems I was too lenient. When collecting the Seeking Heart orchid just now, Yang Kai did not provoke them again, mainly because he felt it was pointless. Some things could be done once but not thrice. Yang Kai had not expected them to provoke him in return. Since that's the case, just wait for them to pay the price. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. Boy, don't talk nonsense, you can't collect the heavenly infant grass anyway. If you have the guts, take everything here and don't leave anything behind for this old master. Su Wei shouted. What if I can collect it? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Su Wei was startled for a moment before he burst into laughter. Nonsense! Why don't you let this old master have a look? Yang Kai spat disdainfully and shook his head. Old man, if you want this young master to enter and collect the heavenly infant grass, you must pay a price. The 7-colored radiant light is not a place one can enter casually. Even I will have to take a great risk. Su Wei's eyes narrowed as he shouted. If you can really collect it, this old master will call you grandpa. Yang Kai was startled. never expecting Su Wei to provoke him to such an extent. It seemed that this old man's hatred for him was not shallow and could not wait for him to rush into the seven-colored radiant light to seek his own death. Sniffing his nose, Yang Kai looked at Su Wei and chuckled. "That's what you said. So what if this old master said it?" Su Wei straightened his neck and took a tough attitude. Chapter 1786. "In that case, you'll have to call me Grandpa." Yang Kai laughed, and as he spoke, his figure flickered and he appeared behind the nearest void crack to the heavenly infant grass. This void crack was less than 200 meters away from the location of the heavenly infant grass. After Yang Kai regained his footing, Su Wei and Zilong both turned their eyes towards him, as if they were watching a good show, paying close attention to Yang Kai's movements. No one thought that Yang Kai could succeed. Standing in place and pondering for a while, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned a golden blood thread. He had never tried the power of this seven-colored radiant light before, and had only heard from Enai Guang that it was very dangerous, so he didn't know whether his golden blood thread would be useful or not. A golden light flashed, and under Yang Kai's careful control, the golden blood thread penetrated the seven-colored radiant light bit by bit. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed slightly, because the moment the front end of the golden blood thread touched the seven-colored radiant light, a sizzling sound rang out. Under the influence of the seven-colored radiant light, the front end of the golden blood thread was directly corroded. However, this was not the end. The corrosive power followed the golden blood thread all the way to Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai was taken aback and hurriedly threw out his golden blood thread, but before it could hit the ground, the entire golden blood thread was completely corroded and disappeared. Yang Kai could not help showing a look of shock. The terrifying power of the seven-colored radiant light was truly worthy of its reputation. The golden blood threads were condensed from his own golden blood, and since condensing them, none of them had ever been damaged. But now, under the corrosion of the seven-colored radiant light, they had instantly disintegrated. The seven-colored radiant light ignored all defenses, and not only did it have the ability to corrode flesh and blood, it also had the power to annihilate one's soul. The characteristics of the golden blood thread were perfectly restrained by it. According to this situation, as long as it was a living creature with flesh and blood, once contaminated by the seven-colored radiant light, the consequences would be very serious. On the other side, Su Wei and Zilong, who were paying attention to Yang Kai's movements, were also secretly shocked. This was the first time they had witnessed the power of the seven-colored radiant light. The two Origin Kings knew that if they were accidentally contaminated by this light, they would not be able to bear the consequences. But soon, Su Wei sneered loudly, "Boy, you don't seem to have any skill. Is that it? Why don't you continue?" Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered. The reason why Yang Kai had used the golden blood thread just now was mainly to test whether the power of the seven-colored radiant light was as rumored. But now that he had obtained the results, he naturally wouldn't continue experimenting. How to collect the heavenly infant grass. He already had a plan in mind. In any case, heavenly infant grass was very valuable, so Yang Kai did not want to let it go, let alone let Su Wei and Zilong obtain it. After ignoring Su Wei's ridicule, he sat down cross-legged. Shortly after, Yang Kai waved his hand, and a dazzling golden stone golem suddenly appeared in front of him. Stone Mongoose number 2. Stone Mongoose number 2 was Yang Kai's embodiment. When this stone mongoose was born in High Heaven Sect, it lacked sentience. Although it survived, it did not have its own sentience and was unable to act on its own. It was a dazzling stone mongoose, so Yang Kai used it as his embodiment. Because when it was born, Yang Kai had injected a lot of golden blood into it. As a result, it looked dazzling golden and somewhat different from the other stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao. For a long time, this embodiment had not played much of a role. When fighting with enemies, Yang Kai had Firebird Lu Yen to help him. The existence of this embodiment had always been hidden by him. However, now was a good time to use it. Yang Kai did not dare to release Xiao Xiao. After all, Xiao Xiao was a great help to him. If something happened to him in the seven-colored radiant light, the loss would be great. The stone puppet was not a race of flesh and blood, so it shouldn't be afraid of the seven-colored radiant light. On top of that, it lacked sentience, so it didn't fear the seven-colored radiant light's ability to annihilate its soul. The only thing Yang Kai needed to worry about was his soul clone. If the stone mongoose embodiment wanted to move, Yang Kai would have to infuse the soul clone he had been nurturing in his knowledge sea into the embodiment so that Yang Kai could control it. Yang Kai did not know if the seven-colored radiant light would penetrate the embodiment's body and cause damage to his soul clone. However, this kind of thing had to be tried. Yang Kai made up his mind and stretched out his hand towards the embodiment's head. The wisp of divine sense that had been nurturing in his knowledge sea was immediately poured into the embodiment. The embodiment's dull eyes instantly became lively. As for Yang Kai himself, he felt as if he had been divided into two at this moment. Not only did he have his own vision and perception, but he also had the vision and perception of the embodiment. At this moment, the embodiment also had a strange feeling of being connected to his master. Controlling the embodiment, Yang Kai stood in place and moved its hands and feet a little to adapt to its heavy body. What is this? On the other side, Zidong showed a look of amazement as he stared at the golden stone mongoose in a daze, completely confused. He had never seen such a strange existence before. This stone man did not look like a puppet, but instead seemed to have a life of its own. Although the aura coming from this stone man was not strong, it was something he had never seen before, so he wanted to ask his father about it. He thought that with his father's experience and knowledge, he would definitely know a thing or two. But Zilong was silent for a while before whispering, "Father does not know what this is." Zidong was shocked. There was an existence in star territory that even his father did not know about. Zidong could not help looking over at Su Wei, but he soon discovered that this elder of abandoned lair seemed to know nothing about this strange creature. His brow furrowed as he observed it with a blank look on his face. He didn't know either. Where did this guy named Yang Kai find this thing? Even two origin kings were unable to tell its origin. Zidong was shocked. But in the next moment, Zidong's heart clenched as he subconsciously whispered, "He can't be thinking of taking this thing." Although he did not recognize the stone mongoose, he could tell that the stone mongoose was not made of flesh and blood, so there should be no problem for it to enter the seven-colored radiant light. If that was the case, could Yang Kai really take away the remaining heavenly infant grass? Realizing this, Zidong's face sank as he remembered that he had just said he would cut off his own meridians, causing his mood to sour. Su Wei also had a bad feeling. Zidong had only said he would cut off his own meridians, but he had said he would call Yang Kai grandpa. If Yang Kai really obtained the heavenly infant grass, damn, why hasn't the seven-colored radiant light retreated? Su Wei cursed in his heart, wishing he could use a secret technique to disperse the seven-colored radiant light and then attack Yang Kai. Under the gazes of the three, Yang Kai controlled his embodiment to take a step forward and enter the seven-colored radiant light. As soon as he stepped into the range of the seven-colored radiant light, Yang Kai felt his whole body sink, as if a 10,000-kilogram boulder was pressing down on him. This seven-colored radiant light actually had the power of an origin king's territory. Wherever this light covered, space would become extremely viscous, making it extremely difficult to advance. Fortunately, after a short period of observation, Yang Kai found that the soul clone he had attached to his embodiment had not suffered any damage. The seven-colored radiant light was completely isolated from his embodiment and unable to penetrate it. This discovery made Yang Kai overjoyed. It seemed that his guess was correct. The seven-colored radiant light's ability to ignore all forms of defense was only effective against those with physical bodies, not physical bodies. If that was the case, if Yang Kai found any precious treasures in the future and couldn't collect them himself, he could simply send out his embodiment. Thinking so, Yang Kai continued to control his embodiment to move forward. That strand of his soul had inherited his will and his understanding of cultivation, so even though the avatar itself was not very strong, it could still use the power of space. A wave of Space Force secret technique lingered around the embodiment, greatly reducing the pressure on it and increasing its speed significantly. The distance of 200 meters was rapidly closed as the embodiment advanced step by step. Su Wei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He could see that the remaining heavenly infant grass would not be able to escape from Yang Kai's clutches. However, this was not the crux of the problem. The crux of the matter was what he had just said. Naturally, it was impossible for him to call Yang Kai his grandfather. If he did, he would not be able to show his face in public in the future and would be forced to hide in abandoned lair for the rest of his life. However, if he did not fulfill his promise, he would inevitably be ridiculed by Yang Kai again. Su Wei had already experienced the depth of this little brat's poisonous tongue. Su Wei felt a headache coming on and his expression was ugly. After a dozen breaths of time, the embodiment arrived in front of the heavenly infant grass. Although the stone mongoose's hands were wide and thick, under Yang Kai's control, the embodiment perfectly collected the heavenly infant grass and then turned around and walked back to where Yang Kai was. When the embodiment returned, Yang Kai took the heavenly infant grass and sealed it in a box he had prepared in advance before withdrawing his soul clone and embodiment with a smile on his face. Immediately after, he turned his head and looked at Su Wei. Su Wei's gaze was evasive. "What's wrong? Are you going to deny your loss?" Yang Kai sneered. "Didn't someone just say that they wanted to call me grandfather?" Su Wei suddenly became angry out of shame and glared at Yang Kai with a stern expression, as if he would attack if he dared to speak again. He had already made up his mind to act shamelessly. In any case, Yang Kai couldn't do anything to him. Yang Kai sneered and turned to Zidong. "Didn't someone just say that they wanted to sever their own meridians?" Zidong angrily retorted. "Who do you think you are? You dare tell this young master to sever his own meridians?" Yang Kai clapped his hands and smiled. "So it turns out your words are no different from farts." Zilong coldly snorted. "Boy, this old master advises you to leave some leeway for others in the future. Why do you have to be so ruthless?" "Leave some leeway?" Yang Kai sneered. "Is there any need to do so for trash like you? Boy, pay attention to what you say. Don't forget, this 7-colored radiant light will soon recede. At that time, can you imagine what will happen to you?" Zilong narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Chapter 1787. "That's right, boy, obediently take out all the things you just collected. Throw them on the ground, then kneel down and kowtow a few times to admit your mistakes. This old master promises that when the 7-colored light dissipates, he won't attack you and will spare your life." Su Wei also shouted from the side. The 2 origin kings had lost a great deal of face this time, so they hated Yang Kai to the bone. However, what made the 2 of them rejoice was that the 7-colored radiant light was about to recede. After enduring Yang Kai for half an hour, it was finally time for him to pay the price, causing both of them to feel extremely happy. Once the 7-colored radiant light receded, even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, what could he do? Once the territory of the 2 origin kings appeared, he would not be able to escape even if he had wings. As long as they could capture Yang Kai, not only would they be able to relieve the hatred in their hearts, but they would also be able to obtain the enlightenment flowers, seeking heart orchids, and heavenly infant grass collected by Yang Kai. Both of them were secretly looking forward to that moment. "Do you think you can defeat me?" Yang Kai looked at Zilong and Su Wei disdainfully, but to the surprise of the 2, there was not the slightest panic on his face. Instead, there was a confident expression on his face, as if he was not afraid at all. Zilong frowned, not knowing whether Yang Kai was bluffing or if he really had something to rely on. "Boy, what kind of trick are you up to? This old master advises you to cooperate with this old master obediently, and you will have a chance to live." Su Wei shouted in a deep voice. "Ridiculous. How can there be such an ignorant guy in this world? This 7-colored radiant light should be receding soon, so I'll take my leave first. You can just wait patiently for me." Yang Kai chuckled, but suddenly became somewhat dispirited and said, "Forget it. I'm too lazy to play with you." Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand gently. "He's going to go first?" Zilong's brow furrowed even deeper as a frightening conjecture suddenly appeared in his heart. Could it be that this boy? Before he could finish this thought, though, Zilong's eyes bulged. Looking at Yang Kai's actions in shock, an incredulous expression appeared on his face. He could hardly believe his eyes. He saw Yang Kai turn around and step into the spatial crack. Then his figure disappeared. This brat actually entered the spatial crack. Zilong sucked in a breath of cold air. On the other side, Su Wei's jaw dropped. He seemed to want to say something, but he couldn't. The shock on his face was no better than Zilong's. He. Zidong was already incoherent as he pointed in the direction Yang Kai had disappeared. He couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Elder Su. After a long time, Zilong took a deep breath and said with a gloomy face, "It seems we have underestimated his attainments in the Tao of space." Su Wei nodded, his expression solemn as he said, "Indeed, daring to break into the void so recklessly. This little brat's attainments in the Tao of space cannot be said to be unmatched in the future. I'm afraid there is no precedent." Elder Su, I don't think you need me to tell you how terrifying a cultivator proficient in the Tao of space is. He is now a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but if he finds an opportunity to break through to the origin king realm in the future, he has no future. This old master will find an opportunity to kill him here. Su Wei's face filled with a vicious look. Zilong nodded with satisfaction. In that case, let's put aside the grievances between you and me for the time being. This king will also do his best to find his traces and be sure to eliminate him from this severed world. Both of them realized the horror of Yang Kai's future and were frightened, not daring to let Yang Kai continue to grow. Both of them made up their minds to end Yang Kai's life in the severed world. After a few words, they reached an agreement and formed a temporary alliance. At that moment, Zidong, who had not been able to calm down, suddenly exclaimed. Pointing behind Su Wei, he shouted, He. Zilong was startled and turned his head to look at Su Wei. The next moment, his pupils could not help shrinking as he shouted, "Danger!" Hearing this shout, Su Wei reacted. But before he could look back, a familiar and loathsome voice rang out behind him. Ha. Grandson, Grandpa has come to teach you a lesson. It was Yang Kai. Su Wei's face changed drastically as he never expected that Yang Kai would be able to emerge from the void crack behind him and launch a sneak attack on him. A scorching hot force struck Su Wei from behind while a strong wind blew past his ears. Su Wei cursed in his heart as he fiercely pushed his Saint Chi to form a thick layer of protection around his back. At the same time, he hurriedly turned around, trying to face Yang Kai. Su Wei's movements were very fast, but Yang Kai was even faster. Just as he pushed his Saint Chi, Su Wei felt a fist hit him in the back. This fist contained a terrifying amount of power, and when it erupted, it almost shattered his protective Saint Chi. Fortunately, Su Wei's cultivation was a minor realm higher than Yang Kai's. Otherwise, this punch alone would have been enough to incapacitate him. Even so, this punch was not easy to bear. Su Wei only felt the blood in his chest tumble as his face paled slightly and his body staggered forward involuntarily. Not far in front of him was the seven-colored radiant light that everyone avoided like a snake. Not good, Su Wei exclaimed as he broke out in cold sweat. Without even thinking about it, he released his Origin King realm territory and bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence while stamping his feet hard on the ground. In an instant, Su Wei's feet sank 10 meters into the ground and his body came to a halt. Chi. A harsh sound rang out as Su Wei's face filled with despair. Although his reaction was not slow and everything he did was reasonable, he still could not completely stop his forward momentum. One of his arms was swept by the seven-colored radiant light, and in an instant, a piercing pain spread from his arm. Looking at his arm, Su Wei saw that the flesh and blood on his arm was being corroded at an extremely fast speed, revealing his bones and meridians. However, this was not the end of it though, as Yang Kai, who was standing behind him, launched a second blow. Feeling Yang Kai's murderous intent, Su Wei flew into a rage and ground his teeth as he shouted, "Boy!" Don't underestimate this old master. Saying so, a dazzling light burst from his body and accompanied by a sizzling sound. A terrifying burst of energy shot out from his pores in all directions. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became dignified as he realized that this was Su Wei's desperate struggle. Unable to face this attack head-on, Yang Kai quickly withdrew his attack and retreated while summoning his golden blood threads to condense a blood shield in front of him. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk a series of clanging sounds rang out as Yang Kai was hit by a powerful force. Looking at Su Wei, who was so close to him, Yang Kai sneered softly and did not continue to attack, instead leaping back into the void crack behind Su Wei. Just as his figure was about to disappear, Yang Kai's cold words reached the ears of Zilong and Zidong. I will hide inside the void and accompany you, so you won't be too lonely. Hearing this, Zidong couldn't help shuddering as the soles of his feet cramped. In the next moment, he quickly turned around and faced the void crack behind him, his eyes widening as he stared fixedly at it. It was as if he was afraid Yang Kai would appear from behind him again. Yang Kai's existence had completely become his nightmare. Ah! On the other side, Su Wei's scream rang out. In just a moment, the terrifying corrosion of the seven-colored radiant light had eroded half of his arm and was rapidly spreading to his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, Su Wei's expression became ferocious as he desperately pushed his Saint Chi to resist the damage caused by the seven-colored radiant light. But no matter what he did, he found that his efforts were in vain. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, Su Wei steeled his heart and cut his shoulder with his finger. What remained of his arm fell to the ground and blood spurted from his shoulder. Feeling a great pain, Su Wei's face turned as white as paper and his figure staggered slightly. Quickly circulating his strength to stop the bleeding, he took out a few spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. He didn't even dare to sit down cross-legged to refine these spirit pills. Instead, he immediately turned around and, like Zidong, stared vigilantly at the void crack behind him in order to prevent Yang Kai from attacking again. Although Yang Kai's sneak attack this time failed to kill him, it did cripple one of his arms, a remarkable result. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Whether it was Su Wei or Zidong, neither of them dared to breathe loudly, feeling extremely nervous. Even Zilong didn't dare to relax in the slightest, focusing his divine sense on the void crack behind him. Time had never passed so slowly. When the sound of inhalation came from the depths of the Medicine Valley and the seven-colored radiant light receded like a tide, Zidong breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had been granted amnesty, and immediately fled the location of the void crack to a relatively safe place. The same was true for Su Wei. Once bitten by a snake, twice shy. When he saw the void crack, it was as if a nasty guy was about to jump out and attack him. However, even though the seven-colored radiant light had receded, and there was no need to worry about Yang Kai's sneak attack for the time being, Su Wei's crisis was still not over. With a pale face, Su Wei stood in place, staring vigilantly at Zilong not far away, secretly condensing his Saint Chi, preparing to escape at any moment. Although he and Zilong had reached a certain agreement to deal with Yang Kai together, Su Wei did not forget the hatred between Abandoned Lair and Purple Star, nor did he forget the gap between their standpoints and cultivation. If Zilong were to deal with him now, Su Wei estimated that he would most likely die. At his peak, Su Wei was confident he could escape from Zilong, but in his current state, it would be difficult. Elder Su, this king advises you not to think about running away. Zilong looked at him faintly. You should know a thing or two about this king's Purple Chi Eternal River secret art. With this king's means, it is not something you can contend with right now. Su Wei smiled miserably as he cursed in his heart. What he feared most really happened. Zilong obviously intended to add insult to injury. He had no intention of letting Su Wei go. If Su Wei really tried to escape, Zilong would definitely attack. Chapter 1788. Brother Z, why do you have to do this? Su Wei squeezed out an ugly smile. This Su is not your opponent from the beginning. If you really want to kill me, this Su has no ability to resist. However, Brother Z should not forget that little brat said he would be hiding inside the space crack. Your young lord is just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so if that little brat manages to sneak attack him, what the consequences will be, Brother Z should be clear. Of course I know that. Zilong's expression was still indifferent. But what does that have to do with you? I will take care of my son's safety. You can't say that. Su Wei shook his head. If this old master is here, I can at least distract that boy, can't I? Zilong frowned as if he was deep in thought. After a while, he raised his eyes and said, Elder Su is right. Su Wei sighed softly. But, Elder Su, your own situation isn't optimistic either. Even if you can restrain him, how much can you achieve? This king would be happy to take this opportunity to kill you and avenge the deaths of my Purple Star's disciples. Zilong narrowed his eyes slightly as a murderous intent flashed across them. Su Wei's heart, which had just calmed down, once again became tense. While secretly complaining, he also cursed Kai Yang in his heart. If it weren't for Kai Yang's sneak attack just now, he wouldn't have fallen into this situation where he had to call for help from heaven and earth. Zilong snorted coldly. Elder Su, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I'll give you two choices now. First, I'll kill you and end all troubles. Su Wei gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice, and the second? Hand over your soul brand and obey this king's orders from now on. Zilong crossed his hands behind his back and stared at Su Wei calmly. You can choose for yourself. You're also someone who's been through a lot, so I'm sure you'll make a wise decision. Hand over the divine soul brand. Su Wei's face became cold and he almost wanted to fight Zilong on the spot, but then he thought of the possible consequences. In the end, he forcefully suppressed his anger. Hand over your divine soul brand. That meant that he would have to listen to Zilong's orders in the future. A single thought from him could make him wish he was dead, but if he didn't hand it over, he would definitely die. Su Wei was shocked to find that Zilong was more disgusting than Yang Kai. Kai Yang was just using some scheming methods, his mouth didn't care. However, Zilong, as the master of Purple Star and a famous character in the Star Territory, actually dared to do such a despicable thing like adding insult to injury. I don't have much time, and my patience is limited, Elder Su. Think about it quickly. Although Zilong's words were light, when they fell into Su Wei's ears, they were tantamount to a death sentence, tormenting him greatly. A troubled expression appeared on his face. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine. This old man admits defeat. If you want this old man's divine soul brand, this old man will give it to you. However, I hope that Brother Z won't make things too difficult for me in the future. Zilong nodded in satisfaction and said, This seat naturally won't make things difficult for you, because the one who took away your divine soul brand isn't me, but my son. What? Is it Z Donglai? Su Wei shouted, looking at Z Donglai with an angry look on his face. Zidong was also startled for a moment, but in the next moment, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face as he looked towards his father gratefully. Even if he was the young master of Purple Star and had some authority to mobilize the origin kings of Purple Star to work for him, this kind of mobilization was very limited. Which origin king realm master didn't have eyes above their heads? If he wanted them to work for him, he would have to pay a price every time. But now, there was an opportunity for him to completely control an origin king realm master. This kind of good thing was tantamount to a pie falling from the sky. Zidong suddenly felt dizzy with happiness and was grateful to his father. Thinking so, Zidong's face sank as he looked at Su Wei and said, What's wrong? Does Elder Su think that with this young master's identity, he is not qualified to control your divine soul brand? If that's the case, this young master doesn't need it. This young master never does things that force others to do. Zidong's rhetoric was reasonable and did not lose his status as the young master of Purple Star. But Su Wei couldn't help cursing in his heart. Now that he was a fish on the chopping block, how could he still have room to resist? What's more, he had already made concessions before. So although he now knew that things were different from what he had guessed, he didn't have much desire to resist. Sometimes things were like this. After taking a step back, one would take a second step back, then a third. After thinking about it for a while, Su Wei squeezed out a smile and said, "Young master is too serious. Young master is a dragon among dragons, and his future achievements will definitely be higher than this old master's. How could this old master dare to think otherwise? It is this old master's honor to be able to serve young master." "You're very good." Zidong smiled. At this moment, the haze caused by Yang Kai was swept away and Zidong was in an extremely good mood. He secretly swore to himself that if he ever saw Yang Kai again, he would definitely have Su Wei kill him to vent his anger. Although Su Wei had lost an arm because of the seven-colored radiant light, this kind of injury did not have much impact on his strength as an origin king. As long as he recuperated well, he would still be a master who would strike fear into the hearts of all who heard his name. "Elder Su, please." In order to avoid any more trouble, Zilong urged. Even if Su Wei was unwilling, he had no choice but to condense his soul brand and walk towards Zidong step by step, engraving his soul brand into Zidong's body. Throughout this entire process, Zilong had been watching him vigilantly, giving him no chance to play any tricks. After doing all this, Su Wei felt a sense of loss. From this moment on, he was no longer an elder of abandoned lair, but a servant who followed Zidong, a hired thug. He no longer had his own freedom. Thinking so in his heart, Su Wei's face suddenly changed as he felt his knowledge suddenly tumble and an almost unbearable pain burst from his head. Even though he was an origin king, he could not resist this kind of torture. Unable to stop himself from screaming, Su Wei fell to the ground stiffly, holding his head in his hands as he rolled on the ground. He quickly realized what had happened. Forcing himself to stay awake, he gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, why did you—" "Oh, it's quite effective." Zidong looked at Su Wei, who was lying on the ground and howling miserably, without the slightest trace of pity on his face. Instead, he simply watched with relish while constantly exerting pressure on the soul brand in his body. Su Wei's cries became more and more desolate and violent as he continued to wail, "Young master, please stop. If this continues, this old master's soul will be destroyed." "Ah, old master." Zidong's eyes flashed coldly. "Who are you calling yourself old master in front of? Who gave you such qualifications?" "Ah, old servant was wrong, young master. Please stop. Old servant won't dare do such a thing again." "Ha ha ha, you're quite clever. It seems you'll make a good dog in the future." Zidong laughed, his face filled with morbid ferocity. Tormenting an origin king realm master like this gave him a great sense of satisfaction. Yang Kai had repeatedly insulted him before, calling him a dog that only knew how to bark and not bite, and now Zidong was venting his resentment on Su Wei. "Enough. Elder Su is your senior. Don't act like this in the future." Zilong glanced at his son and ordered lightly, "Yes." Zidong Lai responded and let go of his hand. The great pain in Su Wei's knowledge dissipated in an instant, but even so, he was still unable to get up and lay on the ground for a long time before he staggered to his feet, a trace of hidden resentment flashing across his eyes. He was an origin king realm master and an elder of abandoned lair, but now not only was his soul brand being controlled, but he was also being humiliated and tortured by a junior. How could he swallow this grievance? However, now that he was under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to lower his head, so Su Wei naturally wasn't stupid enough to show his resentment. Su Wei hid everything well and was only waiting for an opportunity in the future to make Zilong and Zidong pay him back. "Elder Su, you don't have any complaints about this young master, do you?" Just now, this young master was just curious and experimenting a little. After all, this young master has never controlled an origin king's soul brand before, so this kind of thing is quite strange. Zidong stared at Su Wei with a faint smile on his face and asked, "This young master wouldn't dare." Su Wei gasped for breath and bowed humbly. "Young master can call this old servant by his name in the future. This old servant would never dare call himself Elder Su. As for what happened just now, This old servant naturally doesn't care. Very good. Zedong nodded with satisfaction. Follow this young master carefully and protect his safety. In the future, when this young master becomes stronger, there will naturally be benefits for you. Yes. Su Wei nodded respectfully. By the way, since you entered this medicine valley, have you gained anything? Let this young master have a look. Zedong seemed to think of something again and asked with a sharp light in his eyes. Su Wei's face twitched slightly as his heart ached, but he did not dare to resist, quickly removing the space ring on his hand and handing it to Zedong with a flattering smile. Old servant's things are all here. Young master can take a look. If there is anything you like, feel free to take it. He had no choice but to do so. Now that his life was in the hands of another, he naturally could not keep his possessions. Zedong did not act polite at all. After receiving the space ring, he released his divine sense to investigate it. A moment later, a look of joy appeared on his face as he took out a number of valuable treasures from Su Wei's ring. These things not only included Su Wei's gains in the Medicine Valley, but also his own personal belongings. Abandoned Lair was a place where people who committed all kinds of crimes gathered, and as an elder, Su Wei killed and robbed others of their possessions, so there were many good things in his ring. None of these good things were cheap, so even a character like Zedong could not bear to miss out on them. As one thing after another was taken out and put into Zedong's space ring, Su Wei's heart bled, but he did not dare show it, instead standing to the side and squeezing out a smile. Chapter 1789. Oh! Zedong suddenly let out a cry of surprise as he took out a token from Su Wei's ring. The material of this token was very strange, neither gold nor wood. Even with Zedong's eyesight, he could not recognize what it was. This token was black and had a large emperor character engraved on its front. An extremely profound aura flowed from this character, and when Zedong glanced at it, he felt as if his soul was being impacted by this aura, causing him to pale in shock. A Star Emperor token. Zilong, who had been standing silently to the side, snatched this token from Zedong's hand after seeing it, a burning light flashing across his eyes as he released his divine sense to investigate it. This was actually a Star Emperor token. Star Emperor tokens were personally refined by the great emperors and were legendary existences throughout Star territory. Very few people had ever seen one, but Zilong, as the master of Purple Star, was one of the few masters who stood at the highest peak of Star territory, so he was naturally familiar with the secrets of the Star Emperor token. What's more, Purple Star also had a Star Emperor token that was kept by a Third-Order Origin King Supreme Elder of Purple Star. This Supreme Elder used the Emperor pressure contained in this Star Emperor token to enter retreat all year round to comprehend the Supreme Martial Dao in order to achieve a breakthrough. An unsealed Star Emperor token. After Zilong investigated it for a while, he found that the divine technique of the great emperors that was originally sealed in the Star Emperor token had already been used, causing him to show a faint look of disappointment on his face. This thing was obtained by old servant during an adventure in his early years. Su Wei explained with a smile, feeling extremely bitter in his heart. If the Star Emperor token had not been unsealed long ago, how could he have fallen to his current state? Rumor had it that the great emperor had refined a total of 9 Star Emperor tokens, each of which contained one of his divine abilities, making their power unfathomable. No one could estimate how strong the great emperors were, but with the help of the great emperor's divine technique, it would not be a problem to kill Zilong and his son. If the divine technique sealed in the Star Emperor token still existed, Su Wei would have used it long ago and would not have handed over his soul brand. Being controlled by others. Father, I've heard people say that the Star Emperor token hides a shocking mystery. Is this true? Zedong asked curiously as he looked at the Star Emperor token in Zilong's hand. He was indeed the young master of Purple Star, but this was the first time he had seen a real Star Emperor token. He had only read about it in various ancient books before. I'm not too sure if there are any shocking secrets hidden within, but there is indeed such a rumor. Zilong replied faintly. However, even if there is some kind of shocking mystery, It is not something that can be discovered with just 1 or 2 Star Emperor tokens. Perhaps we will need to gather all 9 Star Emperor tokens before we can find any clues. 9 pieces? Zedong was stunned for a moment before he smiled. I'm afraid no one in this world can do such a thing. Star Emperor tokens have a long history and have long been lost throughout the Star's territory. This child has only heard that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce has one. Not only Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, but Sword Union also has one. Sword Union also has one? Zedong was a little surprised. Don't underestimate Sword Union. Although Sword Union is relatively the weakest of the 3 great forces in the Star's territory, it still cannot be underestimated. In the era of the Great Emperors, our 3 forces had some dealings with the Great Emperors and helped the Great Emperors a few times. The Great Emperors each gave our 3 forces a Star Emperor token containing his divine technique as a thank you gift. Our Purple Star, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and Sword Union Star Emperor tokens all came from this way. Is there such a thing? Zedong was shocked, and even Su Wei was dumbfounded. Although he was an elder of abandoned lair, he knew nothing about this kind of secret. It's been too long. Zedong sighed lightly. Zedong sighed slightly. Over the past tens of thousands of years, the Star Emperor tokens owned by our 3 forces have all been used in times of calamity. If it weren't for this Star Emperor token, perhaps our 3 forces would not have been able to survive to this day. The rise and fall of forces is like the ebb and flow of the tide. In this world, there is no dynasty that cannot be destroyed, no force that cannot fall. Only the strength of an individual is truly eternal. You must remember this. Yes, son understands. Zedong nodded respectfully, secretly vowing to himself that after returning this time, he would enter secluded retreat and never come out until he reached the Origin King realm. If one day he could cultivate to the level of the Great Emperors, he would become a new legend in the Star's territory and replace the Great Emperors. What kind of glory would that be? While speaking, Zedong had already put the Star Emperor token into his space ring. Although this Star Emperor token had been unsealed, its value was still enormous. Zedong also returned the space ring to Su Wei, but all the good things inside were gone. Su Wei released his divine sense slightly to investigate and immediately felt a great heartache, as if someone had cut off a few kilograms of his flesh, causing him to curse in his heart. Let's go. Be careful of those void cracks. That little brat may really be hiding in them, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Zedong swept his eyes over the surrounding void cracks before leading the way. Zedong quickly followed while Su Wei helplessly brought up the rear with a pale face. Inside the void cracks, Yang Kai wandered around casually. After launching a sneak attack on Su Wei, Yang Kai returned to the safety of the void and began searching for space spirit crystals in a joyful mood. The words he said before leaving were just to intimidate the enemy. He wasn't really bored enough to follow Zedong and the others. Not to mention that this kind of sneak attack could only be done once. If he did it a second time, the other party would definitely be prepared. Even if he did, it would be a waste of time. There were so many good things here, so how could Yang Kai waste time on these guys? As such, after leaving behind a few words, Yang Kai left. The target of his previous sneak attack had been carefully considered. Zedong was a second-order Origin King after all, so Yang Kai wasn't sure he could succeed in his sneak attack, so he could only target Su Wei. Although he did not succeed in killing him, allowing his arm to be swept by the 7-colored radiant light would at least earn him some interest. If Yang Kai guessed correctly, in order to save his life, Su Wei would have to cut off his arm. If Su Wei suffered such a heavy blow, Yuan Qi would undoubtedly be greatly injured. Perhaps Zedong would not let him off and would make him bleed on the spot. What Yang Kai did not expect was that Zedong did not kill Su Wei but instead had his son collect his soul brand. Now that the 7-colored radiant light had just retreated, there was plenty of time to search, so Yang Kai spent half a cup of tea's worth of time shuttling through the void cracks before casually finding a weak point in the void and returning to the Medicine Valley. The surroundings were quiet and there was no trace of anyone. So Yang Kai began to search for precious treasures with great enthusiasm. After waiting for half an hour, he returned to the void cracks again. Over and over again, Yang Kai's harvest grew more and more. At the same time, he was silently calculating the time in his heart. Before entering, Enai Guang had mentioned to him that in this severed world, a person could only stay for a month at most before they had to return to star territory from the entrance they entered, otherwise the consequences would be very serious. Because the remnant ancient aura here was too rich, it was not suitable for a cultivator to stay here for a long time. Once one stayed for too long, they would inevitably be suppressed and rejected by the world principles here. Just like how Qian Tong was rejected by Shadowed Star's world principles. When the time came, the various world principles would be added to the cultivator's body, a power that no human could resist. However, it was still early, and Yang Kai estimated that it had only been 11 or 12 days since he entered the severed world. Even if he counted the consumption of the return journey, he still had at least 10 days left. As such, Yang Kai wandered around the Medicine Valley with a clear conscience. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. As time passed, the number of precious treasures that could be found in the Medicine Valley greatly decreased. Thinking about it, although the Medicine Valley was large, it still had its limits. Even if the number of cultivator who entered here was not high, after such a long search, they had already collected all the good things they could find. Even the harvest of space spirit crystals began to shrink significantly. On this day, Yang Kai spent half a day harvesting a total of 3 space spirit crystals and 1 not-so-good spirit herb. Compared to the first day he entered the Medicine Valley, this result was simply too shabby. It's time to meet up with Gue Zhu. Yang Kai stood in place, stored the spirit herb into his space ring, and muttered to himself. Now that the harvest had begun to dwindle, it did not make much sense to act separately from Gue Zhu. If they met up, they could at least look after each other. Thinking so, Yang Kai began to push his Saint Chi and pour it into the mark left by Gue Zhu on his shoulder. Yang Kai stood in place and waited for a long time, but did not see any trace of Gue Zhu. It seemed that Gue Zhu was not within 1,000 kilometers of him, so he could not respond to his call. Yang Kai was not in a hurry and decided to change locations to try again. But at that moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out from the depths of the Medicine Valley. The moment he heard this sound, Yang Kai instinctively thought that the 7-colored radiant light was about to strike. But in the next moment, he realized that something was wrong. Every time the 7-colored radiant light appeared and retreated, the timing was fixed and Yang Kai could accurately grasp it. But at this time, it was clearly not time for the 7-colored radiant light to strike. According to his calculations, there was still at least a cup of tea worth of time before it would strike. Not only that, but the sound was also wrong. Because the 7-colored radiant light was the light exhaled by the 7-colored radiant peacock divine bird. Every time the 7-colored radiant light struck, the sound of breathing would come from the depths of the Medicine Valley. The sound that entered Yang Kai's ears at this moment was definitely not the sound of breathing, but rather the sound of wings flapping. Thinking so, Yang Kai's face changed abruptly as he raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound. At that moment, a strange cry rang out. To Yang Kai's ears, this cry was somewhat similar to a cat's cry, but it was quite loud and pierced straight into the sky, like a sharp sword that wanted to pierce through the severed world. Yang Kai's knowledge sea shook violently, setting off a storm. Immediately afterwards, a 7-colored light lit up in the sky, covering half of it. Chapter 1790. What's going on? Yang Kai exclaimed, standing in place as he stared at the scene in the sky with trembling eyes. Over there, every time the 7-colored radiant peacock breathed, it was the place where the divine bird was resting. Yang Kai had always been curious about how strong this 7-colored radiant peacock divine bird was, but he had never been able to figure it out. However, judging from the power of the 7-colored radiant light it breathed out, the divine bird was definitely no worse than a third-order origin king, perhaps even more terrifying than a third-order origin king. Yang Kai had thought about going to see what the divine bird looked like, but he had never hardened his heart. However, judging from the situation over there, the The seven-colored radiant peacock seemed to have made some movements. Could some blind guy have provoked it? Yang Kai thought so in his heart, secretly feeling sad for the person who had provoked it. After provoking the seven-colored radiant peacock, it was likely they would die without a burial. Huh, something's not right. Yang Kai looked startled again because at this moment, he discovered that although the movement over there was obvious, there were no fluctuations from a battle at all. Obviously, no one had provoked the seven-colored radiant peacock. When the rainbow-colored light covered the entire sky, a huge figure flew up from the ground and merged with the rainbow-colored light. Then, the rainbow-colored light disappeared into the distance and gradually disappeared into the distance. It flew away? Yang Kai frowned and could only make such a guess. The next moment, though, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. The seven-colored radiant peacock had always been resting in a certain place deep within the Medicine Valley, and no matter where it was, there was definitely something attracting it. In other words, there was definitely some kind of treasure in that place. Now that the seven-colored radiant peacock had flown away, wasn't this a good opportunity to investigate? Once this idea came to him, Kai Yang couldn't suppress it. He wanted to go over there and investigate. Standing in place, he struggled to think for a while. Finally, Kai Yang clenched his teeth and quickly flew over there. At the same time, somewhere in the Medicine Valley, Zilong stood in place, a fanatical look flashing across his eyes as he stared at the disappearing seven-colored light on the horizon. He shouted in a low voice, "The time has come. I didn't expect my luck to be so good this time. I've only been here for 10 days and I've already encountered the time when the divine bird leaves its nest. Ha 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 ha. This is a heaven-sent opportunity." Zilong had always been very calm, but now, his expression was very excited, as if he had encountered a good thing that would not happen in 10,000 years. Su Wei was confused as he watched from the side. Zidong, on the other hand, was overjoyed and immediately asked, "So, we can obtain the immortal tree?" The immortal tree? Su Wei's eyes bulged as he stared at Zidong in amazement. "Young master, did you just say the immortal tree?" He obviously knew about the existence of the immortal tree. He knew what the immortal tree represented, but he had only heard about it in rumors. He even thought that the immortal tree didn't exist. But just now, he had heard Zidong Lai mention the immortal tree. Putting everything together, Su Wei immediately deduced that the immortal tree, a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, was in the divine bird's habitat. "What has it got to do with you?" Zidong glanced at Su Wei coldly. Just now, he had accidentally exposed some important information due to his excitement. However, this didn't matter too much. In any case, the three of them would be heading there soon. Even if he didn't say anything now, Su Wei would be able to see the immortal tree himself. Su Wei looked embarrassed and didn't dare to ask anything more. "Whether we can obtain it or not, I don't know for the time being, but this is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity." Zilong took a deep breath. "Let's go. If I'm not mistaken, the others will also be rushing over." "They court death." Zidong coldly snorted. The immortal tree was a heaven-defying treasure that only Purple Star was qualified to possess. Only he and his father were qualified to refine it. When he obtained the immortal tree and shared it with his father, both father and son would become immortal and indestructible. In time, they would cultivate to the peak of the martial Dao and dominate Star's territory. How happy would that be? Anyone who dared to compete with him for the immortal tree deserved to die. On the other side, Anai Guang took Shui Yu and rushed towards the divine bird's nest. "Uncle Anai, how long will it take for the seven-colored radiant peacock to return?" Shui Yu asked as she followed behind Anai Guang. "I don't know." Anai Guang shook his head. Anai Guang shook his head. "Every once in a while, the divine bird will leave its nest for a while. It can be very short or it can be very long. It depends on its mood. However, this is a rare opportunity, so even if we can't obtain the immortal tree, we must obtain the immortal jade cream. Although it isn't as precious as the immortal tree, it is still one of the three great divine waters. A single drop can bring back the dead. It is a true life-saving medicine." Zilong and the others should also be there, right? Shuiyu frowned. They definitely won't let go of this opportunity. We have made preparations to obtain the immortal jade cream, so how could Zilong not have made any preparations? However, once we reach that place, how we obtain it will depend on our own abilities. When the time comes, you must act carefully. I may not have much energy to look after you. I know, Uncle and you can rest assured. Shuiyu nodded. Shuiyu nodded and looked ahead. She didn't know if that guy would be attracted by the commotion this time and rush over. If she could meet up with him, her chances of victory would be increased. 2,000 kilometers to the left of Anaiguang and Shuiyu. Guizhu was wrapped in black qi as he stared in the direction of the strange movements. After a long silence, he said with some disinterest, let's go take a look. Young boy probably won't miss this opportunity to join in on the fun. It's more important to find him over there. The things we can collect in this damned place are getting less and less. The 3 second-order origin kings were all attracted by this movement and headed in the same direction. The other first-order origin kings were no exception. Although most people didn't know about the existence of the immortal tree and the immortal jade cream, their thoughts were the same as Yang Kai's. They all felt that the divine bird's nest must contain some kind of precious treasure, so naturally, they wouldn't miss such a rare opportunity. For a time, all the people in the Medicine Valley were attracted to this place and used all kinds of methods to rush forward. At the center of the Medicine Valley was a huge flat area with no trees or weeds around it. There was only a small green sapling about a meter tall that swayed gently in the wind. This sapling looked weak, but its leaves and roots contained an unimaginable vitality. This vitality was so rich that it was visible to the naked eye, forming a visible halo around the sapling. There were only 7 leaves on the sapling, and on each of these leaves was a drop of dew. This dew was round and flawless, giving off a milky white color and exuding a charming fragrance. There were only 3 drops of dew in total. This was the rumored immortal jade cream, a rare treasure that grew from the leaves of the immortal tree. It was definitely a treasure that could only be encountered by chance. It was rumored that the immortal jade cream was a heaven-defying treasure that could bring the dead back to life. As long as a person hadn't died for too long and their body wasn't too damaged, as long as they took a drop of the immortal jade cream, they could be resurrected. Among the 3 great divine waters, the immortal jade cream was the most valuable because it was a life-saving treasure. A figure suddenly flew over from the distance and soon arrived at this open flat area. Judging from the speed of this person and the Saint Chi fluctuations emanating from his body, it was clear he was a first-order origin king. Meng Tong, the origin king realm master who had no background and had been cultivating alone all this time. There's no one here. Meng Tong glanced around and found that he was actually the first to arrive here. He could not help feeling ecstatic as his small eyes darted around and he suddenly saw the immortal tree not far away. What is this? Meng Tong stared at the immortal tree in amazement, unable to recognize it for a while. Although he could not recognize the immortal tree, he could see that this little sapling was extraordinary. Not only was it this little sapling, but even its leaves and the milky white dew-like drops on them were all treasures. Damn it, why did it leave behind the 7-colored radiant light? It really pisses this old master off, Meng Tong yelled, almost coughing up blood in frustration. The divine bird had indeed left, and he was the first to arrive here, but within a 10-meter radius of the immortal tree, the 7-colored radiant light still existed and tightly wrapped the immortal tree. Anyone who wanted to obtain this treasure would have to break through the blockade of this 7-colored radiant light. Meng Tong did not dare to take such a risk and could only scratch his head anxiously, unable to come up with any good ideas. Asterisk schwa schwa. Asterisk a strong gust of wind came from not far away and Meng Tong's face changed as he realized that someone else had arrived. Turning his head, he saw 3 streaks of light fly over and a moment later, these streaks of light dissipated, revealing the figures of Zilong, and Su Wei. Meng Tong frowned as he quietly opened up some distance from Zilong and the others, his eyes falling on Su Wei's severed arm and his eyes could not help narrowing as he felt somewhat distressed. He did not know what happened to Su Wei that caused him to lose an arm, nor did he know why Su Wei was acting together with Zilong and Zilong. But he knew that he was alone and definitely not a match for these people. Meng Tong let out a heavy sigh, hating the existence of the seven-colored radiant light to the core. If it weren't for the protection of this radiant light, he would have already snatched away the immortal tree instead of standing here in a daze. A good opportunity. As soon as Zilong landed, his eyes lit up as he shouted. He did not expect that he would arrive so quickly. Only Meng Tong was here, and from the looks of it, Meng Tong obviously did not know what to do. Since he was the first to arrive, Zilong naturally would not waste any time, and his figure flickered as he tried to approach the immortal tree. "Brother Z, you're not slow." At this moment, a voice that caused Zilong to feel apprehensive rang out, causing him to stop and look towards the source of the voice. Soon, he saw Enai Guang flying over with Shuiyu and landing not far away from him. "Senior Enai, you're also very fast." Zilong snorted lightly, feeling extremely unhappy. If Enai Guang had come a little later, he would have been able to obtain the treasure first. Chapter 1791. Haha, I'm still inferior to Brother Z. Enai Guang laughed. Enai Guang laughed loudly, but with just a casual glance. He understood the current situation and immediately said, "Since there aren't too many people here, you and I should hurry up and take action. The 3 drops of immortal source liquid must be obtained first. You and I will each take 1 drop, and the other—" Before Enai Guang could finish though, a voice came from afar. "Oh? So this is immortal source liquid. So is this the legendary immortal tree? Hehehehe, it seems this old master's luck is quite good. The other drop of immortal source liquid is this old master's." As soon as these words fell, a mass of black chi quickly flew over. This black chi was so dark that it seemed to be able to swallow all light, and within it, Guizu's figure could be vaguely seen. Enai Guang and Zilong's faces changed slightly at the same time as they both turned to look at Guizu. Guizu stood still before glancing over at Enai Guang and Zilong, asking with a chuckle, "You two should have no objections, right?" Zilong and Enai Guang looked at each other for a moment, seemingly communicating with each other. Soon, Zilong nodded. "With your Excellency's cultivation, you are on equal footing with this king and Senior Enai. This 3rd drop of immortal source liquid will be taken by your Excellency." "My intentions are the same," Enai Guang nodded in agreement. "In that case, let's begin." Guizu grinned meaningfully. Although he had won the approval of both Enai Guang and Zilong with his extraordinary strength, he was still confused about how to obtain the immortal source liquid, so he did not rush to be the first to act. Instead, he planned to observe Zilong and Enai Guang's actions first before making a decision. In just a short time, so many origin kings had appeared in this originally empty plain, so Zilong seemed to be worried that a long delay would lead to trouble. Immediately, he took action. Raising his hand, Yang Kai summoned a giant python-like object that gave off a bronze glow. As Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it, the 2 eyes on its head burst with light, as if it had come to life. A puppet. Guizu narrowed his eyes and immediately understood that Zilong had prepared for this. A puppet was not made of flesh and blood, so it should not be afraid of the terrifying power of the 7-colored radiant light. Therefore, having a puppet enter the 7-colored radiant light to collect the immortal source liquid was the best and safest way. But was it really that easy? Guizu was suspicious in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged as he turned his eyes back to Enai Guang. On Enai Guang's side, he also released a puppet. However, it was not a puppet in the shape of a python, but a humanoid puppet. It was unknown which grandmaster had made this puppet, but it was refined to perfection. At first glance, it was possible to mistake it for a real person, but only by examining it carefully would one realize that this puppet was completely lifeless. 2 puppets of different forms suddenly appeared. Under the urging of Enai Guang and Zilong, they rushed towards the location of the immortal tree. The giant python zigzagged forward on the ground while the humanoid puppet charged forward with all its might. Not long after, the two puppets rushed into the seven-colored radiant light, but their speed dropped sharply at this moment. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and it was difficult for him to move. Not only that, but there were also cracking sounds coming from the two puppets as if there was a huge force suppressing them, making it difficult for them to move their joints. And Ai Guang and Zilong's expressions turned extremely solemn at the same time. Although they had prepared for this, both of them had brought their best puppets to assist them, they had still underestimated the terrifying power of the seven-colored radiant light. Puppets that were not made of flesh and blood did not fear the corrosive power of the seven-colored radiant light, but the omnipresent pressure was not something these puppets could easily resist. At this rate, it would not be long before their puppets were crushed to dust by the seven-colored radiant light. Thinking of this, Zilong did not dare to be negligent. He repeatedly urged his mind to control the python puppet to move forward. In an instant, the python puppet's speed increased greatly, and after expending a great deal of effort, it finally arrived in front of the immortal tree. At the same time, Ai Guang's humanoid puppet also arrived. A fiery look flashed across the eyes of the two as they simultaneously issued a command to their respective puppets. The next moment, the python's body coiled up and wrapped around the entire immortal tree, then exerted its strength fiercely, as if it wanted to uproot the immortal tree. The humanoid puppet's approach was even more clear-cut, grabbing the roots of the immortal tree with both hands and exerting its strength. The two second-order origin kings obviously had the same idea. As a result, the python puppet was tightly wrapped around the humanoid puppet, preventing it from exerting its full strength. A series of cracking sounds rang out from the two puppets' bodies. Guizhu's eyelids twitched as he watched this scene, feeling a little annoyed. After all, he had a share of the 3 drops of immortal source liquid, so Ai Guang and Zilong wanting to kill the chicken to get the eggs without even giving him a heads-up really annoyed Guizhu. But soon, Guizhu began to laugh strangely because he found that these two puppets were not cooperating at all, and were instead restraining each other's movements. What was more, the seemingly fragile immortal tree was completely undamaged under the two puppets' frenzied attacks, as if it was brand new. "Senior and I, have your puppet withdraw first?" Zilong suddenly shouted. "This king guarantees that if we can obtain the immortal tree, he will give you a share." As he spoke, Zilong continued to activate the python puppet's power. Ai Guang sneered, "Brother Z, why don't you have your puppet withdraw first? This old master can also guarantee that if we can obtain the immortal tree, he will also give you a share." The two looked at each other and saw the distrust in each other's eyes, snorting coldly at the same time and ignoring each other. The situation suddenly reached a stalemate. At that moment, Kong Fa of Galaxy Ridge also rushed over, and when he saw the situation in front of him, he could not help being stunned for a moment, unable to figure out what was going on. After seeing Su Wei, though, Kong Fa's face lit up and he immediately went to meet up with him. After all, these two were jackals of the same tribe. They liked to collude with each other the most. But as soon as his feet moved, Su Wei shook his head at him without leaving a trace. Kong Fa immediately stopped and looked at Su Wei thoughtfully before turning to Zidong beside him. His expression became dignified. He also noticed that Su Wei was missing an arm, and for some unknown reason, he was now standing together with Purple Star's people. Before figuring out the situation, Kong Fa did not dare to act rashly and instead looked around for a moment before arriving beside Meng Tong, cupping his fists and asking, "Brother Meng, may I ask what's going on here?" Meng Tong glanced at him. He didn't hide anything and simply explained the current situation to him. Meng Tong had always been alone, so he had no hatred towards Galaxy Ridge. On the contrary, he would sometimes travel to Abandoned Lair and Galaxy Ridge because in these two places, he could find various cultivation resources to cultivate. He could often find the cultivation materials he needed, and he had also met Kong Fa a few times. So, facing Kong Fa's inquiry, Meng Tong did not conceal anything. "It's actually the immortal tree and immortal source liquid?" Kong Fa's body trembled as a look of fanaticism appeared on his face as he stared towards the center of the field. his eyes darting around as if he was thinking of something. Brother Kong, don't be impatient. There are 3 second-order origin kings here. If you act rashly, the consequences will be serious. Meng Tong reminded with a smile. Hearing this, Kong Fa restrained the fanaticism on his face and nodded lightly. Brother Meng is right. However, looking at the current situation, it seems none of them will be able to succeed easily. This is an opportunity, Meng Tong whispered. Let's wait. Wait for the moment things take a turn for the better. Perhaps we can obtain some benefits then. Kong Fa thought so too. Immediately, he stopped talking and focused on observing. On the other side, Zidong looked at Guang, who was in a stalemate with his father over the immortal tree, with a gloomy look on his face. He felt that if it weren't for Guang's interference, his father would have already obtained the immortal tree. It was because of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Guang that his father was at his wit's end. Suddenly, he saw Xueyu standing alone not far away, and could not help but light up as he thought of a good idea. Su Wei. Zidong called out to Su Wei with a divine sense message. What orders does young master have? Su Wei shuddered, seemingly a little frightened as he hurriedly replied. Did you see Xueyu? Old servant naturally saw her. Go, kill him, Zidong ordered indifferently. What? Su Wei's face changed wildly. Kill him? Young master, he was the future successor of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Even a fugitive like Su Wei would not dare to attack Xueyu easily. Otherwise, even if he hid in abandoned lair, President AIO would find a way to get him out and make him suffer a fate worse than death. What's wrong? You dare not listen to this young master's orders? Zidong's face sank. Old servant wouldn't dare. Young master, please calm down. Su Wei quickly admitted his mistake, his face pale. It's good that you don't dare. Zidong coldly snorted, thought for a moment and said, In fact, I don't really want you to kill him. After all, with his heritage, you may not be able to succeed. Just go up and put on an act. Hearing this, Su Wei suddenly understood. Young master means to attack Xueyu to disturb Guang's state of mind? So he won't be able to compete for the immortal tree? It's good that you know. Zidong nodded lightly. I understand. Su Wei relaxed. As long as he didn't really want him to kill Xueyu, things would be easy to handle. While speaking, Su Wei flattered, Young master is really wise. All right, hurry up and go. Zidong impatiently urged. Su Wei nodded without a trace before turning his gaze to Xueyu. Without saying a word, he released his Origin King realm territory and enveloped Xueyu, who was standing nearby. Xueyu had never imagined that someone would attack her in such a place and at such a time, let alone an Origin King. Caught off guard, Xueyu was completely enveloped by Su Wei's territory and could not help letting out a muffled groan as her body shrank. Chapter 1792. Although Su Wei's sneak attack had caught Xueyu somewhat off guard, her reaction was extremely fast. The moment she realized something was wrong, she immediately urged her Shi to alleviate some of the pressure on her. At the same time, a bright light flashed from her body as she summoned a jade scepter-like artifact that transformed into a light curtain that enveloped her. With this light curtain covering her body, the pressure from her territory field was greatly reduced. The jade scepter in her hand was obviously a powerful artifact that could offset the power of an Origin King's territory field. Just like the bright sea territory mirror worn by Sword Union's young master Gu Jian Xin. It was impossible for ordinary people to possess such an artifact as it was not easy to refine and the materials consumed were extremely expensive. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to afford it. However, people like Xueyu and Gu Jian Xin would definitely carry at least 1 or 2 such artifacts with them in case of emergency. After all, they were only Origin returning Realm Masters, and the biggest difficulty for an Origin Realm Master to contend with an Origin King was the suppression of their territory fields. Sure. As long as this difficulty was overcome, an Origin Realm Master would have a chance to survive against an Origin King. This kind of artifact was a life-saving artifact for them. As soon as the jade scepter appeared, the pressure on Xueyu was greatly reduced and she slowly straightened her body. Turning her head, she glanced behind her coldly and saw who had attacked her. Su Wei, Xueyu shouted, a look of surprise appearing on her face. She couldn't understand why Su Wei would suddenly attack her at this time. After all, doing this would not benefit him at all and would only offend Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Had Su Wei's head been caught in a door? Third young master, please forgive my offense. Although Su Wei was unwilling in his heart, he had no choice but to continue attacking Xueyu under Zidong's tyrannical power. Unable to completely suppress Xueyu with his territory field, Su Wei waved his hand and summoned out a dagger-like artifact before pouring his Saint Qi into it. The dagger trembled instantly. Go! Su Wei flicked his wrist and the dagger turned into a stream of light that shot towards Xueyu like an arrow. Xueyu's beautiful face paled as she faced the blow of an origin king. Not daring to face this attack head-on, she quickly twisted her body and dodged, at the same time summoning her artifact again, 1 turning into 2, 2 into 4 into 8. In an instant, the sky was filled with phantoms of artifacts, making it impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. The countless bracelets hovered around Xueyu's body. They formed an impenetrable protective net. Ding ding dang dang dang. A series of crisp sounds rang out as the shadows of the bracelet clashed with the light of the dagger. The shadows were struck and dissipated, and the power of the dagger was slowly worn down. Su Wei, you're courting death. And Ai Guang also noticed the commotion. He couldn't help but fly into a rage and shout in a low voice. Su Wei gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. His mouth was filled with bitterness, but he couldn't say anything. He knew that after this incident, he would be in big trouble. Mr. Anai, my previous suggestion is still valid. Why don't you reconsider it? The purple dragon's voice was heard, neither too fast nor too slow, as if victory was already in his grasp. Others didn't know why Su Wei had suddenly attacked Xueyu, but Zilong knew that it was his son's idea. Now only his son could convince Su Wei to take action. Zilong was very satisfied with Zidong's decision, and Ai Guang's face sank. While controlling the humanoid puppet to compete with Zilong for the immortal tree, Ai Guang was secretly paying attention to the situation on Xueyu's side. Soon, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "This old master can't obtain it. You won't either. What do you want to do?" Zilong's complexion changed, and Ai Guang answered him with his actions. As soon as Ai Guang finished speaking, the humanoid puppet suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Immediately after, it spread out its limbs and fiercely attacked the giant puppet. A series of bangs rang out as the python puppet was struck, sending sparks flying everywhere. Ai Guang, Zilong roared, his face extremely fierce. His puppet had already suffered great pressure inside the 7-colored radiant light and had suffered great damage. Now that it was being attacked by Ai Guang's humanoid puppet, the damage was even greater, and its limbs were becoming somewhat sluggish. Ha 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 ha! Ai Guang laughed heartily. Taking advantage of the moment when the python puppet was repelled, he controlled his humanoid puppet to grab one of the leaves that contained immortal source liquid and pulled it off with a fierce tug. In the next moment, the humanoid puppet rushed out without looking back. However, as it rushed out, the puppet's body began to crack like a broken bellows and its parts began to fall. Obviously, this puppet had reached its limit. Its speed was also becoming slower and slower, as if it could collapse at any time. At the same time, Zilong's python puppet was not faring much better. After being attacked by Ai Guang's humanoid puppet, its limbs were also becoming sluggish and its body parts were also beginning to break apart. Seeing this situation, Zilong suddenly realized that the situation was hopeless and could only settle for the next best thing, controlling the python puppet to bite a leaf containing immortal source liquid and then having the puppet return. The two puppets, one in front and one behind, each brought back a leaf from the immortal tree and a drop of immortal source liquid. Ai Guang and Zilong quickly rushed forward, not daring to lower their guard in the slightest. If at this time, Guizhu suddenly tried to snatch them, everything they had done would be for naught. On the other side, Shui Yu's situation was gradually becoming more and more precarious. And Ai Guang was unwilling to give up on the immortal source liquid and the immortal tree's leaf he was about to obtain, so he could only leave Shui Yu to its own devices for the time being. He believed that with Shui Yu's heritage, it would not be so easy for Su Wei to kill it. Shui Yu did not fail to live up to his expectations, producing a variety of powerful artifacts and secret techniques. Even its companion monster spirit, Xiaji, had been mobilized, but there was still an entire great realm gap between Shui Yu and Su Wei, so the situation was still worrying. Little thing, you dare bully the weak? Too much. Gui Zhu, who had been standing silently to the side, suddenly sneered and stretched out his hand towards Su Wei. After this hand stretched out, a giant hand composed of black qi suddenly appeared above Su Wei's head. Countless Yin souls were wrapped around this hand, all of them letting out miserable wails. Gui Zhu's sudden attack caused Su Wei's soul to fly out of his body. Letting out a strange cry, Su Wei no longer dared to attack Shui Yu, instead quickly summoning his own defensive artifact while pushing his Saint Qi towards the sky. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. The giant black hand trembled slightly but still continued to descend, enveloping Su Wei directly. The ground shook as Su Wei let out a muffled groan. After the giant black hand dissipated, Su Wei stood in place with a pale face, blood leaking from the corners of his mouth. Under that blow, he was obviously injured. The gap between a second-order Origin King and a first-order Origin King was obvious. After this blow, Gui Zhu did not kill him. After all, although he was stronger than Su Wei, it was not so easy to kill an Origin King. Right now, there were more important things waiting for him to deal with, so how could he be in the mood to tangle with Su Wei? The reason why Gui Zhu took action was entirely because of Yang Kai. In his opinion, Shui Yu was Yang Kai's woman, and he was High Heaven Sect's Supreme Elder. So how could he just stand by and watch Shui Yu be bullied by an Origin King? If he really just sat back and did nothing, he would not be able to explain himself to Yang Kai. If you dare act recklessly again, this old master will kill you. Gui Zhu glanced at Su Wei gloomily and threatened fiercely. Su Wei suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Shui Yu gasped for breath as she glanced over at Gui Zhu and nodded gently to express her gratitude. On the other hand, Zidong was extremely upset because of Gui Zhu's interference. A look of confusion and anger flashed across his eyes. He did not understand why a person like Gui Zhu would help Shui Yu. During this short delay, Ai Guang and Zilong had already obtained the immortal tree's leaf and the immortal source liquid respectively. Both of them took out the containers they had prepared in advance, sealed these treasures, and stuffed them into their space rings before letting out a sigh of relief. In any case, being able to obtain a leaf from the immortal tree and a drop of immortal source liquid this time was already a great harvest. As for the immortal tree, both of their puppets had been destroyed, so they could no longer enter the seven-colored radiant light and act as they pleased. Oh, little Yang Kai is here. Gui Zhu suddenly turned his head in a certain direction. Hearing what he said, Shui Yu smiled happily and followed his gaze. Sure enough, she saw a streak of light flying over quickly, and from this streak of light, Shui Yu felt a sense of familiarity. A moment later, Yang Kai appeared and was taken aback when he saw so many people gathered here. Even though he had rushed over, he had still been too late. He glanced over at Shui Yu and nodded slightly before rushing over to Gui Zhu and asking in a low voice, "Supreme Elder, was I late?" "And a little late," Gui Zhu nodded. "But it doesn't matter, the greatest treasure is still here. They can't take it away, ha 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 ha." Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately cast his eyes towards the immortal tree, squinting his eyes as he carefully examined it, a look of shock gradually appearing on his face. He could feel that this seemingly fragile sapling contained an unimaginable vitality, and one of its leaves, which had a milky white dew-like appearance, was definitely a priceless treasure. Immortal tree? Immortal source liquid? Yang Kai called out in surprise. "Oh, you recognize this thing?" Gui Zhu looked at him in amazement. If he hadn't heard Ai Guang and Zilong's words just now, Gui Zhu wouldn't have recognized the immortal tree, but Yang Kai had recognized it at a glance. Something with such tremendous vitality. I can't think of anything else besides the immortal tree. Yang Kai's face lit up. There's actually an immortal tree here. No wonder the divine bird was resting here. The immortal tree was a supreme treasure, and in terms of value, it was much higher than Yang Kai's 7-colored soul-warming lotus. After all, the soul-warming lotus only had the effect of nourishing one's soul, while the immortal tree could allow a cultivator to achieve an immortal and indestructible body. Which was more important, it was obvious at a glance. Chapter 1793. And this is indeed the immortal tree, and the drop of immortal source liquid on that leaf belongs to this elder. I just divided it up with Enai Guang and Zilong, so their drops have been taken by them. Yang Kai, this old master, has no way to enter the 7-colored radiant light to obtain the immortal source liquid. Do you have any methods? Gue Zhu looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Although Yang Kai was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, everything he did gave Gue Zhu a sense of surprise. So at this critical moment, he could only ask Yang Kai, what if this little brat had a way? Yang Kai really did have a way. When he was collecting the heavenly infant grass before, he had tested it and found that the stone mongoose could move freely within the 7-colored radiant light. Although it was still affected to a certain extent, the effect wasn't too great. So when he heard Gue Zhu's question, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. What's so difficult about that? Quick, stop him. Don't let him take action. Zilong's face changed drastically as he pointed in the direction of Yang Kai and shouted. Since Yang Kai appeared, Zilong's face had become ugly, and now seeing him act so close to Gue Zhu and whispering to each other, Zilong knew that the situation was not good. The puppets he and Enai Guang had brought were damaged and could no longer be used. No one here could do anything about the 7-colored radiant light, but the stone man Zilong had seen before was definitely the key to determining the ownership of the immortal tree. So when he saw Yang Kai show signs of taking action, Zilong couldn't help shouting to Enai Guang, "Brother Enai, let's not talk about the grievances between you and me for now. Help me capture this little brat. He has a strange artifact in his hand that can resist the 7-colored radiant light." What? Enai Guang was taken aback and turned to look at Yang Kai. Although he wasn't very familiar with Yang Kai, they had traveled together before and hadn't noticed anything special about Yang Kai. Now, hearing Zilong speak so confidently, Enai Guang couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He couldn't help wondering what kind of strange artifact Yang Kai had that could actually resist the 7-colored radiant light. After all, both he and Zilong had brought their puppets. They were all specially refined, and whether it was Purple Star or Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, there was only one of them. However, even those two puppets were unable to stay in the 7-colored radiant light for too long. Although some of the damage was due to their mutual attacks, the main reason was the suppression of the 7-colored radiant light. The suppression of the treasure light was too terrifying. Could Yang Kai's treasures be more powerful than the two puppets? Brother Enai, you don't want to watch the treasure fall into the hands of others, do you? Why don't the two of us work together and get that strange treasure first, then get the immortal tree? After we get the immortal tree, we'll divide it equally. Zilong spoke very quickly, as if he didn't care that Yang Kai was right next to him, as if he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Enai Guang frowned. He glanced at Xueyu. He wanted to ask for Xueyu's opinion. Xueyu slowly shook her head, her expression solemn. Enai Guang understood and responded, "Brother Z, your suggestion isn't very good, so please forgive me for not agreeing to it." Ignorant. Zilong was furious. In this situation, if he wanted to obtain the immortal tree, he had to obtain the treasure he needed. At first glance, it was obvious that Yang Kai was standing together with Gue Zhu, so the two of them were definitely on the same side. Zilong was afraid of Gue Zhu, so he could only try to win Enai Guang over, but Enai Guang had refused. Didn't he know that if things continued to develop like this, he would never be able to obtain the immortal tree? The divine bird leaving its nest was an extremely rare opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, he might never obtain the immortal tree again in his life and obtain an immortal and indestructible body. Zilong was as anxious as an ant on a hot wok. Jie Jie. Guizhu laughed strangely to the side, the black qi around his body churning, showing his displeasure. Purple Stars Sect Master? Hearing about you really can't compare to meeting you in person. Your performance really disappoints this old master. Humph, if you want to deal with this sect master, you'll have to pass through this old master first. Saying so, Guizhu let out a burst of ghostly howls. This howl caused all who heard it to shudder. Stretching out his hand, Zilong summoned the 10,000 soul banner and summoned it, transforming it into a huge ghost head that seemed capable of swallowing the heaven-devouring great emperor and floating in the air. The ghost head exuded a dense yin qi. Its mouth opened and closed continuously. Its mouth was pitch black, as if it was a bottomless pit. It was extremely frightening. Zilong's face couldn't help changing. Uncle and I, let's also go to Yangkai, Shuiyu said softly. And I Guang froze for a moment before nodding, wrapping Shuiyu in his Saint Qi before rushing over to Yangkai and Guizhu's side. When he entered the severed world before, his impression of Guizhu was not very good. He felt that this guy cultivated some kind of evil secret art and was definitely vicious and difficult to get along with. But just now, when Sui was dealing with Shuiyu, Guizhu had stepped in to help when Shuiyu was in danger. And I Guang had witnessed this scene. And I Guang was extremely grateful. As such, he did not reject Shuiyu's proposal. He did not know what the relationship between Shuiyu and Yang Kai was. But since Shuiyu had said so, it was obvious she wanted to stand on Yang Kai's side. After landing, and I Guang nodded lightly to Guizhu, and Guizhu responded with a chuckle. 2 second-order Origin Kings had joined forces in an instant. Zilong's face became even uglier. Standing in place, he stared coldly at Guizhu and Enai Guang, his mood fluctuating. He knew that if nothing unexpected happened, this immortal tree would probably have nothing to do with him. The 2 second-order Origin Kings joining forces already had an absolute advantage. But even so, he could not let them succeed so easily. Zilong made up his mind and quietly sent a message to Su Wei with his divine sense. After Su Wei heard this, he quickly raised his head and beckoned to Kong Fa, who was standing not far away. "Brother Kong, come over here." Kong Fa's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Zilong with some dread. Su Wei chuckled. "Brother Kong, this Su won't harm you. You can rest assured." Kong Fa pondered deeply for a moment before he nodded, and then he walked over slowly. Su Wei then turned his gaze to Meng Tong. Before he could speak, Meng Tong grinned meaningfully. "Farewell, everyone. This Meng will take his leave first, until we meet again." After saying so, he turned around and flew away at an extremely fast speed. He obviously did not want to get involved in this muddy water. After all, the current situation was quite strange. Masters were facing off against each other, and everyone was invisibly divided into 2 factions. He, Meng Tong, was just an Origin King without the slightest background who had entered the severed world just to obtain some benefits. Getting involved in this kind of dispute was not something he wanted. As such, he made a prompt decision to leave immediately. He was the first to arrive and the first to leave, which showed that this person was extremely cautious. It was not just luck that allowed him to cultivate to the Origin King realm. "Waste!" Zilong coldly snorted, quite disdainful of Meng Tong's courage. After Meng Tong left, Zilong now only had Su Wei, a first-order Origin King, on his side while the other side had 2 second-order Origin Kings. Although he had 1 more Origin King on his side, Zilong still did not have an advantage. The key to victory was still Yang Kai. As long as they could capture Yang Kai and rob him of his precious artifact, it would be a complete victory. Interesting. Guizhu saw Zilong's actions and smiled gloomily. "Yang Kai, as long as this old master is here, no one can touch a hair on your head. Yang Kai, don't worry, Uncle and I will also help you look after him," Shuiyu also said from the side. Hearing this, Enai Guang nodded without hesitation. "I will." Since Shuiyu had said so, how could he refute? While agreeing, Enai Guang secretly muttered in his heart. It seemed that the relationship between Shui Yu and Yang Kai was closer than he had imagined. Otherwise, Shui Yu would not have asked him to help. In that case, I'll have to trouble the two of you. Yang Kai laughed and did not hesitate, directly summoning his embodiment. As soon as this golden embodiment appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Zilong, Su Wei, and Zidong had seen this embodiment before and knew that Yang Kai would definitely use this artifact to obtain the immortal tree. But this was the first time Guizhu, Enai Guang, and the others had seen it. Immediately, all of them were amazed. None of them recognized what the stone mongoose was. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, placed his soul clone on his embodiment, and controlled it to walk towards the location of the immortal tree step by step. Wishful thinking. Zilong became anxious and could not help shouting as he took a step forward and released the terrifying pressure of an origin king towards Yang Kai. Ha ha ha, Brother Z. This and I would like to exchange pointers. Enai Guang laughed and also took a step forward, using his own pressure to meet Zilong's. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. The pressure of two second-order origin kings collided, causing the surrounding space to tremble for a moment. Both of them let out muffled groans at the same time as their figures swayed slightly. In this confrontation, the two sides were actually evenly matched. Enai Guang's eyes were bright and filled with burning fighting spirit as he stared straight at Zilong, but the latter grit his teeth and shouted, "Enai Guang, are you willing to see the immortal tree be taken away by others? It's not too late to join forces with me." Enai Guang curled his lips. "Join forces with you? Stop daydreaming. Even if my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce can't obtain the immortal tree, your purple star can't either." "Good, you've forced my hand." Zilong was enraged. His entire body suddenly bloomed with purple light. This purple light seemed to be solid and was extremely frightening. At the same time, Zilong's body suddenly emitted the sound of waves, like a tsunami. Purple Chi, Eternal River Secret Art. Enai Guang's face sank as he realized that Zilong was really anxious and wanted to go all out against him. Not daring to show the slightest neglect, Enai Guang also pushed his secret art to its limit. In an instant, Enai Guang's whole body burst with golden light, as if he was cast from iron, giving him a majestic appearance. The surrounding world energy became turbulent as the territory of the two origin kings began to extend, touch, and disappear. Accompanied by a long roar, Zilong turned into a streak of purple light and rushed towards Enai Guang without hesitation. Enai Guang roared angrily as his figure flickered and transformed into a streak of golden light to meet this attack. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the purple light and golden light collided mid-air, neither giving way to the other in the slightest. The resulting explosion of Saint Chi sputtering out in all directions, as if doomsday had arrived. Chapter 1794. The battle between Zilong and Enai Guang broke out in an instant. Su Wei and Kong Fa stared at the terrifying scene in the sky with trembling eyes, deeply feeling their own powerlessness. As origin kings, both of them were existences with eyes far above their heads. But in the end, they were only first-order origin kings. Now that they saw the full power of two second-order masters, they immediately understood the gap between them. If Enai Guang and Zilong were so strong, what about Guizhu, who was on the same level as them? The two of them couldn't help glancing over at Guizhu. Guizhu didn't have any intention of attacking them and instead just stood guard by Yang Kai's side. He also knew his priorities and knew that protecting Yang Kai was the most important thing right now, so how could he have the leisure to deal with Su Wei and Kong Fa? As long as these two didn't move, Guizhu wouldn't find trouble with them. However, Guizhu didn't expect that Su Wei's life and death were no longer in his hands but rather in Zidong's. Seeing that his father and Enai Guang were fighting, Zidong naturally wasn't willing to let his father fight alone. So he immediately sent a message to Su Wei and asked him to meet Guizhu head-on. Su Wei's face was extremely ugly as he cursed Zidong in his heart. However, due to his soul brand being controlled by Zidong, He didn't dare to resist and could only turn to his old friend. Rolling his eyes, Su Wei calmed down and quietly sent a message to Kong Fa. Brother Kong, an opportunity has come. Kong Fa frowned. Brother Su, the opportunity you speak of. Don't tell me you want to take advantage of this opportunity to attack that little brat? That's exactly what I was thinking. Do you want to die? That old man beside that little brat seems easy to deal with. Even if you and I join forces, we might not be his opponent. Kong Fa was taken aback. Brother Kong, riches and honor are found in danger. Since you and I reached the Origin King realm, have we ever broken through again? Do you want to remain in the First Order for the rest of your life? The Immortal Tree is a supreme treasure that many people can't even hope to see. If we miss this opportunity, this Su will never feel at ease. In any case, no matter what you think, this Su is determined to fight. Even if we lose our lives, so what? Su Wei sincerely tried to mobilize Kong Fa, trying to pull him into the water. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare provoke Gue Zhu alone. Kong Fa's expression turned solemn. He seemed to be deep in thought. Seeing that there was hope, Su Wei quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, You and I don't have to fight that old fogey head-on. Now that Enai Guang is entangled with Zilong, we only need one of us to distract that old fogey while the other takes the opportunity to capture that little brat. As long as we can capture that little brat, that old fogey will surely hesitate to attack. That may be the case, but Kong Fa was still somewhat timid. Brother Kong, this Su is willing to entangle that old fogey. You can take the opportunity to deal with that brat. Su Wei also didn't care too much. He immediately took on all the dangerous tasks. Kong Fa's body shook as he stared at Su Wei in amazement. Brother Su you? In his impression, Su Wei wasn't the kind of person who was willing to pay, so Su Wei's proposal surprised him. Su Wei laughed. I only hope that Brother Kong succeeds. Don't forget this Su's hard work. Of course not. Kong Fa was finally persuaded by Su Wei and quickly said, Since Brother Su says so, this Kong will be too disloyal if he still refuses. This matter, I'll do it. If this Kong succeeds, you and I will split the Immortal Tree in half. Good. Su Wei was overjoyed, thinking that he had finally pulled his old friend into the water. His efforts had not been in vain. After the two finished their discussion, Su Wei no longer wasted any time. Instead of delaying, they began circulating their Saint Chi while staring towards Yang Kai with malicious intent. He he he. Gue Zhu laughed strangely. Finally can't hold back? Good, this old master is too bored to stay here. You two little brats can accompany this old master to play. Gue Zhu's words fell. The huge ghost head that had been suspended midair suddenly roared, opened its big black mouth, and bit towards Kong Fa and Su Wei. The two of them were taken aback and quickly scattered, using their own methods to avoid this attack. Summoning their artifacts and secret techniques, they attacked the ghost head. Gue Zhu did not panic and simply pointed his finger, splitting the ghost head in half, causing the two's attacks to miss. The two halves of the ghost head then twisted and transformed back into two separate ghost heads that chased after the two. Both Su Wei and Kong Fa's faces sank as they realized that they had underestimated Gue Zhu too much. Just the pursuit of this ghost head was not something they could easily shake off, let alone approach Yang Kai and attack him. For a time, the place where the divine bird was resting became lively, with fierce battles taking place everywhere. Yang Kai, under the protection of Shui Yu and Gue Zhu, controlled his embodiment to advance towards the seven-colored radiant light. A short time later, the embodiment arrived in front of the Immortal Tree. Through the embodiment, Yang Kai could clearly see this Immortal Tree, and at such a close distance, he could feel just how terrifying the vitality contained in the Immortal Tree was. Yang Kai had heard rumors about the Immortal Tree before and had also heard that it had gone extinct in the long river of time, but he had never imagined that one would still exist in this severed world. This was a supreme treasure that could grant one an immortal and indestructible body. It was something even more precious than the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, and now it was right in front of him. Yang Kai's mood could not help surging, but after calming himself down for a while, he controlled his embodiment to try and uproot the immortal tree. The stone mongoose embodiment's two palms gripped the roots of the immortal tree tightly and then exerted a little force to lift it up. But to Yang Kai's surprise, the immortal tree did not budge. The sapling seemed to be rooted in the ground made of steel. Yang Kai could not help increasing his strength. Still, nothing happened. Yang Kai did not believe this and increased his strength even more. After doing this a few times, he could not help but be shocked. Although the stone mongoose embodiment did not devour many rare minerals and did not grow sufficiently, it was a special creature like the stone mongoose that was born with extraordinary strength. When Yang Kai controlled his embodiment to exert its full strength, even a small mountain could shake. But this immortal tree could not be uprooted. But what shocked Yang Kai even more was that even under such a strong force, the immortal tree was not damaged in the slightest. If it had been an ordinary tree, it would have been broken by the embodiment. It seemed that Enai Guang and Zilong's two puppets had not been able to obtain the immortal tree not because they interfered with each other, but because the two puppets were not strong enough. At that time, even if they had joined forces, they would not have been able to obtain the immortal tree. Is it not strong enough? Yang Kai muttered to himself, his eyes flashing. In the next moment, he waved his hand and the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao appeared. If one stone mongoose was not strong enough, two should be enough, right? On top of that, Xiao Xiao had devoured countless rare minerals and was many times stronger than the embodiment in terms of strength. As soon as Xiao Xiao appeared, he received orders from Yang Kai and immediately rushed towards the immortal tree at an incredible speed. In the next moment, he rushed into the seven-colored radiant light. The light suppression came from all directions and Xiao Xiao's body suddenly released an indescribable, extremely profound power that completely offset this suppressive force. Xiao Xiao's body only paused for a moment before he continued forward unimpeded, walking through the seven-colored radiant light as if he were walking on flat ground. This is principal strength? Yang Kai was taken aback. Although his soul clone was controlling the embodiment, he himself was not affected, so he was still able to perceive the changes in Xiao Xiao's body clearly. The power that Xiao Xiao released just now clearly contained the aura of world principles. This kind of aura was not unfamiliar to Yang Kai. As the Star Master of Shadowed Star, Yang Kai could experience the world principles of Shadowed Star, and although the principal strength coming from Xiao Xiao was weak, it was clearly genuine. When did Xiao Xiao comprehend this kind of power? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. The stone mongoose didn't have high sentience, so it was impossible for it to comprehend world principles on its own. So this kind of power must have been formed by external forces. When did this happen? Thinking quickly, Yang Kai suddenly understood. Back on the Ur star, Xiao Xiao had swallowed the remnant star source of the Ur star before falling into a deep slumber. At that time, Yang Kai thought that Xiao Xiao's strength would increase greatly after he woke up. But later, it turned out that Xiao Xiao hadn't changed much. So Yang Kai was a little disappointed. Now, it seemed that it wasn't that Xiao Xiao hadn't changed, but rather that he hadn't shown this change. After swallowing the remnant star source of the Ur star, Xiao Xiao had clearly gained a trace of principal strength, and although this trace of power was weak, it was more than enough to compete with the seven-colored radiant light. The power of laws, that was an extremely profound power. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, Xiao Xiao had already arrived next to the embodiment, stood opposite it, and immediately stretched out his hands to grasp the immortal tree. In the next moment, a low growl came from Xiao Xiao's throat. Its two little eyes were wide open, and it looked like it was using all its strength to do so. Kacha. Underground, there was a faint sound of something shattering. As for the immortal tree that had remained motionless all this time, it was finally shaken by this unparalleled power. The frail sapling was being pulled out at a subtle speed, and the ground suddenly cracked with crisscrossing fangs one after another. As the immortal tree was pulled out, the world energy aura in the surrounding area began to fluctuate violently, seemingly causing an incredible chain reaction. This is Gue Zhu casually obstructed Su Wei and Kong Fa while focusing his senses on the changes around him. a dignified expression appearing on his face. He was shocked to find that within 1,000 kilometers of where his divine sense could perceive, the world energy aura seemed to be stirring and was madly converging towards the immortal tree. In just a short time, the aura in this medicine valley had been greatly reduced. With such an environment, it would likely be difficult for any valuable precious herbs to grow here in the future. This immortal tree is closely connected to the vitality of this medicine valley. Guizhou saw through this and his eyes flashed. At that moment, from the distant horizon, a loud roar suddenly rang out. This roar contained an extremely angry emotion, causing Guizhou to look up and his expression to change drastically. Chapter 1795. On the horizon, a 7-colored light was rapidly approaching, and within this light, a huge figure could be vaguely seen. Not good, Guizhou shouted, no longer bothering to tease Su Wei and Kong Fa. Using all his strength, he repelled the 2 origin kings and shouted to Yang Kai. The divine bird is returning to its nest. Yang Kai, hurry up. There was no need for him to remind Yang Kai. The moment he heard that loud cry, Yang Kai realized what was happening. His face became extremely solemn. He did not know what kind of ability the divine bird possessed, but it was actually able to sense the changes in the immortal tree. Yang Kai had only made a little progress here, yet it had already been alarmed. With its speed, it would not take long for it to return to this place. Sitting cross-legged on the spot, Yang Kai controlled his embodiment to attack while constantly giving Xiao Xiao orders. Roar. Xiao Xiao noticed Yang Kai's anxiety, and his body suddenly sank as he opened his mouth and let out a roar. A sound wave visible to the naked eye burst from his mouth, and in the next moment, his small body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xiao's size had increased by 3 or 4 times. Although this was not his limit, nor had he reached the level of the stone giant, the increase in strength was not to be underestimated. The immortal tree was suddenly uprooted at an extremely impressive speed. Yang Kai glanced in the direction of the divine bird, and his face could not help changing. The 7-colored light was about to reach him and was now less than 100 kilometers away. 100 kilometers might seem far, but with the divine bird's speed, it would only take a few flaps of its wings to cross this distance. At this moment, not only was Yang Kai panicking, but everyone else also seemed a little flustered. Enai Guang and Zilong had already stopped and rushed back, the former pushing his Saint Qi to wrap Xueyu. Before Xueyu left, she shouted Yang Kai's name loudly, urging him to escape. Zilong also took Zidong with him and did not dare to linger, hurriedly retreating. "Brother Kong, let's go." Su Wei's scalp went numb. While shouting, Su Wei formed a series of seals with his hands and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi before transforming into a streak of light and fleeing faster than anyone else. Kong Fa followed closely behind. Many Origin King Realm Masters fled in panic like stray dogs. The scene was extremely comical. In an instant, everyone around the immortal tree evacuated, leaving only Guizhou to guard Yang Kai. Even someone as strong as Guizhou was sweating profusely at this moment as the black qi around his body began to fluctuate. "Grand Elder, you go first," Yang Kai said anxiously. "This old man will go with you." Guizhou, on the other hand, was very dependable and did not abandon Yang Kai to escape on his own. This made Yang Kai feel that accepting him into High Heaven Sect was indeed a good decision. One had to know that Guizhou choosing to stay behind at this time was risking his life. At times like this, it was easier to see a person's true character. Guizhou had undoubtedly won Yang Kai's approval. "I'm confident that I can escape. You don't have to worry about me," Yang Kai replied quickly. Guizhou was startled but immediately understood that Yang Kai was probably relying on his space force. So he quickly said, "Then you must be careful. This old master will go first." Saying so, his body flickered as the 10,000 soul banner wrapped him up. Transforming into a mass of black qi, Guizhou flew off into the distance. In the time it took to speak, the divine bird had already closed in on them, and in the next breath, it would descend upon them. At such a close distance, Yang Kai was able to clearly see what the divine bird looked like. It was an incomparably huge peacock with colorful feathers all over its body. Its tail was slender and long, and it was extremely beautiful. Besides the legendary phoenix, there was likely no other divine bird in this world that was more beautiful than this one. But now, under this beautiful appearance, there was a monstrous, murderous intent. Another loud and clear cry rang through the air. Over where the divine bird was, the seven-colored treasured light swallowed and spat out, attacking in a frenzy. It was as if the Milky Way in the sky had shattered as it swept downwards. Kai Yang leapt up from the ground and rushed forward. At the same time, the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao and his embodiment had already obtained the immortal tree. The moment the immortal tree was pulled out of the ground, the entire Medicine Valley shook for a moment. Xiao Xiao grabbed his embodiment with one hand while holding the immortal tree with the other, stomped his feet on the ground and rushed towards Yang Kai. The two sides met up halfway. Yang Kai directly stuffed the two stone puppets into his space ring before stretching out his hands. Rich space force surged from his body as he fiercely thrust them into the void and split them apart. A void crack immediately appeared. Yang Kai dove in. The seven-colored radiant light enveloped the place where he had just been and was blocked by the void crack. But Yang Kai had already disappeared. The divine bird seemed to be aware of this, and its huge body swooped down towards the void crack. Inside the void crack, Yang Kai slowly exhaled, a look of lingering fear on his face. If he had been a little slower just now, he really would have been killed by the divine bird. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao had lived up to his expectations and had successfully pulled out the immortal tree. Thinking of the immortal tree, Yang Kai's heart became hot again. How did such a precious treasure end up in his hands? Yang Kai had never expected that his trip to the severed world would yield such an earth-shattering harvest. His original intention was to come here to find a shocking void beast and obtain its monster core, but everything that happened afterwards was beyond his expectations. Whether it was the many precious treasures he had collected in the Medicine Valley or the immortal tree, they had all far exceeded his expectations. Yang Kai's blood boiled with excitement. At that moment, a strange fluctuation of power came from not far behind him. Yang Kai frowned and turned around to look, but after seeing the scene in front of him, he could not help paling in shock, his eyes widening in an instant. From the void crack he had torn open to escape, a huge claw had reached in, and from the shape of this claw, it was undoubtedly the seven-colored radiant peacock divine bird. Could it actually break through the blockade of Space Force and accurately find the void he was in? Yang Kai's face suddenly sank. Immediately afterwards, a second claw reached out from the void crack, one that was as sharp as a sword and glowed with a cold light. Looking around, it was as if these two claws had grabbed hold of a door and something terrifying was trying to come out from it, causing one to shudder. The next moment, the two claws fiercely parted, and the void crack Yang Kai had torn open immediately widened. Through the void crack, Yang Kai could vaguely see the situation on the other side, but he could not see it clearly. The divine bird's head poked out of the void crack and its two scarlet eyes immediately fixed on Yang Kai, who was suspended in the void. There was an unforgettable hatred in its eyes. The divine bird opened its mouth and let out an angry roar as a dazzling seven-colored light quickly formed in its throat. Not good. Yang Kai was scared out of his wits and did not dare to stay in place. Even Enai Guang and Zilong did not dare to touch the seven-colored radiant light. Although Yang Kai was confident in his strength, he did not dare compare himself to Enai Guang and Zilong, so naturally, escaping was more important. As soon as he left, the seven-colored radiant light shot out from the divine bird's mouth like a beam of light, shooting straight into the depths of the void. Wherever he passed, the void would tremble. Ha! Yang Kai frowned. Although he had avoided the attack of the seven-colored radiant light and did not suffer any damage at this moment, he was keenly aware that the void crack here seemed to be somewhat unstable under the influence of the seven-colored radiant light and was showing signs of collapsing at any time. This discovery caused Yang Kai to break out in a cold sweat. He never expected that the divine bird would have such a shocking method. Another 7-colored beam of light was shot out. Although Yang Kai had already distanced himself from the divine bird, and the other party had no intention of pursuing him through the void crack, when the second beam of light poured into the void crack, the surrounding space became even more unstable. This guy, he shouldn't be trying to destroy the void crack to force me out, right? Yang Kai thought of a possibility and his mood suddenly became extremely bad. If this was the case, the situation would be terrible. He thought that after obtaining the immortal tree, he would be safe inside this void crack. But he did not expect that even if he hid inside the void crack, he would still have to worry. The third beam of 7-colored radiant light poured in the fourth. The divine bird seemed to be tireless and continued to spew out beams of light into the void, and as the number of beams of light increased, the void crack became more and more unstable. Finally, when the divine bird spat out 9 beams of light, a dark hole suddenly appeared in the void that was hit by the beams of light. This scene looked as if the void crack had been pierced through by the divine bird. At this time, the entire void crack began to collapse, and the space principles became extremely chaotic as the void crack rapidly shrank towards a certain point in the center. It was conceivable that once this void crack completely shrank, this void crack would no longer exist and Yang Kai would be ruthlessly crushed by the power of this void crack. Yang Kai could not help cursing, and without even thinking about it, flew directly towards the void crack created by the divine bird. Now that he wanted to escape from this void crack, he could return to the severed world through another weak point in the void, but returning to the severed world was not necessarily safe. Once the divine bird smelled his aura, he would not be able to escape the fate of being hunted down. He could only pin his hopes on the new hole, praying that the hole was connected to a safe location. With his space principles, Yang Kai did not have to worry about getting lost in the void, so no matter where this void crack led to, it was better than returning to the severed world. Yang Kai made a prompt decision without the slightest delay. After a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai arrived in front of the void crack and dove in. After his figure disappeared, the divine bird coldly looked in the direction he left and retracted its head and claws. Chapter 1796. In front of the divine bird, the power of the void fluctuated as the collapsing and shrinking void cracks gave off a terrifying aura. After a short while, the void crack in the severed world condensed into a single mass. However, it did not disappear completely and instead formed a huge rotating vortex in front of the divine bird. This vortex was translucent like a mirror. Through this mirror, one could vaguely see the scene on the other side. On the other side, a figure was looking around, seemingly at a loss. If this figure was not Yang Kai, who could it be? The divine bird naturally saw this clearly and without hesitation, let out a cry, flapped its wings, and plunged into the vortex in front of it. Immediately afterwards, its figure appeared on the other side of the mirror. When the divine bird left the severed world, the monstrous pressure dissipated in an instant. The origin kings who had fled before also appeared one after another and gathered not far in front of the vortex, staring at the situation on the other side with strange looks on their faces. Over there, Yang Kai was being chased by the divine bird, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. And the space he and the divine bird were in looked so familiar. Is that star territory? And Ai Guang raised his brow as he recognized that this territory was where they had entered the severed world before. How could such a thing happen? Guizhou was also confused, unable to understand. Not far away, Zilong's expression fluctuated, as if he was contemplating something, but soon, he made a decision. After secretly informing Zidong, he wrapped Zidong in his Saint Qi and rushed towards the vortex. Su Wei was restrained and had no choice but to follow. After these three people rushed into the whirlpool and appeared on the other side, they immediately chased after Kai Yang. From the looks of it, Kai Yang didn't hesitate. Obviously, they were unwilling to give up. After all, the immortal tree was now in Yang Kai's hands. As long as they could catch up with Yang Kai, they would have a chance to snatch the immortal tree from him. Uncle and I, let's go too, Shuiyu said anxiously. And Guang nodded. It looks like we'll be leaving this vortex. There is no doubt that this is the territory of the Star Realm, and there is no danger here. There are not many benefits to be had here. Let's go. Saying so, he turned to look at Guizhu again. This friend, do you intend to? Guizhu coldly snorted. My sect master is being pursued, so this old master naturally cannot stand idly by. All right, then I'll go with you. The two of them reached an agreement and rushed toward the whirlpool. The remaining Kong Fa thought for a moment and hurriedly followed. Just as Guang had said, there weren't many benefits left in this place. Even if they stayed, they wouldn't be able to gain much. They might even provoke the dangerous existences in this place. If he was lucky, he might be able to snatch some benefits from Yang Kai. Not long after, everyone had completely disappeared. After a short while, a figure stealthily appeared on the spot, and he turned his head to look around with a terrified expression. It was Meng Tong who had left earlier. No one knew where he was hiding, and he only showed himself after things had calmed down. Swish, swish. The sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. There's still someone here? Meng Tong was stunned for a moment before looking in the direction of the source of the sound. A moment later, a beautiful figure appeared in his field of vision. After seeing the person's appearance, Meng Tong smiled at him as a form of greeting. Oh, it's Brother Meng? The person recognized Meng Tong and called out happily. Elder Luo. Meng Tong greeted as he recognized this person. It was Luo Lan of Sword Union. Although they weren't familiar with each other, they had met a few times. Meng Tong was like this and had no grudges with other Origin Kings. He also didn't have deep friendships with other Origin Kings, so he had always been alone. What happened here? This mistress seemed to have seen the divine bird in the distance just now. Luo Lan asked curiously. She had also seen the divine bird leave its nest, but she was too far away at that time. By the time she arrived, everything had already been settled, so she was at a loss as to what had happened here. It's a long story. Meng Tong smiled bitterly. But now there's an opportunity to leave this place. Would Elder Luo like to leave first? Luo Lan was startled and looked towards the vortex thoughtfully, lightly opening her red lips and asking, Leave through this vortex? They have all left, so perhaps only you and I are left in the severed world. This Meng is also planning to leave. Meng Tong nodded. They've all left? Luo Lan was surprised, but after thinking about it, she nodded. In that case, this mistress will leave with you. That's good. Meng Tong smiled. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed towards the whirlpool. After he and Luo Lan left the severed world and returned to Star Territory, Meng Tong had time to briefly explain what had happened to Luo Lan. When she learned that the immortal tree had fallen into Yang Kai's hands in the end, Luo Lan was shocked. After all, there were so many masters present at that time, including 3 second-order Origin Kings, but in the end, the one who obtained it was Yang Kai, an Origin-returning Realm Master. This was both ironic and unexpected. Luo Lan could not help sighing that Yang Kai's luck was so good. However, the divine bird obviously did not give up and instead chased Yang Kai all the way from the severed world to Star Territory. At this moment, Yang Kai's situation must be extremely dangerous. That's what happened. After Meng Tong finished speaking, he did not say anything else. Luo Lan looked into the distance with some worry, not knowing if Yang Kai could escape this disaster. Yang Kai gave her a good impression and was someone Gu Jian wanted to befriend, so she naturally did not want any accidents to happen to Yang Kai. But now, the direction of the situation was not something she could control, so Luo Lan felt powerless. Elder Luo, this Meng is preparing to leave. Farewell. Meng Tong was a careful person. Although the immortal tree was also very attractive to him, he didn't think that extreme luck was enough to defy the heavens, so he didn't intend to meddle in the muddy waters behind him. After leaving the severed world, he returned to his cave mansion to enter secluded retreat. He had gained quite a lot from this trip. If he was lucky enough, he could go into seclusion for a while. Even if he couldn't advance, he could still increase his strength by a lot. Thank you for clearing my doubts, Brother Meng. Have a safe journey. Luo Lan nodded lightly. Farewell. Meng Tong cupped his hands slightly. Then he turned around and left. After Meng Tong left, Luo Lan couldn't help but sigh, but she didn't intend to pursue him. Instead, she identified the direction and returned to Azure Tree Star. At the same time, Yang Kai was running wildly in star territory. Behind him, the 7 luminaries peacock chased after him at lightning speed. This made him extremely depressed. Yang Kai did not know how strong the divine bird was or what realm it was equivalent to, but judging from the fact that this evil beast had been chasing him all this time, its strength was definitely not below a third-order origin king. This was because even though he had used the secret space technique to move at high speed, he was still unable to move. Even so, Yang Kai was still unable to get rid of its pursuit. With a gentle flap of its broad wings, the divine bird could cross a distance of several dozen kilometers in an instant. Yang Kai almost coughed up blood. The divine bird seemed to have a deep enmity with him for killing its father and stealing its wife as it chased after him relentlessly. The distance between the two would sometimes widen and sometimes shrink, making it impossible for Yang Kai to escape. What made Yang Kai even more frightened was that, from time to time, the divine bird would spit out a burst of 7 luminaries light. Every time this happened, Yang Kai had to concentrate on dodging, not daring to let this light touch him. This kind of fleeing through star territory while being chased by a powerful enemy was somewhat familiar. When Yang Kai fled from Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai had pursued him like this for more than half a year until Yang Kai went to Scarlet Wave Star. It was only after Yang Kai hid inside the sealed world bead that Luo Hai completely lost track of him. And now, the divine bird was doing the same thing again. Its strength was much higher than Luo Hai's. If Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space had not improved greatly during this time, he would definitely have been doomed this time. Mobilizing his space force again and again to avoid the 7 luminaries' light, the situation seemed extremely dangerous. After countless fruitless attacks, the situation became worse. The divine bird seemed to have been thoroughly enraged. It no longer simply spat out light to attack Yang Kai. Instead, it began condensing many feathers made of pure energy from its body and shot towards Yang Kai. Light was easy to gather, but these attacks were extremely difficult to defend against. Yang Kai had suffered greatly. He had condensed more than 20 blood beasts in the severed world with great difficulty. He had also lost several of them in order to avoid danger. Each blood beast represented a golden blood thread, and the loss of a blood beast meant the destruction of a golden blood thread. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. Show. The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from behind. Yang Kai's complexion changed, and just as he was about to dodge, he was shocked to find that the divine bird's attack this time was somewhat different. It was much faster and more ferocious than before. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai hurriedly turned around and waved his hands in front of him. The space in front of him was affected by his space force, and a circular void crack suddenly appeared. As soon as this void crack formed, a ray of light shot out. With a bang, the circular void crack created by Yang Kai was directly shattered, and a fierce attack pierced through it and hit Yang Kai squarely in the chest. Feeling a great pain, Yang Kai felt as if his body was about to be torn apart as something poured into his chest and shot out from his back, leaving behind a spray of golden blood. Suffering such a heavy blow, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became sluggish. Under the tremendous inertia, Yang Kai's body flew backwards like a ragged sack. While he was busy, Kai Yang lowered his head to look at his injuries. When he saw them, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. His chest had really been penetrated by something, but fortunately, it had not hurt his heart and had only brushed past the right side of his chest. This kind of injury was not fatal, but it was enough for Yang Kai to suffer. Chi. A sound that made Yang Kai's soul tremble rang out. Looking up, Yang Kai saw real feathers floating around the 7-colored radiant peacock's body. These were the divine bird's feathers, each of which was condensed from its essence and would not be used lightly. From this, it could be seen how determined the divine bird was to kill Yang Kai. Chapter 1797. It seemed that the attack that had severely injured him before was also a manifestation of the divine bird's feather. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression became extremely dignified. While pushing his Saint Qi to suppress his injuries, he also urged his golden blood threads to weave a golden blood shield behind him. At the same time, he circulated his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. In an instant, a 5-colored light flashed around Yang Kai's body. Countless thin sword qi streaked across this light, accompanied by the sound of 10,000 swords ringing out. Even with the strength of his physical body, he had not been able to resist the attack of the divine bird's feather and had been pierced through from the front to the back. This time, facing so many of them, how could Yang Kai dare act carelessly? In an instant, Yang Kai used all his defensive means. But just as he finished doing all this, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind him. At this moment, Yang Kai felt like he was a canoe sailing through monstrous waves, tossing and turning unsteadily, as if he could be destroyed at any moment. This was a feeling of his life hanging by a thread. At this moment of great crisis, Yang Kai was surprisingly calm, his perception sharper than usual. He danced left and right amidst the terrifying attacks, trying his best to avoid the attacks of the divine bird's feathers. Shio shio shio. One attack after another brushed past Yang Kai's body, some of them even managing to graze him, causing the 5-colored radiance of the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to dim significantly. Time had never passed so slowly before, but it also seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. By the time the sound of something breaking through the air disappeared, Yang Kai had almost collapsed. Kong. Another attack came from behind him. Yang Kai caught a glimpse of a 7-colored light from the corner of his eye. 7-colored radiant light. Yang Kai's face sank as he realized that he really could not avoid this time. Just now, in order to avoid the attack of the divine bird's feather, he had expended a great deal of energy and concentration. At this critical moment, the divine bird had spat out the 7-colored radiant light, cutting off any hope he had of continuing to evade. At this critical moment, Yang Kai hurriedly summoned the sealed world bead and his figure flickered, disappearing in place. He went straight into the sealed world bead. The next moment, the 7-colored radiant light enveloped the sealed world bead, although the power of the treasure light was boundless. But how could it harm an emperor artifact in the slightest? As such, the sealed world bead only paused for a moment before shooting off into the distance like an arrow. The divine bird that had been chasing after Yang Kai also showed an anthropomorphic look of astonishment. Previously, he had not scolded them on how to escape and how to use the power of space. He could accurately grasp the direction of Yang Kai. Then, he easily chased after them. But this time, when Yang Kai summoned the sealed world bead, it completely lost track of Yang Kai. However, a divine bird was still a divine bird. Although it didn't know what was so great about the sealed world bead, it knew that Yang Kai's disappearance must have something to do with this bead. As such, it let out a cry and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, wanting to swallow the sealed world bead into its belly. But how could Yang Kai allow it to do as it wished? After using the sealed world bead to avoid the 7-colored radiant light, he quickly ran out of the sealed world bead, grabbed this emperor artifact, and continued to flee. Being teased by Yang Kai like this, the divine bird was furious and its feathers trembled, as if it wanted to tear Yang Kai to pieces in the next moment. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Inside the star field, an extremely mysterious power began to fill the air, gradually becoming richer and richer. Strangely enough, this sudden appearance of this power only tightly lingered around the divine bird, like the golden hoop curse, unable to shake it off, but had no effect on Yang Kai, who was fleeing not far away. This strange power was growing at an extremely fast rate. After a dozen breaths of time, a purple thundercloud appeared above the divine bird's head. Purple arcs of lightning swam through this thundercloud like snakes, giving it an unfathomable power. The purple thundercloud floated strangely above the divine bird's head, following it like a shadow. No matter how the divine bird moved, it was unable to shake it off, just like how it was chasing Yang Kai. For the first time, the divine bird showed a look of dread and cried out anxiously. Although Yang Kai didn't know what was happening behind him, he also noticed that something was wrong. But at this time, how could he be in the mood to look back? Instead, he focused on running away. Kacha. A sound that resounded throughout the star territory exploded in Yang Kai's ears. The moment this sound rang out, his soul became somewhat unstable and his already injured body paled, causing him to cough up a mouthful of golden blood. The divine bird behind him cried out angrily as a purple bolt of lightning fell from above and struck its huge body. A burnt smell instantly filled the air, and even the powerful seven-colored radiant peacock was struck by this purple bolt of lightning, causing it to tremble and lose several of its colorful feathers. The speed of its pursuit of Yang Kai was greatly reduced. Kacha. A second explosion rang out and a second purple bolt of lightning fell. The divine bird suffered another heavy blow and cried out even more angrily, flapping its wings even harder. But it was still unable to resist the onslaught of the purple thundercloud. Kacha. A third Yang Kai rushed out a few thousand kilometers in a row and felt that he was now a safe distance away from the divine bird. Only then did he have the leisure to turn around and take a look. What he saw made Yang Kai overjoyed. He clearly saw that the divine bird, which he was so afraid of and could only flee in embarrassment, was now fighting against the terrifying heavenly pressure. A breakthrough. The first thought that flashed through Yang Kai's mind was that the divine bird had broken through its shackles at this time and reached the next realm. After all, the purple thundercloud that condensed above the divine bird's head was too similar to a baptism of heaven and earth. No! Yang Kai quickly denied this conjecture. The divine bird's strength was intrepid and its realm was profound. It was not a simple matter for an existence like it to break through. Perhaps its strength had not improved for thousands of years, so it did not make sense for it to suddenly break through at this time. Moreover, Yang Kai did not feel that the divine bird's aura had become stronger, even though it was already very strong. If it was not a breakthrough, then how could this scene be explained? Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of a great idea. Suddenly, he laughed out loud. His previous depression and helplessness swept away and was replaced with a sense of satisfaction. There's no mistake. It's definitely the rejection of heaven and earth principles. Yang Kai's eyes brightened as he stared in the direction of the divine bird, watching it struggle and wail under the purple thundercloud. He felt as if the heavens were looking out for him, actually obstructing the divine bird's pursuit at this critical moment. Heaven and earth principles were a strange kind of power that was difficult to describe, but also extremely profound. At the very least, an Origin King realm cultivator was unable to touch upon world principles. Even if one became the star master of a certain cultivation star, they could only vaguely sense the world principles of that cultivation star and could slightly mobilize those world principles for their own use, enjoying many of the benefits of a star master. Heaven and earth principles would reject all existences that did not belong to their own world. For example, Shadowed Star's world principles were very simple. They simply rejected Origin Kings. After Qian Tong broke through to the Origin King realm, he returned to Shadowed Star, thinking that he would be able to reach the pinnacle of Shadowed Star. But he had not expected to be rejected by Shadowed Star's world principles. From time to time, he would be struck by thunder tribulation or fire tribulation, tormenting him to the point where he did not dare enter retreat to cultivate. Moreover, this kind of repulsive force would only grow stronger and stronger, so if he did not leave as soon as possible, he would sooner or later be tortured to death. As a last resort, he could only beg Yang Kai to take him away from Shadowed Star. Qian Tong's situation should be the same as what the divine bird was experiencing right now. The divine bird did not belong to Star's territory, so its existence had challenged the authority of Star's territory's world principles, so it was being rejected. The purple thunderclouds were the most direct manifestation of this rejection. The divine bird could resist this repulsive force, but it might not be able to do so next time. Because this was the repulsive force of the entire star's territory, not the subtle repulsive force of Qian Tong on Shadowed Star. This kind of repulsive force was not comparable to what Qian Tong was experiencing. Yang Kai also remembered Qian Tong's experience and made some inferences about this scene. Although he was not certain, he was at least 80% sure. Looking at the scene in the distance, Yang Kai's heart settled. Without the divine bird chasing after him, there was no need for him to panic. Standing high up in the sky, Yang Kai took out a few healing pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth, continuing to heal himself while observing the situation in the distance. In the distance, a purple light flashed, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, as one bolt of purple lightning after another fell from the sky. No matter how the divine bird tried to dodge, these bolts of lightning would accurately bombard it, each time seeming to cause it some damage. After dozens of times in a row, the divine bird began to panic. It could perceive that each bolt of purple lightning was more powerful than the last. It was able to resist them now, but if this continued, it might really fall here. Although the immortal tree was precious, compared to its own life, it was nothing more than a foreign object. How to choose, the divine bird naturally understood. After once again withstanding the power of the purple lightning, the divine bird no longer dared to remain in place and quickly turned its huge body to return. It also felt the repulsive force of this star's territory, so it knew what to do to ensure its safety, so it decided to return to its nest immediately. Oh! The divine bird is returning. Up ahead, two streaks of light were rapidly approaching. It was Zilong, Zidong, and Su Wei who had gone ahead. When Zidong saw the huge body of the divine bird, he exclaimed thoughtfully, "Was that little brat killed by the divine bird?" Zilong did not answer and instead stared at the purple thundercloud above the divine bird's head. When he felt the terrifying power contained in this thundercloud, his face could not help changing as he quickly changed direction to avoid the divine bird. However, the divine bird was furious at this moment, so how could it allow Zilong to leave? Opening its mouth, it spat out 7-colored radiant light towards Zilong's trio. Zidong screamed, his face pale as paper. Zilong and Su Wei, on the other hand, were dignified expressions as they hurriedly used their own methods to dodge. By the time they managed to avoid the attack of the 7-colored radiant light, the divine bird was already 1,000 kilometers away. Chapter 1798. This divine bird. Su Wei was confused, not knowing what the divine bird had encountered at this moment and why it was fleeing like a stray dog. "It seems to be breaking through," Zilong said thoughtfully. It wasn't that he didn't know enough, it was just that, when it came to world principles, he had no way of understanding them. "Look over there." Zidong seemed to have discovered a new continent as he pointed in a certain direction and screamed, "It's that little brat. It's definitely that little brat. He's not dead yet." A few thousand kilometers away, a dazzling light flashed. Although it was too far away for Zidong to see Yang Kai's face clearly, he could still speculate that it was Yang Kai. After all, at this time, in this place, who else could it be but Yang Kai? "It's good he's not dead." Zilong's eyes flashed. "The heavens are really helping me." He had been worried that Yang Kai would be killed by the divine bird and the immortal tree would be snatched back. But now that he learned that Yang Kai was safe, his mood suddenly shook. As long as the immortal tree was still in Yang Kai's hands, he still had a chance. Not hesitating any longer, Zidong wrapped Zidong in his Saint Chi and quickly chased in the direction of Yang Kai. Not far behind Zilong's group of 3, Enai Guang, Gue Zhu, and the others also encountered the returning divine bird and were thrown into confusion by the 7-colored radiant light it spat out. The divine bird is returning to its nest. Yang Kai After Shuiyu stabilized herself, her face couldn't help going pale as she thought of a possibility that was almost impossible to accept, causing her body to tremble slightly. Women were different from men. Many years ago, on that dead star, her entire body had been groped by Yang Kai. Although she hated him at that time, he was still the first man who had ever touched her body and occupied an extremely special place in her heart. Later, she was eroded by the profound in sunflower water, and her life was hanging by a thread. It was Yang Kai who refined a spirit pill that saved her life. She tried to win over Yang Kai. She wanted to keep this man by her side but was rejected by him, causing Xueyu to feel sad. So over the years, Xueyu had been brooding over Yang Kai and could not forget him. But she had her pride. She had her own way of doing things, and it was impossible for her to pester Yang Kai like an ordinary woman. As the next successor of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, what she needed to consider the most was the prosperity of the Chamber of Commerce. As for her own happiness and desires, they were nothing more than an illusion. In the Emperor Garden, meeting Yang Kai for the second time, Xueyu was overjoyed and wanted to have a good talk with Yang Kai. But when she saw Yang Kai and Shan Qing Luo, the dragon lady, being so affectionate, Xueyu couldn't help but get angry. That reunion did not end well. This matter made Xueyu feel regret for a long time, and she also blamed herself for a long time. He secretly made up his mind that if he really had the chance to see Yang Kai again, he must make things clear to him. However, she also knew that the territory of Star was so vast that it was almost impossible for two people who had no contact with each other to reunite. What made her even more surprised was that a reunion really came. Outside the entrance to the severed world, Xueyu saw Yang Kai rush over. She couldn't believe her eyes. She was not a little girl who was easily confused, and she had always scoffed at the idea of fate. But this time, she somewhat believed it. In the severed world, in the face of a life or death crisis, Xueyu finally put aside everything. Using an almost shameless and forceful method to force Kai Yang to declare his position, he achieved his goal. As she said, her expectations were not high, as long as there was such a man in this world. As long as he could treat her like a woman and let her feel everything a woman should feel, she would be satisfied. But now, this person might be dead. Xueyu could hardly accept this, as if she had been struck by lightning, her pretty face pale and bloodless. Yang boy isn't dead. Guizu's eyes were deep as he stared forward. Zilong has chased after him, so he must have discovered Yang boy's whereabouts. We need to catch up as well. With his strength, he won't be able to resist Zilong. If Zilong really succeeds, there will be no turning back. Hearing what he said, Xueyu's tender body trembled as she quickly turned to Anai Guang and called out in a trembling voice, "Uncle Anai!" Anai Guang remained silent as he enveloped Xueyu in his Saint Chi and flew alongside Guizu. After flying for a while, Anai Guang suddenly said, "Third young master, Yang Kai will be a good friend, but you shouldn't take him too seriously. You need to know what kind of mission you are shouldering." He obviously saw the problem. Whether it was Xueyu's performance in the severed world before or her current eagerness, he realized just how important Yang Kai was to Xueyu. Hearing this, Xueyu's face stiffened as she nodded slightly. "I know, Uncle and I." Guizu chuckled strangely. "Love between a man and a woman is a matter of course. What does this have to do with the mission she is shouldering? Hehehe. Your Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's actions are too contemptible." Anai Guang's face changed drastically as he turned his head to look at Guizu in amazement. "What are you looking at? This old master knows that this little girl is a woman. This old master believes you also know." Guizu coldly snorted. "What are you trying to say?" Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce daring to let Anai Guang take Xueyu out for life experience meant that he was a trustworthy person. On top of that, Anai Guang was a second-order origin king, so he was definitely qualified to access the top secrets of the Chamber of Commerce. As such, Guizu was not afraid of leaking information. In fact, as Guizu expected, only a few people in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce knew that Xueyu was a woman, and Anai Guang was one of them. Anai Guang and President Aio had known each other since they were young and had made great contributions to the development of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce over the years. It could be said that Anai Guang's status in the Chamber of Commerce was second only to Aio and the Supreme Elders who did not care about worldly affairs. "How do you know this kind of thing?" and I Guang was shocked. What's so strange about it? Guizhu sneered. Not only does this old master know that this little girl is a woman, but this old master can also see that her physique is not ordinary. Although I don't know what it is specifically, I think it has something to do with you concealing her true gender. And let this old master guess, a physique that needs to be concealed in order to conceal one's gender, besides the rumored wonderful furnace divine body, there is also the dragon marrow phoenix body. This little girl's appearance is not very charming, so it should not be the wonderful furnace divine body. She dressed up as a man and looked quite valiant, so it should be the dragon marrow phoenix body? TSK. This kind of physique is hard to come by in 10,000 years. And I Guang was really shocked this time as he stared at Guizhu gloomily. He had never expected this old man's vision to be so sharp and his memory to be so good. With just a few guesses, he was able to deduce Shui Yu's true physique. Shui Yu was also shocked as she stared at Guizhu in amazement. She believed that this kind of thing was not something Yang Kai had told Guizhu, and Yang Kai would not be bored to such an extent. You! And I Guang opened his mouth. Relax, relax. Guizhu smiled and stretched out his hand, patting Enai Guang's shoulder affectionately. Enai Guang was still a little vigilant, but after realizing that Guizhu had no malicious intent, he didn't react too strongly and simply let him pat his shoulder. This old master won't do anything to this little girl. After all, this little girl is my sect master's woman. Oi. Senior. Shui Yu blushed furiously and shot Guizhu a reproachful glare, blaming him for speaking such nonsense. Enai Guang's head was a mess, and after being tormented by Guizhu, he could only turn his eyes to Shui Yu. Shui Yu lowered her head, not daring to make a sound. Ha! Enai Guang sighed deeply. This matter. Don't let your father know about it. I'm afraid he will be angry. I've watched you grow up, and Uncle and I has no children, so you are my daughter. This matter, I'll find an opportunity to speak to your father and see what he thinks. Thank you, Uncle and I. Shui Yu bit her red lips and whispered. Don't thank me yet, you know what your father's temper is like. This matter will be difficult to handle. Enai Guang sighed deeply before suddenly glaring at Guizhu. You old bastard, you're too shameless, saying such words in front of a junior. Heh. Guizhu laughed strangely, not caring at all. But, Enai Guang's expression became solemn as he stared deeply at Guizhu. You just called that little brat sect master. So does that mean you're from the same sect as him? What sect are you from? Why have I never heard of you before? In Enai Guang's opinion, with Guizhu's powerful cultivation, the sect he belonged to was definitely not some obscure existence and should be famous. However, Enai Guang had never heard of Guizhu before, nor had he ever met him. This old master and young boy are indeed from the same sect, but this old master only decided to join when we were in the severed world. This old master has never even seen a sect before. Enai Guang looked at Guizhu like he was a fool and asked in amazement, You only decided to join? What does that little brat's sect have that could attract someone like you? A sect that could win over a second-order origin king must have a strong attraction. Otherwise, how could a second-order origin king agree to join? Enai Guang was very curious about what Yang Kai's sect had that could attract Guizhu. Heh. Guizhu chuckled without saying anything, wearing a mysterious look. Humph, if this old master told you that there were 3 origin king grade alchemists in his sect, wouldn't you be scared to death? This old master won't brag about such things casually. Forget it. Enai Guang waved his hand with some interest. If you don't want to say, then forget it, but since old master is here, that little brat's sect shouldn't be bad. Also, I can see that little brat's aptitude and character aren't bad. Er's vision isn't bad. So he has some qualifications to match you. Shui Yu smiled sweetly. Hearing Enai Guang praise Yang Kai, she seemed happier than hearing him praise her. Enai Guang saw her expression and sighed in his heart. Yu was such a wise person, so how could she act like an ordinary woman when faced with such a situation? Chapter 1799. Within star territory, Yang Kai was fleeing as fast as he could. Although the divine bird was repelled by the world principles and had to retreat temporarily, Yang Kai knew that his crisis had not yet been resolved, because a dazzling purple light was rapidly chasing after him from behind. Zilong. Almost without thinking, Yang Kai knew who the owner of this purple light was. With such a conspicuous color, who else but Zilong, who cultivated the purple Qi eternal river secret art, could possess such a dazzling color? Since Zilong had chased after him, Su Wei must also be here. With his current strength, if Yang Kai was at his peak, he might be able to face a first-order origin king, but against a master like Zilong he was powerless. What's more, when he was being chased by the divine bird, he had repeatedly used his space force, which had consumed too much of his energy. His body had also been pierced by the divine bird's feathers, so at this moment, Yang Kai only wanted to run as far away as possible. So how could he dare to slow down? But even with his space force, after such a long time of running and exhausting himself, Yang Kai was beginning to feel exhausted. Using his space force, Zilong could only move a dozen kilometers at a time. Such a distance was nothing to a second-order origin king, and even if he was not proficient in the Tao of space with Zilong's strength, he could cover such a distance in the blink of an eye. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only summon his star shuttle and sit cross-legged atop it, urging his wind and thunder wings to fly forward. Behind him, the sound of wind and thunder rang out as a pair of transparent two-colored wings appeared. The left half was filled with wind attribute energy, while the right half was filled with thunder attribute energy, allowing Yang Kai's speed to soar. Looking back, Yang Kai silently observed for a moment and determined that his current speed was almost equal to Zilong's. Only then did he feel relieved. As long as he could buy some time, he would have a chance to recover. However, where to escape to now was the key question. The immortal tree was too attractive, and Yang Kai was sure Zilong would not give it up. As such, Yang Kai had to choose a clear target, a safe one at that. Among the star territory, only Tong Xian Realm's Cultivation Star and Shadowed Star were familiar to Yang Kai, but these two places were too far away from him. It would take at least 1 or 2 days to fly there, and those two places weren't safe either. If they really lured Zilong to one of these places, it would only lead to disaster. Whether it was Tong Xian Realm or Shadowed Star, there was no master capable of resisting Zilong. Tong Xian Realm was no good. Shadowed Star was also no good. So where should he go? Yang Kai was at a loss for a moment. He had roamed the territory for so many years, but in the end, he found that his contact area was too monotonous. At this moment when his life was in danger, he actually had no place to go. He thought so. He immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea, transformed his soul avatar, and looked up. In the sky above his sea of consciousness, the stars twinkled, specks of light. It was the star that Yang Kai had refined into his sea of consciousness, a star that occupied the entire territory of the star. Yang Kai's divine sense quickly traversed through the star, looking for a place to take refuge. Every time he looked at a place, he would slowly shake his head, and his expression would sink a little. For a while, he couldn't find a good place to hide. Suddenly, he saw a certain place and his eyes couldn't help lighting up. Muttering under his breath, he muttered, "Yes, I can go to that place. How stupid." He secretly blamed himself for being too anxious and forgetting about that place. If he could escape to that place, what did it matter if Zilong was a second-order origin king? Forget about him. Even if those old monsters came, they wouldn't be able to get him out of there. That place was an absolutely safe haven. Moreover, he could also take the opportunity to consolidate his gains in this place and see if he could break through to the Origin King realm. The only difference between him and an Origin King was in terms of cultivation. In addition, whether it was his physical body or divine sense, Yang Kai's comprehension of the heavenly way was far superior to that of an ordinary Origin King. So, as long as he could break through to the Origin King realm, he would no longer have to fear Zilong. "I've decided. I'll go there," Yang Kai shouted, his soul avatar dispersing as his consciousness flew out of his knowledge sea and returned to his physical body. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, and his eyes flickered with a bright light. He turned his head and glanced gloomily at Zilong, who was chasing after him, and he sneered, "Chase after me, chase after me. Sooner or later, it'll be too late for regrets. Humph." Pushing his Saint Chi, his star shuttle suddenly accelerated. "This bastard!" A few thousand kilometers away, Zidong cursed. What kind of secret technique is he using to be so fast? Zilong's face was also gloomy, his mood very bad. Originally, he thought that without the interference of the divine bird, it would be absolutely easy to capture Yang Kai with his strength. But how could he have imagined that even after chasing Yang Kai through the star territory, the distance between them didn't show any signs of closing? In terms of speed alone, this little brat was actually neck and neck with him. What young master says is correct. This little brat must have used some kind of secret technique to overdraw his strength. But young master can rest assured that once his secret technique fails, his speed will drop greatly. With Master Zilong's ability, he will definitely be able to capture him easily. Su Wei saw Zidong's anger and quickly tried to appease him. Yang Kai wasn't worried that Zidong would be angered to death, but rather that they were now under the eaves. If Zidong had nowhere to vent his anger and decided to vent it on Yang Kai instead, wouldn't Yang Kai have to take the blame for Yang Kai? He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. All he wanted was to be safe and sound, and he didn't dare ask for anything else. Zidong glanced at him sideways, causing Su Wei's heart to beat rapidly. Not knowing what this young master was thinking, he could only smile awkwardly. "Are you sure he's using some kind of secret technique? Are you sure his secret technique will fail?" Zidong asked. This? Su Wei was suddenly at a loss for words. "Damn, didn't you just say he's using some kind of secret technique? This old master was just following your words, but now you're asking this old master again? Are you a fucking pig?" Su Wei cursed in his heart and was extremely angry, but he didn't dare show it on his face, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. "Waste!" Zidong cursed before turning his head away and no longer looking at him. Su Wei smiled apologetically and said, Yes, this old servant is waste. This old master won't bother with you anymore." Su Wei secretly swore in his heart. While the two of them were talking, Zilong's eyes were staring deeply ahead. His divine sense was much stronger than Zidong's and Su Wei's. His eyesight was also extremely strong, so even though he was thousands of kilometers away, he could still see the situation on Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai had indeed used some kind of secret technique, one that allowed him to grow wings on his back. Zilong had never cultivated this kind of secret technique before. However, he also knew that such a thing didn't consume much of the cultivator's strength. So it was impossible for him to expect Yang Kai's secret technique to fail and exhaust himself. Zilong glanced back again and frowned. Just as he had expected, An I Guang and that ghastly guy had also chased after him. They were also several thousand miles away from him. A long delay was fraught with dreams. If he allowed Yang Kai to join up with the two behind him, things would become troublesome. With this in mind, Zilong suddenly opened his mouth and slowly exhaled. Along with this exhalation, a shuttle-shaped artifact suddenly appeared. This is... Zidong seemed to be seeing this thing for the first time. His eyes couldn't help shining. Su Wei also frowned. Even with his experience, he couldn't tell what this thing was. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely be surprised, because this thing looked very similar to High Heaven Sec's small starship. Back then, in addition to refining an Origin King-grade starship, Yang Kai had also equipped it with another small starship. This one was also shuttle-shaped. Shattering Void Shuttle. Zilong said faintly, "A senior of my Purple Star obtained this refining method from the great emperors tens of thousands of years ago, but due to his limited ability, he was only able to refine a single one. Moreover, there are some flaws in it, but it's enough to chase this little brat. It should be more than enough, all of you come up." Saying so, Zilong waved his hand and the shattering void shuttle expanded into a 10-meter-long object in the blink of an eye. A secret door appeared on the shuttle and the trio entered. They went inside. Both Su Wei and Zidong watched in amazement as they discovered that the interior of the shattering void shuttle was engraved with many complex spirit arrays, each of which was inlaid with many high-rank saint crystals. Su Wei, preside over this spirit array. Zilong pointed to a spot. Turning to Su Wei, Zidong ordered, Master Zilong, please enlighten this old servant as to what he should do. Just sit on top of the spirit array and pour your Saint Qi into it, Zilong explained. Old servant understands. Su Wei immediately sat down cross-legged in the middle of the spirit array, but before he could pour his Saint Qi into it, his face changed and he let out a muffled groan. Because at this moment, this spirit array was actively extracting his Saint Qi at an extremely fast rate. This caused his expression to change drastically. He instinctively wanted to jump out, but as soon as he met Zilong's cold eyes, he shrank back and sat back down. Dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse only knows how to dig holes. This father and son pair is really nothing good. Su Wei's heart was filled with scars from this torture. A tragic sight to behold. No wonder Zilong said that this shattering void shuttle had flaws. It turned out that it required a cultivator's Saint Qi to use it. Moreover, looking at the power of this spirit array, an ordinary cultivator would not be able to withstand it at all. Even an origin king like himself would not be able to last long before his Saint Qi ran dry. Dong Lai, you sit here. Zilong pointed to another spirit array and said to Zidong, Yes, father. Zidong did not hesitate and sat down on the other spirit array. Zilong then chose the third spirit array. The three sat cross-legged inside the shattering void shuttle and opened the spirit array. In an instant, the shattering void shuttle buzzed and shot forward. Its speed was definitely much faster than Zilong's, as if it was capable of shattering space itself, quite fitting of the shattering void shuttle's name. Ha, little brat. Let's see where you can run now. Zidong laughed as he sat on top of the spirit array. After circulating his Saint Qi, he found that he was closely connected to the shattering void shuttle, allowing him to clearly sense Yang Kai's position. Zidong could not help feeling overjoyed. This way, he could enjoy watching Yang Kai flee in embarrassment. Chapter 1800. Back in the Medicine Valley, Zidong had been repeatedly humiliated by Yang Kai, but that place was filled with 7-colored radiant light, so Zidong had nowhere to vent his anger. Anger was like fine wine, it would ferment over time. Zidong couldn't wait to drink Yang Kai's blood and eat Yang Kai's flesh. At this moment, sitting inside the shattering void shuttle, Zidong was already imagining the wonderful scene of him capturing Yang Kai and tormenting him. Thinking of this, Zidong couldn't help chuckling wickedly. When this laughter reached Su Wei's ears, he couldn't help shivering. He didn't know what this idiot Zidong had thought of to make him laugh so disgustingly, but Su Wei didn't dare ask and simply poured his Saint Qi into the spirit array below him. What the hell is that? Yang Kai, who was fleeing a few thousand kilometers away, also noticed the abnormality behind him at this moment. Although he did not see the shattering void shuttle, the other party's purple light had disappeared, so it was obvious. Moreover, the distance between them was getting closer and closer. In just a dozen breaths of time, Zidong had closed 1,000 kilometers. If this situation continued, wouldn't it only take a stick of incense worth of time to catch up? Yang Kai was taken aback and his expression suddenly became ugly. For now, the only thing Yang Kai could rely on was his space force, but his space force was not inexhaustible. Just like Saint Qi and spiritual energy, it would take time to restore it if he used it too much. At this moment, Yang Kai was recovering, but seeing Zilong and the others quickly catching up, how could he have the leisure to wait? Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai took out a piece of space spirit crystal from his space ring, held it in his palm, and began to madly absorb the energy from it. This space spirit crystal was something he had found in a void crack in the severed world. It was the purest space spirit crystal, a product born from the void, completely different from the mineral lodes. A stream of pure and mysterious energy poured into Yang Kai's body, making him feel extremely comfortable. The space force in his body, which had been depleted, was being replenished at a speed visible to the naked eye. You want to compete with me in speed? I'll make you eat my dust. Yang Kai checked his condition and felt that other than the wound on his chest that still needed some time to heal, everything else should be fine. He was relieved. The power of space lingered around his body, and with a slight sway of his body, he was already several hundred miles away. In the blink of an eye, another few hundred miles had passed. Now that his comprehension of the Tao of space had reached a new height, the distance he could teleport was countless times greater than before. After using the power of space to move several times, the distance between the two sides was once again widened. What? Inside the shattering void shuttle, Zidonglai, who had been fantasizing about torturing Yang Kai, was startled. He almost bit his own tongue, because at this moment he discovered something. The distance between them and Yang Kai had increased again. Even the shattering void shuttle can't keep up with his speed? Zilong's face was filled with shock. The refining method for the shattering void shuttle was obtained by one of Purple Star's ancestors from the great emperors. Although the refining level was not high enough and there were flaws in the process, as long as it was related to the great emperors, how could it be bad? Zidonglai had always thought that the shattering void shuttle existed within the territory of Purple Star. As the fastest artifact, there was no one or anything that could compare with the shattering void shuttle. But now, reality had slapped him hard in the face. In front of Yang Kai, who was proficient in the Tao of space, even with the power of the shattering void shuttle, they could only eat dust from afar. No, they might not even be able to eat dust. This boy must be killed as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be no end to our troubles. Zilong was horrified as a look of dread appeared on his face. The next moment, he shouted at Sui, "Sui, what are you still hesitating for? Why haven't you used your full strength yet?" Sui's mouth twitched as his heart filled with bitterness. He was just sitting inside the spirit array, but he was already being tortured by the spirit array's power. Yang Kai felt the Saint Qi in his body being drained out like a flood. At this moment, Zilong was actually telling him to use his full strength. Wasn't this simply asking for his life? "Sui, do you want to die? It turns out you haven't used your full strength yet." Zidonglai was furious as he glared at Sui. "Young master, please calm down, young master. Old servant will go all out." As soon as Sui met Zidonglai's eyes, he broke out in cold sweat. He knew that if he dared to argue, he would really lose his life. Zidonglai, this little bastard, was not easy to deal with. Without any hesitation, Sui pushed his Saint Qi and poured even more of it into the spirit array. With a buzz, the shattering void shuttle speed increased dramatically. "Ha! It's really fast. Let's see if you're finished this time." Zidonglai had gone completely crazy as he sat on the spot and shouted. A few thousand kilometers away, Yang Kai frowned. "It can actually speed up? Interesting. Since that's the case, let's follow from a distance. Let's see how long you can keep up. But why does this thing look so familiar? It looks like the small starship Yang Yen refined." Deep in his heart, Sui was puzzled. How could he have known that the refining method for this thing was actually passed down from Yang Yen? It was just that Purple Star's ability to refine the starship was somewhat lacking compared to the one refined by Yang Yen himself. The starship refined by Yang Yen could truly shatter space. For a time, a drama of escape and pursuit played out in the Starry Sky territory. As time passed, Yang Kai's injuries gradually healed. His physique was extremely strong, and his golden blood had an astonishing restorative ability. So he didn't need to do much as the places he had been injured by the divine bird were constantly repairing themselves. If it had been any other cultivator receiving such an impact, even if they didn't die, they would have been severely injured. After his injuries healed, Yang Kai became more and more relaxed. He controlled his star shuttle unhurriedly, and when he noticed that the shattering void shuttle behind him was closing in, he would use space blink a few times to open up the distance between them. When he was far enough away, he would slow down and allow them to catch up. This kind of fishing method made Zilong and Zidonglai feel so depressed that they almost vomited blood. After so many days of chasing, Both father and son were in a terrible mood, the veins on their foreheads bulging. Su Wei had almost lost his human form. It wasn't until now that he discovered that the spirit array was not only extracting his Saint Chi, but also his source strength. A cultivator's source strength was similar to the source strength of a cultivation star. When one's source strength was consumed, their vitality would be lost, making it extremely difficult to replenish. Su Wei had long wanted to give up. However, due to Zidong's tyrannical power, how could he dare to give up so easily? He could only grit his teeth and sit on the spirit array while taking pills to supplement his losses. All the while, he had to endure the spirit array's extraction. Today, Elder Su, who used to be majestic and awe-inspiring in the past, had become skin and bones, and his originally black hair had turned silver-white. He looked so old that no one could bear to look at him directly. He had never expected that he, a dignified origin king, would fall into such a pitiful state. The resentment in his heart towards Zilong and Zidong Lai was monstrous. Even so, Zidong was still dissatisfied with his performance and constantly cursed him for being a waste. In Zidong's opinion, the reason why the Shattering Void Shuttle couldn't catch up with Yang Kai was all because Su Wei was useless. If Su Wei had been useful, they would have already succeeded and returned to Purple Star joyfully. A celebratory banquet would have been held, so how could they have followed Yang Kai's ass? Su Wei, take this. Zilong suddenly took out a spirit pill from his space ring and handed it to Su Wei. Su Wei opened his turbid eyes and glanced at it, his heart skipping a beat as he subconsciously asked, "What kind of pill is this?" The spirit pill was blood-red in color. A strong bloody aura wafted towards Su Wei's face, one that was nauseating and seemed to contain a sense of violence. Su Wei didn't dare to take this pill lightly as he was almost at the end of his tether. Any accident could kill him. "I told you to take it, so take it. What's with all this nonsense?" Zidong shouted angrily. However, when he looked at this spirit pill, an imperceptible reluctance flashed across his eyes. Su Wei saw this change in Zidong's eyes and immediately understood what this spirit pill was. "Grand Emperor Blood Pill," Zilong quickly said. The next moment, Su Wei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets without any hesitation. Grabbing the Grand Emperor Blood Pill, Su Wei stuffed it into his mouth. In an instant, Su Wei let out a muffled groan as a rich blood and chi energy erupted from his thin body. His body seemed to be inflated as it gradually expanded. His originally dry skin also began to become rosy and his white hair turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ha ha!" Su Wei laughed loudly and suddenly became lively, as if he had become several hundred years younger. "Master Zilong, this Su Wei is extremely grateful for this pill. Young master may rest assured, young master will do his best," Su Wei said in a deep voice before immediately pushing his Saint Chi and pouring it into the spirit array beneath him. Zilong nodded lightly as a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. The Grand Emperor Blood Pill was an Origin King grade spirit pill that only the Origin King grade alchemist of Purple Star could refine. Even Zilong, the master of Purple Star, only had 2 of these pills in his possession. These were the only ones he had in stock for nearly 100 years, both of which were used to save lives at critical moments. Although the efficacy of the spirit pill was not as good as the legendary Immortal Source Liquid, it was still extremely heaven-defying, as could be seen from the changes Su Wei had undergone. If not for the urgency of the situation, how could Zilong be willing to give the spirit pill to Su Wei? However, if he wanted to activate the Shattering Void Shuttle, Su Wei was a key and indispensable factor, so in desperation, Zilong could only grit his teeth. Zilong believed that with the support of the Grand Emperor Blood Pill, Su Wei would be able to hold on for a long time. As long as he could capture Yang Kai, Zilong would be able to obtain a return 10,000 times over. "Su Wei, it's up to you. If you succeed this time, this king will have his son remove your soul brand," Zilong said lightly. Su Wei's body trembled as a look of extreme eagerness appeared on his face. Nodding, he did not say a word and went all out. He was an Origin King, but now he was under the control of a brat like Zidong, causing him to lose all faith and fear in the future. At this moment, Zedong's words had undoubtedly given him hope for the future, so he no longer held back and only hoped to catch up with Yang Kai as soon as possible to complete his task. Chapter 1801. Where did they go? Inside Starfield, Enai Guang, Guizhu, and Shuiyu looked around. A quarter of an hour ago, they had lost sight of Zilong, his son, and Su Wei. At that time, they only saw the flash of an artifact appear in the direction of Zilong and the others, but soon, Zilong and the others had fled. What did they use? How did their speed suddenly increase so much? Shuiyu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Now she could only chase after Zilong to determine the direction of Yang Kai, but now that she had lost track of Zilong, where was she supposed to find Yang Kai? Yang Kai carrying the immortal tree was bound to attract endless trouble, so she did not feel comfortable letting Yang Kai act alone. If she and the others rushed over, they could at least help him. The shattering void shuttle. Enai Guang's eyes flashed. It turns out that Purple Star really has something like the shattering void shuttle. I always thought the rumors were false. The shattering void shuttle? Is it very powerful? Guizhu asked. It's a personal artifact passed down from the great emperors. What do you think? Enai Guang glanced at him leisurely. A personal artifact of the great emperors? Guizhu's face changed as he muttered. That's not entirely correct. Enai Guang pondered for a moment before saying, it's a refining method passed down from the great emperors and refined by Purple Star's artifact refiners. You scared me, Guizhu said with some lingering fear. If it really was a personal artifact passed down from the great emperors, no one in the Star Territory would be able to stop it. But if it was just a refining method passed down by the great emperors, it was not so terrifying. Even so, the Shattering Void Shuttle is the fastest artifact in the entire Star Territory. Now that we've lost track of them, how are we supposed to chase them? Enai Guang frowned. The Star Territory was so vast, only the heavens knew which direction Yang Kai, Zilong, and the others had gone. As long as they deviated even a little bit, they would be thousands of kilometers off course. Heh. Fortunately, this old master had a card up his sleeve. Guizhu suddenly seemed to think of something and chuckled. Oh, you have a way? Enai Guang looked at Guizhu in surprise. His originally disappointed eyes now filled with pleasant surprise. Yes, please wait for a moment. Saying so, Guizhu suddenly waved his hand and summoned out his 10,000 soul banner. Immediately afterwards, he began forming a series of mysterious hand seals. A moment later, with a serious expression, he pointed at the 10,000 soul banner and shouted, "Go!" The myriad soul banner shook slightly and suddenly turned into a black gas that flew in a certain direction. Follow this old master. Guizhu waved his hand and flew off in the direction of the 10,000 soul banner. Enai Guang followed along with Shuiyu. Not long after they left, in the originally empty territory of the star, a vague figure appeared stealthily. This person's entire body was in a translucent state. The aura and vitality fluctuations on his body were suppressed to the limit. If one didn't examine him closely, they wouldn't be able to detect him at all. This person was none other than the Elder of Galaxy Ridge, Kong Fa. Arriving at the place where Guizhu and the others had stopped before, Yang Kai stared in the direction they had left in, a great struggle taking place in his heart. Follow me, or not? If he followed, with his first-order origin king cultivation, he was afraid he would be in danger. But if he did not follow, knowing that the immortal tree was right in front of him, he was reluctant to do so. After only a moment of consideration, Kong Fa grit his teeth and quietly followed behind Guizhu and the others, facing the temptation of the immortal tree. Kong Fa could not resist at all. He hoped that his luck would be good enough for him to fish in troubled waters while those masters fought to the death. The martial Tao was boundless, and the Star Territory was boundless. This chase between several groups of people in the boundless Star Territory lasted for 5 months. Yang Kai took the lead the entire time, teasing Zilong and the others who were chasing after him with a relaxed expression on his face. He had already fully recovered. It would have been easy for him to get rid of Zilong and the others. However, he did not do so. He wanted to give Zilong and the others a big surprise, so he had been running at a leisurely pace until he noticed that the shattering void shuttle behind him had slowed down. Yang Kai took the initiative to stop for a while and wait for them to catch up. Behind him, inside the shattering void shuttle, Zilong and his son were seething with anger. For 5 months, they had been unable to catch up to Yang Kai. Zilong could not believe that an origin-returning realm master could maintain such a high speed and possess such terrifying perseverance and inexhaustible strength. He had long noticed that something was wrong. Yang Kai's approach made him feel like he was fishing for a fish. Yang Kai was the fisherman, and he and the others were the stupid fish. But even if he noticed that something was wrong, Zilong could not give up so easily. Things had already reached this point, so giving up was tantamount to failure. How could Zilong accept this? As such, he grit his teeth and continued to chase after Yang Kai. Su Wei, who had taken the Great Emperor blood pill once, had once again become a bag of bones, and this time, his situation was even more serious than the last time. His eyes had become extremely turbid and there were specks of white light within them. Sitting inside the spirit array, his skinny body was on the verge of collapse, as if he would die at any moment. Zidong scolded him from time to time, but Su Wei did not have the strength to respond. In his current situation, an ordinary cultivator would have died long ago. Fortunately, Su Wei was an Origin King Realm Master, so he was barely able to maintain his last breath. However, after this incident, he would definitely become a cripple and would not live for long. Behind them, Gue Zhu, who had used his secret technique, led an Aiguang and Shuiyu as they searched for Yang Kai's location while chasing after him with all their strength. Kong Fa was at the end of the group, and no one seemed to know of his existence. It's been too long. Old Ghost, are you sure Yang Kai is still alive? Was he not caught by Zilong? An Aiguang asked loudly as he chased after Gue Zhu. And Yang Boy is safe, you can rest assured. This old master left a 10,000 soul banner's co-soul in his body that day in the severed world. If he dies, that co-soul will definitely dissipate. Now, this old master is relying on the subtle connection between the 10,000 soul banner and the co-soul to determine his location. This old master is naturally certain of this. That's good. As an Aiguang spoke, he glanced over at Shuiyu and saw that she was also breathing a sigh of relief, causing him to sigh secretly. If this trip was not related to the immortal tree and Shuiyu, he would not have continued this pursuit. He had never experienced such a long chase before. Even when he was seriously injured and was being hunted down, it had only lasted a month. At that time, President AIO had brought a large number of brothers to rescue him and slaughtered all his enemies in one fell swoop, venting his anger. Now that he thought about it, the events of 1,000 years ago were still vivid in his mind. Oh! As he spoke, Gue Zhu's face suddenly changed. What's wrong? Gue Zhu turned his head and looked at Enai Guang in amazement, slowly saying, "My co-soul disappeared." What? Enai Guang was shocked. Shuiyu heard this and her face also turned pale, almost fainting. Just now, Gue Zhu said that as long as Yang Kai was alive, his 10,000 soul banner could form a subtle connection with his co-soul. But now that his co-soul had disappeared, didn't that mean that Yang Kai? Shuiyu didn't dare to think about it anymore, her eyes turning red and tears threatening to flow out. "Are you sure?" Enai Guang called out. "Wait." Gue Zhu frowned and looked around, a thoughtful look on his face. "Why does this damned place feel so familiar to this old master? What time is it? Why are you still studying this place?" Enai Guang kept winking at Gue Zhu, hinting that Shuiyu's situation was not good, and that he should quickly say something good to smooth things over. Ha! Gue Zhu's eyes suddenly lit up and he laughed. This old master remembers, so it was here. Fuck. Even though Enai Guang was usually gentle and refined, he couldn't help cursing at this moment, thinking that this old ghost had a pig's brain. This old master's eyes were so bright, yet he couldn't see it. Guizhu didn't care at all and instead grinned meaningfully as he turned to Shuiyu and said, "Girl, don't worry, young boy isn't dead." But you just said. Shuiyu looked at him worriedly. "I didn't say young boy was dead. I just said his co-soul was gone." Guizhu chuckled. Just now, this old master was anxious and didn't sense it clearly. And, let me put it this way, the co-soul is gone, but it wasn't destroyed. Rather, how should I put it? It's like if this old master was in the severed world. He wouldn't be able to sense his co-soul outside. Do you know what I mean? What are you trying to say? And I Guang squinted at him. Haha. This old master just wants you to know that young boy isn't dead. And this old master already knows where he's going. Guizhu laughed loudly. He stretched out his hand and summoned back his 10,000 soul banner before waving his hand. Let's go. I believe Zilong is so depressed he's about to vomit blood right now. You know that too? And I Guang didn't believe him at all. He felt that this old ghost was too unreliable. He didn't know whether Yang Kai's sect was lucky or unlucky to have him. Heh. Just wait and see. The trio continued forward. After an hour, Enai Guang's eyes suddenly shrank as he stared at a few figures standing in the void not far ahead. Who else could it be but Zilong? Perceiving the auras of Enai Guang and the others, Zilong turned his head and glared at them coldly. Staring at each other, Enai Guang laughed loudly. Haha, that bastard really has a depressed expression. I knew it. Guizhu nodded, as if he had expected this. How did you know? Enai Guang was really curious this time. He didn't succeed, so naturally he would be depressed. After chasing for 5 months, he suddenly lost track of Yang Boy. How do you imagine he would feel? Guizhu explained faintly. Enai Guang frowned and pondered for a moment before exhaling fiercely. He feels very sullen, especially when Yang Kai is an origin-returning realm master. Damn, if I were Zilong, I would commit suicide. After saying so, Guizhu laughed gloatingly. Wait, how do you know Yang Kai escaped? Enai Guang suddenly realized something and looked at Guizhu in surprise. Because this place, I've been here before and I've been here for 2,000 years, so I know Yang Boy escaped and I know where he escaped to. Chapter 1802. See. Enai Guang looked at Guizhu like he was an idiot. You've been here for 2,000 years. What is so good about this place that makes you so reluctant to leave? Looking around, he did not find anything special about this place. Do you think this old master wanted to? Guizhu's face suddenly became ugly. This old master was trapped here for 2,000 years. Do you know what it's like to be trapped for 2,000 years? It's worse than death. Thinking back to those 2,000 years, Guizhu couldn't help shivering. Guizhu's roar caused Enai Guang's complexion to change drastically. You were trapped for 2,000 years. Yes, so that's how it is. No wonder I've never heard of you before. It turns out you were trapped for 2,000 years. So you've only just escaped? And it's all thanks to Yang Boy, otherwise this old master would likely still be trapped. Guizhu nodded. This place can trap a master like you? Enai Guang looked confused. Why can't I see any danger here? This is the chaotic abyss, right? Shuiyu, who had been observing her surroundings, suddenly said thoughtfully. Little girl's knowledge is not shallow. Guizhu grinned. This is the chaotic abyss. What? This is the chaotic abyss? Enai Guang's face changed. The rumored extremely dangerous place in Star's territory? What's wrong? Are you afraid? Guizhu squinted at him. Nonsense, I heard that even if an Origin King Realm Master comes here, they may die without a burial. You think I'm not afraid? Heh. The rumors aren't wrong. The chaotic abyss is usually peaceful and has no danger. But if a chaotic vortex appears and one is sucked into it, one may be crushed to pieces. Guizhu sneered. This old master was hunted down by his enemies and had no choice but to flee to this place to seek refuge. However, I was suddenly sucked into that chaotic vortex. That didn't kill you? You're quite tenacious. and I Guang was shocked. This old master's life is indeed tenacious, being sucked into that vortex and trapped for 2,000 years until Yang Boy was also sucked in, allowing him to bring me out. Gue Zhu took a deep breath. It was because of this incident that Yang Kai became acquainted with Gue Zhu. However, ever since they escaped, the two of them never met again until this trip to the severed world. Senior, according to what you said, Yang Kai has gone to, and Yang Boy went to the place where this old master was trapped before. Gue Zhu grinned. Shui Yu's expression suddenly changed. Don't worry, don't forget what kind of power Yang Boy is proficient in. Back then, the reason why this old man was able to escape was all thanks to him bringing this old man through the spatial crack. Since he can enter now, he must have full confidence. Moreover, once he's inside, Zilong can only watch helplessly. All we need to do is wait quietly outside. Maybe little brat Yang will run out on his own someday. Isn't it dangerous to wait here? And I Guang worriedly said. Although the chaotic abyss was peaceful at the moment, if a chaotic vortex appeared, it would be a matter of life and death. What's there to be afraid of? Chaotic vortexes won't appear anytime soon. Gue Zhu was not afraid at all. If that's the case, then let's wait. Let me say this first, this old man has a lot of things to do in the Chamber of Commerce. We can't delay for too long. This old master will wait here for 2 months at most. And Aiguang said while quietly glancing over at Xueyu. Although he said this to Gue Zhu, he was actually speaking to Xueyu. Since she knew that Yang Kai had hidden inside a chaotic vortex and was no longer in danger, Xueyu should be able to rest assured and not wait here all the time. As you wish. This old master will wait for Yang Boy to come out. Gue Zhu chuckled. As the group spoke, they arrived not far from Zilong and the others. Zilong was in a bad mood, so when he saw Enai Guang and the others arrive, he could not help snorting coldly. Enai Guang didn't bother to respond. Before, the two of them had fought in the severed world. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Now that they had shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need for them to exchange pleasantries. So Enai Guang separated from Zilong and the others and waited quietly. Oh! On the floating continent, Yang Kai tore through space and appeared leisurely. This place could be regarded as his first stop in Scattered Star territory. It was here that he met Gue Zhu and saw what it meant to be an origin king. It was here that he realized just how small and insignificant he was at that time and secretly vowed to work hard to cultivate and make himself stronger. Returning here after several dozen years, Yang Kai could not help feeling a little emotional. Although his cultivation had not reached the origin king realm yet, he was no longer a weakling. In the past, he had been easily captured by a few saints, but now, he could easily destroy 10 million saints with a wave of his hand. The floating continent was the safest haven Yang Kai could use to avoid Zilong's pursuit. Before he left, Yang Kai had left behind a trace of his divine sense deep below the floating continent, so he could follow the connection between that trace of divine sense and himself and accurately pinpoint the location of the floating continent, allowing him to use space principles to arrive here. Standing in place and taking a deep breath, Yang Kai felt both physically and mentally comfortable. He didn't know how the floating continent came to be. This floating continent wasn't very big, only about 200,000 or 300,000 miles in circumference. However, this continent was full of spirit chi and countless treasures. In the past, Yang Kai had collected a lot of origin king-grade herbs here. When he came to the floating continent for the second time, Yang Kai found that the world energy aura here was much richer than before. He did not know what mysteries this place had to offer to produce such a change. However, strictly speaking, the floating continent should be regarded as an extremely small star because it had its own world principles and its own source. If it was given enough time, perhaps it could really become a cultivation star. Could it be that all the stars in Scattered Star territory were born this way? Yang Kai thought about it thoughtfully but could not figure it out. Ha! Someone has finally come here. Suddenly, a burst of laughter filled with excitement rang out. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head in amazement. He had not expected that there would be someone else on this floating continent. However, when he saw the face of this person, he suddenly understood. The person who spoke was someone he actually knew. Lu Guichen. A name that Yang Kai had almost forgotten suddenly appeared in his mind. This person was a cultivator of Purple Star. When Yang Kai was captured by Purple Star's cultivator and taken into a Purple Star starship, Lu Guichun was the leader. Moreover, Lu Guichun had placed a seal on Yang Kai's body. At that time, Lu Guichun was the same as Yu Shi of Sword Union, a second-order Saint King. In Yang Kai's opinion, he was already a high and mighty cultivator, so he was powerless against Lu Guichun's seal. At that time, the two great forces of Purple Star and Sword Union had a total of several hundred cultivators. But as Guizhu experimented with the space array, countless people died and only a few survived. In the end, when Yang Kai took Yu Shi, her master, Guizhu, and the others away from the floating continent, he did not take Lu Guichun with him and instead left him to his own devices. How could Yang Kai have imagined that he would see this guy again on the floating continent several dozen years later? If he had not taken the initiative to find him, Yang Kai would have almost forgotten about him. Friend, were you also caught up in that chaotic vortex? Lu Guichun seemed to have not spoken to anyone for several dozen years and was very enthusiastic as soon as they met. But after speaking, he frowned and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. In the next moment, his eyes lit up as he pointed at Yang Kai and trembled. "It's you! It's actually you!" He obviously remembered Yang Kai. After all, it was Yang Kai who had taken Guizhu and the others away from this damned place while abandoning him here. Lu Guichun had been cursing Yang Kai all these years, so now that his enemy was right in front of him, he was naturally envious. Ha ha! Yang Kai chuckled lightly as he swept his eyes over him and found that Lu Guichun's condition was quite good. What's more, his cultivation had actually reached the second-order origin returning realm. Breaking through from the second-order Saint King realm to the second-order origin returning realm in just a few dozen years was a truly terrifying improvement. Such miraculous progress could only be attributed to the rich world energy aura of the floating continent and the precious treasures here. Just like Guizhu, who had stayed here for 2,000 years and broke through to the origin king realm in one fell swoop, what else could one do here besides cultivate? It's actually you. Lu Guichun's angry look suddenly turned into one of ecstasy. Haha! The heavens really never bar one's way. I never expected you would return one day, brat. This Lu Guichun's luck is truly profound. As soon as these words fell, his expression changed and became terrifying as he approached Yang Kai step by step, his Saint Chi pulsing as he viciously shouted, "Boy! Obediently cooperate with this king and take this king out of this damned place. Otherwise, this king will make sure you die without an intact corpse." This king? Yang Kai raised his brow and sneered. "In front of me, do you dare call yourself this king? Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Just wait until this king captures you." Lu Guichun saw Yang Kai not putting him in his eyes and was furious, raising his hand to grab Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood in place, not showing any intention of dodging, instead staring at Lu Guichun with a strange look in his eyes. This look caused Lu Guichun's heart to clench as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. It was as if he was a sheep that had dared to attack a tiger. However, now that the arrow had been knocked on the bow, Lu Guichun had no choice but to release it. Lu Guichun didn't have time to think too much and rushed forward, arriving directly in front of Yang Kai, grabbing Yang Kai's shoulder and pouring his Saint Chi madly into Yang Kai's body, trying to subdue him. This little brat. It seems he's just playing tricks. Seeing that Yang Kai was easily caught, Lu Guichun was overjoyed. After succeeding in this move, Lu Guichun coldly shouted, "If you don't want to die, don't move." This king still has a use for your life. If you dare resist, this king can't guarantee. Scram! Yang Kai saw Lu Guichun's incessant chatter and felt irritated, pushing his Saint Chi fiercely. In the next moment, Lu Guichun's face changed greatly as he noticed that the Saint Chi he poured into Yang Kai's body was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Instead, a force burst out from Yang Kai's body that Lu Guichun couldn't resist at all, rushing up his arm and into his heart, his 5 viscera unable to resist. Chapter 1803. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, Lu Guichen's body was sent flying backwards, coughing up a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground like a dead fish. After landing, he quickly got up and stared at Yang Kai in horror, trembling as he shouted, "You! This is impossible!" He had not checked Yang Kai's cultivation before because in his opinion, Yang Kai's strength was definitely inferior to his. After all, this little brat was just a Saint Realm cultivator back then. While Lu Guichen had been enjoying the rich world energy and countless precious treasures on this floating continent all these years, allowing his cultivation to rapidly improve. Back then, Lu Guichen was countless times stronger than this little brat, so how could he not be his opponent now? Lu Guichen did not put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. But the moment Yang Kai's Saint Chi counterattacked, Lu Guichen realized that something was wrong. This little brat's Saint Chi was much more vigorous and pure than his own. Comparing the quality of his second-order origin returning realm Saint Chi to Yang Kai was like comparing a firefly to the moon. This made Lu Guichen unable to believe his eyes. Is this little brat already an origin king? Only now did Lu Guichen remember to release his divine sense to investigate Yang Kai. Third-order origin returning realm. After confirming Yang Kai's realm, Lu Guichen's complexion changed drastically and he fell to the ground, losing the ability to think as he muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" He could not believe what he had just sensed. In just a few dozen years, this little brat in front of him had actually jumped from the Saint Realm to the third-order origin returning realm. What kind of terrifying speed and aptitude was this? Could it be that the passage of time in this damned place was different from the outside world? Even though he had stayed here for a few dozen years, it had actually been a few hundred years outside. Otherwise, how could this little brat have such a terrifying cultivation? All kinds of bizarre thoughts flashed through Lu Guichen's mind as he was completely dumbfounded. Seeing his grief-stricken appearance, Yang Kai could not help sneering, "Ignorant!" Lu Guichen was not a master in Purple Star, so the information he had access to was limited. In fact, not to mention himself, even Gu Jian Xian and Zidong's cultivation speed was definitely not slow. But if one really had to compare, they were still far inferior to him. After all, they all had powerful forces backing them up, so they didn't need to worry about cultivation resources. They also had many powerful cultivators to personally instruct them. On the other hand, he was the one who had wandered the entire way, relying on his own groping, occasionally meeting 1 or 2 benefactors. Only then did he receive some pointers. On this point, Yang Kai knew that he couldn't compare to the young masters of those large factions. But it was precisely because of this that he had to rely on himself to fumble around. That was why his comprehension of the heavenly Tao and martial arts was much deeper than theirs. She cast a sidelong glance at him. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "I regret not killing you back then." Lu Guichen couldn't help shivering, his dazed eyes recovering some clarity as he coldly snorted, "What do you want?" Even if Yang Kai's cultivation was 1 level higher than his, so what? Lu Guichen felt that if he attacked with all his strength, Yang Kai might not be able to kill him easily, so after regaining his composure, his tone became much harsher. "It seems that your strength has improved quite a bit over the years. You must have taken a lot of precious treasures, right? TSK. But looking at the Saint Chi floating in your body, there are a lot of impurities in your body. It seems that you've been swallowing them raw." Do you know that this is a waste of the medicinal efficacies of those precious treasures? On top of that, eating too much isn't good for your body. Listening to Yang Kai's words, a trace of panic flashed across Lu Guichen's eyes, because he found that the other party wasn't wrong at all. These years, he had been alone on the floating continent, unable to do anything but cultivate. In the first few years, he had tried to find a way to escape from this place, but as time passed, he gave up. Even a character like Gue Zhu had been trapped here for 2,000 years, so how could he possibly escape? After thinking it through, Lu Guichun only wanted to improve his strength so that one day he could rely on his own ability to break through the void and escape from this damned place. To improve his strength, he naturally needed to take some precious treasures. But he was not an alchemist. Even if he collected herbs on the floating continent, he couldn't refine them, so he could only swallow them raw like a monster beast. The result of this was that the impurities of these herbs were accumulating in his body, making them extremely difficult to resolve. Now they had begun to affect his cultivation, and every time he circulated his Saint Qi, his meridians would ache slightly. Lu Guichun didn't know what the consequences would be in the long run, but he knew that this was definitely not a good sign. Now that his situation had been seen through by Yang Kai, Lu Guichun's eyes couldn't help lighting up. You know about my condition? Do you know how to resolve it? So what if I know? Yang Kai's nostrils flared up, not putting him in his eyes at all. Teach me. Ha ha. Yang Kai laughed. Are you joking? I haven't settled accounts with you yet for what happened back then. Back then, he had been captured by a cultivator from Purple Star and had been sealed by Lu Guichun, making it impossible for him to use his Saint Qi and nearly dying. Yang Kai had never forgotten this incident. It's been so many years, what's the point of bringing up what happened back then? What's more, didn't you not die back then? Quickly teach me how to resolve this and I'll give you some benefits, Lu Guichun said hurriedly. Yang Kai sneered, looking him up and down for a moment before frowning. Where's your space ring? You've been here for so many years, so you must have collected a lot of precious treasures, right? Where did your ring go? How could I have a ring? Lu Guichun shouted. Don't you remember? Everyone's rings were taken away by Guizhu back then? Oh, so that's how it is, I forgot. Yang Kai suddenly realized. In order to refine a space array, Guizhu had taken away the space rings of everyone who had fallen here just to extract a few space spirit crystals from them. In the end, his experiment ended in complete failure. If you don't have a space ring, then you must have hidden all the good stuff away. Yang Kai looked at Lu Guichun and said, What do you want to do? Lu Guichun's face sank as he stared at Yang Kai vigilantly, as if he was looking at a bandit who was about to rob him. I'll tell you now, I did hide those things, but they were hidden in a very safe place. Without me, you won't be able to find them in your lifetime. Don't be so nervous. Yang Kai chuckled. Let me guess. In this place, the only ready-made residence is the cave mansion left behind by Guizhu. You should have lived there all these years. Precious treasures. Lu Guichun remained calm, not showing the slightest panic as he stared at Yang Kai and sneered. Precious treasures, of course, couldn't have been hidden there, Yang Kai continued. The smile on Lu Guichun's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a somewhat stunned look. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so astute. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Of course one can't put all their eggs in one basket. Yang Kai laughed. Humph, you think you're so smart? So what if you guessed this? Although this place isn't big, it's still easy to hide something. You won't tell me how to dissolve it. Don't even think about getting anything from me. I'm not afraid to tell you that all the useful herbs on this continent have been collected by me. If you want to harvest anything else, it'll take at least 100 years. Lu Guichun finished speaking and continued. You also stayed here for a while in the past. You should know that there are many Origin King-grade herbs produced here, but the medicinal efficacies of those herbs are too strong for me to dissolve with my strength. As long as you meet my requirements, I can give you everything I have. Are you threatening me? Yang Kai looked at him calmly and coldly snorted. Fine. I won't waste my breath with you. I just don't want to waste those herbs. That's why I'm telling you so much. Since you're so stubborn, then, please die. There were indeed a lot of good things on the floating continent, and Yang Kai didn't want to waste them, so he tried to trick Lu Guichun. But now that he saw how difficult it was to deal with him, he gave up. In any case, his harvest from this trip to the Medicine Valley of the Severed World was already big enough, so the herbs on the floating continent were just icing on the cake. Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and summoned 2 golden blood threads. The golden blood threads twisted midair and transformed into 2 strange monster beast forms. These were the blood beasts Yonkai had condensed in the severed world, the tail-crowned snake and Star King turtle. These two monster beasts were both peak 9th order beasts. Although after condensing them into blood beasts, their strength had declined somewhat. After all, they had a solid foundation, so it wasn't difficult for them to deal with a trivial second-order origin returning realm Lu Guichun. As soon as the blood beasts appeared, they rushed towards Lu Guichun with a monstrous bloody aura. What are these? Lu Guichun was shocked as he stared at the two fierce blood beasts in horror. He couldn't recognize what kind of creature these two monster beasts were and shouted, "Boy, do you really want to kill me? Aren't you afraid those treasures will disappear from this world along with me? You think they're treasures, but in my eyes, they're nothing more than dispensable things." Yonkai chuckled, not caring at all. Lu Guichun really panicked this time. He thought that Yonkai would care about those Origin King grade herbs, so he dared to talk terms with Yonkai without fear. But now it seemed that the life-saving treasures he had been relying on were nothing. Facing the terrifying auras of these two blood beasts, how could he remain calm? Neither of these two blood beasts was something he could contend with. "Young man, wait. If you have something to say, let's talk." Lu Guichun quickly retreated to avoid the attacks of the tail-crowned snake and Star Emperor turtle while shouting, "This Lu is willing to offer those treasures with both hands. Please spare my life, young man. What were you doing earlier?" Yonkai remained unmoved and spat out a single word, "Kill! CSI, roar." The tail-crowned snake and Star Emperor turtle attacked Lu Guichun from both sides, and as the aura of death rushed towards him, Lu Guichun cried out in horror, "Don't kill me. I can tell you a big secret, a secret about this continent. If you can obtain it, your future achievements will be limitless." Yonkai's brow furrowed, and with a thought, the two blood beasts stopped moving. At this moment, the tail-crowned snake's fangs were less than a meter away from Lu Guichun and the Star Emperor turtle's tail swept towards him. But upon perceiving Yonkai's order, it quickly changed direction and flew over his head. As the wind blew, Lu Guichun broke out in a cold sweat. He had just walked through the gates of hell. Chapter 1804. Lu Guichun, who had just escaped with his life, felt his whole body go limp as sweat dripped down his back. "If you dare lie to me, I'll make sure you can't die even if you want to." Yonkai stared at Lu Guichun coldly. "Speak. What is the secret of this continent?" Lu Guichun's face went pale as he gulped, looking at Yonkai pleadingly. "Can you make these two monster beasts retreat first?" Two pairs of blood-red eyes stared at him, causing his heart to beat wildly. The feeling of his life hanging by a thread was really uncomfortable. Yonkai coldly snorted and issued a command in his mind, causing the tail-crowned snake and Star King turtle to immediately transform back into golden blood threads and fly back to Yonkai. Lu Guichun couldn't help wiping his cold sweat as he glanced over at Yonkai and found him looking at him impatiently, quickly asking, "If I tell you this secret, can you guarantee you won't kill me? Your life isn't as valuable as you think. Killing you or sparing you is only a matter of thought for me, but whether or not the secret you tell me is valuable depends on it." Valuable? Lu Guichun's body shook. "This king, cough, cough, I can guarantee with my life that you will definitely be interested in this secret." "Enough nonsense. Keep talking and you'll die." Yes. Lu Guichun trembled and said quickly, "If I tell you that this continent has given birth to its own source strength, would you believe me?" "Source strength?" Yonkai's eyes lit up as a terrifying light flashed across them, quickly asking, "How do you know?" "I've been here for several dozen years." Lu Guichun smiled bitterly. "One day a few years ago, while I was in retreat, I suddenly felt that the world energy fluctuations on this continent were somewhat abnormal. At the same time, a vague message came from underground, so I thought it was the birth of some kind of treasure. So I released my divine sense to investigate, but how could I have known that as soon as I released my divine sense, it would be pulled in by that strange force. At that time, I saw a dazzling light that gave me the feeling of a newborn baby. It was curiously trying to get in touch with me, but when I wanted to see what was going on, it rejected me. At that time, I didn't know what it was. After thinking about it carefully, I felt that it should be the origin of this continent. As for whether it is, I don't dare to be too sure. He quickly finished his story and then looked at Yang Kai anxiously. Origin. Haha, it seems that it really is the origin. Yang Kai laughed loudly. Back when he was on the floating continent, he had inadvertently entered the depths of the floating continent's underground. There, he saw a ball of glowing energy. The energy was enormous, but Yang Kai didn't know what it was. At that time, his strength was not high, and he was powerless against that ball of energy. However, he was careful and attached a strand of his psyche to the ball of energy. It was thanks to this thread of thought that Yang Kai was able to accurately pinpoint the position of the floating continent and return here. At this moment, hearing what Lu Guichan said, Yang Kai immediately determined that it was definitely the origin. If the floating continent was a small cluster of stars, then what Lu Guichan and he saw back then was the origin of stars. It was just that the stars Yang Kai saw back then were still growing and had not been fully born, while what Lu Guichan saw was the origin of stars that had just been born. If this floating continent was left to its own devices, in the future it really might have a chance to become a real cultivation star. Young man, Lu Guichan looked around and didn't know how Yang Kai planned to deal with him, so he asked nervously, "Stay there and don't move. If you dare to act recklessly, you're dead." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he sensed the location of the divine sense thread he had left behind several dozen years ago, his figure flickering as he prepared to leave. But soon, he turned back and threw a ring to Lu Guichen. "Store all your collection over the years." As soon as these words fell, he disappeared. Lu Guichen took the space ring he hadn't seen for a long time and stood in place, staring at the spot where Yang Kai disappeared with wide eyes. It was only after a long time that he recovered and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a look of lingering fear on his face. He didn't even know how Kai Yang had managed to escape. From the looks of it, the gap between him and Kai Yang was simply immeasurable. It was laughable that he had thought that if he fought with his life on the line, he would at least be able to injure Kai Yang. If he had really done so, he would have died without a complete corpse. After a long time, Lu Guichen flew off in a certain direction dejectedly, preparing to put all the good things he had collected over the years into his space ring. Although precious treasures were good, one needed to be alive to enjoy them. Now that Yang Kai's fist was bigger than his, how could he dare resist? Deep underground, Yang Kai spent a great deal of effort to break through. This place should be at least 10,000 kilometers from the surface, but here, there was an empty space. At the center of this space, there was a mass of glowing energy that exuded a soft glow. It was the same mass of energy that Yang Kai had seen several dozen years ago. However, at this moment, it seemed to be smaller and more condensed than before, and when Yang Kai arrived here, this mass of energy gave off a strong repulsive force that seemed to want to push him out of this space. Yang Kai stood in place calmly. No matter how strong this repulsive force was, he didn't move. Staring closely at this glowing mass of energy, Yang Kai wore a look of joy and muttered, "It really is a star source." He was the star master of Shadowed Star and had refined the star source of Shadowed Star, so he naturally had a certain level of authority in this regard. Although this massive star source on the floating continent was very different from the star source on Shadowed Star, there was no doubt that it was a star source. The power it contained was terrifying and not something a human could resist. Haha, it actually merged with the divine sense thread I left behind. Doesn't that mean it's mine now? Yang Kai observed for a while and couldn't help getting excited. He didn't know what had happened, but the divine sense thread he had left here all those years ago had actually merged with this star source as it grew. In other words, this star source had been branded with his own brand. No wonder this source strength was so terrifying, but it couldn't affect me at all. So this is the reason. Yang Kai suddenly understood. The next moment, Yang Kai's body trembled with excitement. This massive star source already had its own brand, so refining it would definitely be very easy. If he could refine it, wouldn't he become the master of this floating continent? He was already the master of Shadowed Star. If he became the master of this floating continent, he would be the master of 2 stars. This kind of thing had never happened in the entire territory of Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years. Even those third-order origin kings couldn't refine the star source of 2 cultivation stars. The thought in Yang Kai's mind made him extremely excited. He had truly experienced the benefits of becoming a star master. Star masters and cultivation stars were closely related, sharing both honor and disgrace. If a cultivation star was strong, the star master would benefit, and if a cultivation star was weak, the star master would run out of resources. And vice versa. The floating continent was a small cultivation star that had been born not long ago and had infinite possibilities for growth. As long as he could refine its star source, as it grew in the future, he would benefit endlessly. Thinking so, Yang Kai could no longer suppress his fluctuating mood. He released his divine sense and tried to communicate with the star source in front of him, but found that it did not respond. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai felt relieved. The star source had just been born, so it was like a newborn, so how could it react? Let's refine it first, Yang Kai muttered to himself before sitting down cross-legged. Forming a seal with his hands, Yang Kai closed his eyes tightly, and in the next moment, a pure spiritual energy spread out from his body. Spiritual energy visible to the naked eye seeped out and transformed into Yang Kai's appearance. This was Yang Kai's soul avatar. If one wanted to refine the star source of stars, their soul had to leave their body. Only by fusing with the star source could this be done. Therefore, refining the star source of stars was extremely dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could result in death. Those third-order origin kings would not dare to do this if they were not completely confident. This was also within Shadowed Star's territory. This was because star masters were rare. In the endless flowing time Great Emperor, there were many invincible third-order origin kings who died in the process of refining the star source of stars. If it weren't for the floating continent star's star source having just been born and not being very powerful, and if it weren't for his divine sense threads branding it with his brand in advance, Yang Kai wouldn't have dared to act so carelessly. This wasn't like refining Shadowed Star's star source. At that time, Yang Yen had helped him, so there was no danger, but this time he had to rely on himself. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a good grasp of this because he had the star refining art. The star refining art he had obtained from the Emperor Garden was a secret technique specifically designed to refine the star source of stars. His little senior sister had relied on this secret technique to become the star master of Tong Xian realm. His soul avatar flickered and rushed into the star source in front of him. There was no hindrance throughout the entire process, and Yang Kai felt as if he was wrapped in a mass of warm water, making him feel extremely comfortable. This made him overjoyed. Sure enough, it was because he had branded it with his mark, so this ball of source power did not reject his spirit. It seems that things will go smoothly, Yang Kai thought to himself. Silently refining the star refining art, Yang Kai began to refine the star source. As time passed by, the source of light began to flicker, and a mysterious aura began to rise and fall. The whole process went unbelievably smoothly, and when his soul avatar reached a certain level of compatibility with the star source, Yang Kai changed his hand seal and began to pour the star source into his body. As long as he could absorb the star source into his body, he could complete the refinement and become the star master of this floating continent. But at that moment, another force suddenly erupted from Yang Kai's body, one that was far stronger than the star source of the floating continent. Under the interference of this force, the originally docile star source of the floating continent became chaotic and was no longer under Yang Kai's control. Not good, Yang Kai exclaimed as he opened his eyes and changed his hand seals again. In the next moment, his soul avatar returned to his body. **** With a loud sound, Yang Kai coughed up a mouthful of blood, his lungs in turmoil, and his face as pale as paper. Taking a few deep breaths, Yang Kai suppressed the tumbling Saint Qi and vitality in his body. Looking at the star source in front of him, Yang Kai frowned. How could this be? Chapter 1805. Refining the star source of the floating continent had gone quite smoothly in the early stages, and Yang Kai had only needed to guide the star source into his body to complete the task. But now he had failed at the last step. Yang Kai's face sank as he recalled the scene just now and frowned. Could it be that two star sources can't coexist in my body? At that moment, Yang Kai clearly felt the shadowed star's source in his body erupt, like a bird protecting its nest, forcing the floating continent's source back into its body. This was what caused Yang Kai to suffer a backlash. The strength of a star source affects the principles of heaven and earth. A single cultivation star can only have one kind of world principle, let alone one's body. I have refined Shadowed Star's star source and am closely connected to Shadowed Star's principles, so I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to accommodate another star source. Yes, that must be the case. Yang Kai's thoughts flew, and after a short time he figured out the root of all this. Although this was just his own speculation, he believed it was correct. It was precisely because he had already refined Shadowed Star that he was unable to refine Tongxian Realm's star source this time. It seemed that the reason there had never been a master of two stars in Tongxian Realm territory was not because those origin kings were not strong enough, but because it was simply impossible. After realizing this, Yang Kai felt a great deal of frustration. This situation was like a person who was clearly hungry but could not fill his stomach with anything. A truly frustrating situation. Was he going to let go of this heaven-sent opportunity? Without even mentioning the fact that Tongxian Realm's star source had only just been born. It was extremely easy to refine, so he had already put his soul brand into this star source, fully meeting the prerequisites for refining it. This kind of thing could be said to be extremely rare, so Yang Kai was unwilling to give up on the star source in front of him. However, his body could no longer accommodate another origin source, so there was nothing he could do. Yang Kai sat in place, healing himself while racking his brain for a way to get the best of both worlds. After thinking for a long time, he still could not come up with a good idea. He scratched his head anxiously, leisurely. He seemed to have thought of something, and his anxious and irritable eyes gradually became clear and bright. After pondering for a while, he could not help laughing. Idiot! How stupid! How could I not have thought of this? Yang Kai patted his head with his palm. It was as if he had gone mad. In the next moment, he waved his hand and summoned the stone mongoose and summoned the firebird. Master's orders? As soon as Lu Yen appeared, as usual, he asked a question. You too. Take a look at this thing in front of you, which one who can swallow it? You to him, Yang Kai was to himself. The stone puppet and Lu Yen had always been his most powerful helpers. Both of them now had the combat power to fight origin kings alone, so if they could devour this star source, they would definitely grow even stronger. Since he could not refine it himself, it was better to let his two helpers try. If they succeeded, it would be of great help to him. Hearing this, Lu Yen turned her head to look at the source, but in the next moment, a look of dread flashed across her beautiful eyes as she said in amazement, Master, although I don't know what this thing is, I'm afraid I don't have the ability to swallow it. There is a profound aura about it that surpasses mine. If I try to swallow it rashly, I will be destroyed by it. That's principle. Yang Kai nodded and explained. Lu Yen was an artifact spirit, so she was not very knowledgeable and could not recognize the source of the stars, but she had her own instincts. Like a beast, she knew what was dangerous to her and what was not. The source in front of her gave Lu Yen a very dangerous feeling. The power of principle was unfathomable, so how could Lu Yen dare to swallow it wantonly? Not only Lu Yen, but even Xiao Xiao, who had always been simple-minded, was staring at the source in front of him with a pair of small eyes at this moment. But he did not move. If it were before and Yang Kai allowed him to swallow something, he would have already rushed forward and swallowed it whole. In any case, with his innate divine technique, he was not afraid of indigestion. But now, he had stopped because he felt threatened by the source of the stars. Last time, it was able to devour the origin of the Ur star because the Ur star was dead and the origin had collapsed. Only a trace of it remained, which was not harmful to it. That was why it was able to succeed. But now, the origin of the floating continent was complete. Although it had just been born, it was not something that Tiny could touch. Seeing them like this, Yang Kai immediately knew that they were powerless and said, "In that case, you can go back." With a wave of his hand, he put Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen away again. Another golden stone mongoose reappeared in front of Yang Kai. Stone mongoose doppelganger. Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen could not do anything about the source, but Yang Kai was not worried because he still had his doppelganger. The reason why he called Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen out first was that Yang Kai wanted them to get some benefits so that they could grow up as soon as possible. Since they could not do anything, it was time for his doppelganger. His body could not accommodate two sources, but it should be fine to use another body, right? Moreover, his doppelganger was attached with a wisp of his doppelganger, which was equivalent to another doppelganger. It should be able to fit perfectly with the brand of the source. He released his doppelganger and poured it into his doppelganger. The doppelganger's turbid eyes suddenly became bright. Yang Kai controlled his doppelganger, sat down in front of the source, and repeated the action just now, performing the star refining spell. Time passed little by little, and the expression on Yang Kai's face was extremely dignified. Although he felt that his idea was not wrong, before the results came out, he did not dare to be too sure. If even his doppelganger could not refine the source of the stars, he could only reluctantly give up the benefits at hand. When the time came, he would let his friends and family try to refine it and see if they had the opportunity. However, that would have to wait until they became stronger, at least reaching the Origin King realm. Only the heavens knew how long that would take. At a certain moment, Yang Kai, who was paying close attention to the movements of his doppelganger and the source, raised his brow as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face, and he could not help laughing. At this moment, the source of the stars in front of him was being slowly and subtly drawn into his doppelganger, without the slightest sign of rejection. Success! My idea was right. The reason why my body could not refine this source was because it was impossible for two types of origins to coexist in a single body. After changing to a new body, this problem was easily solved. The doppelganger was equivalent to another doppelganger, and the doppelganger becoming the Star Master of Tongxian Realm was equivalent to him becoming the Star Master of Tongxian Realm. Although this was somewhat opportunistic, but this way, he was the master of two stars. TSK. If this matter were to spread, it would likely cause a sensation throughout star territory. Yang Kai was in a good mood and quickly held his breath, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. He paid close attention to the movements of his doppelganger. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, and once the source was completely poured into his doppelganger, the process would be complete. But this is a bit slow. Yang Kai was greatly dissatisfied. According to his estimation, it would take at least 1 to 2 months for his doppelganger to completely refine this source. Back then, he had become the master of Shadowed Star in the blink of an eye. However, that was because Yang Inflammation had directly delivered Shadowed Star's source to him. The two could not be compared at all. Forget it. Let's start the alchemy furnace. Waiting here with nothing to do, Yang Kai stood up, formed a seal with one hand, and space force gushed out from his body, disappearing in an instant. There was no need to pay attention to his doppelganger now, so it was only a matter of time. Yang Kai was too lazy to wait any longer, so he decided to take advantage of this time to refine a few furnaces of pills. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the Origin Returning Realm, Yang Kai had felt an opportunity to break through in the severed world. But at that time, the situation had changed rapidly, so he had forcibly suppressed it. The floating continent was extremely safe, and the world principles were complete, making it a perfect place to break through. Yang Kai wanted to use alchemy to stimulate his breakthrough. The harvest from the severed world this time was not small. After a while, Yang Kai arrived at a certain spot on the floating continent, released his divine sense, and scanned the area slightly before moving to his left. After a dozen breaths, Yang Kai appeared again. Lu Guichun, who had been waiting here, was startled, but after seeing Yang Kai's face, he quickly ran over and held up the space ring with both hands with a flattering smile on his face. "Young man, everything is inside. Please take a look and see if you are satisfied." After seeing Yang Kai's methods, Lu Guichun was now as obedient as a rabbit, so how could he show the slightest disobedience? Yang Kai responded faintly before grabbing the space ring and sweeping it with his divine sense. Suddenly, he raised his brow and looked at Lu Guichun with a smile. "You've had a good harvest these years." "Ha ha." Lu Guichun laughed dryly. "I had nothing to do here, so besides cultivating, I could only wander around. And then you collected all the precious treasures you saw? Young man is wise. Idiot." Yang Kai angrily cursed. "Ah!" Lu Guichun raised his head in amazement. "Stupid." Yang Kai's face went pale. "You are an origin-returning realm master, but don't you know that collecting precious treasures at will, without a proper method of preservation, will cause their medicinal efficacies to fade? Look at the herbs in this space ring. Some of their medicinal efficacies have already faded by half. How am I supposed to use them? You're as stupid as a pig." Kai Yang really wanted to die from anger. There were indeed a lot of herbs in this space ring, and many of them were origin king grade, but because they were not properly preserved, too much of their medicinal efficacies had faded, greatly reducing their value. Any alchemist who saw this scene would likely fly into a rage. Lu Guichun was scolded, but he didn't dare say anything, only able to smile awkwardly. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that this matter couldn't be blamed on him. If he had a space ring, the medicinal efficacies would not have faded so much, but at that time, everyone's space rings had been taken away by Guizhu. Guizhu also had to bear some responsibility for this. Chapter 1806. Although some of the medicinal efficacies of these herbs had already faded, there were still a lot of them, so it was not a small harvest. "You didn't hide anything, did you?" Yang Kai squinted at Lu Guichun. I wouldn't dare." Lu Guichun was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. Now that he was under the eaves, how could he dare let Yang Kai find fault with him? Quickly swearing an oath, if he dared to hide anything, he would be struck by lightning. "Good. There's nothing else for you to do here, withdraw." Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. Lu Guichun, on the other hand, stood in place and stared at Yang Kai expectantly, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. "What else do you want?" "Young man, that source. Is that something you can ask?" Yang Kai's face sank as a cold light flashed across his eyes, sending out an invisible wave of spiritual energy. Lu Guichun was hit hard in an instant. His knowledge sea defenses instantly torn apart, causing him a splitting headache as he staggered back, his face pale. After suffering this blow, Lu Guichun was shocked and immediately knew that his previous guess was not wrong. If Yang Kai really wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Looking up, there was no trace of Yang Kai in front of him. He had already left at some point. Smiling bitterly, Lu Guichun quickly sat down cross-legged and began circulating his secret art to heal his wounds. Somewhere on the floating continent, with beautiful scenery, Yang Kai appeared. "The scenery isn't bad. This is it?" Yang Kai muttered to himself before releasing a few blood beasts and having them spread out to guard the surroundings. Although Lu Guichun was the only outsider on the floating continent right now, and Yang Kai was sure that he would not dare to disturb him, there was always a possibility. As long as he released a few blood beasts to guard him, Yang Kai would be able to rest easy. Immediately, Yang Kai summoned the purple origin furnace he used for alchemy and began looking for herbs in his space ring. What kind of pill should I refine? Yang Kai scanned his space ring with his divine sense. The main reason he was performing alchemy this time was to stimulate his breakthrough, so it didn't matter what kind of pill he refined. All he needed to do was to use alchemy to integrate himself into this world. Purple sun grass, the 100-leaf lotus, There were even hollow fruits. Now that he had all of them, he could refine the Tao comprehension pill. I can use it to consolidate my cultivation after my breakthrough. Yang Kai quickly made his decision. The main reason was that he had all the materials needed to refine the Tao comprehension pill. Now that he had all of them, it was the most convenient. After taking out the various herbs one by one and arranging them beside him, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and formed a seal before pointing at the purple origin furnace. Yang Kai poured his conflagrated spiritual energy into the purple origin furnace in an instant, causing its temperature to rise sharply. Yang Kai methodically threw one medicinal herb after another into the pill furnace while the size of his conflagrated spiritual energy was constantly changing. Yang Kai's alchemic Tao was originally taught by the true alchemic way, and he had also received some pointers from Tongxian Continent's Old Man of Heaven's Keep. Later on, he learned the true alchemic enlightenment scripture, and everything he learned was one of the best alchemy techniques. In addition, he would occasionally discuss the Tao of alchemy with Xianing Chong. As such, he had considerable attainments in the alchemic Tao. All kinds of seals were constantly sent into the purple origin furnace, and one spirit array after another appeared and disappeared inside the furnace. Yang Kai's expression was extremely focused as he gradually abandoned all distracting thoughts and devoted himself to alchemy. His aura also began to merge with the world around him, as if his whole person had become a part of it. Refining a spirit pill was a complex process. It wasn't just a simple process of condensing medicinal liquids and allowing them to interact with one another inside the pill furnace. What kind of heat to use, what kind of spirit array to inscribe, what kind of alchemy technique to use, every step had to be carefully considered. If one made a single mistake or grasped the right timing, it was possible to fail the refinement, and even if one succeeded, the quality of the pill would not be too high. Alchemy was a Tao that required one's mind and perseverance. Yang Kai had a conflagrated spiritual energy. In terms of alchemy, he had excellent conditions, so the time and energy he needed to refine pills was much shorter than that of ordinary alchemists. In particular, coupled with the restorative effect of the 7-colored soul-warming lotus and his powerful spiritual energy, he could use his conflagrated spiritual energy unscrupulously. Time passed slowly, and a rumbling sound came from the purple origin furnace as various precious medicinal liquids interacted with one another and underwent a magical transformation. A faint fragrance floated out of the furnace, one that was refreshing, a sign that the pill was beginning to condense. Yang Kai's face became more dignified, and with a wave of his hand, a blood beast standing guard in the distance transformed into a golden blood thread and flew back to his hand. The golden blood thread, like a wisp of golden and red smoke, danced at Yang Kai's fingertips. As it danced, the golden blood thread gradually transformed back into a golden light while the red color was removed and condensed into a red mist. From the mist, the faint roar of a monster beast could be heard, and from time to time, the mist would transform into the shape of a monster. Don't make trouble. Using you for alchemy is the best way for you to go. Behave. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the red mist, chuckling. The red mist seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and not only did it not calm down, it instead became even more restless. Yang Kai coldly snorted and directly threw the red mist into the pill furnace. The last sentence of the true alchemy enlightenment scripture stated that only when a pill had a spirit could it be called a spirit pill. Yang Kai pondered for a long time before he finally understood what this meant. It was impossible for a medicinal pill to gain sentience for no reason, unless it had been stored for too long and placed in an environment with extremely dense spiritual energy. Only after countless years would something like a pill spirit be born. Since it was impossible for a pill to gain a spirit for no reason, then all he had to do was to infuse it with spirituality. The best way was to use the monster beast's monster core as a pill spirit. The monster beast's monster core contained the essence of the monster beast, so it was the best pill spirit. Although Yang Kai did not have a high-grade monster core, he had a blood beast. Could also be used as a pill spirit. This time, he was refining an Origin King-grade spirit pill, so a pill spirit was essential. Yang Kai could only use the blood beast. Although this would reduce the number of blood beasts by 1, compared to the enlightenment pill, it was clear which was more important. The blood mist was thrown into the purple origin furnace, and in an instant, an earth-shattering sound rang out, as if an incredible chain reaction had occurred inside the furnace. You still want to resist? Yang Kai's face darkened as he formed a series of hand seals to suppress it. As expected of the ninth order monster beast soul, it took Yang Kai a few dozen breaths of time to completely stabilize it. The strange fragrance flowing in the air seemed to have become even stronger. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk at the same time. Yang Kai felt the Saint Qi in his body begin to fluctuate, giving off a powerful pulse. Is it coming? Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he knew that his actions had stimulated his Saint Qi, and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. But now, the pill was about to be refined. Yang Kai did not want to give up halfway. Quickly forming a series of hand seals, Yang Kai began to use the pill condensing technique recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture, forming different hand seals and sending them into the purple origin furnace. The movement inside the furnace grew louder and louder until Yang Kai had formed hundreds of hand seals. Suddenly, a rolling sound came from inside, as if something was rolling about inside the purple origin furnace. Rise! Yang Kai shouted as he slammed his palm onto the purple origin furnace. The next moment, 3 streaks of light suddenly flew out from the purple origin furnace. These streaks of light flew off in 3 different directions. Haha, you want to run? Wishful thinking. Yang Kai laughed as his figure flickered and appeared directly behind one of the pills. Grabbing this pill, Yang Kai didn't even look at it before stuffing it into a prepared jade bottle. Immediately after, he did the same thing and put the second and third pills into the bottles. Refining 3 pills at a time was already the consensus of all alchemists in the territory of the Starfall Star. Even famous alchemy grandmasters. No matter how skilled one's alchemy was, one set of materials could only refine a single pill. But in Yang Kai's case, this common sense was broken. The ancient alchemy technique recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture was really amazing. Perhaps in ancient times, those almighty alchemists practiced alchemy like this, but with the passage of time, the alchemy enlightenment scripture had disappeared. Such a miraculous alchemy technique had already been lost, leading to the fact that in the end, all alchemists could only use one set of materials to refine one spirit pill. Rumble! In the sky, a muffled, thunderous explosion rang out. Kai Yang raised his head to look at the sky, only to see a mass of dark clouds gathering above his head. Like a quilt that had not been washed for 100 years. It weighed heavily on his head, making his chest feel stuffy. Inside this black cloud, there was a terrifying aura of destruction, as if it could destroy this floating continent. This was only the beginning. A huge amount of world energy was constantly pouring into the black cloud, expanding its size. Yang Kai's face became dignified. This time, he was breaking through from the Origin Returning Realm to the Origin King Realm, so the upcoming world energy baptism would definitely be different from before. Chapter 1807. What happened? What's going on? Is this damned place about to be destroyed? Lu Guichun stumbled towards the place where Yang Kai was breaking through. He had only been healing himself for a while, but when he opened his eyes, he suddenly found that the atmosphere of the entire floating continent had undergone a drastic change. Thunder was rolling in the sky, black clouds covered the sky, and the world energy aura was becoming more and more active. He was completely dumbfounded and had no idea what was going on. All he could do was follow the source of the commotion and try to find out what was going on. As he flew, he saw that the black cloud in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. Moreover, inside the black cloud, there were constantly pitch-black lightning bolts shuttling back and forth, as if a ferocious and terrifying flood dragon was hiding inside and suddenly poking its head out. This scene made him tremble with fear. After flying 100 kilometers, Lu Guichen's vision blurred as a strange blood-red monster beast suddenly appeared in front of him. Lu Guichun was taken aback and quickly stopped because he saw that the blood beast's eyes were filled with malicious intent, as if it was warning him not to move forward. He believed that if he moved forward, this blood beast would definitely launch a thunderous attack towards him. The blood beast came from Yongkai, this he naturally knew, so Lu Guichun thought about it for a moment and understood that the current situation on the floating continent was definitely related to Yongkai. Is it because he is refining the star source of the stars? Lu Guichun made some wild guesses in his heart, but he still couldn't figure it out. After thinking about it for a moment, he flew up into the air and stood on a high vantage point before looking forward. Yongkai's figure immediately entered his eyes, even though he was still 30 kilometers away. However, Lu Guichun was now a second-order origin returning realm master, so his eyesight was quite good. The scene 30 kilometers away was clearly visible. This isn't a breakthrough, right? Lu Guichun exclaimed in shock, his whole body trembling. Yongkai was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so if he broke through, wouldn't that mean he would break through to the Origin King realm? When the words Origin King realm appeared in Lu Guichun's mind, it was like a giant bell ringing, causing him to almost fall from the sky. Origin King realm. That was the strongest fighting force in the territory. Lu Guichun could hardly believe that he would one day be able to witness a cultivator breaking through to the Origin King realm with his own eyes. He bit his tongue fiercely as he felt the pain. He wanted to make sure that he wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. A few dozen years ago, an Origin King realm master was an unreachable existence in his eyes. A casual glance from an Origin King realm master was enough to shatter his soul. Even today, after several dozen years, Lu Guichun understood the terror of an Origin King realm master. Because as one's strength improved, one could more and more understand what the Origin King realm was like. This kid is so young. Was he going to break through to the Origin King realm just like that? When he first met him, he was only at the Saint realm and he could easily imprison him. The past was like smoke, but it was still vivid in his mind. If he could succeed in breaking through this time, he would definitely become the youngest Origin King realm master in the entire star territory, and there was no guarantee he would never surpass him. It was definitely unprecedented, and such an achievement could be said to be world-shaking. Lu Guichun bit his tongue again, put away the wild thoughts in his heart, flew to the ground, and sat down cross-legged. He knew such a scene was definitely an opportunity for him. Observing an Origin King breaking through at such a close distance was not something one could encounter casually. If he could comprehend something from this baptism of the heavens and earth, then his cultivation in the future would be smoother. So, Lu Guichun made a prompt decision and decided to sit back and watch. The power of the black clouds in the sky grew stronger and stronger, and when the atmosphere reached a certain peak, there was a sudden cracking sound and a jet black light flashed in the sky. This jet black light was like the birth of a dragon, falling from the sky and bombarding a certain place down below. Immediately, Yongkai's muffled groan rang out, and the entire ground shook a little. This? Lu Guichun was shocked and exclaimed, "So terrifying?" Every time a cultivator broke through to a new great realm, they would experience a world energy baptism. This was a test of the world principles for the cultivator. If they succeeded, their cultivation would advance greatly, but if they failed, their realm would regress or they would die. As an Origin returning realm master, Lu Guichun had naturally experienced more than one or two world energy baptisms. When he broke through to the Origin returning realm here, it was only 20 to 30 years ago. However, the strength of the world energy baptism at that time was not even 1/10,000th of the power of the jet black lightning in front of him. And this was only the first baptism. The following baptisms would only become stronger and more terrifying. If it were me, would I be able to survive? Lu Guichun couldn't help imagining things, putting himself in Yongkai's shoes and imagining himself facing such a terrifying baptism when he was just a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. The result was, he absolutely couldn't. Even if he was lucky and managed to survive the first strike, the second and third strikes would be enough to take his life. Thinking so, Lu Guichun's aura suddenly became chaotic and the martial Tao, he had always persevered in the depths of his heart, began to falter. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the second baptism fell, and although the jet-black energy from this baptism struck Yang Kai several dozen kilometers away, the destructive aura it emitted pierced straight into Lu Guichen's heart. Asterisk Wa. Asterisk with a loud cry, Lu Guichen coughed up a mouthful of blood and his entire body deflated like a deflated balloon. His cultivation began to decline at a speed visible to the naked eye. Second-order origin returning realm, first-order origin returning realm, third-order Saint King. Finally, it stopped at the second-order Saint King realm. There was a saying that if one didn't seek death, they wouldn't die. Lu Guichen wanted to observe Yang Kai's breakthrough in order to obtain benefits, which was certainly not wrong. But what he didn't know was that every world energy baptism Yang Kai underwent was different from that of ordinary people. The world energy he had to welcome was several times more powerful than any other cultivator. This time, he was at the threshold of breaking through to the Origin King realm. Even Yang Kai himself was afraid of this baptism, let alone a trivial Lu Guichen. Lu Guichen had overestimated himself and put himself in Yang Kai's shoes. This was a disaster he had brought upon himself. One's heart of martial Tao should only grow stronger with every setback. Only then would one be able to progress further. Lu Guichen doubted himself and his heart of martial Tao was naturally shattered by the destructive aura, causing it to collapse. The reason he was able to survive was mainly because his heart of martial Tao had collapsed too quickly. If he had persisted any longer, he would likely have died on the spot. Sitting in place stupidly, Lu Guichen could no longer think of anything else. Even when his cultivation fell back to a few dozen years ago, he didn't seem to be able to react. His eyes were filled with darkness, without a trace of light. At the same time, outside the space where the floating continent was located, in the chaotic abyss, the masters from all sides had been waiting for a long time, but there was still no trace of Yang Kai, causing Zilong and his son to become impatient and irritable. Guizhu, on the other hand, was relaxed and carefree. Although Shuiyu had received Guizhu's assurance, she was still worried and leaned over to ask softly, "Senior, it's been almost 10 days. Why hasn't there been any movement? What kind of movement do you want?" Guizhu glanced over at her with a grin. He's perfectly safe hiding there. But if he really makes a move, wouldn't he be in trouble? Do you want him to run out now? No, Shuiyu quickly waved her hand. As long as he's safe, I can rest assured, but don't worry, I know what you're worried about. This old master can assure you, okay? That damned place can trap this old master for 2,000 years, but it can't trap Yang Kai. When he wants to come out, he'll naturally come out. This little girl is very concerned about him. And when he comes out, this old master will carefully convey your concern. Senior. Shuiyu blushed and stamped her feet repeatedly. I can't wait long, and Aiguang frowned. There are a lot of things to deal with in the Chamber of Commerce, so this old master can't stay here for long. At that time, if this old man leaves, will you be able to fight against Zilong by yourself? Looking down on me? Guizhu coldly snorted. Zilong is nothing but a fart. Even if you don't care about Zilong, if that little brat Yang Kai comes out, Su Wei and Kong Fa will definitely target him. You can't split yourself up, so what can you do? Guizhu frowned. This was what worried him the most. If an Aiguang left and Yang Kai came out, Zilong would have 3 Origin Kings on his side. Guizhu would be able to entangle Zilong and Yuanqi while Su Wei was injured. But could Yang Kai deal with Kong Fa? Now that Kong Fa was also standing on Zilong's side, only the heavens knew what benefits Zilong had promised him. What a headache! What Guizhu hoped to see the most now was Yang Kai hiding inside until it was safe to come out. He did not believe Zilong would be able to guard this place forever. After all, Zilong was the master of Purple Star. How could he have so much free time? HM? And Aiguang suddenly frowned and stared at a certain spot. Something's wrong, what's going on? Guizhu also muttered. On the other side, Zilong, Su Wei, and Kong Fa, the 3 Origin Kings, also discovered the abnormality of the chaotic vortex at the same time. A certain part of space was trembling uneasily, as if void cracks were forming, and from these cracks, an extremely violent power was leaking out. What's going on? And Guang looked puzzled as he turned to Gue Zhu, hoping he could explain. What are you looking at this old master for? Gue Zhu coldly snorted. Although he had been trapped on the floating continent for 2,000 years, he did not understand what was happening in front of him. Could it be the chaotic vortex is about to appear? Shui Yu asked in surprise. When these words came out, both Gue Zhu and Enai Guang jumped in fright. The chaotic vortex was not something they could casually rush into, and if it really did appear, they would have to flee for their lives. Gue Zhu had been sucked into the chaotic vortex and not died back then, but that was pure luck. He did not want to try it again. If his luck was bad and he was torn apart by the chaotic vortex, he would have no place to cry. Chapter 1808. Look! Shui Yu suddenly pointed again. There seems to be some kind of movement there. Through the faintly discernible cracks in the space, some incredible scenes were vaguely imprinted in everyone's eyes. Why does it look more and more like that damned place? Gue Zhu almost bit his tongue. Although the cracks were extremely small and unstable, Gue Zhu was still able to see what looked like a floating continent. Is this the place Yang Kai entered? Shui Yu asked in surprise. And if this old master is not mistaken, it should be. But did you hear anything? Gue Zhu looked at Enai Guang and Shui Yu. Shui Yu shook her head, but Enai Guang wore a dignified expression as he nodded and said, There is a faint sound of thunder, and the aura coming from this crack. Is that little brat trying to break through at this moment? You mean, this is all caused by the world energy baptism? Gue Zhu's expression changed. Doesn't seem like it? Enai Guang asked. It does, but that damned place and this damned place are two different spaces. Even if Yang Kai is breaking through to the Origin King realm, there shouldn't be such a big disturbance. Right? Gue Zhu's mouth twitched as he too was stunned. Others may not be able to create such a disturbance, but Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in the Tao of space, so if he was really breaking through to the Origin King realm, it was possible that the two spaces were converging. If that's the case, that boy is in danger, Enai Guang quickly said. What do you mean? Shui Yu was shocked, her pretty face going pale. This energy is too terrifying. I don't know if he can resist it. Enai Guang frowned and replied, If one could not resist breaking through to the Origin King realm, the consequences would be very serious. This was different from the early stages of a cultivator's breakthrough. When a cultivator was weak, even if they failed to break through to a great realm, it would not be a big problem. But once one reached the Origin King realm, once one failed, there were undoubtedly only two outcomes, severe injury or death. The latter had an 80% chance of happening. Enai Guang, Gue Zhu, and the others were shocked. On the other side, Zilong, Su Wei, and Kong Fa were also pointing in the same direction and coming to the same conclusion. Yang Kai may be breaking through to the Origin King realm. Zilong's face suddenly turned ashen. He wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would succeed in breaking through, because even if Yang Kai really did reach the Origin King realm, he would only be a first-order Origin King. Yang Kai didn't put such a person in his eyes. What he was afraid of was that Yang Kai's breakthrough would not succeed. If this brat died inside, where would he go to find the immortal tree? That bastard! Zilong was so angry that he cursed loudly, but he could only sigh helplessly. In the space of the chaotic abyss, all kinds of strange phenomena continued without end. Everyone was on tenterhooks, fearing that something bad would happen to Yang Kai. This situation continued for an entire day before the fluctuating space gradually stabilized, and the faint sounds of muffled thunder gradually dissipated. Did he succeed? Shui Yu was as anxious as an ant on a hot wok, wishing she could rush into the floating continent to see what was happening. Enai Guang and Gue Zhu looked indifferent. Neither of them spoke. At this time, the result was undoubtedly clear. But they could not infer whether Yang Kai had succeeded or not, so they could only wait anxiously. On the floating continent, where Yang Kai had broken through, the surrounding 100 kilometers had been razed to the ground and a huge crater had appeared. At the very center of this crater was a black figure. A dark figure, sprawled out on the ground. If it wasn't Kai Yang, then who else could it be? A burnt smell filled the air. One of them even had pill veins, while the other two had no pill veins, but their quality was still extremely high. You're the one. Yang Kai picked up the enlightenment pill with pill veins and stuffed it into his mouth, absorbing its medicinal efficacies while using it to comprehend the true essence of the martial Tao. The aura on his body became purer and more condensed, and a martial Tao concept that seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth spread out. After half a month, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled softly. His eyes were flat, as if he was just an ordinary person, and even the violent fluctuations of Saint Chi he had released after his breakthrough had been completely suppressed. Not bad. Although my realm hasn't been completely consolidated, it's not much different. Yang Kai muttered to himself as he sent out an invisible force with his divine sense, spreading it outwards with him as the center. In an instant, the space within a 1,000-meter radius suddenly became viscous and dignified, and void cracks began to appear in this space, as if some invisible beast was opening its maw. His territory. After breaking through to the Origin King realm, Yang Kai's Shi had finally transformed into a territory. What's more, this territory had been integrated with his space force, making it much stronger than the territory of an ordinary Origin King realm master. In this territory, he was the master. As such, it was very easy for an Origin King Realm Master to kill an Origin Returning Realm Master. The Shi of an Origin Returning Realm Master could only affect others, but in this territory, an Origin King Realm Master could do whatever they wanted. With a thought, the territory disappeared and Yang Kai looked around before flying high up into the sky, silently calling out to his blood beasts and the stone mongoose, Lu Yen. A moment later, all the blood beasts flew back and transformed into golden blood threads before returning to his body, as did the stone mongoose. Only Lu Yen, after observing Yang Kai for a moment, said, "Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the Origin King realm. Aha, I was lucky." Yang Kai chuckled lightly, thought for a moment and said, "You can rest assured. I will help you improve your strength as well." Lu Yan's eyes lit up and she respectfully said, "Many thanks, Master." As an artifact spirit, although she had already refined the original body crafting furnace to her heart's desire, it was absolutely not a simple matter to increase her strength. Unless there was something like the heaven-scorching lightning fire for her to devour, it would be very difficult for her to improve. However, with Yang Kai's assurance, Lu Yen was completely relieved. Because Yang Kai had the sun's true essence, as long as she could devour some of the sun's true fire, her strength would not remain stagnant. Good, you go back to the sealed world bead first. I've already placed the sun's true essence there. Swallow as much as you can. Don't be greedy. Yes. Lu Yen was overjoyed and her figure flickered before disappearing. The next moment, she appeared in the sealed world bead and quickly found where the sun's true essence was. Immediately transforming into her firebird form, she flew towards the sun's true essence. After dealing with this, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction, frowning slightly before his figure flickered and he appeared a few dozen kilometers away. Lu Guichun was still sitting there, but his face was pale and dispirited. After noticing Yang Kai's arrival, he glanced up at him and smiled bitterly. Overestimating yourself. Yang Kai shook his head. He naturally knew why Lu Guichun had become like this. Although he had been constantly breaking through, that did not mean he was ignorant of the outside world. On the contrary, Lu Guichun's collapse from the world energy baptism was something he had seen clearly from beginning to end. A cultivator, whether it was a physical injury or a spiritual energy injury, no matter how serious, had a way to recover, But if a cultivator's martial heart and will collapsed, even the great emperors would be powerless to do anything about it. Because this was his own fault, only by strengthening his own beliefs could he possibly recover. Yang Kai was not familiar with Lu Guichun, and there was even a gap between them. Not killing Lu Guichun was already being fair, so how could he have the leisure to comfort him at this moment? So, after just glancing at him, Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to him. The next moment, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and extended it towards the interior of the floating continent. He wanted to see how his embodiment was progressing in refining the star's source. Chapter 1809. Yang Kai was looking forward to his embodiment refining the star source, because if he really succeeded, he would become the first master of 2 stars in the history of star territory. A trivial title was one thing, but the key was the various benefits of becoming a star master. After breaking through to the Origin King realm just now, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his connection with Shadowed Star, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, had become much closer. What's more, with the improvement of his cultivation, Shadowed Star must have also received significant nourishment. There was no doubt about this, but as for the specific situation, Yang Kai would have to return to Shadowed Star to investigate. Yang Kai released his divine sense and silently perceived the state of his embodiment. In the next moment, his face changed dramatically, and he quickly flew up into the sky to look down at the floating continent. A moment later, his body shook and he exclaimed in shock, "What's going on?" Yang Kai stared down at the floating continent below in disbelief, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Things had progressed beyond his expectations and imagination. He never expected that such a thing would happen while his embodiment was refining the star source of the stars. It was not that his embodiment's refinement was not going smoothly. On the contrary, Yang Kai could sense that his embodiment was progressing extremely smoothly. At some point, his embodiment had completely refined the star source into its body and become the star master of the floating continent. The embodiment's aura had also soared. However, this was not the key though. The key was that his embodiment had actually merged with the entire floating continent. In his perception, the entire floating continent below had become his embodiment. Looking into the distance, at one end of the floating continent, Yang Kai could see a vague blurry head. Vaguely, a huge blurry head could be seen. Although it wasn't fully formed, it was already in its embryonic form. On both sides of the floating continent, there seemed to be signs of arms being born. At the other end, there were traces of 2 legs. The current floating continent was like a giant that lay dormant in the void. Gudong. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing great storms, at this moment, he could not help gulping as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. What's going on? Yang Kai only felt that his mind was in chaos. Nothing he knew or saw could explain this strange scene. Yang Kai took a deep breath. He calmed himself down. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the situation of his avatar. His avatar was still underground, and it didn't appear to have changed much, but it had indeed fused together with the entire floating continent. Furthermore, under the interference of the Dharmakeya's will, this continent was actually changing its shape according to its own form. The divine technique of the Stone Mongoose clan. It wants to devour and refine the entire floating continent? Yang Kai was shocked when he heard the information in his mind. What kind of shocking feat was this? Even though the floating continent wasn't very large, it still had a circumference of 200,000 to 300,000 kilometers. If the Dharmakeya could really use the stone mongoose's innate divine technique to refine it, it would become a towering stone giant. Such a huge stone giant gave off a strong sense of oppression, and even an Origin King Realm Master would likely have no choice but to flee in the face of such a force. Just think about it, if a fist bigger than a mountain smashed down, who could possibly survive? No way. Yang Kai still felt like he was in a dream, both surprised and overjoyed. He was surprised because the Dharmakeya's actions had exceeded his expectations, But he was overjoyed because if it succeeded, he would have another great helper, one that would be even more powerful than Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen. The Dharmakayas will represented his own, and although it was only a soul clone controlling it, since it had made such a move, it meant that everything was still under his control. Circulating his secret art, Yang Kai calmed himself down. He also wanted to see if the Dharmakaya's actions could succeed or if it was just a pipe dream. Hong long long. A loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the floating continent as the earth shook violently. As the ground shook, a rhythmic thumping sound rang out from inside the floating continent, like a beating heart. With each beat, large chunks of land would be shaken into dust and dissipate into the void. Countless crisscrossing gullies appeared on the ground all of a sudden. It was as if doomsday was coming, and the entire floating continent seemed to be on the verge of falling apart. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn as he silently observed for a moment. Soon, he relaxed as he knew that this was the process of refining the floating continent, and the shattered land was nothing more than useless impurities. Anything that was even slightly useful had been preserved and swallowed and refined by the Dharmakaya. Refining an entire continent, even if it was only 200,000 or 300,000 kilometers in size, was originally impossible, but the Dharmakaya was the stone mongoose, which had the divine technique to swallow and refine impurities. Now that it was the star master of the floating continent, it was the master of this place. With all kinds of convenient and preferential conditions, it was able to carry out such a magnificent feat. I'm looking forward to it. Yang Kai found that his Dharmakaya had given him a huge surprise and could not help feeling a little excited. Dong dong. The extremely rhythmic sound continued to ring out as the continent began to split faster and faster. The entire continent began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the huge head and limbs that Yang Kai had seen before also slowly became clear. At this rate, it would only take 1 or 2 days for the Dharmakaya to be completely refined. Yang Kai stood above the void and quietly observed for several days. After confirming that everything was under the Dharmakaya's control, he was completely relieved. With nothing else to do, Yang Kai summoned the sealed world bead and directly entered the sealed world bead. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon felt Lu Yan's aura. At this moment, she was in retreat somewhere, and the place she was in was exuding an extremely terrifying scorching aura. It seemed that she had swallowed a wisp of sun's true fire and was in the process of refining it. Even with her current strength, refining a wisp of sun's true fire was not easy, but once she succeeded, her strength would increase. Yang Kai did not call out to her and instead took out the immortal tree from his space ring. This 3-meter-tall sapling had a few green leaves, but on one of these leaves was a drop of milky white dew-like liquid. Immortal source liquid. It was a sacred healing medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones and bring the dead back to life. Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and carefully collected this drop of immortal source liquid. Immortal source liquid was originally born on the immortal tree, so as long as it was born, it could be collected. So Yang Kai's actions had no effect on the immortal tree. According to the legends, the entire body of the immortal tree was a treasure. Regardless of whether it was the green leaves or the roots, they all contained an extremely surging vitality energy. If one could refine the entire immortal tree, one could even achieve an immortal and indestructible body. To live as long as the heavens and return as the earth, to exist eternally and eternally, to be undying and indestructible. The lifespan of a third-order origin king was only a few thousand years, and if they took good care of themselves, they could live up to 10,000 years. However, the immortal tree could make a cultivator immortal and indestructible. Yang Kai's breathing could not help becoming rapid. Staring at the immortal tree for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly scratched his head. He had no idea how to refine the immortal tree. This was a legendary supreme treasure, even more precious than his own 7-colored soul-warming lotus. How was he supposed to refine it? The treasure was right in front of him, but Yang Kai could only look at it, making him feel depressed. Tilting his head and thinking about it, Yang Kai tried to use his divine sense to collect the immortal tree. After all, he had done this when he collected the soul-warming lotus. Since it was also a supreme treasure, there was always a possibility of trying. But no matter how Yang Kai urged his divine sense, the immortal tree did not respond. He then tried urging his Saint Qi to refine it. A few days later, Yang Kai was dejected. During this time, he had tried everything he could think of, almost swallowing the immortal tree whole, but he was still unable to refine it. Swallowing it whole was also not appropriate. Only the heavens knew what kind of incredible changes would occur after eating this kind of thing. Forget it, I'll go back and ask Yang Inflammation. Her divine technique is quite profound, so she should know something about it. Yang Kai could only give up for now. After exploring the sealed world bead for a while, Yang Kai chose a spot and replanted the immortal tree. This supreme treasure was full of vitality, so there was no need to worry that it would not survive after being planted. Even if it was placed on a dead star, it would still be safe and sound. The immortal tree settled down in the small sealed world, and an unimaginable vitality spread out from it. In just a short time, Yang Kai felt that the small sealed world was even more vibrant than before. The trees seemed to have received great nourishment and were growing rapidly. Even this part of the world seemed to have been mended, becoming more complete and perfect. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's brow rose, and he quickly took out the precious treasures he had harvested in the severed world and carefully replanted them around the immortal tree. What made Yang Kai overjoyed was that these precious treasures actually quickly adapted to the soil, and each of them exuded a joyful aura. And it seems I can make a medicine garden around the immortal tree, Yang Kai mused. The reason why the medicine valley in the severed world was so rich was entirely because of the immortal tree. With the nourishment of the vitality exuded by the immortal tree, these precious treasures could grow rapidly. Now that the immortal tree had settled in the small sealed world, as long as it was operated properly, another medicine valley could be formed here. Considering all this, Yang Kai took out the herbs Lu Guichan had given him, found a few Origin King grade herbs that seemed to be on the verge of death, and planted them. A few days later, these few stalks of medicinal herbs actually came back to life. One had to know that these herbs were all collected by Lu Guichan a long time ago and had lost most of their medicinal efficacies, so it was basically impossible for them to grow again, but the immortal tree had such a heaven-defying function. Ha ha ha! Yang Kai was overjoyed. Although he had not been able to refine the immortal tree and achieve an immortal and indestructible body, this accidental discovery was still a big gain for him. Immediately, Yang Kai began busying himself in the small sealed world. Chapter 1810. More than a month later, Yang Kai looked at the large piece of land in front of him with a joyful expression. Centered around the immortal tree, he had already planted many spirit grasses and medicines. Regardless of what condition these spirit grasses and medicines were in before, under the nourishment of the immortal tree's vitality, they had all survived. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, a medicine garden had been formed. It seems that if I collect anything in the future, I can plant them here and take them when I need them. And this way, I can preserve the integrity of the medicinal efficacies to the greatest extent. Yang Kai was very happy. Next, Yang Kai scattered countless saint crystals and crushed them into powder with his fist, allowing the energy contained in these saint crystals to fill the space. Although the immortal tree's vitality was abundant enough to nourish this mysterious small world, the spirit grasses and medicines planted here required world energy to grow. In the future, saint crystals would not be a small expense. After doing all this, Yang Kai took some time to investigate the situation of the floating continent. During this time, Yang Kai had been inspecting it from time to time and found that the refinement process of his embodiment was extremely smooth. Now, the entire floating continent had shrunk by more than half, and the stone giant that stood in the void had revealed its towering body, giving off an extremely strong sense of oppression. However, the further it progressed, the more difficult it became to refine it. Yang Kai did not know how the embodiment would eventually refine the floating continent. Yang Kai did not worry too much about this though, and instead sat cross-legged in the middle of the medicine garden, sniffing the medicinal fragrances coming from all directions before taking out a round, rolling object from his space ring. The shocking void beast's monster core. The reason why he agreed to go to the severed world with Luolan was because he wanted to obtain the shocking void beast's monster core. Shocking void beasts were ancient exotic beasts. They were naturally proficient in the Tao of space and were of unimaginable help to a cultivator like Yang Kai who cultivated the Tao of space. In the severed world, Yang Kai had refined the void vortex, greatly increasing his mastery of space force. If he could obtain the mysteries contained in the shocking void beast's monster core, he would definitely be able to advance further. Taking out the purple origin furnace, Yang Kai summoned his conflagrated knowledge sea. He wanted to refine the shocking void beast's monster core into a spirit pill. This way, he could maximize the amount of energy he absorbed from the monster core. Fortunately, there was an ancient pill recipe recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture, which was refined using the shocking void beast's inner core as the main ingredient. Moreover, he didn't lack other supplementary materials. Time flew by. Another 2 months passed. Outside the floating continent, Guizhu's brow furrowed tightly, his expression not very good as he muttered to himself. Ever since he had sensed Yang Kai's advancement, he had never felt anything like it. More than 3 months had passed. But until now, Yang Kai did not appear either. Could it be that he really failed to advance and died under the baptism of the heaven and earth energy? That would be the envy of the heavens. At this moment, Guizhu stood alone in the void. His heart was restless. After all, he had just promised Yang Kai to join High Heaven Sect and was preparing to use the abilities of High Heaven Sect's Origin King Grade Alchemy Grandmaster to improve his strength. If Yang Kai died, where would he go to find High Heaven Sect? He didn't even know where High Heaven Sect was. And I Guang and Shui Yu had already left 2 months ago. And I Guang had many things to do, so it was impossible for him to wait here forever. After waiting for so many days without any results, he could only return to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for the time being. Shui Yu wanted to stay, but how could an I Guang feel assured leaving her here alone? Even with Guizhu's help, it was impossible. In the end, despite Shui Yu's strong objections, Guizhu took her away. Dead or alive? Come out and tell me. Guizhu jumped up and down anxiously, wishing he could rush into the floating continent again to see what was going on. On the other side, Zilong and the others were very patient and had been waiting. But at this moment, their expressions were also very ugly. They felt that Yang Kai must have fallen. Otherwise, how could he have been hiding all this time? Whether Yang Kai died or not, they didn't care. But the immortal tree was on him. That bastard! Zidong cursed bitterly. Brother Z, Brother Su, this Kong will take his leave first. Kong Fa thought for a while before saying to Su Wei and Zilong. He really didn't have the patience to continue wasting time here. Su Wei glanced at Kong Fa with dim eyes and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything and just sighed. After having his source strength extracted by the shattering void shuttle, Su Wei had almost died. Even after a few months, he had not been able to recover, and at this moment he looked like a lamp that was about to run out of oil. Su Wei ignored him, so how could Zilong pay attention to him? He just snorted lightly. Kong Fa didn't want to embarrass himself, so he just smiled awkwardly and summoned his star shuttle to leave. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. In the originally tranquil star field, an unusual fluctuation of power suddenly appeared. Kong Fa's body suddenly froze in place as he stared towards the source of this fluctuation in amazement. His brow furrowed. The next moment, the fluctuations of power grew stronger and stronger, and in less than 3 breaths, a vortex appeared. See, chaotic vortex? Kong Fa was shocked, and the faces of everyone else also changed greatly. Even Guizhu and Zilong hurriedly pushed their Saint Chi, preparing to escape at any time. A figure suddenly emerged from the vortex. Zidong shouted as he stared carefully at the figure, immediately shouting excitedly, "He's out! He's out! That bastard is out! Who else could the figure who emerged from the vortex be but Yang Kai? In an instant, everyone's eyes became fiery hot, enough to pierce through space. Little brat, you really didn't die. Guizhu laughed, the black chi around his body fluctuating, revealing the excitement in his heart. Since you've come out, come with this old master. As soon as Zilong saw Yang Kai's face, he immediately took action. His body glowed with a purple brilliance as he arrived in front of Yang Kai and grabbed him with one hand, saying, "A precious treasure like the immortal tree isn't something a little tramp like you can possess. Daring to touch my sect master, have you asked this old master's permission?" Guizhu coldly snorted, his figure transforming into a black chi that instantly blocked in front of Yang Kai. The 10,000 soul banners, 10,000 ghosts roared. A pure and evil aura emerged and rushed straight into Zilong's mind. Humph! Petty tricks. Zilong remained motionless as the purple light around his body became more and more dazzling. Guizhu's black chi was forced to retreat again and again. Jejie, looking down on this old master? You think too highly of yourself. Guizhu snorted lightly, his 10,000 soul banner transforming into a black curtain that wrapped around Zilong. What? Zilong was shocked. He had never fought with Guizhu before, and although he knew the other party was a second-order origin king, not much weaker than himself, Zilong only realized this after they fought. This old man was even more difficult to deal with than Guang. Young boy, hurry up and run. Guizhu's voice came from the black curtain. This old master will block for you for a while. Run as far as you can. Everyone is quite patient. After Yang Kai walked out of the vortex, he looked around. Soon, he understood the situation in front of him. However, he stood there with a calm expression on his face. He had no intention of running away immediately. Want to run? Zidong's face flashed fiercely as he waved his hand. Su Wei, capture him for me. Although Su Wei looked like he had been tortured beyond recognition, he was still an origin king. But in any case, he was still an origin king, and a thin camel was still bigger than a horse, so Zidong naturally had to make him work harder. Su Wei did not dare to disobey and rushed towards Yang Kai with a cold face, roaring ferociously. It's all because of you, bastard. If it weren't for you, how could this old master have fallen into such a state? The reason he was subdued by Zidong was mostly because Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack on him in the Severed World, causing him to suffer serious injuries. Otherwise, how could he have been so easily subdued by Zilong? Which origin king realm master was not extremely arrogant? How could one be willing to be a slave and be ordered around by another? Especially when the one ordering him around was an origin returning realm brat. If it was just this, it would have been fine, but later, while chasing Yang Kai, Su Wei had a large amount of his source strength extracted by the shattering void shuttle, causing him to age rapidly. All of this was because of Yang Kai. Su Wei did not dare to vent his anger on Zilong and Zidong, so he could only transfer his resentment to Yang Kai. As such, after hearing Zidong's order, Su Wei immediately rushed up and did not hesitate to use all his strength in his current state. The void trembled as the full-powered blow of an origin king realm master was no trivial matter, capable of piercing through space itself. Su Wei wanted to take Yang Kai's life. In any case, Zilong and Zidong only cared about the immortal tree. It didn't matter whether Yang Kai died or not. As long as they killed him, they could obtain the immortal tree from his space ring. With a dazzling flash of light, Su Wei's entire body seemed to transform into a small sun as he crashed down above Yang Kai's head. Zidong could not help narrowing his eyes as a trace of dread appeared on his face. During this time, his attitude towards Su Wei could be said to be extremely bad. But Su Wei did not dare to complain because his brand was under his control, causing Zidong to think that the so-called Origin King realm was nothing more than this. But after seeing Su Wei's full-powered blow, Zidong realized that there was a problem with his mentality. Such a blow could kill a dozen of him in an instant. That bastard is dead for sure. Zidong thought to himself, secretly pleased. After getting rid of his biggest competitor in the future, only Shui Yu and Gu Jianxian could compare to him. In the future, if he could suppress Shui Yu and Gu Jianxian, he would become the king of the younger generation in Star Territory. As he thought about this, Zidong's lips curled into a cold smile. Secret technique, exile. A faint voice suddenly spat out from Yang Kai's mouth. Facing Su Wei's earth-shattering blow, his expression remained unchanged and he didn't even try to dodge, instead raising his hand and sending it towards Su Wei. This hand exuded a mysterious fluctuation of power that grew larger and larger in Su Wei's eyes, as if it had transformed into a world that obscured the light in his eyes, leaving him with only darkness and chaos. What? Su Wei exclaimed in horror. The dazzling light was instantly annihilated and Su Wei stood not far in front of Yang Kai in a daze, staring at the scene in front of him in disbelief, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had no idea what had just happened. His all-out attack had clearly been launched, but Yang Kai remained unscathed, not even a hair on his head messed up. It was as if his blow had struck a completely different space. Chapter 1811. Thinking of this, Su Wei suddenly broke out in a cold sweat as he stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. His intuition told him that Yang Kai was definitely not simple. It could be seen from his performance in the Medicine Valley of the Severed World. If he was a simple cultivator, how could he have resisted Zilong's blow? At this moment, he had easily resolved his full-powered attack. This little brat! Su Wei swept Yang Kai with his divine sense and surprise, and his complexion changed drastically as he cried out in shock. You really broke through to the Origin King realm. What? Zidong's face suddenly went pale as he stared coldly at Yang Kai, as if he wanted to pierce through his body and kill him with his gaze. Origin King realm. This bastard has actually reached the Origin King realm. He broke through to the Origin King realm one step earlier than me. Earlier than Shuiyu, earlier than Gu Jianxian. In the Star Territory, the three young talents had been left behind by him. It was laughable that Zidong had always fantasized about one day suppressing Shuiyu and Gu Jianxian and becoming the leader of the younger generation. This bastard in front of him had silently achieved the goal he had worked so hard to achieve for so many years. Unforgivable. In this world, no one but me can do this. Zidong suppressed the anger in his chest and roared with a ferocious expression. Su Wei, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him. Hearing Zidong's shout, Su Wei finally reacted and said with a solemn expression, Boy, you are the most talented and terrifying young man I have ever seen. If possible, this old master would like to make friends with you, but since young master has given the order, you must die today. You talk too much nonsense. Yang Kai glanced at him coldly and spat disdainfully. Su Wei coldly snorted. You just broke through to the Origin King realm. You should consolidate your cultivation properly. Running out so impatiently is simply courting death. This old master will show you what a real Origin King is. As soon as these words fell, Su Wei suddenly opened his territory. All of a sudden, Yang Kai was covered in it. Su Wei smiled triumphantly and walked towards Yang Kai step by step. Saying lightly, he declared, In this territory, this old master can dominate everything, including your life. Are you the only one with a territory? Yang Kai snorted and stretched out his hand. I have one too. An invisible force spread out from his fingertips, and the surrounding space emitted a fine cracking sound, as if something had broken. Along with this voice, Su Wei seemed to have suffered a heavy blow and his old face suddenly became much older. His complexion paled as he exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? Your domain. How could it be so solid? How could it suppress the domain that this old man had been immersed in for so many years? You've only just broken through. This isn't real. Su Wei was in his eyes, in his heart, Yang was in the origin. If time represents strength, then there would be no difference between a genius and a mediocre person in this world. Old man, accept your fate. Yang Kai waved his hand and spread out his territory domain, directly blasting Su Wei's territory into pieces and wrapping him in his own territory domain. Secret technique, Moon Blade. Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent out a series of crescent-shaped space blades towards Su Wei. These space blades were improved upon by Yang Kai after his comprehension of the Tao of space had improved. Although they looked exactly the same, both the power and concept contained within them were completely different. More than a dozen moon blades blocked Su Wei's escape route and rapidly enlarged in his eyes. Su Wei was frightened out of his wits and hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence in order to push his Saint Chi to escape. Yang Kai just smiled coldly at him before his figure flickered and the power of his territory domain suddenly increased. Su Wei felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his body. Desperately pushing his Saint Chi, he was barely able to move his body. Just as he was about to avoid the moon blades, Yang Kai opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Secret technique, Shocking Void Roar. This was the divine technique Yang Kai had comprehended after refining the Shocking Void Beast's monster core. Although this divine technique couldn't exert its full power in Yang Kai's hands, it was still quite effective in interfering with Su Wei. Sure enough, an explosive sound rang in Su Wei's ears. This sound contained the power of Space Force, making it impossible for Su Wei to determine its exact location. While he was hesitating, the moon blades had already arrived in front of him. "No!" Su Wei shouted. His cry came to an abrupt end as a dozen moon blades pierced through Su Wei's body. Su Wei's whole body was torn apart, and from his wounds, one could clearly see his 5 viscera and 6 organs still squirming. Watching all this quietly, Yang Kai raised his brow and muttered to himself, "Not bad." Yang Kai also wanted to test the results of his comprehension, so when he fought with Su Wei, he had gone all out, using all the secret techniques he had comprehended over the past few months. Whether it was Exile, Moon Blades, or Shocking Void Roar, they were all secret techniques he had only recently comprehended. Under these 3 moves, a veteran origin king like Su Wei had been killed. Space Force secret techniques were extremely difficult to defend against. Not far away, Zidong was dumbfounded. He never expected that Su Wei would be killed by Yang Kai in just a few breaths of time. Wasn't he just an origin king? How could he die so easily? Even if Yang Kai had also broken through to the origin king realm, Su Wei shouldn't have been so weak. Had something gone wrong? Right, Su Wei must have had too much source strength extracted by the shattering void shuttle some time ago, so he no longer had the strength of an origin king, allowing Yang Kai to easily defeat him. Considering all this, Zidong's heart relaxed and his complexion improved greatly. It seemed that as long as Yang Kai wasn't too strong, Zidong would be happy. "Want to run? Now that you've entered my territory, do you think you can escape without my permission?" Yang Kai suddenly cast his gaze towards a certain spot in the void and coldly snorted, sending out a burst of pure spiritual energy. In an empty spot, a figure flickered slightly and suddenly appeared, a look of dread on his face as he stared at Yang Kai with gritted teeth. Kong Fa. When Su Wei attacked Yang Kai, he had stealthily concealed himself and approached, preparing to find an opportunity to snatch away Yang Kai's space ring. Although Kong Fa was also an origin king, he was still somewhat lacking in front of Guizhou and Zilong. He knew that if he wanted to obtain the immortal tree, he would have to use a special method, and Su Wei dealing with Yang Kai was undoubtedly a good opportunity. How could Kong Fa have known that Su Wei, who he had known for many years and had colluded with several times, would be killed so easily? When he saw Su Wei die, Kong Fa was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat, no longer daring to have any ideas, and quickly retreated. However, within his territory, Yang Kai had already noticed his existence, so how could he allow Kong Fa to do as he pleased? After being forced to reveal himself by Yang Kai's divine sense attack, Kong Fa's face became even more shocked, because he could feel that the tyrannical divine sense attack just now was not something a cultivator who had just broken through to the origin king realm could possess. It was comparable to a second-order or even third-order origin king. The corners of Kong Fa's eyes twitched. Being in Yang Kai's territory made him feel extremely uneasy. After a long silence, he said bitterly, "Little friend, this old master has no malice towards you. How about letting this old master leave? This old master promises he will not intervene in this matter again." "No malice towards me?" Yang Kai sneered. "Then why did you sneak up on me? What else can I do?" "Brat, you're asking the obvious." Kong Fa cursed in his heart, but he did not know how to answer, so he could only smile and say, "This old master was thinking too much just now, but after seeing little friend's heaven-defying methods, this old master understands that this is not a place he can stay for long. I hope, little friend, since you've come, don't even think about leaving." Yang Kai interrupted him directly before he could finish speaking, a cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Since you dared to have ideas about me, you should pay the price." Kong Fa frowned as a faint anger appeared on his face. This old master just wants to be safe. Can little friend not even satisfy this little request? Don't try to take advantage of your seniority. Yang Kai's face flashed fiercely. "Today you will die, arrogant junior." Kong Fa was furious. He had been compromising for so long, but now Yang Kai did not give him any face at all. Yang Kai was looking down on him too much. Although the method Yang Kai used to kill Su Wei just now had shocked Kong Fa, he could also see that Su Wei was not in his peak state at all, which was why he had been so easily killed by Yang Kai. On the other hand, Kong Fa was unscathed and was a genuine first-order origin king. This little brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth had just broken through, yet he wanted to take his life. "Whether I'm arrogant or not, you can decide for yourself when you reach the underworld." Yang Kai sneered, and with a thought, increased the power of his territory field again. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk in the void, countless fine void cracks suddenly appeared and swam about like fish. At the same time, Yang Kai's aura also erupted. The peak of the first-order realm? That's impossible. Kong Fa screamed, almost biting his own tongue. Yang Kai had not released his aura before, so Kong Fa had not been able to clearly discern Yang Kai's strength. But now, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How was this little brat just breaking through to the Origin King realm? He was clearly at the peak of the First-Order realm. After breaking through to the Origin King realm, it was impossible to cultivate to the peak of a minor realm without at least a few dozen years, and this was the speed of geniuses. Below that level, it was common for them to spend hundreds of years. For example, when Kong Fa and Su Wei broke through to the Origin King realm, they entered secluded retreat for 100 years before stabilizing their realms. After that, it took them another 300 years to reach the peak of the First-Order realm. This little brat had only disappeared for a few months, yet he had already reached the same level as Kong Fa. Kong Fa suddenly felt like he had lived so many years in vain. Chapter 1812. Zidong's eyes were completely sluggish. He stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was in high spirits, using one killing move after another, and Kong Fa, who was dodging in distress, unable to accept the reality of the situation. In a head-on battle, Yang Kai was actually suppressing Kong Fa. In less than 30 breaths of time, Kong Fa had been beaten to the point where he could only parry without being able to fight back. Zidong could see that Kong Fa's movements were sluggish and his Saint Chi was not circulating smoothly. Obviously, this was because he was being suppressed by Yang Kai's territory, so although both of them were peak First-Order Origin Kings, in Yang Kai's territory, Kong Fa was not his opponent at all. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated and killed. Considering all this, Zidong's heart clenched as he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Su Wei was already dead, and if Kong Fa died as well, Yang Kai's next target would be him. Two Origin Kings were not Yang Kai's opponent, so how could he, an Origin returning Realm Master, resist? As for his father, he was being entangled by that ghostly guy at the moment and seemed to have trouble dealing with him. What should I do? What should I do? Zedong's face was blank as he had no idea how to deal with this tricky situation in front of him. At that moment, from the vortex where Yang Kai had appeared, another figure walked out. As soon as this person appeared, he cried out, "Young man, wait for me. I can't find my way, huh? I came out. Ha 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 ha. I, Lu Guichun, am finally free. I don't have to stay in that damned place anymore." This person seemed to have not yet figured out the situation in front of him, and as soon as he appeared from the vortex, he laughed wildly, as if there was no one around. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? Zedong stared at Lu Guichun, who had suddenly appeared in amazement, vaguely feeling that he was familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. Whatever, I'll capture him first. Since he's with that bastard, he must be one of his people. Zedong thought to himself. His figure flickered as he arrived in front of Lu Guichun, grabbed him by the neck, and said coldly, "Don't move. I want your life." Lu Guichun was taken aback and broke out in a cold sweat. How could he dare to act rashly? He nodded repeatedly. I won't move. Friend, if you have something to say, please don't get agitated." Saying so, Lu Guichun glanced over at Zedong. At this moment, Lu Guichun's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise as he called out, "Young master? Are you the young master? You called me young master?" Zedong was stunned. "Who are you?" "Young master." Lu Guichun knelt down midair and hugged Zedong's thigh with both hands. As if he had seen a close relative, tears and snot flowed from his eyes. "Young master. This subordinate is Lu Guichun, Purple Sandstar's Lu Guichun from several dozen years ago. This subordinate was fortunate enough to meet young Lord once and even received some pointers from young Lord. Young Lord, have you forgotten? Lu Guichun?" Zedong frowned, feeling that this name was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. However, seeing the other party's joyful expression, he didn't doubt him. After a moment of contemplation, Zedong suddenly realized, "You're from the Lu family? A descendant of Lu Li?" Yes, this subordinate is." Lu Guichun saw that the other party finally remembered him and was overjoyed. This subordinate thought he would never see anyone from Purple Star again in this life. Unexpectedly, I was able to see young master's face as soon as I escaped. This subordinate is truly fortunate. So it was you. Zedong confirmed that the other party was really someone from his Purple Star, his expression relaxing slightly as he nodded. "Stand up and speak." "Didn't you die several dozen years ago? How did you come out from that place?" Woo. Lu Guichun, despite his age, began to cry. It's a long story. Make it short." Zedong was anxious about how to deal with the current situation, so how could he be in the mood to listen to his long-winded ramblings? "It's like this." Lu Guichun hurriedly picked out the important parts and explained. "So that's how it is." After listening, Zedong nodded. "You've worked hard these past few decades." It wasn't hard at all. Being able to see young master again is all worth it." Lu Guichun squeezed out a smile, speaking as if he had finally made some kind of great contribution after suffering for several dozen years. Zedong was so angry that he didn't have time to pay attention to him. After all, the other party was just a second-order Saint King and wouldn't be of much help. By the way, young master, the origin energy of that continent has been refined by a young man. If we can capture him... What? Zedong's face changed. That guy refined the source of that continent? And, although this subordinate did not see it with his own eyes, there should be no mistake. And it's that young man. Lu Guichun swept his eyes around and saw Yang Kai, who was fighting Kong Fa, pointing his finger in his direction. As soon as these words fell, his mouth suddenly opened wide, because he saw Kong Fa struggling to resist Yang Kai's attacks, his entire body covered in blood. Several dozen golden blood threads were flying around Yang Kai, and these golden blood threads were like living creatures, rapidly shuttling through the void and causing damage to Kong Fa from time to time. Little friend, stop. This old master admits defeat. Please spare my life. Kong Fa's face was ashen as he desperately tried to resist the attacks of the golden blood threads while shouting loudly. If admitting defeat is useful, what's the point of cultivating? Yang Kai remained unmoved and waved his hand forward. Moon Blade! Chi. A 10-feet-long moon blade suddenly took shape and slashed vertically towards Kong Fa. Kong Fa's face changed drastically as he formed a series of seals with his hands. A dazzling brilliance emerged from his body as an ancient bell-like artifact flew out and transformed into a bell-shaped light curtain that enveloped him. Kong. The bell rang loudly, and the sound waves transformed into an invisible force that bombarded Kong Fa's knowledge sea. The crescent blade cut into the light screen, but it was unable to completely break through it. It was only able to penetrate less than 3 inches before it was stopped. Seeing this scene, Kong Fa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had obtained this resounding Emperor Bell in his early years and was an origin-grade defensive artifact. It was extremely sturdy and could not be broken by an ordinary cultivator. With the protection of this resounding Emperor Bell, Kong Fa was able to contend with an ordinary second-order origin king. Seeing Yang Kai's attack fail, Kong Fa felt a little more confident and snorted, "Little friend, do you really want to kill me? You and I meeting is fate, don't be so ruthless." "Shut up." Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hands again and again. "You think you're safe just because you have a turtle shell? Watch how I break your tortoise shell." Chi. More than a dozen huge moon blades flew towards Kong Fa one after another, causing Kong Fa's face to change drastically as his eyes filled with horror. Pushing his Saint Chi, he poured all of his strength into the resounding Emperor Bell. The sound of the bell grew louder and louder as the bell-shaped light curtain suddenly became much brighter. Hong 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 hong. The moon blades slammed into the resounding Emperor Bell's light curtain, causing it to tremble violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Kacha. Finally. A sound that sounded like a death knell entered Kong Fa's ears. He shuddered and stared ahead with wide eyes, only to see that a crack had appeared on the protective light screen of his Imperial Bell. This crack spread out at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, the light curtain was riddled with holes. With a loud bang, the resounding Emperor Bell's defense finally broke. "Little friend, please spare me." Kong Fa's face went pale as he cried out, "Die!" Yang Kai's expression remained cold as he condensed his several dozen golden blood threads together, transforming them into a golden sword that followed closely behind the moon blade, flickering slightly before disappearing. In the next moment, Kong Fa's body stiffened in place. He lowered his head and looked at his chest, only to see a bloody hole. Through that hole, he could see his shattered heart. His vitality rapidly faded as everything in front of him turned dark. This old master actually. Before Kong Fa could finish speaking, he completely lost all signs of life. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and collected the resounding Emperor Bell, throwing it into his space ring without even looking at it. At the same time, he also took away Kong Fa's space ring. "You're next." Yang Kai turned around and stared coldly at the shocked Zidong before waving his hand lightly and sending out a burst of energy towards Zidong. Zidong was horrified. Although Yang Kai's blow seemed casual, he knew that it was not something he could easily resist. After all, this was the blow of an Origin King Realm Master. In a moment of desperation, Zidong didn't even hesitate to grab Lu Guichen's neck and throw him forward. "Young master, you?" Lu Guichen was still immersed in the joy of seeing Zidong again and never expected such a thing to happen. By the time he reacted, he was already halfway to his destination. A strong wind hit him, and before Lu Guichen could make a sound, his entire body exploded into a bloody mist. "Boy, you're quite ruthless." Yang Kai looked at Zidong sarcastically with a mocking look on his face. He was also quite surprised that Zidong would do such a thing to resolve his attack. This Purple Star's young master was already rotten to the core. He didn't kill Lu Guichan on the floating continent, nor did he prevent him from leaving the floating continent through the space corridor with him, mainly because Lu Guichan had provided him with some useful information before. Yang Kai didn't deliberately help him, nor did he deliberately target him. Lu Guichan's life and death depended on his own fortune. It was laughable that after this guy escaped from the floating continent, he was schemed against by his own young master. Yang Kai estimated that he would die with grievance in the Yellow Springs underworld. But you still have to die. Yang Kai chuckled. What do you want to do? Zidong's face turned pale as he shouted fiercely, Boy, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you broke through to the Origin King realm. I am Purple Star's young master. You can't kill me. Purple Star's young master? Did your master tell you that Purple Star's young master can't be killed? Idiot. I really don't know how you managed to survive until now. Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Do you really want to kill me? Zidong was shocked as he confirmed that Yang Kai wasn't just trying to scare him. Do you know what the consequences will be if you kill me? My Purple Star will never let this go. When the time comes, even if you flee to the ends of the world, you won't be able to live in peace. Chapter 1813. I'm so scared. Yang Kai made an extremely exaggerated expression as he covered his chest with his hand, looking like he was really afraid. In the next moment, his face became frigid as he coldly declared, But that has nothing to do with you. If your Purple Star dares to hunt me down, I'll kill one if one comes. I'll kill two if two come. I don't know how many Origin Kings your Purple Star has for me to kill. Saying so, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zidong shuddered. Being stared at by Yang Kai, his entire body felt cold. He could tell that the other party was not trying to intimidate him, nor was he joking, so he anxiously called out, Father, save me. He did not have the courage to fight Yang Kai and directly asked Zilong for help. Young talents like him, Shuiyu, and Gu Jianxian should all have extremely tough martial Dao wills. They were bound to become stronger when facing a strong opponent, and the more setbacks they faced, the more courageous they became. For example, Gu Jianxian had been ambushed by Li Minghai that day and fought desperately. If Shuiyu were to encounter such a situation, she would definitely not ask for help and would instead find a way to confront the enemy. So what if one was an Origin King? Which genius did not regard fighting above their own realm as a common occurrence? If one lost the courage to fight after being targeted by a cultivator one minor realm above them, what was the point of cultivating in the future? A cultivator who could only compete with those in the same realm would never be able to reach the peak of the martial Dao. Zidong had completely lost the qualifications to become a future master of Star Territory. Since meeting Yang Kai, he had been humiliated and beaten down time and time again. The depths of his heart had long been riddled with holes and a haze of despair. As such, he did not dare to fight against Yang Kai. Even if he could survive this time, whether or not he could break through to the Origin King realm in the future was uncertain. Little brat, if you dare touch a hair on my son, this old master will slaughter your entire family and exterminate your 9 generations. Not far away, Zilong's angry roar rang out, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the explosion. How could he not want to save his son? Unfortunately, he was completely enveloped by Guizu's 10,000 soul banner. All around him, he could not escape. Even if he wanted to, there was nothing he could do. Is that so? Yang Kai tilted his head and glanced in the direction of the voice, sneering softly. Waving his hand, a burst of energy flew out. The next moment, Zidong felt a chill run down his spine and his whole body shivered. Am I dead? Am I dead? Zidong was bewildered as his imagination ran wild. But soon he calmed down. He discovered that he was completely unharmed, but there was a strange feeling on the top of his head. Hair. His elegant long hair had been directly cut off by Kai Yang, leaving a bald patch on top of his head. His appearance was definitely comical to the extreme. Even though he wasn't as handsome as Xueyu, he was still a rare and handsome man. His long purple hair was his favorite part of his hair. It was the color of his hair. It was the color of his hair that he had inherited from his ancestors. It was his favorite part of his hair. It made him look even more handsome. But now, his long purple hair had been cut off and taken away from him. While Zidong felt distressed, he was also extremely frightened. Yang Kai's casual blow had left him no time to react. If he could cut off his hair, he could also cut off his head. Considering all this, Zidong suddenly began sweating profusely and his face turned as white as paper. I've touched a lot of his hair now. What are you going to do about it? Yang Kai sneered. Everyone had some scruples about saving face and would part on good terms. As long as one had a brain, they would not take it seriously, but this little brat was actually hitting the snake with a stick and directly making demands. Although his face was displeased, Zilong still said patiently, "Speak, as long as this Zilong can do it, I will do it for you. After taking Dong Lai out of here, I will immediately issue a kill order. This old master will make sure you have no road to heaven and no door to earth." Zilong secretly swore to himself. This matter is very simple. Senior Zilong can naturally do it. Yang Kai chuckled, his expression completely harmless. Junior is bold enough to ask Senior to die. *C. Inside the 10,000 soul banner, Guizu's sharp intake of breath rang out, the howling and wailing coming from inside seeming to stop for a moment, highlighting the extreme turmoil in Guizu's heart. Zilong also fell silent immediately, but anyone could feel that his anger was rising steadily, as if it could burn the 10,000 soul banner to ashes. Not far away, Zidong's jaw dropped as he stared blankly at Yang Kai, unable to imagine that Yang Kai would make such a request and even put on such an expression. Does this little brat know what he's saying? Was there something wrong with his brain? Before he could finish thinking, Zidong felt his vision blur as Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of him and stretched out his hand to grab him. Zidong screamed in horror, pushing his purple chi eternal river secret art to its limit as he tried to escape. However, all his efforts were in vain. Before he could react to what was going on, he felt his strength being suppressed and his whole body being lifted up by Yang Kai by the neck. Ha! Yang Kai sighed. It seems that Senior Zilong is a man who doesn't keep his word. Since that's the case, let's settle this once and for all. Junior, if you dare hurt my son, this old master will tear you to pieces. Zilong roared anxiously. Stretching out his other hand, Kai Yang carelessly picked his ear and curled his lips. You've already said similar words to me before, but I don't see you doing anything to me. Old man, do you only know how to be fierce with your mouth? Can't you show some real action? However, I'm very curious, if I really kill him, what will you do? Zilong didn't dare to speak, for fear of touching Yang Kai's nerves and causing his son to be killed. He finally understood that this little brat was a complete madman, and there was no reasoning with a madman. Kacha. The sound of bones breaking came from Zidong's neck as he slapped Yang Kai's arm with both hands, seemingly trying to push him away, but unable to use his Saint Chi. He was simply too weak. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly and said coldly, I have no grievances with you, father and son, and we have never interfered with each other's business. But you took advantage of your position to bully others. Today, you brought this upon yourselves. In the next life, don't think too highly of yourself. It's too easy to fall. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai tightened his grip. Zidong's head tilted to the side and his struggling stopped instantly, his vitality severed. Purple Star's young master was dead. Perceiving the movement here, Guizu almost bit his tongue in shock. Even he hadn't expected that Yang Kai would really kill Zidong. He had been wondering whether Yang Kai was deliberately trying to obtain more benefits from Zilong, or if he had some other plan. But he hadn't expected that Yang Kai would really kill him. This is bad. Guizu's heart clenched. His own son had been killed, so Zilong was likely going to go completely berserk. Before this thought even came to an end though, Guizu's eyes flashed a look of horror as the originally dark 10,000 soul banner suddenly burst with thousands of purple rays of light. These rays of light contained an extremely terrifying killing intent, forcing all the evil spirits to retreat, while his own 10,000 soul banner buzzed and trembled violently. Kong. A gap was blasted open in the 10,000 soul banner and Zilong's figure shot out from it, charging straight towards Yang Kai, a ferocious look on his face as he roared, "Boy, I'll make you pay with your blood." Soon, he arrived beside Yang Kai and his figure reappeared, asking worriedly, "Is he dead?" Yang Kai clutched his chest, coughing as he glanced over at Guizu and smiled bitterly. "What do you think? It's good that he's not dead. You really scared this old master." Guizu couldn't help feeling relieved as he stared at Yang Kai, a look of shock gradually filling his face. He found that Yang Kai's injuries weren't too serious and the fluctuations of power coming from his body were still stable and powerful. Guizu gulped nervously, just like Zilong was shocked. This little brat is really a monster. How did he accomplish this? On top of that, the five-colored light around his body and the dragon-like transformation of his arms were obviously the result of some kind of incredible secret technique. This was especially true for Guizu's scale-covered dragon arms, from which Guizu felt a pressure that made his heart palpitate uneasily. Dragon pressure. Guizu was taken aback by this thought that emerged in his mind. Restraining his thoughts, Guizu stopped thinking about these random thoughts and instead said, "Boy, do you want to quit while you're ahead? This old master will listen to you. Naturally, I want to cut the weeds and dig up the roots." Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared forward coldly. "Good." Guizu narrowed his eyes and nodded heavily. "Since that's the case, this old master will accompany you in your madness. Since this old master left the mountain, he has never fought an origin king. I never expected that the first one I fought would be such a bastard, Jie." Saying so, a strong fighting intent surged from Guizu's body. On the other side, Zilong, who had repelled Yang Kai with a single blow and then forced Guizu away, did not pursue and instead summoned a round bowl-like artifact and sent it towards the dead Zidong. An extremely soft light exuded from this round bowl as it pulled Zidong's body towards it. Enveloped in this light, Zilong's expression became dignified as he formed a series of profound seals with his hands and sent them into the round bowl. Something seemed to be pulled out of Zidong's body and gathered into the round bowl. Soon, an illusory figure appeared at the center of the round bowl, and this figure was none other than the dead Zidong. At first, this figure was ethereal and invisible, as if it would scatter in the wind, but with Zilong's continuous efforts, this figure became more and more solid, as if Zidong's soul avatar had left his body. The eyes of this figure also gradually became clear. Finally, as Zilong spat out a mouthful of blood, Zidong's figure shuddered and woke up. Turning his head blankly, he quickly understood what had happened. "Father, please avenge your son. Your son was killed by that bastard." Zidong's figure stood in the round bowl and cried loudly, but as a soul avatar, he did not shed a single tear. Waste! Zilong's face was livid, but after reprimanding his son, his expression gradually softened as he nodded. "Rest assured, Father will seek justice for you. Just stay in the soul-sustaining bowl. When we return to Purple Star, I will find a way to reconstruct your body." "Yes." Zidong was overjoyed and his figure flickered before disappearing. Zilong then carefully put away the soul-sustaining bowl, turned around, and stared coldly in the direction of Yang Kai. No matter what, this little brat must die. Even if he had to suffer serious injuries, he would kill him here. Such a person, if left alone and allowed to grow, would become a terrifying existence. Brilliant purple star river. Zilong suddenly shouted as the purple light around his body quickly receded. Instead, a shocking long sword condensed from purple light appeared in his hand. With this purple sword in hand, Zilong's momentum sword and an aura that caused hundreds of millions of creatures to tremble filled the air. He stared coldly at Yang Kai and shouted, "Boy, no one can save your life today. Will you die if you don't talk big? My life is right here if you have the ability. Come and take it yourself." Yang Kai showed no fear and took a step forward. Zilong did not say a word as his sword flashed and his entire body was wrapped in sword light. In an instant, he crossed a few kilometers and appeared directly in front of Yang Kai. Exile. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and slapped the space in front of him, instantly disintegrating and forming a black hole. Zilong's momentum was so fast that he almost rushed into the black hole, scaring him so much that he quickly turned around and dodged. Moon Blade. Yang Kai's voice sounded again as a series of crescent-shaped shockwaves flew towards Zidong, as if they were free. Zidong was suddenly forced into a panic and could only jump up and down, not daring to touch these attacks condensed from pure space force. Who knew what the consequences would be if he touched them? Yang Kai laughed loudly. "Old dog, you can't even get close to me, yet you want to take my life? Try again in your next life." Guizhu watched from the sidelines, cold sweat dripping down his back as he secretly sighed to himself, each generation producing a new talent to replace the old. He boasted that he was an Origin King realm master, and that there were few in the Star Territory who could make him feel fear. But when had he ever seen Yang Kai use such strange means? Putting himself in Zilong's shoes, Guizhu knew that if he were Zilong, the situation would not be any better as he would be forced back by Yang Kai and unable to get close. Purple Chi from the east. Zilong suddenly roared as his already terrifying aura soared once more. In the next moment, he did not dodge and instead slashed out with his sword towards the countless moon blades. This sword strike could be described as shocking as it contained Zilong's endless anger and martial Tao, causing even Guizhu's eyelids to jump. Without even thinking about it, Guizhu threw out his 10,000 soul banner and transformed it into a black curtain that blocked in front of him and Yang Kai. Hong long long. The moon blades were cut apart and even the 10,000 soul banner was unable to resist the light of this sword strike. Zilong's attack arrived directly above Yang Kai's head, as if it would tear him apart in the next moment. Yang Kai grabbed Guizhu and with a single step, space force circulated around his body and he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already behind Zilong Zhang. Unsheathing the dragon bone sword, Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it, and the green dragon bone sword suddenly transformed into a giant dragon that swooped towards Zilong. Guizhu also took action leisurely, forming a series of seals with his hands as a huge ghost head suddenly appeared. This ghost head had a green face and sharp fangs, exuding a dense yin chi. It was as light as a feather, but its speed was incredibly fast as it chased after the dragon bone sword and bit towards Zilong's back. Zilong's reaction was extremely fast. The moment he saw Yang Kai and Guizhu disappear, he realized what was going to happen next. Zilong took back his sword and swung it backhandedly. This sword strike landed right on the giant dark green dragon and the ghost head. A dragon roar rang out as Zilong's full-powered attack sent the giant dark green dragon flying. The ghost head did not seem to have fared any better, its entire face twisting as it was split in two. Although he had resolved the joint attack of Yang Kai and Guizhu, Zilong's momentum, which had reached its peak, suddenly fell and his face paled slightly. Obviously, resolving such an attack was not an easy task for him. Chapter 1815. While he was down, they would take his life. Yang Kai and Guizhu were both astute, so how could they let go of such a great opportunity? Immediately, both of them used their heaven-defying means to attack Zilong, whose momentum had plummeted. Countless moon blades flew out and a large number of ghost heads flew out, directly swallowing up the place where Zilong stood. There was a violent collision of energy coming from inside. Yang Kai and Guizhu stared forward without blinking, their expressions gradually becoming dignified. After a while, the shocking movement gradually dissipated and Zilong's figure reappeared. At this moment, this purple star sex master looked quite dispirited, as if Yuan Qi had been seriously injured. His appearance was also quite distressed, but there was no danger to his life because at some unknown point, a purple-red battle armor had appeared on his body. This battle armor gave off an extremely strong artifact aura, making it obvious at a glance that it was not an ordinary artifact. A battle armor that could withstand the combined attack of Yang Kai and Guizhu was at least origin grade mid-rank. This level of defensive artifact was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the entire starfield. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was priceless. For example, Kong Fa's reverberating Emperor's Bell was only an origin grade low-rank defensive artifact. Compared to Zilong's battle armor, the difference in value was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although his life was not in danger, many cracks had appeared on his purple-red battle armor, causing a look of distress to flash across Zilong's eyes. This purple-red battle armor was a treasure passed down from generation to generation in Purple Star. Every generation of Purple Star sect masters would keep it close to their bodies. After experiencing the vicissitudes of the flowing time Great Emperor for tens of thousands of years, it had witnessed the evolution of history and the countless ups and downs of Purple Star. However, at that moment it was damaged. Furthermore, the damage was extremely serious. This battle armor was an artifact left behind from ancient times, and with the means of today's artifact refiners and the materials available, it was impossible to repair it, so how could Zilong not feel distressed? However, after being attacked like this, Zilong's mind became much clearer. Just now, he was furious that his son had been killed, so his blood had rushed to his head and he had only wanted to kill Yang Kai for revenge, but he had misjudged the situation. As a result, he had also suffered a great loss. Now he understood that it was impossible for him to kill Yang Kai by himself. Without even mentioning that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space and could easily escape if he couldn't win, Guizhu and Yang Kai working together was more than enough to suppress him. If things went wrong, Yang Kai would lose his life here. Therefore, Zilong already had thoughts of retreating. Revenge was a dish best served cold. In any case, he had already taken his son's soul into the soul-sustaining bowl. After returning to Purple Star, all he needed to do was gather the necessary materials. This would allow him to reconstruct his body, and at that time, he could mobilize the entire power of Purple Star to encircle and annihilate Yang Kai. Thinking of this, Zilong took a deep breath and said coldly, "Kid, I hope the next time we meet, you can still be so arrogant. You want to leave?" Guizhu's face changed. "In your dreams." As he spoke, the 10,000 soul banner let out a ghostly howl. It transformed into a black curtain that enveloped Zilong. "If this king wants to leave, none of you can stop him." Zilong's expression remained unchanged as he formed a series of hand seals. Before he could finish thinking about this, though, Guizhu's wish was granted as the owner of that palm suddenly walked out from the void. Guizhu was stunned for a moment before staring blankly at the owner of that palm before turning to Yang Kai and asking, "Is this guy your brother? Or your son?" Yang Kai quickly discovered that the owner of this palm was a stone giant about 300 meters tall, but the face of this stone giant was somewhat similar to Yang Kai's, especially its facial features, which all shared the same charm. "Supreme Elder, please don't be so humorous." Yang Kai frowned. "What the hell is this?" Guizhu was about to go crazy. He didn't know what the stone giant in front of him was, but he was certain that Yang Kai definitely didn't have one a few months ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run away at that time. With such a huge, indomitable stone giant, who could possibly face it head-on? Embodiment, Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. Embodiment. Guizhu frowned as a look of shock appeared on his face. The legendary external incarnation? The one you used in the Medicine Valley? You actually know such a shocking secret technique? No wonder the stone giant looked similar to Yang Kai. It turned out that it was Yang Kai's embodiment. However, was an embodiment supposed to look like this? Guizhu had also heard of this secret technique before. Generally speaking, a cultivator's embodiment was identical to their main body, inheriting part of their strength, personality, and thoughts, and acting according to their will. But this Yang Kai embodiment in front of him, wasn't it a bit too strange? Yang Kai. Guizhu's eyes suddenly flashed a fiery light as he stared at Yang Kai expectantly. Wait until I kill this guy. Yang Kai seemed to know what he wanted to ask. Good. Guizhu nodded vigorously. Yang Kai grinned as he stared coldly at Zilong, who was coughing up blood not far away, his murderous intent surging like a tide. After taking a blow from the embodiment, Zilong's purple-red battle armor had completely shattered. Although this battle armor was an origin-grade mid-rank defensive artifact, it had already been damaged after taking the joint attack of Yang Kai and Guizhu. So how could it survive another blow from the embodiment? The embodiment was formed after swallowing and refining the entire floating continent, so in other words, the current embodiment was the floating continent itself. That blow was a blow from the entire floating continent, one that contained the world principles of the floating continent. No matter how powerful a cultivator was, how could they compete with a floating continent that was 200,000 or 300,000 kilometers in radius? Even Xiao Xiao, who was also a member of the stone mongoose race, could not compete with this kind of strength and world principles. Zilong not dying on the spot was already a reflection of his profound strength. But now he was definitely an arrow at the end of its flight. Yang Kai did not lower his guard. Zilong was a veteran second-order origin king, and no one could guarantee that he did not have some kind of trump card up his sleeve. So with a wave of his hand, Yang Kai summoned the stone puppet and firebird. Kill him! Yang Kai pointed forward. The stone mongoose and firebird received the order and immediately rushed forward. Along the way, Xiao Xiao had already transformed into his stone giant form, but compared to the embodiment, his 10-meter-tall stone giant was like a father and son. Lu Yen, on the other hand, had transformed into his firebird form. Purple and red light lingered around his body as he used the power of thunder and fire to seal off a large area of space. The embodiment moved its huge body and walked towards Zilong step by step. However, this guy was too big, making it difficult for him to move, which was why Yang Kai did not release him at the beginning. The embodiment was strong, but not agile. That was why Yang Kai had it hide in the void and wait for an opportunity to attack. He did not expect that Zilong would pass by the embodiment while escaping. Zilong's bad luck made Yang Kai worry about him. At that time, if Zilong had escaped in a different direction, Yang Kai would have had to desperately chase after him. Although he could have done so, it would not have been as easy as now. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen rushed above Zilong's head. Xiao Xiao grasped the heaven-shaking pillar in his hand and smashed it down with a roar. At the same time, Lu Yen opened his mouth and spat out a lightning-like flame towards Zilong. A look of despair appeared in Zilong's eyes. Just as Yang Kai had observed, after being attacked one after another, Zilong was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Any random origin king would be enough to take his life. What's more, this was the joint attack of Xiao Xiao and Firebird, as well as Yang Kai, Guizhu, and the embodiment. Chapter 1816. At this moment, Zilong knew that he could not escape no matter what. A look of unwillingness flashed across his eyes as he glared in the direction of Yang Kai with resentment. immediately forming a series of seals with his hands. His face flushed red and his whole body began to swell up like a balloon, blue veins bulging on his face, giving him a terrifying appearance. At the same time, an extremely violent energy fluctuation burst from Zilong's body. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. Guizhu's complexion changed drastically as the soles of his feet began to cramp. Although he was 10 kilometers away from Zilong at this moment, the self-destruction of a second-order origin king was not something that could be reduced by such a small distance. Once Zilong really self-destructed, the surrounding several hundred kilometers would likely be swallowed up. Guizhu did not dare guarantee that he could remain unscathed in such a situation. He immediately knew that Zilong had really been forced into a dead end. Otherwise, how could a second-order origin king choose such a desperate approach? Wishful thinking. Yang Kai's expression was also extremely solemn as he stretched out his hand and summoned out a light blue bead. Immediately after, he poured his Saint Qi and spiritual energy into it. In just a breath of time, Yang Kai's entire body seemed to wither, while the light blue bead only glowed faintly. Go! Yang Kai flicked his finger towards the bead, and an arc of lightning as thin as an ox's hair shot out from the bead towards Zilong. Cold sweat dripped down Guizhu's forehead as his eyes bulged as he stared blankly at the seemingly inconspicuous arc of lightning, his heart shaking violently, because he felt a destructive aura from it, one that he could not even muster up the will to resist. This kind of power seemed to have surpassed the origin king realm and seemed to dominate this world. Haha! Have you run out of tricks? Even if this king dies, don't think you'll have an easy time. Zilong smiled bitterly as he stared sarcastically at the thin arc of lightning from Yang Kai, thinking that Yang Kai was powerless. However, he only saw Yang Kai staring back at him with the same sarcastic and mocking gaze. Zilong frowned. At this moment, the thin and weak electric arc suddenly rushed in front of him and flashed before his eyes. In the next moment, Zilong felt his entire body go numb. It was as if he had been struck by divine lightning from the ninth heaven. His entire mind was frozen. Out of the corner of his eye, Yang Kai saw countless arcs of lightning slithering across his body like snakes, and under the destructive power of these arcs of lightning, his second-order origin king physique, which he was so proud of, began to crumble, his strength rapidly melting away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. His bloated body shriveled at an extremely fast speed. This is impossible, Zilong roared unwillingly. In the next moment, the tiny heaven-shaking pillar had already smashed down. Firebird Lu Yan's thunderfire also engulfed him. After 3 breaths, the dust settled, and the place where Zilong had been standing was now empty. Not even his bones remained. Only his own space ring was left behind as it shot off into the distance. Lu Yan turned around, transformed into his human form, and chased after the space ring. Poo. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood as his face turned extremely pale. Sitting cross-legged in the void, he reached out, took out a spirit pill, and stuffed it into his mouth. Circulating his secret art, he began to heal himself. Guizhu stood to the side in a daze. He had watched the battle just now from beginning to end, and although he and Yang Kai had joined forces to injure Zilong at the beginning, he had not contributed at the last moment. In other words, he had been able to kill Zilong. Yang Kai definitely deserved 80% of the credit. Perhaps, even without his help, Yang Kai could have done this. When this thought appeared in his mind, Guizhu was taken aback. A person who had just broken through to the origin king realm could actually kill a character like Zilong? This little brat? Is he even human? Guizhu stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. What shocked Guizhu even more was the light blue bead Yang Kai had summoned at the last moment. That was definitely an incredible artifact. However, Guizhu was unable to identify the grade of this bead. While he was in a daze, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yan returned together and surrounded Guizhu, glaring at him with unkind eyes. What are you doing? Guizhu's mouth twitched. This old master is High Heaven Sect's Supreme Elder and is on the same side as your master. Don't look at this old master like that. It's as if this old master wants to harm him. He knew that the reason Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen were wary of him was entirely because Yang Kai was currently healing here, so he didn't intend to make a fuss about it. However, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen remained unmoved and still stood in place, seemingly prepared to kill Guizhu if he made the slightest move. "Don't be rude." A buzzing sound suddenly reverberated in the air, almost deafening. "The two of you step back for now." Lu Yen heard this voice and retreated without hesitation while Xiao Xiao scratched his head, seemingly still at a loss. Seeing him like this, Lu Yen reached out and pulled him over to his side before tapping his head lightly. Xiao Xiao lowered his head aggrievedly. Guizhu's jaw dropped as he looked up at the mountain-like embodiment that was walking towards him step by step, each step causing the void to tremble. Guizhu couldn't help asking in surprise, "Just now, were you the one who spoke?" After saying so, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Guizhu asked in shock, "You can speak. Why can't I speak?" The embodiment chuckled, his voice as loud as thunder as a smile appeared on his face that was very similar to Yang Kai's. "Supreme Elder, do you think this body is dead? You call me Supreme Elder?" Guizhu frowned. "So, you are Yang Kai. You can say so. I can represent the main body." The embodiment gently nodded before frowning again. "This body is too big. It's inconvenient to move around. It's a bit big." Guizhu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Although he understood that this embodiment was Yang Kai, seeing such a big guy walking towards him step by step with such a colorful expression on his face still put a lot of pressure on Guizhu. "My main body just consumed too much energy and should be able to wake up in a while. Supreme Elder doesn't need to worry." The embodiment seemed to realize that his voice was a bit loud and deliberately lowered it. "What's there to worry about?" Guizhu shouted in his heart. "So, does Supreme Elder still want to study it?" the embodiment asked. Guizhu hesitated. Cultivating an embodiment was bound to consume a lot of time and energy. After all, this secret technique was quite powerful, and the more powerful a secret technique was, the more difficult it was to cultivate. For this, was it really worth delaying his pursuit of the martial Tao? "Forget it, I won't study it for the time being. If this old master wants to learn it in the future, he will come to you," Guizhu said after thinking for a while. He decided to wait until he broke through to the third-order origin king realm before studying his embodiment. "All right." The embodiment nodded. My main body is about to wake up. You can chat?" "Sect master is too generous, ha 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 ha. Then this old master will accept." Guizhu had always been alone. It was difficult to find any good cultivation materials, but now that there were so many good things in front of him, he couldn't help grabbing the ring and rummaging through its contents, grinning as he muttered, "TSK. It turns out to be eternally gold star sand. This is good stuff. If used in artifact refining, it can definitely be used to refine Origin King grade artifacts. It is said that this thing can only be found in Galaxy Ridge. It seems this is Kong Fa's ring. See, so many herbs. That old dog's harvest in the severed world was not small. Don't touch these herbs. When we return to High Heaven Sect, I'll have someone refine them into pills for you," Yang Kai said casually. "This old master knows." Guizhu grinned. A moment later, Yang Kai tossed over another ring, and Guizhu once again plundered it before returning the rest to Yang Kai. "There's only one left, and it looks like it's Zilong's ring. I'm really looking forward to it. The Purple Star Sect's master should have many good things on him, right?" Guizhu wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing a green light. Yang Kai took a look and said with a strange expression, "There are indeed many good things, but there's also this." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out a round bowl-like artifact. This round bowl looked simple and unadorned, but it gave off an aura that made one's soul feel comfortable. Isn't this the thing Zilong summoned just now? Guizu's eyes widened as he looked at it. Good. It's actually refined from soul-nourishing wood. No wonder it can collect the souls of the dead. Purple Star really can't be underestimated. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully and said lightly, after all, it's one of the top forces in Star territory. If it didn't have some skill, it would have been destroyed long ago. Saying so, his eyes flashed and he poured a stream of pure spiritual energy into the soul-sustaining bowl as he shouted, "Come out!" The next moment, a miserable howl sounded from the soul-sustaining bowl and an illusory figure appeared inside it. It was Zidong. Enduring the pain in his soul, he looked around blankly. But when he saw Yang Kai and Guizu grinning at him, his expression changed drastically. Why is it you? If it's not us, who else could it be? Guizu snorted, causing Zidong's soul avatar to tremble, as if it was about to collapse. Where's my father? Where is my father? Zidong shouted in a panic. He had been hiding inside the soul-sustaining bowl and thought that the next time he came out, his father would be rebuilding his body. But how could he have imagined he would see these two disgusting faces as soon as he came out? Zidong was so shocked that only one of his 3 souls was left, his heart turning cold. Since we're safe and sound, what do you think happened to Zilong? Yang Kai sneered. Zidong's complexion changed as he cried out in horror. Impossible! That's impossible! My father is the sect master of Purple Star, a second-order origin king. There are only a few people in this world who can kill him, so it's absolutely impossible for the two of you to accomplish such a thing. As he spoke, his confidence seemed to be built up as he pointed at Yang Kai and shouted angrily, "Don't even think about lying to me!" Ha! Yang Kai sneered. Why would I lie to you? There's no benefit to it. Forget it. I don't want to waste time with you. Supreme Elder, your ghost banner should need nourishment from Een souls, right? I'll leave this boy to you. Jejia, no problem. Guizu grinned strangely as he took out his 10,000 soul banner. He's a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. After refining him, this old master's 10,000 soul banner will be of great help. As he spoke, countless distorted faces appeared on the 10,000 soul banner, all of them roaring ferociously, as if they had smelled a delicious meal, all of them baring their fangs and claws at Zidong. Zidong was so frightened that his soul almost left his body as he hid behind the soul-sustaining bowl and shouted, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I am Purple Star's young master. If you have something to say, we can discuss it. Whatever benefits you want, I can give you." Boy, you're really stupid. What benefits can you give this old master now? Obediently enter this old master's 10,000 soul banner. Guizu coldly snorted, unmoved. Star Emperor token. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly shouted as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Taking out a token from Zilong's space ring, he examined it carefully before laughing. It really is a Star Emperor token. Guizu looked at him in amazement. Why are you so excited? Didn't this old master remember giving you a Star Emperor token back then? This one seems to have been unsealed long ago and is of no use to you. The joy on Yang Kai's face did not diminish as he glanced over at Guizu and said, Supreme Elder may not know, but it is said that this Star Emperor token hides a great secret. If all 9 can be collected, this secret can be unraveled. A great secret? Guizu looked uninterested. Can it allow this old master to reach the peak of the martial Tao? Perhaps. A weak voice came. Yang Kai and Guizu stared at Zidong together. It was he who had just spoken. What do you know? Yang Kai looked at him seriously. This guy was Purple Star's young master, so perhaps he really did know some secrets about the Star Emperor token. Zidong calmed his mind and looked towards Guizu pleadingly. Senior, can you put this artifact away first? I'm scared. Useless thing. Guizu coldly snorted before reaching out and putting away the 10,000 soul banner. Zedong fell back into the soul-sustaining bowl, wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, gasped for breath, and asked cautiously, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" "Supreme Elder, swallow him," Yang Kai shouted. "Of course." Guizhou summoned the 10,000 soul banner again. "No, no, no, no. I'll speak. Please don't do anything." Zedong was on the verge of tears. "Bastard." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "Hurry up and speak." Guizhou also threatened from the side, urging the 10,000 soul banner's aura from time to time to put pressure on Zedong. Zedong was on the verge of tears as he sobbed. "Wu, in fact, I don't know much, but I once heard my father and the other elders talking about the Star Emperor token. Woo woo woo. They said that if you collect all 9 pieces, you can see the secrets of the great emperors." The secrets of the great emperors. Yang Kai and Guizhou both trembled. "Is that true?" Yang Kai stared at Zedong intently. "That's what I heard, and it is said that the great emperors themselves said this back then." You probably don't know this, but my Purple Star's ancestors had some interactions with the great emperors tens of thousands of years ago. Woo-woo, that's all I know. Please don't hurt me. I don't want to die. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.